World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 243 to Chapter 277. At the same time. The front line of the grinder. Tang Feng frowned. The situation seemed to be getting more and more tense. So many middle-ranked martial artists. Is the war about to start? In order to give the students a chance to practice, he had personally killed 4 middle-ranked martial artists. Even so, the situation was getting worse. Rank 4 and 5 martial artists were no match for him, but there were more catacombs martial artists than Hope City. When he killed a few middle-ranked martial artists, some powerhouses had already reacted. He turned his head to look at the students who were forming a team to kill a few rank 3 martial artists not far away. Tang Feng suddenly shouted, "Kill them quickly." This group of students who had just entered rank 3 were still too immature. How could they not be ruthless when killing enemies in the grinder? Even if they were injured, they could not delay, or else they would only attract more and more enemies. As Tang Feng's voice fell, the students increased the rhythm of their attacks. Tang Feng watched for a while and sighed softly. "We don't have that much time for you to grow. When the chaos comes, you all have to go to the front line." As he said that, Tang Feng's expression changed slightly, but he calmed down very quickly. Huang Jing's face was yellow as he descended from the sky. He glanced at the students not far away, then looked at Tang Feng and said, "The war is about to start. I told you. There are too many middle-ranked martial artists in the grinder. Last night, the other party sent 4 high-ranked martial artists, but we defeated them. Both sides were injured, and we didn't gain any advantage. Now, it's not suitable for the students to practice here. Bring everyone back to Hope City and wait for the war." "Okay." Tang Feng responded. Huang Jing thought for a while and said suddenly, "Fang Ping is lost." What? Huang Jing's head hurt. "He's lost." "Lost?" Tang Feng was dumbfounded. He asked hurriedly, "Isn't he with old Xing and the others?" Huang Jing looked at him strangely. After a while, he said, "Yesterday, right after you left, he went northeast." "Alone?" "Alone. Then now, yesterday, I saw him heading northeast alone. I followed him for a while and encountered Sky Tiger from Skygate City. Sky Tiger had just broken through to rank 7 and his combat strength was average, but then Goosebear attacked." Huang Jing shook his head helplessly. "I went to take a look this morning. He was forced into the Jiao's forest yesterday. 3 rank 4s chased him all the way in, but the Jiao's forest covers an area of almost 100 miles. I can't find him anymore." "I can't find it." Tang Feng's expression darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Dead?" "I don't know." Huang Jing shook his head and said, "I can only roughly investigate once, and I can't stay for long. Skygate City is keeping an eye on us now. I'll go look for it." "It'll be the same even if you go. It's such a big place, and it's all forests. Where are you going to find it?" Huang Jing shook his head again and said, "Bring the students back to the city. I'll go investigate again." If I really can't find it, Huang Jing did not say anything else. If he really could not find it, he could only pray that Fang Ping was lucky. The war was about to start. Grandmasters like them, including a rank 6 like Tang Feng, had to stay in Hope City. They could not let these rank 6 and 7 powerhouses keep looking for Fang Ping. Tang Feng's expression was ugly. I thought. He did not think that Fang Ping would really go out and farm alone. At that time, Fang Ping had been pushing and pushing, saying that he did not want to split up. In Tang Feng's eyes, Fang Ping obviously wanted to move with the rank 2s. This made him very unhappy. Who knew, he was really provoked, and he left the team alone. Huang Jing did not know what to say either. He said helplessly, "He's a young man after all, hot-blooded." He was too provoked, and he took it seriously. Tang Feng said that the upper stage rank 3 powerhouses were 50 kilometers away. In the end, Fang Ping really ran 50 kilometers away. Now, Skygate City was preparing to launch a war. The middle and high-ranked powerhouses were cleaning up the battlefield near the grinder. The human middle and high-ranked powerhouses could only return to defend now. Fang Ping was lost. Especially lost in the forest, it was really difficult to find him. This was not the main point. Huang Jing rubbed his temples, glanced at Tang Feng, and said with a slight headache, Fang Ping is lost. If he really doesn't come back, MCMAU will be in trouble. Tang Feng remained silent. He understood the dean's meaning. Fang Ping was very talented. His mentality could be sensed, his vitality was unlimited, and his breakthroughs were extremely fast. At this time, they had lost him the first time he went to the catacombs. To put it bluntly, he might have already died in the catacombs. If he died in a normal battle, Lu Fengru might not say anything. However, 97 students were all safe and sound. Only Fang Ping was lost. One could imagine what kind of trouble Huang Jing was talking about. Tang Feng took a deep breath. After a while, he said, I'll bring the students back first. I'll look for him later. Right now, the area around the Jiao's forest is extremely dangerous. There are high-ranked martial artists active, look for him. I'll be back before the war. Hearing that, Huang Jing did not say anything else. He said softly, be careful. Also, you'd better avoid Feng Rou. Tang Feng lowered his head and said nothing. Fang Ping had been provoked by him to go solo, and then he had been chased into the Jiao's forest. If Lu Fengru knew about it, she would not be Lu Fengru if she did not fight him to the death. This was clear evidence, and it was different from dying in battle. Tang Feng did not say anything. He continued to watch the students who were surrounding and killing the rank 3 martial artist. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a few students killed the opponent's martial artist at the cost of being injured. Seeing this, Tang Feng said in a deep voice, I'll take them back first. I'll go to the Jiao's forest to take a look, but I can't go too deep. The Jiao in the Jiao's forest is usually quiet. If we go in, we'll immediately attract its hostility. Tang Feng nodded. Although the Jiao in the Jiao's forest rarely showed itself, the Jiao's forest was its territory. If a grandmaster entered, it would definitely retaliate. The Jiao's forest. Naturally, Fang Ping did not know that he was currently in the Jiao's forest. From what he remembered, the Jiao's forest was still quite a distance away from him. Although the Jiao's forest was said to be between the two cities, in reality, only a part of it was between the two cities. Most of it deviated from the two places and covered the outside of another big city in the catacombs. In the forest, Fang Ping moved forward carefully. Sometimes, when he saw some plants, he would go forward to check if they were precious items from the illustrated handbook. However, most of them ended in disappointment. What kind of lousy place is this? Didn't they say that medicinal herbs from the catacombs are everywhere? Fang Ping cursed as he walked for a while. He did not even know how far he had walked. He only knew that his vitality and mentality were becoming more and more active. This is troublesome. Fang Ping was not really stupid. At this moment, he also realized that he might have gone in the wrong direction. Where was the place where vitality was active, a place with a high concentration of energy? Hope City was actually just a barren land. The energy there was not that rich. A place with a high concentration of energy also meant that he was going deeper into the catacombs. When he felt the shocking activity of his vitality and the excitement of his mentality, Fang Ping knew that it was time for him to turn around. In the catacombs, other than the terrain, the concentration of energy particles could also be used to determine the direction. Of course, sometimes it was not that accurate. Feeling that the concentration of energy particles in front of him was very high, Fang Ping stopped moving forward. Instead, he probed carefully, looking for the direction with the lowest concentration of energy particles, then turned around and walked away. Luckily, my mentality is very strong. Fang Ping was a little relieved. If it were someone else, even if they had a good sense of direction, the possibility of getting lost in the forest was extremely high. He was lucky that he could sense the energy particles and could choose the direction with the lowest concentration of energy particles to move forward. Following the direction with the lowest concentration of energy particles, Fang Ping kept moving forward. This should be the south. If he kept going, he should be able to leave the forest and return to Hope City. Huang Jing patrolled the periphery of the Jiao's forest. Finally, he found the corpses of the martial artists that Fang Ping had killed. This kid killed 3 rank 4 martial artists? Huang Jing was also a little shocked. Then, he frowned and said, this place is only 20 li away from the forest. Did he go out, or? Huang Jing thought for a while. He patrolled along the direction where he went out, but he did not find any traces of Fang Ping's movements. He didn't go out. Huang Jing quickly returned to his original spot and looked deeper into the forest. After a while, the corner of his mouth twitched. He went deeper. If he continued walking in the direction where Fang Ping killed the two martial artists, 20 li was not too far for a martial artist. However, Fang Ping did not choose this direction. Instead, he went deeper. Was he going to kill the Jiao? This kid, what is he thinking? Huang Jing had a slight headache. The Jiao was a peak rank 7 creature. Moreover, this kind of creature had thick skin and flesh. Even a rank 8 golden body powerhouse might not be a match for it. Fang Ping went deeper. This was really troublesome. Huang Jing was about to move, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly turned around and left. He could not go deeper. Dragons did not care if ants entered their territory, but if another dragon invaded their territory, there would definitely be a huge war. Now, the situation was critical. Sky Gate City's army was ready to go. If Huang Jing fought the Jiao and got seriously injured, it would affect the war situation of the entire Magic City catacombs. The energy particles are getting lower and lower. I'm going out. Fang Ping's face showed a hint of joy. Suddenly, Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. The energy particles are gone. In the catacombs, there was no place that did not have energy particles. However, at this moment, in Fang Ping's mentality, the energy particles were really gone. Suddenly, it became a blank area. Gone, gone. Fang Ping felt that his brain was not enough to process it. How could it be gone? At this moment, the scene in front of him became clear. The forest that was full of trees earlier suddenly became empty. The surrounding trees were still tall, but there was an empty space in the middle. There was no cave, only an empty space. In the middle of the empty space, there was a beast with a golden body. Fang Ping sensed that the energy particles were gone. It was not really gone, but this beast was guiding the energy particles into its body. In Fang Ping's perception, this beast was like a small energy sun, incomparably dazzling. Just now, he actually did not notice it at all. Fang Ping's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. This kind of energy was many times stronger than the rank 4 martial artists from before. It was even stronger than the unknown grandmaster that he had sensed earlier. The golden beast looked a little like a lion. No, a little like a leopard, with leopard patterns on its golden skin. However, it had horns, it was not too big, about 4 to 5 meters long, and its height could not be seen. At this moment, this beast was lying on the ground, not sleeping. The other's 2 big eyes were staring straight at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's heart was pounding. In the next moment, Fang Ping seemed to understand what the golden beast meant. He hurriedly took out all the energy stones from his military backpack and threw them out. With a humble expression, he said, "Sorry to disturb you." The golden monster ignored him. The energy stones that Fang Ping had tossed to it flew toward it automatically. The golden monster opened its mouth and swallowed all the energy stones in one gulp. Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. Run. There was no way he could outrun it. This was obviously a high-ranked beast. More than 10 million of his energy stones had been swallowed just like that. Was he still staring at him? Was he looking at his flesh and blood? He heard that martial artists' flesh was also the favorite food of these catacombs creatures. Fang Ping's forehead was dripping with sweat. Had he lost his mind? Why was he walking in this direction? He carefully moved his feet, but the beast's big eyes looked at him again. Fang Ping's heart almost stopped beating. I'm out. Fang Ping fumbled in his military backpack and waved his hands carefully. I'm really out, except for the 100 caddies of flesh on me. The golden beast obviously had a certain level of intelligence. It knew that Fang Ping had no energy stones, but its eyes still stared at him. Fang Ping's legs were a little weak. He carefully took a step back, but it was as if there was a wall behind him, blocking his way. Mentality barrier. Fang Ping suddenly realized something. It's not letting me go. Is it going to eat me? No, if it wanted to eat me, it wouldn't have waited until now. Countless thoughts flashed through Fang Ping's mind. At this moment, the golden beast suddenly raised its front paw. A blood-red glow appeared on its paw. Then, the blood-red glow left its paw and was swallowed by the golden beast. Fang Ping's beast language was now at its maximum level. It wants me to feed it with vitality? F*ck, it thinks I'm a living vitality supply. Fang Ping immediately understood what the golden beast meant. It was probably hungry and wanted to eat vitality force. As for the flesh, perhaps to these high-ranked creatures, there were too many impurities, so it was not as pure as vitality force. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. He carefully took a few steps forward. When he was closer to the beast, Fang Ping hesitated. A blood-red glow appeared on his palm. But Fang Ping would not leave his body. Only rank 4 martial artists could release vitality force from their bodies. He could only release it externally at most. Just as Fang Ping was at a loss, the golden beast opened its mouth and inhaled. The blood-red glow in Fang Ping's palm left its body and was swallowed. The golden beast continued to look at Fang Ping, waiting for him to feed it. F*ck, tens of cal of vitality are consumed in one go. Don't tell me it's going to keep feeding me? Fang Ping's thoughts ran wild, but he could only continue condensing his vitality and wait for the beast to absorb it. Once, twice, just like that, Fang Ping condensed his vitality again and again. The golden beast did not think it was too little. It swallowed every time it condensed. After Fang Ping had condensed almost 100 times, his vitality had been replenished 3 times. The golden beast seemed to be full, or it felt that it could continue to rest. It lay on the ground and closed its eyes, ignoring Fang Ping. I've consumed almost 3,000 calories of vitality. Fang Ping's expression was terrible. His wealth had been depleted almost 3 million, and his energy stones were gone too. It could be said that he had suffered a heavy loss this time. Of course, now was not the time to be greedy. Staying alive was the most important thing. Was this beast trying to keep him in captivity? He wanted to stop feeding it, but if he did not, the beast would just stare at him as if it wanted to eat him up. Fang Ping did not dare to stop feeding it. What should I do? Don't tell me I'm just going to be a free vitality provider for it? But my wealth is limited. If this goes on, I'll die when my wealth is depleted. The sweat on Fang Ping's forehead increased. He cursed in his heart. This beast looked a lot like a big lion. Was the lion his nemesis? Other people had entered the catacombs dozens of times and never encountered a high-ranked beast. He had encountered one on his first try. This luck. What else could he say? Fang Ping was a little restless. He wanted to leave a few times, but he had only taken a few steps when he felt mentality wandering around him. The golden beast was staring at him. This is the Jiao's forest. Fang Ping gradually calmed down. He suddenly realized where he was. I'm deep in the Jiao's forest. The Jiao was the beast's name. In the catacombs, high-ranked monsters all had their own territories. Once they occupied a piece of land, be it human martial artists or catacombs martial artists, they would rarely look for trouble with these monsters, unless there were huge benefits to be gained. Humans did not know much about these high-ranked beasts, and there were not many records of them. However, the Jiao's forest was recorded in the books. This was because the Jiao was the high-ranked creature closest to humans, and this monster rarely came out of the forest. Facing such a high-ranked creature, humans would not take the initiative to cause trouble. This was equivalent to provoking a high-ranked enemy for themselves. Unless it could be killed quickly, this kind of beast was extremely vengeful. Just as Fang Ping confirmed the beast's identity and was thinking about how to escape, the Jiao opened its eyes and continued to stare at him. Fang Ping had no choice but to continue condensing vitality to feed it. The feeding went on for a long time. As for Fang Ping's wealth, it dropped from 95.3 million to 85 million in no time. Fang Ping's face turned green. This time, it was a huge loss. In just a few hours, he had fed the Jiao tens of thousands of cal of vitality. This was equivalent to the vitality of a peak rank 6 powerhouse. As for the Jiao, it seemed like it was really full. It started snoring softly. Seeing it snoring, Fang Ping was tempted. Of course, it was not to kill it. Even Fang Ping could not break its defense. What he was thinking was, could he run away now? If he ran, he would be finished if the Jiao chased after him. If he did not run, he could not always be someone's chef. He had painstakingly accumulated 10 million wealth points in just a few hours. He would be bankrupt in a few days. Fang Ping moved his feet carefully. He had only taken a few steps when the Jiao's snoring stopped. Fang Ping's heart beat wildly. He quickly condensed his vitality. The Jiao swallowed it in one gulp and continued to stare at him. Fang Ping was really helpless. He could only continue condensing his vitality and stuff this bastard to death. After feeding it for a while, Fang Ping said carefully, "I'll find a powerhouse to cook for you. My vitality is weak and my strength is low. You won't be able to eat to your heart's content." He did not care if the Jiao understood him. Fang Ping gestured again. He was very small and weak. There were many big ones outside. Then, Fang Ping gestured again. His vitality was too low. If he used up too much, he would die. Fang Ping thought he was pretty good at pretending to be dead. "I'll find a powerhouse for you. You can eat delicious food." Fang Ping gestured for a while. He did not know if the beast understood him. After saying that, Fang Ping began to move carefully again. This time, the Jiao did not stop him. Fang Ping was ecstatic. This guy believed him, this guy understood him. So childish, I'd be stupid to come again. I'd be courting death. Fang Ping did not dare to provoke the big guy. He moved carefully until he was about 100 meters away. The Jiao was still lying on the ground, not stopping him. However, when Fang Ping turned around to look, the Jiao suddenly sniffed. Fang Ping's face turned green. What did it mean? Did it remember me? If I didn't bring a powerhouse back to feed it, it would come looking for me? Where would I find a powerhouse to feed it? Unless he got Big Lion to cook for it. The catacombs was huge, but this place was not too far from Hope City. He could not possibly not come here, could he? If he was targeted by such a high-ranked creature, how could he go down the catacombs in the future? Fang Ping's face turned pale. He did not dare to stay for long. When he was a few hundred meters away from the Jiao, he suddenly sped up and fled. The golden monster only watched, still lying on the ground. After Fang Ping ran for more than 10 minutes, everything felt like a dream. I walked out of the high-ranked creature's mouth alive? Fang Ping was in a daze. In the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. I've used up 11 million wealth points. All my energy stones are gone. This revenge is really hard to take. Now that he knew that he was in the Jiao's forest and that Jiao was in the depths of the forest, Fang Ping's mind was clear. He should go in the opposite direction to get out. Rushing at full speed, he had a clear direction. Less than an hour into the forest, Fang Ping finally felt the trees thinning out. I'm going out. Fang Ping perked up. He had been traumatized for the past 2 days. All he wanted now was to get back to Hope City. Just as Fang Ping was about to leave the Jiao's forest, his expression changed again. What the hell did I do? Outside the forest, dozens of long-haired martial artists with weapons in their hands happened to pass by. When they saw Fang Ping, one of them stepped on the air toward him. Fang Ping was so scared that his liver trembled. He was at least a peak rank 5, of course, that was based on the density of energy particles. Fang Ping did not dare to stay any longer. He turned and ran. He did not dare to go outside. There were still dozens of martial artists. Moreover, Fang Ping did not know if he had reached the exit near Skygate City. Fang Ping ran madly, his speed exploding to the limit. However, the rank 5 powerhouse was much faster than him. If not for the trees, Fang Ping would have been caught. Damn it. Should I go back? Fang Ping hesitated for less than a second. In the next moment, Fang Ping decided to go back to the Jiao. I brought a big guy for you. Fang Ping was sure that the Jiao was lazy. It refused to find food on its own. It only ate food that was delivered to its door. If that's the case, I'll go find food for you. The rank 5 powerhouse behind him hesitated when he saw Fang Ping running deeper into the forest. Fang Ping sensed that the other had slowed down. He suddenly turned and shouted, Nyagukali. When he shouted, Fang Ping's face was full of provocation. Come on, beat me to death. Fang Ping felt that this was a well-tested move. It worked well. The long-haired rank 5 powerhouse frowned. When he saw Fang Ping's provocative gaze, he seemed to understand what he meant. I'm challenging you. Do you dare to kill me? In the next moment, the other did not hesitate anymore. He chased after Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not stop either. His vitality erupted again and again. The wounds all over his body opened up. His clothes were already stained with blood. Under Fang Ping's reckless outburst, he returned to the place he had been at for half an hour. As for the rank 5 powerhouse behind him, perhaps because he had not sensed the powerhouse's aura, he chased after him all the way. Under normal circumstances, when a powerhouse's territory was invaded, they would definitely declare their sovereignty. However, this Jiao was probably too lazy to care. Regardless of whether Huang Jing or the others entered, it did not reveal its presence. If he did not know that there was a Jiao here, the rank 5 martial artist might not have been so careless. However, under the circumstances where he knew, the Jiao did not reveal its aura, which made the catacombs martial artists think that it might have gone out to hunt for food. When Fang Ping reached the place where the Jiao had been, the golden monster opened its eyes. Fang Ping hurriedly pointed behind him and said, I brought you a big one. The Jiao seemed to have sensed the aura as well. It did not look at Fang Ping anymore. When the rank 5 martial artist had just caught up to it, his footsteps suddenly sank, and he was pressed to the ground. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He found it strange too. You didn't press me down when I first arrived, did you? I am too weak. I'm not worth suppressing? Fang Ping seemed to have realized something. The corner of his mouth twitched. Seeing the catacombs martial artist being pressed down until he was drenched in sweat and unable to move, Fang Ping suddenly understood Old Man Li and the others' desire to become grandmasters. A peak rank 5 martial artist was not weak. However, against this Jiao, they could not resist at all. They were directly suppressed to the point where they could not move. The suppressed catacombs martial artist's face was full of fear and disbelief. Why was the martial artist from the land of hope fine? Fang Ping ignored it. He did not know what the Jiao was going to do. He could not communicate with the catacombs martial artist, so naturally, he could not teach him how to survive. The Jiao did not demonstrate on its own like before. Instead, it looked at Fang Ping. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. He had no choice but to condense his vitality. The Jiao swallowed it in one gulp, then looked at the catacombs martial artist. Now, the other party understood. He glared at Fang Ping hatefully. The other party began to condense his vitality and shot it at the Jiao. When an intelligent creature encountered a life-threatening crisis, it would be frighteningly clever. Seeing that the Jiao had a new chef, Fang Ping gestured to the path outside. I'm going out to catch more people for you. The Jiao ignored him. Seeing this, Fang Ping's heart leaped with joy. When he reached the edge of the forest, Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. An army, he saw an army marching outside. How could this be? If this was the Jiao's forest, then the Jiao's forest was not the route where both sides were fighting. The Jiao's forest was towards the northeast. How could this be? The powerhouses among the martial artists can patrol in the air. Grandmasters are more useful than scouts. Taking a detour to ambush them won't be of much use, right? Fang Ping hid in the forest, looking around carefully. He could not understand. What was the point of taking a detour for these troops? Will running a bit more work? Fang Ping ran away quickly though. The other party's scouts had entered the forest. After running a bit deeper, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. What should he do now? There was an army marching outside. There was a super big guy inside. Although it did not eat him, who knew when it would be in a bad mood and eat him up? Should I go in another direction? Fang Ping pondered for a while. Now that he had found the exit, if he changed direction, he might not be able to escape again. What should I do? Fang Ping was having a terrible headache now. He could not leave this side. The army was marching, and there might be high ranks among them. If he went out and was discovered, he would be dead. If this doesn't work, I'll go in another direction. The Jiao's forest is big, but it's small. It covers a few hundred li, so it's not too big. Thinking of this, Fang Ping continued deeper. If this did not work, he would go in the opposite direction. As for passing by the Jiao, that fellow was easy to trick. He could just say that he would go there and catch a big one for it. After more than an hour, Fang Ping arrived at the Jiao's location again. When Fang Ping arrived, he suddenly heard an extremely sorrowful roar. Fang Ping looked over instinctively. He saw that the rank 5 catacombs martial artist from before had become so thin that he did not even look human. The Jiao was still sucking the other party's vitality, even if the other party's energy particles were so weak that they could not be seen in Fang Ping's senses. In the blink of an eye, the catacombs rank 5 had suddenly become a bag of bones. In an instant, he went limp and lost his life. Fang Ping was stunned. This is vitality being depleted? A long time ago, Fang Ping had heard from Lu Fengru that the human body needed to maintain a certain amount of vitality in order to survive. Once vitality was depleted, one could only wait to become a dried corpse. Everyone knew about this, which was why Fang Ping had never seen this scene before. Today, however, was an eye-opener, a rank 5 powerhouse, dead in the blink of an eye. Dead? The Jiao devoured his vitality? Fang Ping shuddered. No wonder the Jiao had been restless a few times when his vitality had been depleted. It was probably ready to suck the last of his vitality. Fortunately, Fang Ping was a little afraid of the Jiao's stare, so he replenished his vitality and continued feeding. A rank 5 powerhouse's vitality is probably 4,000 calories. But he was still sucked dry. Fang Ping swallowed. He had fed the Jiao tens of thousands of cal of vitality, and it had been depleted so quickly. Did he think that this beast was stupid and would suck a person dry even if it did not have enough vitality to eat? Fang Ping's heart was thumping wildly. When he saw the Jiao looking at him, Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. He hurried forward to feed it. This fellow could eat too much. The sky was not dark yet. After feeding it another 1,000 cal of vitality, the Jiao seemed to be full and began to nap again. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to leave. He wandered to the rank 5 martial artist's side, who had long since become dry. Seeing that the Jiao did not care about the corpse, Fang Ping quickly searched the corpse for a while. Soon, Fang Ping found something. A pair of boxing gloves, equivalent to C-grade material. It should be worth a lot, right? The energy stone is gone. I'm afraid it was fed to the Jiao earlier. This pair of boots is not bad. It's even better than mine. Fang Ping did some calculations. These things were not cheap. They were definitely worth a few million, but the system did not calculate his wealth. King Jiao. Fang Ping called out in a low voice. The golden monster opened its eyes. Fang Ping carefully raised the boxing gloves and made a punching gesture at the corpse, then gestured outside. I'll take the boxing gloves and go out to catch people for you. Are you giving this to me? The Jiao glanced at him and closed its eyes quickly. Fang Ping was delighted. It was really giving it to him. In the next moment, Fang Ping's wealth increased. Previously, because of feeding and running, he had used up almost 13 million wealth. Now, it was replenished with 6 million. Fang Ping's wealth had reached 88 million again. This is a good way to do it. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Luring the enemy to be eaten by the Jiao. Although the energy stone was gone and the energy heart had collapsed because the Jiao had absorbed too much of it, a middle-ranked martial artist's weapon was still worth a lot. If I attract a peak rank 6 and get killed, won't I earn a lot if the opponent's weapon is made of B-grade material? Fang Ping calculated and felt a headache coming on. The periphery was almost 100 li away from here. If he really encountered a peak rank 6, he would be killed immediately. There was no way he could run so far. King Jiao, why don't we go out and earn a lot of money? Fang Ping shouted. When the Jiao opened its eyes, Fang Ping motioned for it to go out. The Jiao glanced at him, its huge eyes flashing with impatience. It was obviously annoyed that Fang Ping was always making noise. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He had flattered the Jiao too much. He dared not continue to harass the Jiao. Fang Ping tied his gloves, boots, and a few other weapons together. He took off his jacket and wrapped these things together. He felt a little helpless. There were too many weapons and it was a hindrance. The key was that the valuable energy stones were all gone. Why don't I leave the weapons here first and lure a few rank 4 and 5 martial artists over? Then I'll bring them all back. If I go back, Big Lion will be scared to death. I've killed so many rank 4 and 5 martial artists, it'll be weird if I don't die. But it's dangerous to ask a tiger for its skin. If I'm not careful and get eaten, there'll be no one to reason with. Fang Ping was a little conflicted. His wealth had dropped a lot. The martial artists outside were in groups. When would he have to wait for his wealth to exceed 100 million? Previously, he was only short of 5 million. Now he was short of 12 million. It was all consumed by the golden monster. It had to compensate him, right? Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, I'll do it once. If it reaches 100 million, I'll leave. As long as his wealth reached 100 million, he would leave. It seemed like Jiao did not restrict him from coming and going. When his wealth reached 100 million, he would run away. It was so lazy that it would not chase after him, would it? There were dangers everywhere in the catacombs. Fang Ping had thought it through. It was an adventure here. Hunting martial artists in other places was also an adventure. It might even be more dangerous. Big Lion was good at fooling people. Middle-ranked martial artists were everywhere. How long had it been? How many middle-ranked martial artists had he seen? When Fang Ping went to the periphery again, he could still see some small troops passing by, including some scattered martial artist teams. At this moment, Fang Ping also realized that a war was about to start. Is Hope City fighting now? Attacking from the rear can be considered as contributing to Hope City. I'm going deep into the enemy's territory, right? Fang Ping felt that he was quite noble. In order to save mankind, he was now colluding with high-ranked creatures. Who would dare to do such a dangerous thing without a fearless spirit? Big Lion actually said that he would not contribute to mankind. This time, it was a slap to his old face. With the noble idea of reducing the pressure on mankind, Fang Ping specifically stared at the middle-ranked powerhouses with weapons. He did not want to waste his effort to lure those without weapons. Fang Ping did not lure martial artists from the military. Fang Ping did not look at martial artist teams with many people either. Fang Ping also looked at martial artist teams with fewer people. If there was a rank 6 powerhouse, he immediately hid, not daring to expose his aura. Rank 4 and 5 martial artists were his real targets. Soon, Fang Ping chose his targets. A small team of 3, all rank 4 martial artists. When he lured these 3 people deep into the catacombs, the sky suddenly darkened. It was dark. Seeing that it was dark, Fang Ping stopped going out and began to wait. It was time for dinner. When Fang Ping demonstrated feeding vitality to the Jiao, 2 of the 3 people understood. The other one foolishly wanted to fight Fang Ping and was immediately fixed on the spot by the Jiao's mentality. Not long after, he was sucked dry. When the other 2 saw this, their faces were full of indignation and anger, but they could only continue feeding vitality to the Jiao. The Jiao was like a bottomless pit. No amount of vitality was enough for it to absorb. Very quickly, the 3 rank 4 martial artists were all swallowed up by it. Before they died, the 2 rank 4 martial artists' faces were filled with unwillingness and despair. They thought they could survive. Why didn't the martial artists from the Land of Hope get swallowed up by the air blood? Fang Ping naturally would not explain. He had also been sucked dry a few times, but he recovered quickly. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. After collecting the 3 people's weapons, Fang Ping continued to ask about the Jiao. The Jiao still ignored him. On the other hand, Fang Ping's wealth increased again. 3 people, 3 weapons. Fang Ping's wealth increased by 10 million. After deducting what he had spent on the run, Fang Ping's wealth had reached 97.5 million. He was close to reaching 100 million. I killed 6 rank 4 martial artists and 1 rank 5. Fang Ping exclaimed. Among the rank 3 martial artists, besides himself, was there anyone else who could do it? At night, Fang Ping did not dare to run around. He was afraid that he would get lost. However, Fang Ping was not having a good time that night. The Jiao stared at him. He had no choice but to continue feeding it. After feeding almost 3,000 calories, it stopped staring. 3 million wealth points were gone in an instant. Fang Ping's wealth dropped to 94.5 million. Finally, it was daybreak. Fang Ping did not need to lure it anymore. Someone came to him, a peak rank 5 martial artist had been lost here. Many people had seen it. The martial artist had not returned, which worried the other team. They came to investigate at daybreak. However, the other party stopped when he was about 10 li away from the jiao. Fang Ping was about to go out and prepare breakfast for the jiao. The two of them met. When he saw that Fang Ping was safe, the other party was stunned. He recognized him as the person who had been hunted yesterday. Fang Ping was alive. Where was his companion? Without waiting for the other party to question, Fang Ping suddenly roared, "Nyagukali." The other party was stunned. This time, Fang Ping was stunned too. Motherf asterisk cur, why do people freeze every time I shout like that? Logically, when someone shouted Motherf asterisk cur, come and kill me, they should be angry and annoyed, right? Why were the catacombs martial artists in a daze? Nyagukali, Fang Ping shouted again, not very confident. The other party stared at Fang Ping. He did not move. Instead, he gestured for Fang Ping to go down. Go down. Fang Ping did not understand. The other party looked at Fang Ping coldly and shouted, that tone, that posture, kneel? Fang Ping's face turned green. What's going on? Nyagukali, Fang Ping stopped shouting suddenly. He said angrily, kneel, my ass. After saying that, he gave the other party the middle finger, looking down on him for a while. The other party was surprised. He looked suspicious. In the next moment, before the doubt disappeared from his face, the other party's silhouette flashed and appeared in front of Fang Ping. Fang Ping was shocked. He turned and ran. The other party was not in a hurry to give chase. Instead, he carefully checked the surroundings. When he sensed nothing out of the ordinary, he slowly followed behind Fang Ping, remaining vigilant. They had lost a peak rank 5 powerhouse here. Maybe he was plotted against by this martial artist from the Land of Hope, or maybe he was unlucky and encountered the golden-horned beast king. Regardless of the reason, he had to be careful. However, the cultivators who saw Hope had to be killed. Otherwise, if the other party ran back, it would be troublesome. Fang Ping ran all the way, no longer provoking the other party. For the first time, the other party didn't know what was going on and chased after him after being provoked. Right now, the other party was obviously looking for someone. If he continued to provoke them, they would only suspect that it was a trap. That was why Fang Ping spared no effort in running. It was only 10 li away anyway. When he reached the place where the jiao was, he did not stop and ran straight towards it. The martial artists at the back obviously did not expect that there was a big guy lying on the ground, and most importantly, that guy was ignoring Fang Ping. When the man got close to the jiao, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned and ran. However, before he could take more than a few steps, his entire body trembled and he instantly fell to the ground. Only then did Fang Ping turn around and walk over. The way he looked at the jiao was a little strange. This guy's mentality was too strong. What rank was it? 7th rank? A rank 7 was this strong? Could it be rank 8? She's too lazy to move. She's either pregnant or leveled up after swallowing so much blood and qi. Fang Ping muttered. However, the jiao did not look like a female. Don't ask how Fang Ping knew, it was just a feeling. If it was not a female, it was most likely on the verge of leveling up. Rank 7 to rank 8? Or rank 8 to rank 9? Either way, it was not something Fang Ping could afford to provoke. This time, Fang Ping did not need the jiao signal. He shouted, "Hey, look at me." As he said that, Fang Ping condensed vitality in his hand and the jiao swallowed it in one gulp. The martial artist who had chased after him was pale, but he did not look at Fang Ping. He stared at the jiao for a while, then suddenly opened his mouth and said something. Looking at the grief and indignation on his face, it was obvious that he knew something. In the next moment, under Fang Ping's dumbfounded gaze, the other party roared, his vitality surging. He did not fight the jiao to the death. Instead, he broke into a run. This time, Fang Ping felt an invisible wave of mentality. The jiao was obviously a little angry. Its mentality wave was strong, and in an instant, the other party's bones were cracking under the pressure, and blood was seeping out of his body. Fang Ping also felt the pressure, and he carefully avoided the jiao's gaze. Beasts, after all, still had bestial instincts. This time, the Jiao used its mentality to move the other party to its side. Instead of feeding it, it opened its mouth wide and began to devour the other party's vitality. Fang Ping watched for a while, and suddenly understood why the Jiao did not kill him the first time it saw him. Forcefully devouring the other party's vitality had spread far and wide. The other party was also a rank 5 powerhouse, but in the end, Fang Ping realized that the Jiao might not have devoured more than 2,000 calories of vitality. At least half of it has been wasted. Fang Ping shuddered. The Jiao did not kill him not because he was handsome, but because it wanted him to actively feed it. Then when the conversion rate was the highest, it would devour all of his vitality. Sly. This bastard is definitely intelligent. After devouring the other party's vitality, a cloth bag floated out of the other party's body. Fang Ping used his mentality, and the cloth bag was torn apart. Before the energy stones fell, the Jiao swallowed them. It's definitely going to level up. Since yesterday, Fang Ping had not seen it move. It had been using its mentality all this time, and it was very likely to be on the verge of leveling up. This place is not far from Hope City. If it levels up, will it affect the humans? Fang Ping did not have any hopes of taming this big guy. The Jiao was a sly old fox. Maybe it had thought that he was too weak to lure people. Or maybe it knew that he was from Hope City, not the catacombs. In the catacombs world, humans were on the defensive and would not actively seek trouble with these beasts. The same could not be said for the catacombs humans. It's quite intelligent. Fang Ping made his judgment, but he did not stop walking. He walked to the side of the dead martial artist. This time, he did not have to search for the other party's Changdao. The other party's clothes had been squashed into shreds. There was nothing else on the body. When the Changdao was in his hands, Fang Ping asked as usual, "King Jiao, are you giving this to me?" The Jiao ignored him, staring at him. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to concentrate his vitality and start feeding it. He had to leave as soon as possible. This guy was insatiable and had high requirements for vitality. If he could not lure the other party over and his vitality could not be replenished, the Jiao would definitely swallow him whole. After feeding the other party more than 2,000 calories of vitality, the Jiao closed its eyes and stopped looking at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's wealth first dropped to 92 million, then rose to more than 100 million in an instant. The rank 5 martial artist Changdao was also C-class. The Changdao was heavy, and it increased his wealth by 10 million in an instant. More than 100 million. Fang Ping was overjoyed. Finally, more than 100 million, his wealth was rising and falling. He was almost in despair. Finally, in the catacombs. How many days had it been? 6 days, yes, in the 6 days he had been in the catacombs, his wealth had finally exceeded 100 million, the data in his vision darkened instantly. Fang Ping was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. As expected, he was going to level up. It was the same for the previous 2 times. He just had to wait for a while. While waiting, Fang Ping started to pack his things. There were 9 weapons in total. Among them was the rank 3 longsword. Fang Ping had killed 3 people and left him a Changdao, a spear, and a bow and arrow. The boxing gloves left by the peak rank 5 martial artist yesterday, the saber and 2 swords left by the 3 rank 4 martial artists last night, and the Changdao left by this person today. Catacombs martial artists used sabers and swords the most. In fact, it was the same for human martial artists as well. Sabers and swords were the most commonly used weapons. Fang Ping calculated that these weapons had brought him about 40 million wealth points. In fact, including the energy stones, Fang Ping's total wealth this time had reached more than 57 million. In addition to his original wealth of close to 80 million, killing the 3 rank 4 martial artists and feeding the Jiao had cost Fang Ping more than 30 million wealth. However, Fang Ping's wealth had still increased. Moreover, with so many weapons, if he sold them for more than 40 million, he would still have wealth in his account. I killed a rank 3, 6 rank 4s, and 2 rank 5s. Actually, the harvest is still small. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. After killing so many middle-ranked martial artists, it was really not worth it to only have a few weapons on him. Those who could achieve such a result were usually rank 6 martial artists. However, when rank 6 martial artists appeared, most of the time, they would only face rank 6 martial artists. Rank 6 martial artists might be able to do it if they took a huge risk and were extremely lucky. In the end, they only obtained some weapons. After deducting their own expenses, there might not be much left. I killed so many martial artists. Even I can't believe it. Fang Ping was a little shocked. Everyone had seen a rank 3 killing a rank 4. What about a rank 3 killing a rank 5? Had they seen it before? Qin Fengqing had escaped from a rank 5 and still made it into the top 10 of the martial arts university ranking list. Fang Ping had killed a rank 5, and 2 of them at that. It should not be difficult for him to become number 1, right? I'm really amazing this time. I'm afraid I can shock Hope City. No, shock the whole world. A rank 3 killing a rank 5, 2 at once. Fang Ping was happy for a while. At this time, his eyes lit up. The system upgrade was completed. Wealth, 102 million vitality, 999 calories, 999 calories plus, mentality, 539 Hz, 539 Hz plus, bones honed, 177 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus. At a glance, there were no changes. However, Fang Ping's eyes were frighteningly bright. What the hell was that plus? It's finally here. Bone marrow like mercury. No, can the skull be added now? Vitality and mentality can be added too. However, they could be added before. It's just that the symbol has materialized now. Honed skull, honed bone marrow, mentality reached the standard. Fang Ping suddenly thought of a word, Grandmaster. When he reached the standard in these 3, would he not directly enter the ranks of Grandmasters? No, Fang Ping frowned suddenly. There's no systematic honing of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Then what should I do when I'm in the middle ranks? If he could not speed up the honing of his internal organs, did it not mean that he could only train hard in the middle ranks? The next time he leveled up, it might be a billion wealth. Where was he going to get that much wealth? This is troublesome. Fang Ping suddenly realized that once he stepped into rank 4, he might be in big trouble. Also, the price of in-depth honing of the bone marrow isn't low, right? Fang Ping tried it out and muttered to himself. In the next moment, the data changed. Wealth, 101. 9 million vitality, 999 calories, 999 calories plus, mentality, 539 Hz, 539 Hz plus, bones honed, 1 bone, 91% plus, 176 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus. I knew it wouldn't be cheap. 1 bone increased the degree of honing by 1% and consumed 100,000 wealth. This meant that the complete honing of 1 bone required 1 million wealth, and 177 bones required 177 million. I've consumed close to 200 million wealth to turn the bone marrow of my limbs and torso into jade texture. Forget about the skull, it's definitely not cheap. I can't afford to hone it. Fang Ping calculated and muttered again, but I only need part of the bone marrow to be jade textured. Like the limbs, 126 limb bones have been completely jade textured. That's enough to give everyone an explanation. That's 126 million. The difference isn't too big. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a few billion. Otherwise, he could forget about it for the rest of his life. For martial artists in the 3 lower ranks, including those in the 3 middle ranks, if they were asked to spend 200 million to turn their bone marrow into jade texture in advance, they would probably fight to the death for it. Wealth of less than 200 million was not considered expensive. After the system upgrade was completed, Fang Ping packed all the weapons and looked at the Jiao with a face full of smiles. King Jiao, I'll continue to capture people for you. Rest well. After saying that, Fang Ping strode away. Suddenly, the Jiao opened its eyes and looked at the weapons in Fang Ping's hands. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Did it know that he was going to run? King Jiao, I need to deal with some of these weapons. Otherwise, my vitality won't be enough. As Fang Ping said that, he condensed his vitality and dispersed it quickly. Then, he pointed at the weapons. The condensed vitality force appeared in his hands again, stronger than before. The Jiao seemed to be muttering to itself, as if it was trying to understand what he meant. After a while, the Jiao closed its eyes. Fang Ping did not even dare to breathe. He left with light steps. After thinking for a while, he suddenly turned his head and did not walk in the direction he had gone. The army was marching there. He could not go there. If memory served him right, one side of the Jiao's forest led to Hope City and Skygate City, while the other side was near East Sunflower City. East Sunflower City was northeast of Hope City. It was also a big city. However, this city did not have many conflicts with humans. Some of the casual martial artists that humans encountered were from East Sunflower City. He had never seen an army, though. Fang Ping calculated. If he was careful, he might not be noticed if he took a detour here. On the other hand, Skygate City was more dangerous because it was full of soldiers. It's just a few hundred li more, Fang Ping thought. For him, running at full speed would only take a few hours. After more than an hour, Fang Ping neared the edge. The exit of East Sunflower City. Fang Ping cautiously probed for a while but did not find anyone outside. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Walking out of the forest, Fang Ping's heart was filled with joy. The next moment, however, his expression changed abruptly. The grinder. Fang Ping was stunned. Where was he? Was East Sunflower City at war with humans, but he had never heard of it. It did not make sense for a blood-colored grinder to be formed so quickly, did it? The next moment, Fang Ping hurriedly fished out a few martial artist medals from his pocket. He flipped them to the back of the medals. The city emblem was on the back. Sunflower. In his hand was a rank 5 medal. The back of the medal was stamped with a plant that looked like a sunflower. This was also the origin of East Sunflower City's name. So, the direction that I took earlier is East Sunflower City? Suddenly, Fang Ping understood everything he did not understand. Before this, he was still thinking that Skygate City had nothing better to do and had to take a detour. Now he understood, that was East Sunflower City's army. They were also going to war. The two cities have joined forces? Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. The humans were already struggling to fight against Skygate City, let alone the two cities working together. I stumbled upon it. Actually, I've been going in the direction of East Sunflower City. They started sending their troops yesterday. The army won't be moving too fast. The entrance to East Sunflower City doesn't go straight through the Jiao's forest. It's about 500 li from Hope City. Even elite soldiers would need at least 3 days. After all, they have to consider the presence of ordinary soldiers. Today is the second day. Thinking of this, Fang Ping could not stay any longer. He was in big trouble. He had to hurry back and report. However, after running for a while, Fang Ping stopped, not too confident. I thought it was the direction of Skygate City, but I ended up going to East Sunflower City. Then, I thought it was the direction of Hope City. It wouldn't be Skygate City, would it? Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. He began to carefully detect the distribution of energy particles. Outside the Jiao's forest, the direction where the energy particles were the weakest was in the south. If this was still not right, Fang Ping might as well kill himself in Skygate City. It seems weaker here. I'm really grateful for everyone's support along the way. Many of Gao Wu's readers followed me from Qianyuan all the way here. There have been highs and lows. Old Eagle's plot may not be good, and his writing may not be good enough. A novel with millions of words, and he keeps updating at a high speed. There are bound to be some loopholes, but everyone has been very tolerant. During the time he was writing Gao Wu, Old Eagle encountered many things, happy and unhappy, and his emotions fluctuated greatly. But there were often readers who comforted him, "Don't be depressed, don't mind it, write your book," and everyone has been supporting you. To be honest, many times, when you're writing alone and reading these words of comfort, Old Eagle will feel touched from the bottom of his heart. It's just that I don't have any female readers. Guys, don't comfort me next time. I always feel like I'll be turned gay. Today, I received the first silver sect leader in my life. To be honest, I don't really care about the amount of rewards. Sometimes, I'm afraid of being rewarded. When I was writing Qian Yuan, the rewards in the later stages were quite high, 40 to 50 for the sect leader. Even I was shocked. Then, when I promised to add more chapters in the early stages, I reneged on the debt. Actually, it doesn't count. Back then, Qian Yuan didn't mention a minimum of 3 chapters. I guaranteed a minimum of 12,000 every day. However, he could truly feel the sincerity in his heart. From the first day it was published, the group was actively preparing for the crowdfunding of silver rewards. The chief steward, T-Egg, Emperor Sky, and the other moderators and group managers were busy all the time. For a period of time I was annoyed. It's always full staff, isn't it annoying? You guys are so dedicated, but I don't pay you guys. Is there a need? I told the chief steward to stop preparing for this. It's really annoying. My readers are here to read, and it's uncomfortable to have to do this all the time. In the end, let's not talk about the end. Anyway, the preparations continued. Today, the long march of 10,000 miles was completed. There are too many readers who have been supporting and accompanying me. I'm very grateful to everyone. Coincidentally, Dao Wu also reached 1 million words today. It's been 86 days since the book was published, so it can be considered a double blessing. I'm very grateful to everyone for the surprise today. Thank you all. Thank you to the brothers and sisters who have accompanied Old Eagle all this time. Through ups and downs, we have walked together for more than 2 years, and I hope we can continue on this path. Finally, thank you to the brothers and sisters who have helped me so much this time. This crowdfunding list was downloaded from the group, so I don't know if I missed any brothers or sisters. Regardless, Old Eagle expresses his greatest gratitude. Thank you everyone. Crowdfunding list, Duan Anonymous, 7V, Mo Fuzhou, Tangshir San waving hands, Luo Wenfan, Eat Tea Egg, FDGDSSDFGDS, Hilton, Chow *******, You sit at the bow, Goose is unruly people, Young Master Hua, YY Qingyu, Vanities EMC, No, 8 Cloud Dragon, Hua, Mo Xiang, I'm used to it, I'm Cola, I can bubble up, Pachong, Little Knife, Big Bird Alone, Even Heroes Must Kneel, Data Restaurant, Snow on the Desert, Ah Xiong, Year of a Stranger, Meba Sheep, Dragon Wolf. And Yuan, I love books so much, Weary World 1, Peak Review, NPC Uncle, Can You Read Without Paying, Moyao, Lipsby Continue to Smile, Confused Man Who Doesn't Play Soy Sauce, Fat Cat with Inner Meaning, From a Dream, Haggard and Sorrowful, Book Friend 20180714205433639, Just Call Me Brother Chong, Chicken Plays Eagle, Qianfeng, All the Heart, When Bug Was Small, Unparalleled in the World 2017, Check-in 666, Gourd Hand, Dong Yuhui, and Wan Take a Look, 3 Years Old Shu, Guduhu Zi, Luo Yufan. Feng Shang Snow Slide, Bamboo Pole Wang, A Little Raid, Falling in Love with a Page of Love, Camel Buried in the Sand, High is Wandering, Support You 1110, Xiaxia, Look at My Holy Power, Qi Shi, Immortal Punlai, Sorrow Descends, Dark Starry Sky 66, Jazo 12, Su 98658, Reaching Perfection, Youtiao, People Are Everywhere, Just Met, Yeah, Melody, Soulbreaker, Mu Tianlei, Cocoyang Coco, Zhu Yan, Night Palace World, Xiang Wulong, Daoist Shuri, Tears of Heaven, Lu Yanfeng, Lu Hong, COCOC. OCOCOCOCOC You Are All Water, Crazy Wave Dad, Remembrance, Can You See Han Mountain, Star Wind Rises, Low Smile, Stars Sink in the Sea 1, Long E, Old Wang Next Door, I Read Novels, Junwu Dance, Yaoyang Coco, Zhu Yan, Night Palace World, Xiang Wulong, Daoist Jury, Tears of Heaven, Lu Yanfeng, Lu Hong, COCOCOCOCOCOCOCOCOCOCOCOC0131. Fish in the Pond, Maple, Tao Wu, Wang Chenxiu, by Zeifei Luo, Bunny is So Cute, Facing the Sea, Hudson, Broken Flying Sword, Talk, Writing Seal VZS, Been Cool Since I Was Young, I Am 3 Waves, 1416, ZWY 9491, Crazy Love, Echo EHO at the same time. Hope City. Tang Feng returned wearily. When he saw Huang Jing looking at him, he shook his head slightly. I didn't find him. Also, there's already a blockade outside Hope City, Tang Feng frowned slightly. When I came out of Jiao's forest, Sky Gate City's army had already moved the front line to the Grinders border and sealed off the front line, in the past, both sides had often fought. However, wars in the catacombs came and went like the wind. Usually, the army would set off directly. This time, Skygate City had the army clean up along the way and even sealed off the front line. This made Tang Feng slightly uneasy. When he came out of Jiao's forest, he was almost surrounded and killed. Several peak rank 6 martial artists from Skygate City were after him. He even felt the aura of a high rank. Huang Jing frowned too. There's something strange this time. In the past, the enemy's high-ranked powerhouses would not appear until the end. But now, the enemy has appeared early, forcing us to retreat and return to defend Hope City. Could it be that something bad is going to happen? Thinking of this, Huang Jing could not care about Fangping anymore. Compared to Hope City, Fangping was really insignificant. During this period when the war was about to break out, he could not let Tang Feng go out to search. The peak rank 6 powerhouses were surrounded and killed. Even if he found Fangping, it would not be worth it. Let's go find Sima Fu first. Huang Jing did not delay and brought Tang Feng to the military camp. In the military camp. Hearing Tang Feng's words, Sima Fu nodded. Not just the north. Other than the south, all the other directions have been sealed off by Skygate City's powerhouses. I suspect, they might want to finish it all in one go. Huang Jing frowned. We've been fighting them for more than a year or two. Does Skygate City really think they can take down Hope City? I'm just guessing. Sima Fu rubbed his forehead. The military department has already issued a call for help. Some powerhouses from Magic City will come as reinforcements very soon. Also, I've already sent people to break through the defense line to investigate the situation. Grandmasters can't go out now to prevent the enemy from luring us and killing us. It's also extremely difficult for middle-ranked martial artists to break through the defense line. Sima Fu said softly, the most important thing now is to prepare for the worst. Currently, there are 5 grandmasters in Hope City, and there will be a few more coming soon. Unless Skygate City turns out in full force, we don't want to take down Hope City. Huang Jing heaved a sigh of relief. They do need reinforcements. Previously, there were already 4 high ranks. I'm guessing that even if they don't turn out in full force this time, they might send out around 10 people. Yes, Vice-Chancellor Wu from MCMAU will be here soon too, Huang Jing nodded. Vice-Chancellor Wu was a rank 8 golden body powerhouse. It was best if the old Vice-Chancellor did not join the battle now. With Vice-Chancellor Wu leading a team of reinforcements, their safety would be guaranteed. Of the 14 high ranks in Skygate City, other than the city lord who had achieved rank 9, there were only 3 people who had achieved rank 8 golden body. Over at Hope City, there was also a rank 8 golden body powerhouse keeping watch. With Vice-Chancellor Wu's arrival, there were 2 rank 8s. Even if the other party's high ranks came out in full force, they could still hold them off for some time while waiting for reinforcements on the ground. As they were talking, Huang Jing suddenly said, Vice-Chancellor Wu is leading the team. Will Lu Fengru come? Naturally, Sima Fu also knew Lu Fengru. Upon hearing that, he shook his head and said, I'm really not sure about this, but I don't think she'll come. Instructor Lu and Vice-Chancellor Wu don't really get along, that's true. Huang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. At this juncture, if Lu Fengru came, it would be really hard to explain. Out of the 97 students, out of the other 96, only some were injured. None of them died. After all, they had only stayed outside for a few days before retreating. Fangping was the only one missing. It was really hard to explain. Ever since her daughter died, Lu Fengru had been very extreme. Previously, she even suspected that they were the ones who killed her students. Now that she was here, it was really hard to explain. Just wait and see. As they were talking, a signalman entered the door and reported, General, Magic City Martial Arts University's reinforcement team is here. Then I'll go welcome them. Dean Huang, Mad Lion, shall we go together? All right. Huang Jing nodded slightly. Wu Quishan was here. Coincidentally, he had something to discuss with him. In the end, the 3 of them had just walked to the entrance of the catacombs when they heard someone say disdainfully, Why? Not leaving anymore? Are you waiting for someone to pick you up? Aren't you familiar with the catacombs? Are you really putting on the airs of a grandmaster? Huang Jing's expression darkened instantly. He waved his hand at Tang Feng, indicating for him to leave first. Tang Feng did not say a word. He did not leave either. He just stood there without moving. Huang Jing rubbed his forehead and said to Sumafu in a low voice, "Don't mention Fang Ping later." Sumafu was stunned for a moment. Her student. Oh. Sumafu said, "Oh." He had just found out about this. All these years, he had almost never left the catacombs. However, very quickly, Sumafu's indifference suddenly disappeared. His eyes widened as he said, "Her?" "Yes. You guys." Sumafu had maintained his composure even in the face of the battle in Skygate City. Now, however, he was dumbfounded. His throat moved, and he said in a low voice, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I should have informed the military department." "Are you guys kidding me? You guys didn't lose any of these MCMAU newbies, but you lost Lunatic Lou's student. If this was not a joke, then what was? Even if you lost a few more, it was still better than losing one. How could I explain this? All these years, Lunatic Lou did not say anything. Every time a student died, she would take the time to go to the catacombs. Whether it was for revenge or to investigate, she did not really trust anyone. Everyone knew what she was thinking. However, in the catacombs, there were many things that could not be explained clearly. Forget about the past. Now, she was the only one who lost her student, and it was lost right under the nose of a grandmaster, a peak rank 6. Sumafu felt that he needed to take some pills to calm himself down. As they spoke in low voices, Lu Fengru was the first to step out of the small alloy house in the passageway, followed by Wu Quishan and the rest. Seeing Huang Jing, Lu Fengru nodded, then looked at Sumafu and said, "Big Head Su, how's the situation?" Sumafu coughed softly and said with a smile, "It's still brewing for now. There's only a small-scale battle of scouts. If it were up to me, let Commander Li, Minister Zhang, Guardian Chen, come together and flatten Skygate City first. This tactic of adding fuel to the fire, when will it end? It's not as if we can't flatten them." Sumafu smiled bitterly. Wu Quishan also had a headache. He said, "The government and the military department naturally have their own considerations." Lu Fengru sneered. "Considerations? What's there to consider? If it were up to me, we should establish our dominance first. If we flatten one city, will the other big cities in the catacombs really dare to fight us to the death? They're not afraid of death, but we are. We think about it every day. After thinking about it, we've gone from 3 catacombs entrances to 22, Fengru." Wu Quishan frowned. "You're too radical. Don't you know about the capital city war? What was the result? More than half of the grandmasters died. The catacombs are stronger than us. It's very difficult for us to have a grandmaster. What a joke." Although many people died, after the war, the capital city catacombs also built the first big city in the catacombs for humans. They completely defended the capital city catacombs and made it impregnable. Unlike here in Magic City. Can Abul Shastris T Hope City really be a land of hope? Wu Quishan said no more. It was pointless to say anything. Was it really worth it to use the lives of dozens of grandmasters in exchange for the first big city in the catacombs? The high-end combat strength of humans was already fewer than that of the catacombs. So many had died, and other places were almost conquered. In Wu Quishan's opinion, the loss outweighed the gain. It was also from then on that the radical faction of humans decreased a lot. Before this, there were many discussions about conquering the catacombs first. Lu Fengru did not bother with him anymore. She looked at Tang Feng and said, "Lion Tang, where have you settled the students?" "New district. I'll go there first. Don't look for me if there's nothing important. I can't be bothered to listen to your meeting." Lu Fengru did not bother with pleasantries and walked away. "I'm sorry, don't blame me." Wu Quishan apologized on her behalf. Sumafu smiled and did not mind. Huang Jing turned around and glanced at Lu Fengru. After she had walked a distance away, he said with a slight headache, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, you'll have to step in later." Fang Ping went missing. Wu Quishan was stunned for a moment. Then, he regained his composure and said, "The catacombs are full of danger. Fengru can understand. No, he's the only one who went missing. The others are fine. Huang Jing explained. Wu Kuishan was stunned again. After a while, he said, only one? It was not that he wanted more students to die, but Fang Ping was the strongest in the team of close to 100 people. What the hell did he mean by losing Fang Ping? Huang Jing's head hurt. Tang Feng said in a muffled voice, I said, let him go kill the catacombs martial artists alone. Old Tang, you, Wu Kuishan's head hurt too. He rubbed his forehead gently and said, go, let's go, and take a look. Also, Old Tang, don't go. Tang Feng did not say a word. Instead, he walked forward. Wu Kuishan said helplessly, if you get rid of the trouble, what else can you do? A life for a life? We won't agree to it even if you're willing. You can either avoid it first or go back to MCMAU. I'm not going back. Then avoid Fengru first. The big battle is imminent. Don't add to our troubles. After Wu Kuishan said that, Su Mafu also advised him. Tang Feng said no more. He stopped walking and walked to the back. As soon as he left, Wu Kuishan said as he walked, if he's lost, isn't he dead? Huang Jing shook his head. He went deep into the Jiao's forest. Now that it's locked down, we can't send a large number of people to search for Fang Ping alone. We can't go deep either. If we go deep, the Jiao will go crazy. The Jiao's forest. Didn't they mention the dangers in it in class? They did. Then why did he go deep? Wu Kuishan was a little annoyed. Maybe he was forced by the situation. Huang Jing felt that he could not stand his ground. Fang Ping had already killed 3 people who were chasing him. Why did he still go deep? What was he thinking, got lost? At the same time, Lu Fengru looked at Zhao Xuemei and said lightly, how did he get lost? Zhao Xuemei did not dare to hide anything. She whispered a few words. You're saying that he went out alone? Zhao Xuemei looked slightly worried. She nodded and said, when Instructor Tang finished speaking, he talked to us for a while, then went northeast alone. He didn't come back after that. Instructor, Fang Ping, Is he? Lu Fengru was silent. After a while, she said, what about the others? They're all back. All of them? Yes. Only Fang Ping got lost? Yes, Chen Yunqi whispered, Instructor, Fu Changdang said that Fang Ping lacks a sense of direction. Lacks a sense of direction? Lu Fengru said lightly, he lacks a sense of direction. When he goes deep into the enemy's camp, he should have realized it. If he could come back, he would have. As she said that, Lu Fengru's eyes were cold, but her tone was sneering. A Grandmaster, a rank 6, and a rank 5 lost my students in a 10-kilometer radiation zone, a safe zone. What should I say? Why didn't they lose them? Chen Yunqi, why didn't you lose them? Are you worried that your grandfather will cause trouble for them? Your grandfather is a Grandmaster, but I, Lu Fengru, am not, so the ones who lost them are my students? Why didn't Tang Feng lose his own students? At this moment, Huang Jing and the others walked in. Lu Fengru was not surprised. Huang Jing said helplessly, Fengru, old Tang didn't mean any harm. You've known him for so many years. You know what kind of person he is. This can only be said to be an accident. What about you? I followed him for a while and encountered Sky Tiger. Sky Tiger is your opponent? Goose Bear is here too. Sumafu helped to explain. Dean Huang was also injured quite badly. Lu Fengru looked at them deeply and said lightly, I understand. The bigger picture is more important. Moreover, I'm not a Grandmaster's opponent. Don't worry, I won't do anything in Hope City. However, I'll be staying in the catacombs for a period of time. I'll go deep into the catacombs. Your students, family, friends, and loved ones better not enter Magic City's catacombs. Fengru, what nonsense are you saying? Wu Kuishan scolded and said angrily, do you know what you're saying? I know. I'm committing crimes against humanity. Lu Fengru said lightly, so what? My daughter is dead. My father is missing. My husband might be the culprit who killed my daughter. MCMAU, which I've fought for my whole life, has lost more than half of my students. Tell me, what else do you want me to do? I asked Fang Ping to enter the catacombs. In my opinion, he won't die even if 96 of the 97 students died. Even if Tang Feng died, he might not die. But now, you're telling me that everyone is fine except for him? If I didn't come in this time, who would be next? Zhao Xuemei, right? Lu Fengru said thoughtfully, will Zhao Xuemei die in the catacombs? I don't think so. Zhao Xuemei will probably die in the catacombs, right? Nonsense. Wu Quishan scolded angrily, everything is just your own imagination. The facts are clear. Old Huang fought with 2 high ranks for him. What else do you want? Do you really want others to die for Feng Ping? After so many years in the catacombs, whose students, family, and friends have not been sacrificed? Because of your own imagination, you're threatening the heroes who shed blood for humanity. Lu Fengru, if you dare to do anything rash, I'll kill you. Lu Fengru looked at him coldly. After a moment of silence, she said, Wu Quishan, continue being a hero. My affairs are none of your business. If you want to kill me, you can try. You're unreasonable. Wu Quishan was furious, but Lu Fengru ignored him. She stood up and looked at Zhao Xuemei, saying, live well and remember what I said. Always follow the main group. Don't rush forward. You guys need to assist in defense this time. Follow Xianxia closely. Xianxia, although I haven't taught you anything, Xuemei is your friend. Remember, don't be separated from her. If she dies again, I'll look for you. After saying that, Lu Fengru left immediately. Everyone else was as troubled as a cow. Huang Jing glanced at Zhao Xuemei, who had her head lowered. He rubbed his forehead and walked out of the house. After leaving the house, Huang Jing smiled bitterly and said, let Zhao Xuemei go back in advance. A great battle was imminent. Evacuating before the battle was not allowed. In the catacombs, if there was a great battle, be it soldiers, martial artists, or businessmen in the city, they must fight to the death without retreating. Hope City was the last base camp. If it was lost, Magic City catacombs would become a huge threat in the future. Compared to a rank 2 combat strength and a peak rank 6 martial artist. No, Lu Fengru could even be considered half a grandmaster. If a martial artist like this really went crazy, it would be really big trouble. Wu Quishan shook his head and said, the more it's like this, the more she'll overthink. Don't worry about her. Get someone to keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything rash. Sumafu smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I hope Fang Ping can come back. Say, this mess. 50 kilometers away from Hope City. It would take Fang Ping less than an hour to cover a distance of 100 li without caring about his vitality. However, a martial artist's vitality was not limitless. Most martial artists, even rank 6, would not do this unless it was a critical moment. At this moment, Fang Ping wanted to run back. The problem was, what was up with the blockade in front? Military martial artists were patrolling everywhere. Has Hope City been sealed off? Fang Ping mumbled, making a judgment in his heart. Humans had resisted Skygate City for more than a year or 2. It was also because of their many years of experience that everyone had tacitly agreed that the other 12 cities would not participate in the war. Unless Skygate City was destroyed, this was an ingrained thought for many years. However, Fang Ping saw it this time. East Sunflower City's army was moving out. If Hope City still took the past seriously, there might be big trouble. Now that the periphery has been sealed off, humans in the Magic City catacombs are not as strong as Skygate City, so they can only defend. Now that there is a blockade, it's probably to prevent the martial artists in the wilderness from going back to report. After all, it's not like there are no martial artists active in the direction of East Sunflower City. God wants me to save humans. Fang Ping suddenly felt a heavy responsibility. If Hope City did not know that East Sunflower City was participating in the war, and East Sunflower City sent some high-ranked powerhouses to kill the human high-ranked powerhouses, then there would be big trouble. Because Sino Nation had 22 catacombs to guard, it was impossible to have dozens of grandmasters stationed in every place. There were many grandmasters in the Magic City catacombs. Some places might only have 2 or 3. This wants me to be the modern Fidipits. No, Fidipits is here to report good news. I'm breaking through layers of barriers to save humans. I'm even more heroic. After a few compliments, Fang Ping suddenly put on a bitter face and comforted himself. There were so many people, he saw teams of armored soldiers like those in historical dramas. These people were in teams of 100, walking on the ground in a snake-like military formation. The grass that had not been cleared before was now cut down by the weapons in their hands. The place where Fang Ping was squatting was not too far away from them. These fellows were obviously trying to clear the grass to form a barrier-free open area. These grasses weren't cleared in the past. They formed a barrier that separated the two cities from each other. Now that they've been cleared, do you think you won't need these bushes in the future? The more it's like this, the more trouble it is. I have a great responsibility. However, since I've passed through the Jiao's forest and walked out of it, these people might not keep chasing after me. If I had come from the east, I'm afraid I would have been killed. Fang Ping continued to make judgments in his mind. He was now on the North Road. The martial artists of Skygate City did not know that he had passed through the Jiao's forest and had seen the situation on the East Road. Therefore, they might not use too much strength to hunt him down. However, if he were to break through the defensive line from the east, there was a possibility that even a high-ranked martial artist would make a move to kill him. Even if they don't pay too much attention to me, they'll at least send middle-ranked martial artists to hunt me down. I don't know how many martial artists are up ahead. I'm still confident that I can outrun a rank 4, but I might not be able to outrun a rank 5. If I return to the city this time, I'll really become a hero, but I don't want to become a martyr, Fang Ping kept calculating. In the end, he gritted his teeth. He had to go back. Even if he did not want to be a hero, he had to. If Hope City was really in trouble and the entrance was locked, Fang Ping could only wait for his death. There were hundreds of high-ranked martial artists in the 13 cities of the catacombs. He, a rank 3, was here. What else could he do but wait for death? But I can't be reckless. Bone marrow honing. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He could not hone the bone marrow of his entire body. He did not have enough wealth. However, he could hone the bone marrow of his lower limbs first. There were 62 bones in his lower limbs. Honing the bone marrow would cost 1 million wealth per bone, which was 62 million. After honing, his vitality would be richer and his bones tougher. Moreover, the stronger the bone marrow, the stronger it would be. His physique would be stronger, including his ability to produce blood. After honing the bone marrow of my lower limbs, my speed will definitely be faster, and the degree of vitality outburst will also be higher. When that time came, he might be able to outrun those rank 5 martial artists. It's okay if I can't beat them, but I must be able to outrun them. Fang Ping's expression was firm. Rank 5 martial artists were still fine. Almost all rank 6 powerhouses could use flight step and were extremely fast. It was generally impossible for martial artists of the 3 lower ranks to outrun rank 6 martial artists. Other than honing the bone marrow to increase my speed, what else can I do? Fang Ping pondered. Increase vitality? Mentality? Also, there are so many weapons. They're not light, and they're in the way. What should I do? Hide them? But once the weeds are cleared, I'll definitely be discovered. I've killed so many middle-ranked martial artists after exhausting myself. I won't do this kind of unprofitable business. Right now, my weight-bearing capacity is extremely strong. It shouldn't be a problem if I run with weapons. Fang Ping had never thought of breaking through by force. What a joke. It was a huge army, and a martial artist army at that. He might be able to kill a few by force, but he would not live for more than 3 minutes. Let's hone the bone marrow first. Fang Ping retreated a distance carefully and began to increase the degree of honing his bones. As his wealth disappeared quickly, Fang Ping's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. So itchy. So painful. Fang Ping's face was scrunched up. The pain and itch that penetrated into his bone marrow, yet he could not scratch it, was too unbearable. At this moment, he wanted to scream, but he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. 1. 2. As his bone marrow was further honed, Fang Ping also felt the changes in his body. His skin was constantly tightening, very similar to the transformation of upper stage rank 3. His sweat pores were finer, and his sweat hairs were even showing signs of falling off. This was a sign of sealing off the loss of his own vitality and forming an internal circulation. At rank 8. Actually, if grandmasters did not deliberately leave their own hair and eyebrows, they were actually all bald eggs. Imagining all grandmasters turning into century eggs in his heart, Fang Ping also temporarily forgot about the pain. Finding joy in hardship was also Fang Ping's strength. Men are fine, but women become century eggs, so ugly. Also, if women are still virgins. At rank 8, that's too scary. Fang Ping shuddered. However, when martial artists reached rank 8 and experienced countless battles, they should not have that kind of thing anymore. Rank 8 is called the Golden Body Realm, also known as the Diamond Realm. I wonder if there's any flesh left. Is it really like diamond? Then how boring the private lives of rank 8 grandmasters are. But rank 8s are all old men and women. They don't care about these things. As his imagination ran wild, Fang Ping's lower limbs gradually became heavy. The honing of the bone marrow would cause the body to become heavier. Fang Ping knew this. However, with the increase in weight, the explosive force that the bones and flesh could support would also be stronger. When Fang Ping had honed the marrow of 10 bones, his eyes suddenly lit up. Vitality has broken through to 1000 cal, 999 cal was a boundary. It was difficult for rank 3 martial artists to cross, even if they were thrice honed. Of course, someone must have broken through before. When your bones, flesh, and meridians were all strong, this boundary would also disappear. However, the average rank 3 martial artist really could not do this. Not just the average rank 3, even people like Xiaolei could not break through this boundary without special body honing or other methods. Old Wang might have broken through. His bone strength was extremely high. I've broken through too. When his vitality broke through 1000 calories, Fang Ping suddenly realized that some of his previously scattered vitality was gradually condensing. If his vitality was said to be pure milk before, now it had become ambrosia. Will there be a day when all my vitality will be as heavy as mercury? It should be. Was the blood of experts in the Master Realm still normal blood? A drop of blood might smash a hole in the ground. Fang Ping silently felt the changes in the vitality in his body. It was condensing and depleting, from scattered to condensed. I've broken through the boundary. My vitality can continue to rise. Fang Ping was still honing his marrow, and the upper limit of his vitality was also continuously increasing. 1005 calories, 1010 calories, this increase was extremely fast. After a while, when Fang Ping had completely honed all the bones in his lower limbs, Fang Ping also felt the changes in his body. I've become stronger. I feel like I can kill a high rank with one kick. Fang Ping felt a surge of confidence for no reason. It felt as if the earth was crawling under his feet. In fact, the earth was indeed under his feet. Wealth, 39. 2 million vitality, 1099 calories, 1099 calories plus, mentality, 539 Hz, 539 Hz plus, bone honing, 62 bones, 100%, 115 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus, vitality increased by 100 calories. Too bad my mentality didn't change. As for the consumption of wealth, Fang Ping could not care less now. He moved his body carefully. Fang Ping felt that he now weighed at least 100 catties, at least. Grandmasters probably weigh a few thousand catties, right? Even if I don't hit people, I can still kill a few martial artists with a free fall. He had just moved his body a little when something unexpected happened next. His bones suddenly let out a crackling sound. At this moment, Fang Ping was stunned. Kagu! A roar came from nearby. In the next moment, Fang Ping not only felt the movement of energy particles, but also heard the whistling sound of arrows. There was a middle-ranked archer here. Kaga means kill, right? Is there a need to say 2 words? Fang Ping complained. Then, he put his weapon on his back and ran. As he ran, the patrolling soldiers also saw his figure. In an instant, 7 or 8 people chased after him from all directions. They were all middle ranks. There were archers who kept shooting arrows. There were rank 5 powerhouses who walked in the air, pointing the way for others. In front of him, there were also middle-ranked powerhouses blocking his way. At first, Fang Ping was not used to his increased weight and was almost shot by a long arrow. When he got used to it, Fang Ping ran like crazy. Kagu! The catacombs martial artists kept shouting. Fang Ping could even see powerhouses walking in the air, chasing after him. In the martial arts world, the so-called midair step and flight step referred to being 10 meters lower than the sky. Flight step was 10 meters higher. Flight step also meant that martial artists were stronger, at least their vitality was higher. Martial artists who could flight step were usually no lower than rank 5. Of course, they were flashy. Their combat strength might not be comparable to those powerhouses who could flight step. They just did not want to flight step. Powerhouses who could flight step were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had caught up to Fang Ping. Fang Ping knew that these people would not last long. He ran north with all his might. In front of him, there was a martial artist blocking him with a saber. Without hesitation, Fang Ping swung his saber and slashed, boom, with a loud bang. This martial artist, who was not sure if he was an early stage or middle stage rank 3, had his weapon broken and his head split open by Fang Ping's 4 full force slashes. In the next moment, a long arrow shot toward the back of Fang Ping's head from behind. Fang Ping did not stop. His feet emitted a thick vitality glow. His feet did not touch the ground as he fled in the air. Fang Ping did not kill the martial artists in the 3 lower ranks in front of him. When there were many of them, Fang Ping used up a lot of his vitality and used the midair step to escape. Behind him, there were more and more powerhouses. Not only behind him, but there were also middle-ranked martial artists blocking his way in front of him. Those who stand in my way shall die. Fang Ping roared, the Changdao glowed a thick blood red. The powerhouse blocking his way was not afraid at all. He held his spear and was ready to fight. In the next moment, Fang Ping stopped abruptly. Then, he turned a corner and continued running. The spear-wielding martial artist was stunned for a moment. Then, with a face full of anger, he shouted a few times and quickly chased after Fang Ping. This was not the first. When Fang Ping encountered the next martial artist blocking his way, he roared again. The Changdao's vitality glow almost shot out. This was a sign that he was going to use a big move to fight for his life. However, halfway through the big move, Fang Ping took another detour and fled. The catacombs martial artists were a little stunned. Did he have a death wish? Was he not afraid of exhausting his vitality like this? If he ran out of vitality, they would be able to capture and kill him effortlessly? The martial artists in the Land of Hope were also full of guts when faced with this kind of situation. This was something the catacombs martial artists could not deny. At this time, they would fight with all their might, killing as many as they could. Even if they could not kill them, they would still bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh. There was no such person who would waste his vitality wantonly when he was being chased. Fang Ping did not care about what others thought. As he fled, he glanced back and felt like his guts were about to explode. If he could not return to Hope City this time, he would really be waiting for death. Behind him, there were already 7 or 8 powerhouses who were using the flight step. There were still dozens of people on the ground chasing him madly. Chase. Chase them to Hope City and kill them all. It's only 100 li. If they can't catch me in half an hour, kill them all. Fang Ping roared. He did not care if they understood or not. High-ranked powerhouses would not stay at the front line and do nothing. Were they not afraid of human grandmasters ambushing and killing them? Fang Ping judged that most of the people chasing Fang Ping now were rank 4. Some were rank 5. There might not even be a rank 6. Just as he finished shouting, Fang Ping suddenly heard the sound of something slicing through the air behind him. Turning his head to take a look, Fang Ping's face turned green. Dead, a rank 6 powerhouse was chasing him. Even if his legs were as fast as wind flame wheels, his speed was still a notch slower than the other party. What should I do? Should I throw away my weapon? If I throw it away and get caught, then I'll be dead on top of dead. Can't the people of Hope City come out to welcome me? Fang Ping's thoughts were in a mess. He no longer hovered in the air. Instead, he fell into the grass that had not been cleared and fled frantically. The rank 6 martial artist who was chasing him in the air did not land on the ground either. He waved his fists downwards. Rays of blood-red light shot out, exploding the grass and soil around Fang Ping. Middle-ranked martial artists could release their vitality. A rank 6 martial artist's vitality was vigorous. Moreover, it was more concentrated and powerful. If they hit Fang Ping with a few casual punches, Fang Ping would still die. Fang Ping could not care about his image now. He ran like a cat. Sometimes, when he really could not avoid it, he rolled on the ground, got up, and continued running. As a result, after a few rolls, a few of the weapons on his back suddenly dropped. Fang Ping was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had not seized much in the first place. This was a huge loss. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping suddenly took all the weapons on his back into his hands. Other than the C-class Changdao and spear, Fang Ping threw the other weapons behind him. The throwing of the weapons slightly hindered the other party's footsteps. Fang Ping roared furiously, "I'll remember you. I'll definitely kill you next time." A rank 6 was chasing a rank 3. The catacombs martial artists were too cruel. Out of so many weapons, there were only 2 left now. Fang Ping was furious. The other party was furious too. A rank 6 martial artist had chased a rank 3 for more than 10 li and still could not catch up. What a disgrace! Just as Fang Ping was roaring in anger, the other party suddenly roared. In his hand was a long sword that Fang Ping had just thrown. The longsword flashed with blood-red light. In the next moment, the longsword shot toward Fang Ping at lightning speed. Fang Ping's mentality was frantically warning him. At this moment, Fang Ping was powerless to block it. Gritting his teeth, he forced his body to deviate a little. The longsword pierced through Fang Ping's arm directly, nailing it to his left arm. Using this force, Fang Ping leaped a big step forward. In the next moment, there was another sound behind him. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and shifted his feet slightly again. A short saber pierced through his left arm again. His left arm was injured one after another. Fang Ping felt as if his bones were broken. However, he could not afford to hurt his internal organs now. His right arm still had to maintain a certain amount of combat strength. He could only rely on his left arm to hold on. If he shifted too much, the other party would catch up to him very quickly. "I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. It's not that easy to be a hero. I should have hidden in the Jiao's forest and not come out. Big Lion has caused me so much trouble." Fang Ping's consciousness was a little muddled from running. Even if he was full of vitality, this kind of extreme long-distance running made his head dizzy. Fang Ping, who had a strong desire to live, ran in the right direction this time. In his eyes, he could already vaguely see the city. Hope City. Fang Ping's eyes lit up instantly. The footsteps of the catacombs martial artists chasing after him were slightly sluggish. Under extreme running, everyone's speed had dropped. Fang Ping was the only one who maintained a high speed, making it difficult for the others to catch up to him. Now that they could see the shadow of Hope City in front of them, it meant that they had entered Hope City's radiation zone. "I once escaped from a rank 6 martial artist." Fang Ping was glad that he could see Hope City. In reality, it was still very far away. The rank 6 powerhouse behind him frowned slightly. Suddenly, he stopped using flight step and landed on the ground. The moment he landed, he sprinted tens of meters away. Flight step was cool, but it might not be faster than running on the ground. Chasing people with flight step was a powerhouse's pride. Now that they were almost at Hope City, he had to let go of his pride. In reality, he did not expect the rank 3 martial artist to continue his outburst until now. He thought that after chasing for 10 to 20 li, he would not need to kill him. The other party would exhaust his vitality and wait for him to kill him. Now, he was embarrassed. The moment he landed, the other party's speed increased. His body swept through the air like a phantom. Fang Ping's scalp went numb. In the next moment, Fang Ping gritted his teeth, turned around, and slashed. At this time, Fang Ping saw the other party's face clearly. Long hair, bright eyes, eyebrows, were broken in the middle. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The other party's expression was cold. He did not care about Fang Ping's outburst and punched Fang Ping's Changdao. There was a loud thud, and Fang Ping flew backward, blood spurting out of his mouth like crazy. Before Fang Ping could jump and escape, the other party appeared in front of Fang Ping again and punched again. Fang Ping roared. His Chengdao slashed at the other party's fist, but all he heard was the sound of the Chengdao. The moment the other party's fist approached, Fang Ping suddenly spat out an arrow of blood, which went straight for the other party's eyes. The chipped brown man was stronger than Fang Ping imagined. The moment Fang Ping spat out the blood arrow, the other party raised his left hand and punched the blood arrow. I can't outrun a rank 6, this was the only thought in Fang Ping's mind. Then, he suddenly looked ecstatic. The chipped brown man's expression changed. Just as his expression changed, Fang Ping seized the opportunity and ran backward. Then, he turned around and continued running. The chipped brown man was a little confused, standing still. After a while, he seemed to think of something, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. #yen%. After muttering to himself, the other party chased after Fang Ping again. Although Fang Ping did not know what he was talking about, he could guess. Just now, when the other party was about to kill him, Fang Ping had used his mentality to disturb him. Then, he had revealed a look of ecstasy. The other party must have thought that a grandmaster had arrived. Of course, this little trick would only work for a moment. Of course, Fang Ping knew that his mentality was too weak. He was only trying to scare the other party. He did not dare to wait for the other party to retreat. While the other party was distracted, he ran as far away as he could. At this moment, his internal organs were once again severely injured, and his right arm seemed to have fractured. Fang Ping had no doubt that even if he made it back alive this time, he would have to pay a huge sum of money to treat his injuries. As for the broken-browed man, he had probably figured out something and was definitely going to kill him. Boundless blood essence and spiritual perception. These were sufficient for him to make up his mind to kill. Fang Ping spat blood as he ran. They were almost at Hope City, almost there. Behind him, the chipped brown man's speed increased. Fang Ping could feel the sound of the wind. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly tossed the Fang's widow backward, carrying a strong vitality force. Bang! The chipped brown man did not stop. With a punch, he sent the Fang's widow flying. The Fang's widow that had accompanied him for so many days disappeared in the next second. As Fang Ping ran madly, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the saber and sword from his left arm, and tossed them backward. The result was the same as before. The chipped brown man still bombarded with his fists. Fang Ping could not care less about the pain in his heart. He tossed out the Chengdao and spear that he had been holding. He was about to die. Why would he still need weapons? Boom boom, after a few consecutive sounds, all his weapons were gone. When he heard the sound of fists breaking through the air behind him, Fang Ping suddenly fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his head tilted to one side. The chipped brown man was slightly stunned. In this moment, Fang Ping, whose head was tilted to one side, suddenly got up and continued running forward. Kagu! The chipped brown man was furious. This guy was playing dead. During the battle, when the enemy suddenly fell to the ground dead, his first thought was naturally to stop and check. Who knew that the other party would play dead right under his nose? The infuriated chipped brown man sped up again. In the next second, he was right behind Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not play dead this time. All the vitality in his body was concentrated on his back. As expected, the other party punched Fang Ping's back. Fang Ping's vitality defense could not withstand it at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood and continued running. He got used to it after vomiting and vomiting. His internal organs were already injured anyway. He should run first. In the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly looked up at the sky and roared, "Grandmaster, save me!" The chipped brown man glanced at the sky subconsciously. Even if he could not understand what Fang Ping was saying, he could still understand his body language. He was asking for help from the person in the sky. When he looked up, Fang Ping had run a long way again in front of him. The chipped brown man also had the urge to spit blood. A rank 6 killing a rank 3 could be done with a punch. Now, the other party still had the energy to run. What was this? Help! Help! I'm going to die. Big Lion, General Su, Fang Ping yelled as he ran. He was really going to die. If he did not get rid of the guy behind him, a few more punches would shatter his internal organs, no matter how much vitality he had. His organs had not shattered yet because he had taken the bodybuilding pill to hone his body. It had also honed his internal organs. In addition, he had enough vitality to constantly heal his injuries. Help! Someone, help! When Fang Ping heard the sound of something slicing through the air behind him again, he felt a little hopeless. If this went on, he would die after blocking 3 punches at most. God always saved his children at the most crucial moment. Just when Fang Ping was at his wit's end, an angry roar was heard instantly. Die! In the next second, a roar reverberated in Fang Ping's ears. Boom! The deafening roar and the overflowing force of the vitality force caused Fang Ping to tumble forward a few times. Fang Ping did not even turn his head. He rolled and continued running forward. After running for a while, he finally turned his head to look. At this moment, Fang Ping finally saw the situation clearly. Big Lion fell from the sky. The clothes on his upper body were torn, revealing his bare upper body. His bronze-colored skin shone with a rich blood-red glow. His fists shone with a golden glow, striking the chipped brown man like lightning. The chipped brown man roared in anger, but he was forced to retreat continuously. The prestige of breaking Fang Ping's weapon with one punch was completely gone. His fists were instantly split open by Big Lion, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Die! Kagu! Fang Ping realized that these people seemed to like to say this word. They did not forget to shout it even when they were fighting. However, compared to the peak rank 6 Big Lion, the chipped brown man was still a notch weaker. He was beaten until he kept retreating, blood dripping from his mouth. Just as Tang Feng's hands were bursting with a brilliant golden glow, the chipped brown man suddenly roared. The blood-red glow on his fists was extremely thick. Tang Feng's gaze turned slightly solemn. In the next moment, the chipped brown man ran away without looking back. Fang Ping was stunned. Mother ***, did you copy me? Did you pay the tuition? Tang Feng frowned. Just as he was about to chase after him, he hesitated and turned to look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was in an extremely miserable state. His entire body was covered in blood. His original appearance was almost unrecognizable. His clothes were also tattered. Seeing Tang Feng looking at him, Fang Ping said mildly, I can't believe I couldn't kill him. I thought you could kill rank SIXS like dogs. I can kill rank 3 and 4 martial artists with ease. I've killed many rank 5s too. Rank SIXS can't kill me either, can you still move? Tang Feng ignored him and asked. Haha. Fang Ping laughed but did not answer. He stood where he was for a while, then suddenly moved his feet and walked slowly toward Tang Feng. Fang Ping did not stop even when he passed by Tang Feng. Tang Feng frowned and said, Go back to the city and treat your wounds. You're dying. I won't die. Fang Ping ignored him and walked a few hundred meters forward with difficulty. He picked up the C-class Chongdao and long spear that he had thrown away earlier. However, both weapons were now damaged. Fang Ping looked forward and hesitated for a moment. He turned his head and said, I still have a lot of weapons that I've thrown away on the way. Tang Feng almost died of anger. He said in a low voice, They're long gone. Once the weapons are thrown away, the other party has already picked them up. They've already run away. I'll get them back sooner or later. Fang Ping held the saber in his right hand and wanted to hold the spear in his left hand. However, his left arm could not move at all. The pain was excruciating. Why are you here? I'm just passing by. I'm above rank 3 and can fight rank 6. Can you fight a rank 9? Tang Feng said nothing. I've killed rank 4s like slaughtering chickens. I've also killed peak rank 5 before. You're saying that I don't dare to risk my life? Tang Feng frowned and said in a low voice, Can you walk? If you need my help, just tell me. No need. Fang Ping humphed. He thought for a while and said, Carry me 200 meters to the city gate and put me down. Tang Feng ignored him. He grabbed his shoulder and sprinted toward Hope City in the distance. Put me down. When he saw that they were almost at the city gate, Fang Ping shouted hurriedly. Tang Feng frowned again. He had no choice but to put him down. When Fang Ping landed, he staggered a little. Then, he suddenly roared, So what if you're a rank 6? Today, I, a rank 3, dare to fight you. In the future, when I, a rank 4, will kill you." This roar was full of energy. There was a slight commotion at the city gate. Tang Feng frowned and said, "What are you doing? What do you think?" Fang Ping said gloomily, "I'm seriously injured in a battle with a rank 6. You're the only one who saw it. Are you willing to subsidize my medical expenses? If I roar now, everyone will know that I'm fighting a rank 6 martial artist. Shouldn't they compensate me for my medical expenses?" Tang Feng did not know what to say. Fang Ping ignored him. He opened up the military backpack that did not drop and pinned all the rank 4 and 5 martial artist medals to the military backpack. Then, he hung the military backpack in front of his chest. Tang Feng's pupils contracted slightly. It was really a rank 5 medal. "You really killed a rank 5? "It's true. I killed 2. The Chongdao belonged to one of them. The other one was using a boxing glove. Too bad I lost it. I also lost a large amount of energy stones. If I hadn't encountered a rank 6 martial artist, I could have killed my way through their defense line." Fang Ping was now valiant and high-spirited. He tidied up his tattered clothes and strode toward the city gate. At the city gate, when they saw Fang Ping covered in blood and the shining badge on the military backpack in front of his chest, the soldiers on and below the city gate were in awe and saluted. At this moment, people were running toward the city gate. Someone saw Fang Ping and said in surprise, "Brother, the periphery has been blocked." I killed my way through the enemy's defense line and came back to report," Fang Ping said as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not seem to care. He smiled and said, "Martial artists of my generation will not retreat even if they die in battle." "Good job." Fang Ping smiled and continued walking forward. He walked extremely slowly, waiting for the person he was waiting for. Very soon, Fang Ping's eyes lit up. The person he was waiting for had arrived. "Xuemei." "Fang Ping?" Zhao Xuemei, who had rushed over, only recognized Fang Ping when he spoke. Without waiting for her to speak, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I killed a peak rank 5, an early stage rank 5, and countless rank 4 martial artists. I finally have the face to come back." On the street, some people were stunned. Lu Fengru, who had just rushed over, was also stunned. She turned her head to look at Huang Jing, who had also rushed over, and said with a dangerous look in her eyes, "You guys gave him a mission? Otherwise, what did he mean by not disappoint you? No one asked you to kill a rank 5. Huang Jing's face was blank. "No way, why would you give a rank 3 to lower rank 5 mission?" The next moment, Fang Ping fell to the ground with a crash. "Fang Ping!" A faint shout came from beside his ear. MCMAU Fang Ping, upper stage rank 3, killed a peak rank 5. He killed his way through the blockade, broke through the siege, and escaped from the hands of a rank 6 powerhouse. Is this for real? Of course it's for real. I saw it with my own eyes. But Fang Ping was seriously injured too, a rank 3 killing a peak rank 5. You're not joking, right? I'm not joking. He seized the enemy's rank 5 medal. You know, for catacombs martial artists, wearing a medal is a symbol of status and honor. Unless you're dead, don't even think about taking it away. If we kill the other party, we'll seize it too. Do you think you picked it up? How is this possible? I believe a rank 3 killing a rank 4. But a rank 3 killing a peak rank 5, this. I can't believe it. I think so too. But when he came back, he was really seriously injured. I heard that he was chased by a rank 6 martial artist all the way. He ran for hundreds of miles and returned to Hope City. On this day, Fang Ping became famous in the tiny Hope City. Upper stage rank 3 Fang Ping killed a rank 5 martial artist and countless rank 4 martial artists. Such a battle record was even more dazzling than Yao Qingjun and the others. A rank 3 killing a rank 5 was really unheard of. Of course, there were rank 3 martial artists who killed a seriously injured rank 5 martial artist. But did Fang Ping encounter 2 seriously injured rank 5 martial artists in a row? Military camp infirmary. Lu Fengru frowned. Did you really kill them? Fang Ping's face was deathly pale. His left arm was in a sling. He said weakly, who else could it be if not me? Of course, I didn't kill them head-on. I schemed against them. But martial artists aren't simple and reckless bores. I killed a rank 5 as a rank 3. It doesn't matter if I killed them head-on or not. It's still killing the enemy. Isn't that right? Lu Fengru nodded slightly. Suddenly, she said, are you an idiot? I told you to be careful. Don't get schemed against. Why did you leave the team alone? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He stammered, I can't accept that Big Lion is slandering me. He insists that I don't dare to fight. That's why I left the team alone to prove that I'm not like what he said. He's slandering me. Lu Fengru frowned. You took the bait with such a simple provocation? Instructor, it's already come to that. As a man, I really can't stand it. I don't care. What about you, do you want your students to be called cowards? Lu Fengru humphed. I don't care. Also, they said that you lack a sense of direction. What's going on? Nothing like that. Fang Ping shook his head. I was just joking with them. Otherwise, how could I have run 100 li and come back from the periphery? Instructor, this time I've killed so many powerhouses. I've also brought back an important piece of information. For this, I've lost countless energy stones and high-ranked weapons. Information? Fang Ping said immediately, yes, instructor. Let's stop chatting. I brought back a piece of information that concerns the survival of mankind. Quickly, let them in. In the next moment, before Lu Fengru could say anything, a few people walked in from outside the house. Wu Quishan asked immediately, what information? East Sunflower City has sent their troops. Their army is pressing on the border. They're attacking Hope City from the east. I risked my life and crossed the Jiao's forest. I've traveled back and forth from there twice before I got this information. He had not finished bragging about his achievements. In the next moment, everyone in the house, including Lu Fengru, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Shouldn't all of you give me? Fang Ping stopped mid-sentence. His eyes were listless as he stared at the empty room. He mumbled, should I be rewarded? They ran away? I'm not done yet. They left yesterday. Right now, they're about 200 li away from us. There should be some, right? Is this the treatment for heroes? Slap, the slap almost twisted Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping was furious. He roared, instructor, are you just going to watch him bully your student? Lu Fengru did not speak. She glanced at Tang Feng, who was slapping him, with a strange look in her eyes. Tang Feng's expression was dark. Why didn't you mention anything about East Sunflower City sending troops on the way back? Fang Ping humphed. I don't trust you. Alone. If you're a spy, won't I be silenced? Dean, do you think my plan was wrong? Alone, how could I pass on such important information? Huang Jing said nothing. Tang Feng said angrily, what happened after we entered the city? There were people there. What should I say? Make them panic? Instructor Tang, I don't mean to look down on you, but your intelligence. Seriously, a war is imminent. If panic occurs, it'll be a big problem. I told them about my achievements to boost their morale. You. Tang Feng was so angry he almost vomited blood. Lu Fengru said mildly, Fang Ping is right. Besides, he passed on the information in time. Tang Feng, don't go overboard. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Tang Feng said angrily, I went overboard. East Sunflower City's attack is related to Hope City's survival. Old Tang. Huang Jing shouted softly, interrupting him. After all, Fang Ping had passed on the information and was now asking for help from the ground. Although Fang Ping did not say it immediately. Fang Ping's words could not be considered wrong. Facing Tang Feng alone, he should not say anything. If Tang Feng was a member of the evil sect. Of course, the possibility was infinitely low. But if he was, Fang Ping would die. After entering the city, it would not take up too much time. After all, he had done a good deed. If he continued to argue, lunatic Liu would really flip out. Fang Ping did not care about Tang Feng's anger. He rubbed his head, moaned softly, and suddenly fell on the bed. Fang Ping! Lu Fengru shouted. Tang Feng took a step forward. Fang Ping shook his head and stood up again. He said weakly, I'm fine. I was punched in the head by that rank 6 earlier. I didn't die at his hands. Teacher Tang's attack almost triggered my injuries. You? Tang Feng was not sure. He asked hesitantly, you were hit in the head by a rank 6? Yes, he was beaten by a rank 6 before. Fang Ping was certain. You hit me just now. I'm not lying. As he said that, he added, Instructor, I'm about to die. Other than giving me a resurrection pill, they didn't do anything else. Is this how they treat a hero? Huang Jing felt a headache coming on. He said helplessly, tell me, what do you want? Now that the war is imminent, resources are urgently needed. It's not that I'm treating you unfairly, it's just that I really can't transfer any more resources for the time being. Change my 2 weapons to A, B, class long blade. Huang Jing frowned. What an exorbitant demand, 2 C-class weapons cost 40 credits per kilogram. The Chengdao and long spear that Fang Ping brought back, even if they were recycled at their original price, weighed about 25 kilograms. 1,000 credits was the most they could buy. And this was the original price. Now, he wanted to change to A, B, class weapon. What did this mean? Those below Grandmaster level, including Lu Fengru, were all using B, class weapons. B, class alloy cost 100 credits per kilogram. The weapon that Fang Ping was using now weighed at least 20 kilograms. That would become 2,000 credits in an instant. Fang Ping whined, I don't mean to be exorbitant, but in order to send back the information, I lost all my weapons and energy stones. It's not as simple as one weapon. I'm not asking for nothing now. Is it wrong for me to turn in the 2 weapons that I seized in exchange for a suitable weapon? You can't use A, B, class weapon. It's a waste. I'm about to achieve rank 4. Huang Jing's head hurt. He nodded. Okay. Also? Fang Ping looked at Huang Jing and said helplessly, Instructor, my injuries are so serious. The pills that I've consumed are not a small number. Do you know how many times I've been on the verge of death? Tell me, if I hide in the back and don't come back, don't you dare. Tang Feng yelled. This was what he hated about Fang Ping. Fang Ping frowned. If it was someone else, a rank 3 martial artist, even if they wanted to come back, they wouldn't be able to, right? Instructor Tang, ask yourself, can a rank 4 martial artist come back? Do you think I don't know how dangerous it is? If you were 1 step slower, would I have died? Right now, what I want from the university isn't benefits. I just want to become stronger. Only when I become stronger can I contribute more to humanity. If you say don't you dare and I really die, I won't be able to get any information back. No matter how harsh your words are, in that situation, do you think other people would be like me and really have the guts to risk their lives and cross the line of defense? Let's not talk about others. You, yourself, now there are 3 to 5 high-ranked powerhouses waiting for you. Will you kill them? I'm fighting for some cultivation resources for myself. Is that wrong? Tang Feng was speechless. Huang Jing was helpless. If he could not win an argument, then he should not speak. Was he not looking for a beating? Ignoring Tang Feng, Huang Jing said, what else do you want? I don't need much. Just give me 2 resurrection pills and 2,000 credits. Huang Jing pondered for a moment. After a while, he said, okay. Fang Ping said it casually, but was this not much? A B-class Chengdao would cost at least 1,000 credits. In addition to the 2,000 credits he had now and the 2 resurrection pills, it was worth 3,400 credits. Hundreds of millions. However, for the information Fang Ping had sent back, this was worth it. However, in the eyes of many, this kind of sacrifice should not be expected in return. However, martial artists were more realistic. Everyone needed cultivation resources. Huang Jing could understand this. Recuperate well. You can go back to MCMAU first tonight. Go back to MCMAU? Fang Ping was stunned. He was asked to go back just like that. This time, Tang Feng did not say anything. It was Fang Ping's first time entering the catacombs. He had killed many rank 4 and 5 powerhouses. Although everyone thought that it was an exaggeration for him to kill a rank 5, he had the metal and the weapon. No matter what, he had killed them. He had also brought back important information. Now that he was seriously injured, he should go back first. Then the others must participate in the defense. Fang Ping thought for a while and shook his head. Forget it. I'm not going back. If I go back now, won't everyone think I'm running away? Dean, can you give me the credits first? I want to get the pills and the weapon as soon as possible to recover my combat strength. Sure, but the credits, it did not seem to work here, right? I'll take it first. Even if I die in battle, it should be on the account and left for my family. Huang Jing laughed and nodded. Rest well and recuperate. The things will be delivered soon. Having said that, Huang Jing continued, we still have a mission. You did well this time, but don't be so reckless next time. Fang Ping said righteously, killing the enemy is everyone's responsibility. Huang Jing laughed again. You're really not lost. Some people said that Fang Ping was lost. Huang Jing actually believed it a little. Who would go to East Sunflower City for no reason, but now, whether it was true or not, he would pretend he did not know. Huang Jing left. Tang Feng was about to leave when Fang Ping suddenly said, Instructor Tang, I remember that you saved my life. But you owe me a few lives. You still owe me a lot. If you give me a few dozen resurrection pills, we'll talk after you defeat me. Tang Feng snorted and walked away. As soon as he left, Lu Fengre laughed. Kid, your confidence has skyrocketed this time. Fang Ping dared to provoke Tang Feng in private, but he dared not say it in front of her. Hee. Fang Ping said excitedly, Instructor, my bone marrow is like mercury now. Can you feel it? Fang Ping stretched his legs and laughed. My bone marrow is really like mercury now. After a while, Fang Ping was suspended in the air. Lu Fengre grabbed his neck and asked with a slightly strange expression, how did you do it? That. Put me down first. How embarrassing, this was not the first time. Lu Fengre threw him down, her eyes shining. Kid, what's going on? My bone marrow has always been like mercury. Humph. Really? Lu Fengre did not ask any more. She glanced at him and walked out while saying, you should have gone back just now. It's very dangerous this time. 2 cities are attacking. The war will break out either tomorrow or the day after. Your injuries have not healed and you're only a rank 3. Once the war breaks out, the chances of you dying are very high. The rank 2s are all here. They have no choice but to go. The catacombs don't allow retreat. Since we're here, we'll fight to the death. You're different. You've just made a great contribution, so you can go. If all of you die and I live, won't I, Fang Ping, have to bear the blame for the rest of my life? No one can prove that I'm the hero. Idiot. I'm actually afraid of death. I'm very afraid of death. But at this juncture, with so many grandmasters here, I dare not stay. If I face strong enemies alone in the future, won't I be waiting for death? Moreover, I think we can win. It's just 2 cities. There are so many human grandmasters. If it weren't for my misgivings, I could even slaughter them. You wish. Lu Fengru, who was radical in front of Tang Feng and the rest, shook her head. You have to know that the city lord is at least a rank 9 powerhouse. There are 13 cities in the catacombs, which means there are at least 13 rank 9s. That's the minimum. How many rank 9s do humans have? About 30. Once the war breaks out, powerhouses will appear in the depths of the catacombs. Once the war breaks out, and the Magic City catacombs is wiped out, humans will lose more than half. Once the other entrances riot, humans will be completely finished. But there's no reason to wait for death. Yes. That's why the other party has joined forces with 2 cities this time. We will also have rank 9 powerhouses holding the fort. No matter how many high ranks the other party sends, we will send the same. It won't exceed too much. It doesn't matter even if we kill them. In reality, we are afraid. The catacombs humans are afraid too. High ranks and grandmasters are the peak of combat strength. Every time a war breaks out, the middle and lower ranks are the ones who suffer the most casualties. Be careful. Don't die so soon. That won't happen. I think I'm very lucky. Fang Ping chuckled and said softly, Instructor, I've actually saved my life from high-ranked creatures before. I won't die so easily. Jiao? Yes. I guessed it. Lu Fengre glanced at him and said, Don't take coincidence as certainty. This time it was luck. The next time we meet, it'll be a narrow escape. Understood. I'll leave first. Lu Fengre said nothing more and left. As soon as they left, Fu Chongding and the rest walked in. When they saw Fang Ping, they were a little embarrassed. Fang Ping let out a humph and said lightly, They're here. That. Fang Ping, I don't blame you. This is the path I chose. However, you guys hurt me. Yunqi, give me a few resurrection pills to mend my broken heart. Qin Yunqi touched her pocket and was about to take out a pill bottle. Fu Chongding was dumbfounded. Was that even possible? Fang Ping saw that she was really going to give it to him and said sheepishly, Forget it. I don't take handouts. You can give it to me after I save your lives. I'm honest. Now, no one doubts that I can't kill strong enemies, right? Yang Xiaoman mumbled, Don't save me. I don't have any money to give. I didn't think about saving you either. You and Zhao Lei, if you want me to save your lives, 10 resurrection pills. Give me 10 resurrection pills or you can stop dreaming. Zhao Lei's face darkened. Did I provoke you again? Fu Chongding laughed dryly and did not continue the topic. He said softly, That peak rank 5 is really, what do you mean? Are you questioning my strength? No, I mean, you must take it easy. If everyone thinks that you can kill a rank 5, when the battle starts and the others encounter a rank 5 martial artist and are no match for you, you'll be finished. Fang Ping's expression stiffened. Yes, if they really think that I can kill rank 5 like dogs, what should I do? Cough, cough. I murdered them with a trick. I knew it. Fu Chongding let out a sigh of relief and laughed. What about the rank 4? Nonsense, I killed them. I killed them seriously. Stop comforting yourself. Don't even think about surpassing me. When I return from the catacombs this time, I'll challenge Zhang Yu. I don't even care about Xiaolei. The few of them were speechless and helpless. If Fang Ping really killed a rank 4, they would really be left in the dust. Now, there were a few peak rank 2 among them. However, Fang Ping could kill a rank 4 alone. They were still too far away. After chatting with these people for a while, Fang Ping was injured, so they did not disturb him. Soon, they left. As for the benefits that Huang Jing promised, they arrived quickly. 2,000 credits, 2 resurrection pills, and a B-class Changdao. It was similar to the Feng's widow, but this time it was the Yanyue Dao. Yes, it was the Yanyue Dao, the sword used by Guanyu II in the Romance of China. Fang Ping was a little dazed. Was he getting closer and closer to Guanyu II? There was no reason why. When he looked in the mirror earlier, he realized that his face was red. Maybe it was because he had vomited too much blood recently, causing his vitality to surge. Of course, that was not why he looked in the mirror. It was because his nose had been pierced. Fang Ping was a little depressed. When would his nose recover? However, when he saw his wealth, Fang Ping's mood improved again. Wealth, 105 million vitality, 1002 calories, 1108 calories plus, mentality, 520 Hz, 541 Hz plus, bones honed, 62 bones, 100%, 115 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus. Previously, he had more than 39 million wealth points left. In the end, after a long run, he was only left with about 35 million. Now, his wealth points had increased by close to 70 million, his credits had increased by 40 million, and the pills had increased by 7 million. This saber, after deducting the wealth points that the 2 weapons had given him previously, had actually increased his wealth points by close to 2,300. After some calculations, the system had estimated this saber to be worth close to 50 million. I can't believe I've used a saber worth 50 million. Fang Ping was a little dazed. However, he had also suffered heavy losses this time. His left arm was the most seriously injured, and it would not recover so quickly. His body was injured in many places. His leather armor, which was said to be impenetrable by rank 4 martial artists, now had many holes. He wondered if Old Man Li would reimburse him when he returned. I can hone the bone marrow in my upper limbs. I'll save the remaining tens of millions for the big battle. Fang Ping made up his mind. He was ready to hone the bone marrow in his upper limbs. This way, the injury on his left arm might recover faster. With the strengthening of the bone marrow, my physical strength is also increasing. My vitality is also increasing. Perhaps I'll be peak rank 3 soon. When he thought that he was about to reach peak rank 3, Fang Ping was dazed again. Qing Fengqing did not break through, right? Xiaolei definitely did not. If Old Wang was a little slower, he would be at the same rank as him in no time. As expected, I'm the child of destiny. On the sickbed, Fang Ping laughed foolishly. Night fell in an instant. No one came to disturb Fang Ping that night. He did not go out to ask about the situation either. These things were not for a rank 3 like him to worry about. At night, Fang Ping began to use his wealth to hone the bone marrow of his upper limbs. As his bone marrow was honed, Fang Ping's left arm gradually recovered. Rank 8 powerhouses were known as the invincible golden body. Strong defense was one thing, but fast recovery was another. All of this had a lot to do with his bone marrow. After honing his bone marrow, his body's hematopoiesis, recovery, and feedback abilities were all greatly improved. His left arm, which was the most heavily injured, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Ping's internal organs were injured. Someone had taken a resurrection pill earlier, but it was still not completely healed. A rank 6 powerhouse's attack was not that simple. If Fang Ping had not continuously recovered his vitality and repaired his internal organs, he would have died before Tang Feng could save him. To recover his combat strength as soon as possible, Fang Ping endured the pain and took another resurrection pill. His internal injuries also began to recover quickly. By the time the sky brightened, Fang Ping's injuries were mostly healed. Other than his left arm, which he still could not use, the rest of his injuries were almost healed. Looking at his new stats, Fang Ping was very satisfied. After breaking the 1,000 calories limit, his vitality increased rapidly again. The increase in his vitality meant that Fang Ping's outburst moves were more powerful. It also meant that his physique was constantly improving. Wealth, 5 million vitality, 1,008 calories, 1,209 calories plus, mentality, 520 Hz, 541 Hz plus, bones honed, 126 bones, 100%, 51 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus, my vitality has reached more than 1,200 calories. It's a pity that Manic Explosion is still stuck at 4 consecutive slashes. Fang Ping felt slightly regretful. Actually, he had used Manic Explosion more than once or twice in the past few days. In total, he had slashed thousands of times. 5 consecutive slashes, however, was still a little stuck. He could not execute consecutive slashes. If he could execute 5 consecutive slashes, Fang Ping's combat strength would increase greatly. Right now, he might not be Qin Fengqing's match if he relied solely on his own vitality to kill his enemies. Qin Fengqing's combat techniques should be slightly stronger than his, barring any surprises. My strongest vitality outburst is around 200 calories when I hack with a single slash. Now, for consecutive slashes can achieve an outburst of close to 350 calories. Fang Ping was able to kill a rank 4 martial artist because he did not give his opponent any time to react. Rather than saying that he killed the enemy, it was more accurate to say that he dragged the enemy to death. As for Qin Fengqing and the others' attacks, they were probably the real ultimate moves, killing the enemy in one move. From this point alone, Fang Ping was still slightly lacking. When I can perform 7 consecutive slashes, I'm afraid that my vitality will reach 800 calories. When that time comes, it will be the real ultimate move, killing with one slash. Fang Ping mumbled. He was referring to the same rank, upper stage or peak rank 3. Even the weaker rank 4 martial artists who did not have powerful defensive cultivation techniques or powerful ultimate moves would be killed in one slash if they fought against Fang Ping. However, 7 consecutive slashes. Fang Ping felt that he could just wash up and go to sleep. I can't even execute 5 consecutive slashes. What a waste of such a good combat technique, Fang Ping complained to himself, feeling a little helpless. Now, his strength came from multiple outbursts, not single outbursts. It was really regrettable. This meant that he consumed more vitality and wasted more time to kill the enemy. Combat techniques improve the fastest when killing people. Qin Fengqing and the others can cultivate their combat techniques to the point of ultimate moves. Moreover, their ultimate moves are considered powerful. It probably has something to do with the number of times they go to the catacombs. In this battle, I have to cultivate at least 5 consecutive slashes. When that time comes, the power of the outburst will be comparable to other people's ultimate move outburst of more than 400 calories. Moreover, I have to cultivate single moves too. After all, there's a break in consecutive slashes. It's fine if I encounter weak people, but powerhouses can directly interrupt my own consecutive slashes. Manic Explosion had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it could stack outbursts and accumulate damage. The disadvantage was also very obvious. If he encountered someone with strong eyesight and quick reflexes, they could avoid or interrupt Fang Ping's consecutive slashes at the beginning of his consecutive slashes. In this way, Fang Ping's attack methods would be extremely deficient. I should cultivate a combat technique for single outbursts. Manic Explosion focuses on consecutive slashes instead of pursuing the power of a single saber outburst. After sorting out his advantages and disadvantages, Fang Ping had a plan in mind. Among those of the same rank, he was not considered invincible, without relying on vitality. If he really fought and did not use his wealth to quickly recover his vitality, Fang Ping would probably be no match for the top 10 of the rank 3 ranking list. Combat experience, techniques, and moves are all lacking. The catacombs is also the best place to train. The prerequisite is that I don't die here. This time, when I get out of the catacombs and upgrade myself to peak rank 3, I can use 5 consecutive slashes. In the rank 3 ranking list, I can also rely on my actual combat strength to squeeze into the top 3. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping got off the bed and walked out of the medical room. As soon as he walked out, Fu Chongding rushed over. When he saw Fang Ping, he said immediately, "The school is having a meeting. There's something to announce." Fang Ping followed him and walked toward the big conference room. In the conference room. At this moment, it was not only Fang Ping's group. There were others present. Fang Ping suddenly saw a familiar face, Qin Fengqing. "Why are you here?" Qin Fengqing shouldered his Chongdao and said lazily, "Nonsense. When the war starts, of course I have to come. Student Fang, I'm almost rank 4. This time, it's a sure thing. I heard that you're an upper stage rank 3 and killed a rank 5. Let's have a try someday?" Fang Ping humphed. "Let's have a try. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" This bastard had been wandering around the new students' dormitory area with his saber, looking like he wanted to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping had long remembered this grudge. Moreover, Qin Fengqing still owed him money. It seemed like it was 3 million or something. Xiaolei didn't come? Him? Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. He didn't come. I heard that the kid went to help with the school's recruitment. He's too free. If he has the time, he should come to the catacombs. But it's good. If he doesn't come, we can kill a few more catacombs bastards. Qin Fengqing said it casually, as if the catacombs martial artists could be killed at will. Fang Ping ignored him and looked around. This time, the school had quite a number of people. There were now 10 to 20 rank 3 martial artists. Including the rank 3 martial artists from before, there were probably close to 40 people. Now that the seniors had graduated, there were only about 60 rank 3 students in MCMAU. 2/3 of them had come all of a sudden. Fang Ping's heart was slightly heavy. It seemed like the situation was not good. Otherwise, MCMAU would not be willing to send so many rank 3 martial artists into the catacombs. Other than the students, the number of instructors had also increased. Fang Ping saw Luo Yichuan, Su Jianzhou, and many familiar instructors. There were at least 200 people in the entire conference room. Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, Tang Feng, Lu Fengru, and a few others walked over. As usual, Tang Feng went straight to the point. Vice-Chancellor Wu and the Dean have other missions. Next, we have our own missions too. All Rank 2 martial artists, go up the city walls and help the military department defend Hope City. Rank 3 martial artists below upper stage will also participate in the defense, instructor. Someone was unwilling. Yu Xianxia said loudly, Instructor, I don't want to participate in the defense. Tang Feng glanced at him and said coldly, Go and die? Do you think you're an upper stage rank 3? Do you think you can block one move from an upper stage rank 3? Ignoring him, Tang Feng continued, Upper stage rank 3 and peak rank 3 martial artists have a certain level of night vision. Of course, you can't see far enough, but now, middle-ranked martial artists have missions to complete. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping guessed something. Sure enough, Tang Feng continued, the military department's intention is that we cannot sit still and wait for the two cities to converge. If the two cities' soldiers arrive, Hope City is too small, and the martial artists' destructive power is too great. It's very likely that it will be breached. Therefore, we must take the initiative to attack and disrupt their deployment. While East Sunflower City is still 120 li away from us, we'll strike first and gain the upper hand by attacking Skygate City's position. Skygate City's troops will be taken care of by the military department. However, a large number of Skygate City's idle martial artists have also gathered. The military department's combat mission for you is to attack a temporary camp formed by idle martial artists. Our scouts have found out that 25 kilometers northwest of Hope City, there is a small gathering place with close to 300 martial artists. There are middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists. MCMAU's mission is to destroy the stronghold and weaken Skygate City's strength. At night, rank 1 and 2 martial artists can't see anything clearly, so there's nothing to worry about. We need to kill the martial artists who are upper stage rank 3 and above. This time, MCMAU's rank 4 and 5 instructors and upper stage and peak rank 3 students will work together to destroy the enemy's position. Obviously, the rank 6 instructors had other missions. As Tang Feng spoke, he looked at everyone and asked, Any questions? Before Fang Ping could ask, Qin Fengqing said, It's just destroying a civilian stronghold. How hard can it be? Honestly, the catacombs martial artists are only slightly stronger than the military martial artists. There aren't many civilian powerhouses. Tang Feng frowned slightly. Don't be careless. The enemy has many martial artists who are upper stage rank 3 and above, but will lure their rank 6 martial artists away. In short, I hope everyone can return safely. The situation has deteriorated. The two cities have joined forces, and the powerhouses are restraining each other. We're still at a disadvantage. We're not afraid of rank 1 and 2 martial artists attacking the city, but there are too many martial artists who are upper stage rank 3 and above. Hope City can't hold them off. Although Hope City's city walls were tall, and the outer perimeter was made of steel, it was not too difficult for upper stage rank 3 martial artists to leap over the city walls. The military department's troops could resist their troops, but in every battle, powerhouses were needed to restrain the enemy's powerhouses. Fang Ping waited for him to finish, then said, What if the enemy still has rank 6 existences? We'll try our best to restrain all of them. If there are still people around, the rank 5 instructors will face the enemy. You don't have to worry about this. Your targets are rank 3 martial artists, including those below rank 3. Human martial artists were not weak. It was not that the catacombs martial artists were weaker than humans. The key was that the catacombs martial artists, especially the civilian martial artists, did not know many combat techniques, and the quality of their weapons was average. From the loot that Fang Ping had killed, most of the rank 4 martial artists were using D-class quality weapons. As for human martial artists who had reached rank 4, they would prepare some C-class alloy weapons for themselves if nothing went wrong. Human grandmasters rarely kept their combat techniques to themselves. They could learn them for free. However, in the catacombs, the hierarchy was stricter. Not everyone could learn combat techniques. This also caused the difference in strength between the catacombs' military martial artists and the civilian martial artists. The others no longer had any doubts. Actually, everyone had experienced this before. It was not the first time they had done something like this when they had reached upper stage rank 3. However, it was Fang Ping's first time. After Tang Feng finished, Fang Ping asked Qin Fengqing in a low voice, "When the time comes, it'll be a free-for-all?" Qin Fengqing said carelessly, "If we can beat them, we'll kill them. If we can't beat them, we'll lure them to the instructors. Of course, don't do it blindly. If we kill the instructors, we'll lose our lives too. All in all, the mission given to us is not too difficult. They didn't ask us to destroy the enemy's military camp. I'm afraid it's also because you're a newbie." Fang Ping's expression darkened. He said impatiently, "Then you can attack the military camp." Am I stupid? Do I want to die? Fang Ping was speechless. Then why did you say it so bravely just now? After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "Why don't we just let the Grandmasters go and kill them with one slap?" Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes, speechless. Get lost. The Grandmasters actually have an unspoken rule with the other party. When the war starts, soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals. Unless the difference in manpower is too big, otherwise, if you kill the enemy's low-level martial artists, won't their high-rank martial artists kill our people? In the past, actually, our Grandmasters did it too, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice. They slaughtered an army of the other party. At that time, the Grandmaster thought that since they were not on Earth, killing them did not matter. Back then, humans did not build a city at the entrance of the catacombs. Let the Grandmasters go in and kill for a while, then run away. In the end, the catacombs erupted. More than 10 rank 9 powerhouses almost broke through the passageway. Later, many Grandmasters attacked and fought with the other party in the passageway. They almost blew up the passageway and died together. Anyway, that's about it. Both sides are a little cautious. We're afraid that they'll rush out, and they're also worried that our Grandmasters will wantonly kill civilians. Unless one side has an absolute advantage, otherwise, powerhouses killing low-level martial artists on a large scale will definitely be retaliated. Fang Ping asked curiously, "There are so many powerhouses in the catacombs. Why don't they usually come out?" Qin Fengqing shrugged and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know. However, some people speculated that maybe the entrances of the catacombs are not connected. It's also very difficult for powerhouses to pass through. There are certain restrictions. That's why they're waiting. Waiting for all the entrances to be connected. Then, they'll gather people and kill the humans on Earth in one go. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. As for us, although this is what we're guessing, we can only wait passively. There's no other way. The entrances of the catacombs may not be able to communicate with each other on a large scale, but some top-notch powerhouses should be able to communicate with each other. If you kill too much here, the other side will receive the news and create pressure for us to break through the entrances. Anyway, we're waiting now. We're waiting for more Grandmasters, waiting for more information to be detected. The other party is also waiting for all the major entrances to be unobstructed. Right now, they're only fighting local battles. The full-scale war has not broken out yet." Fang Ping sighed and did not ask any more questions. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "Follow me tonight. Let's do something big. Fighting rank 3 is boring. There aren't many spoils of war. Let's do it with rank 4 or 5. If we kill one, it's worth a lot of rank 3 martial artists. You go up and use your big move. Outburst 20 to 30 times. Even a rank 4 will have to think of a way to block it. I'll accumulate energy and kill him in one slash." Fang Ping complained, "Do you really think that my vitality consumption comes out of thin air? I also need pills and resources. How about 50 to 50? Get lost. 40 to 60, I can't go any lower." It's not like I'm not doing anything, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "I think killing more rank 3 is better than killing rank 4. Middle-ranked martial artists are hard to kill. Even if I can outburst, what about you? You can still continue after you've used up all your vitality in one slash? Idiot." Qin Fengqing scolded. Killing one rank 4 is worth 10 rank 3. What do you think? That much? Nonsense. Their energy hearts are worth a lot of money. A rank 4 heart can be exchanged for 300 credits. That much? Fong Ping really did not know about this. After hearing that, he suddenly felt his heart ache. What about the rank 5 ones? It depends on the rank. The peak ones are worth 1,000 credits. Fong Ping cursed suddenly. The golden lion in the Jiao's forest had eaten so much of his good stuff. Soon, however, Fong Ping suddenly thought of something. Previously, he had also taken a rank 4 heart. It did not increase his wealth by much, did it? Is it because this thing is actually not worth much, or is it because it was taken from a person, so the system doesn't calculate it? Fong Ping was not too sure. He could only try again later. Perhaps it was because there was no way to evaluate the value of something like a heart. If I exchange it for credits, it should be enough. Fong Ping did not understand how the system calculated it, so he could only ignore it. Everyone in Hope City had a mission. Here, other than people from the military department, there were no ordinary people. Even those who did business in the city were martial artists. This was a military town. When the war started, everyone had to fight. Night fell once again. Fong Ping's team was not the only one moving in the dark. At the city gate, Fong Ping encountered several teams. Qin Fengqing followed the team and complained in a low voice, "If I don't enter rank 4 and hone my internal organs, I won't be able to see clearly. It's like I'm nearsighted. I can only see 10 meters or so. If I get lost in the middle of the night, I won't even know where to run." Shut up. Lower your voice. The instructor leading the team was a peak rank 5 powerhouse. He scolded in a low voice. Qin Fengqing was embarrassed. After walking for a while, he pulled Fong Ping and said, "Actually, following the team won't earn much. Little Fong, think about it. Let's fight our way to the back of Skygate City." Fong Ping's head hurt. "Why are you so King talkative? You're even more talkative than me. Now that Skygate City's entire army has been mobilized, there are fewer people at the back. If we fight our way to their lair and earn a lot, grandmasters won't have to worry about it anymore. Let me tell you, last time I went with that kid Wang Jinyang, we went deep into the enemy's territory. Hee, did you know? We earned a huge sum of money. A cultivation-aiding energy stone the size of a fist, weighing 1 catty. The value of energy stones was calculated in grams. Qin Fengqing gave 1 catty. Fong Ping converted it instantly. 15,000 credits, almost 4 to 500 million. Really? Of course, but that bastard Wang Jinyang isn't human. He said he contributed a lot and took most of it, leaving me a small half. Then you're only a peak rank 3? Get lost. What do you know? I bought a B-class saber and spent half of it. The rest of the money was spent on pills and combat techniques. Don't look at me as a peak rank 3. I can fight 5 of you alone. Keep bragging. Do you believe that I can fight 5 of you alone? Bull**T. Qin Fengqing snorted and boasted, "When I slash, my peak outburst is 500 calories. Even a rank 4 will die. Do you think you can withstand it if your vitality recovers faster? Also, I'm fast, so you won't be able to dodge. You won't die from 1 slash, but 2 slashes will definitely kill you. Keep bragging. You, a rank 3, want to kill me? Even rank 6 can't kill me. That's because he's stupid. He was probably tricked by you and didn't kill you in 1 strike. If it were me, I wouldn't have given you the chance to escape. You sound like you're serious. I'll find you for one-on-one training later." Who's afraid of who? By the way, since you're so rich, you still haven't returned the 3 million you lent me last time? What? Qin Fengqing was at a loss. Did I borrow money? I even borrowed 3 million from you. Why don't I have any impression of that? The mentors in front wanted to vomit blood. Were these 2 fellows on an outing? Go and fight with your life, a team of 300 martial artists. Including the students and teachers, there were only about 100 of them. Why did he want to go deep into the enemy's rear? Unlike Fong Ping, these people did not expend their vitality crazily for 50 li. They rushed for close to 2 hours before they reached their destination. The mentor's expressions were more serious. The other students' expressions were also serious. Qin Fengqing was serious for 3 seconds. Suddenly, he collapsed and said softly, "Instructors, you must block the rank 6. I really can't beat them. If you send 1 or 2 rank 4 or 5, I think I can hack them to death." The leading instructor had a splitting headache. He glanced at Qin Fengqing and said suddenly, "You and Fang Ping, both of you act alone. Don't go with the other students." This arrangement had to be made. These two idiots were discussing how to kill rank 4 and 5. The other rank 3 students did not have the ability to do so. If the two of them really attracted a few rank 4 and 5, then rank 3 students would almost be killed in seconds. Of course, there were a few rank 3 powerhouses among the students. However, compared to killing the rank 4 Qin Fengqing and the rank 5 Fang Ping, their results were much worse. Upper stage rank 3 could fight peak, but it would be troublesome if they encountered a rank 4. Qin Fengqing was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He did not say that he wanted to act with this guy, he was planning to kill those rank 1, 2, and 3. Many a little makes a mickle. We'll act in 3 minutes. No matter how many you kill, after 15 minutes or when we arrange to evacuate, immediately retreat together. Understand? Understood. Enter the campsite. Rank 3s will act together, except for the two of you. We'll look for middle-ranked martial artists. Remember, unless they die in battle, all instructors are not allowed to let any middle-ranked martial artists cross the boundary. The leading instructor's words were full of coldness. The others did not say anything. This was the usual practice. There was no need to think too much about it. Fang Ping felt tired again. He really wanted to say, "I'm not acting with this guy." Time passed slowly. The martial artists still had a concept of the passage of time. When almost 3 minutes were up, one of the instructors drew his bow and shot an arrow. The sound of the arrow pierced through the sky. A few martial artists on the outskirts of the campsite were instantly shot by the long arrow and killed on the spot. Kill. At the same time the long arrow was shot, the others rushed out from their original positions and attacked the other campsite. Fang Ping was stunned. "So straightforward," Qin Fengqing said as he rushed. "Go, what are you looking at? Do you think martial artists are stupid? There are so many of us. Once we get close, our vitality will leak. In the end, we still have to rely on our strength to attack the campsite. We just need to take a little initiative." If one wanted to enter the campsite with middle-ranked martial artists in charge, one had to be much stronger than them to assassinate them. Otherwise, killing one would immediately attract attention. The main reason martial artists attacked at night was to eliminate the role of rank 1 and 2 martial artists. At night, it was difficult for rank 1 and 2 martial artists to see clearly. It was almost certain that they would be slaughtered. F***ck, I thought. Fang Ping was speechless. He thought they would assassinate a few, then be discovered, and then fight. Now, it was completely different from what he had imagined. As he ran, the martial artists in the campsite also reacted instantly. A great battle was imminent. The martial artists were also in combat mode. Only fools would sleep soundly at this time. One of the instructors knew archery. He shot some of the martial artists guarding the gate. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the campsite and tangled with the middle-ranked martial artists on the other side. Fang Ping ran slightly slower. By the time he rushed to the entrance of the campsite, there were already casualties. A peak rank 5 instructor from MCMAU wielded a long axe. With a sweep of the axe, a few rank 3 and 4 martial artists around him were cut in half. Split. Another rank 5 instructor roared. The other instructors who were fighting led their opponents and rushed into the depths of the campsite in an instant. Qin Fengqing killed an early-stage rank 3 martial artist with a casual slash of his saber. He looked at Fang Ping and roared, "What are you looking at? The middle ranks have all been taken away. Instructor Wu is fighting 1 against 3. Let's lure one over and kill him." Fang Ping was a little flustered. At this moment, the other rank 3 students were also fighting with the rank 3 martial artists in the campsite. Although there were also people attacking Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing was indeed not weak. When he killed these people, almost all of them were killed with one slash. Before this, Fang Ping thought that it was messy. In reality, when they were fighting, it was messy but not chaotic. The instructors led their opponents to fight in the depths of the campsite while the students fought in the periphery. However, there were also those who did not follow the rules. The middle-ranked martial artists in the campsite were slightly more than the instructors. Some of them were unwilling to be led away, so they left the battle circle and wanted to fight in the periphery. As a result, the instructors who usually seemed kind were now all crazy. Some of the instructors restrained a few enemies, not letting them leave the battle circle. This is our instructor? Fang Ping murmured. His movements were not slow. With a slash of his saber, he killed a rank 2 martial artist who was scurrying around on the spot. Seeing that Fang Ping seemed to have the desire to collect the spoils of war, Qin Fengqing said angrily, "Kill them all first, then pick them up. Pick the middle ranks or rank 3 ones. Rank 1 and 2 are all poor bastards. Leave in 15 minutes. Can't you be faster?" I didn't say I was going to move with you." Fang Ping also felt wronged. He was King blaming it on him. Qin Fengqing ignored him and rushed to the front, yelling, "Instructor Wu, let a rank 4 come here." The instructor he was yelling for was currently being attacked by 3 people and was being beaten back. After hearing Fang Ping's words, he did not waste any time and directly avoided one of them, giving the other a chance to leave the battle circle. However, the catacombs martial artist did not care and continued to attack him. Qin Fengqing did not waste any time either. He rushed forward and slashed the other, then quickly ran back, yelling, "Fang Ping, use your ultimate move and slash him dozens of times." Fang Ping really wanted to vomit blood. "What the hell were you doing?" Qin Fengqing did not care if Fang Ping was happy or not. "You've already killed a rank 5, killing a rank 4 would not be difficult." What was there to be afraid of? No matter how helpless Fang Ping was, there was killing everywhere. He could not really let this guy charge into the rank 3 students, could he? Just as Qin Fengqing ran past him, Fang Ping growled, stepped forward, raised his saber and slashed. Loud clanging sounds could be heard continuously. The rank 4 martial artist who was rushing over let out a low growl and unleashed his full strength, slashing Fang Ping a few steps back. Fang Ping did not care. He rushed forward quickly, raised his saber and slashed again. According to his method, if he wanted to kill a rank 4, he would have to wait until the other party's vitality was almost depleted. In the end, as the two of them were entangled, Qin Fengqing, who had disappeared to God knows where, suddenly leaped out from behind Fang Ping. "Watch my saber slash Washan Mountain!" Qin Fengqing roared. His greatsword's blood-red glow was extremely thick. This slash was extremely fast, so fast that Fang Ping could not react. The face of the rank 4 martial artist opposite him changed, but he could not retreat in time. He had just heard the sound, and before the sound faded away, Qin Fengqing's saber slashed across his arm, cutting him in half diagonally. Huff, panting heavily, Qin Fengqing laughed. "Feels good. Just use your saber." "Fang Ping, do it like this." He was still talking when Fang Ping had already squatted down. His hands were so fast that they left after images, touching the other party's body. Everything on him was in Fang Ping's arms. "You dig out the heart." "I won't." Fang Ping found it disgusting and did not make a move. Qin Fengqing was speechless. "Mother asterisk Kerr, your hands are so fast. Why are you so slow when you use your saber?" Thoughts aside, it was not Qin Fengqing's first time doing this. He quickly dealt with the energy heart. This guy had a huge leather bag tied around his waist, and he stuffed it in with great familiarity. The two of them killed a rank 4 almost instantly, attracting the attention of the catacombs martial artists. In the next moment, 2 rank 4 martial artists rushed out of the instructor's battle circle and attacked the two of them. Qin Fengqing's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Instructor, there's too many." In the crowd, among the instructors who were fighting, someone roared and replied, "Hold them off first. These guys are quite capable. They can't hold on any longer." F***ck. Qin Fengqing was helpless. 2 against 1 was comfortable, But 1 against 1 was not. Fang Ping was actually much more comfortable than Qin Fengqing. Seeing the situation, he held up his saber and said, 1 against 1. You take one away first. How about I give both of them to you? F***ck off. Qin Fengqing swore a few times, but he held his saber and went forward to block one of them. Fang Ping quickly went up to one of them. He did not waste time talking. He went forward and unleashed a combo outburst. After one outburst, Fang Ping did not give the other party a chance to catch his breath. Fang Ping continued his outburst. While Fang Ping was fighting, Qin Fengqing suddenly ran over, panting heavily. Switch to another one. **ck him up. Fang Ping wanted to curse out loud. This bastard, taking advantage of me. 370. Qin Fengqing roared. Fang Ping had no objections now. He switched opponents with Qin Fengqing instantly. However, after switching opponents, Fang Ping had just unleashed 4 consecutive slashes when the opponent suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared above Qin Fengqing's head. Qin Fengqing roared, block him. Fang Ping's expression was slightly solemn. He stepped into the air and slashed at the opponent's waist. In the end, the opponent dodged again. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing, who was blocking another person, was about to cry. He dodged the opponent in a flurry and said angrily, "You're too slow. He's too fast." Fang Ping was also helpless. The opponent did not fight him head-on, but focused on killing Qin Fengqing. What could he do? Change back, or else I'll die because of you. Qin Fengqing was helpless. Fang Ping's speed was slower than his, or at least his saber was slower. He could not block that person at all. If this went on, he would really be killed. Fang Ping had no objections. He switched positions again, switching opponents with Qin Fengqing. This time, Fang Ping's movements were not slow. With a low roar, Fang Ping did not care how much vitality he consumed. He raised his saber and slashed. The opponent's speed was not as fast as the previous person. He could not avoid it, so he could only take it head-on. After slashing dozens of times, Qin Fengqing blocked the other person's attack in a flurry. As he dodged, he shouted, "Give him a few more ruthless attacks. I'll take the opportunity to slash him to death. But even if I slash him to death, I'll still be stabbed to death by this guy. You have to help me block him. I can't block him. Idiot, your speed is too slow." "No, you're not slow, but your saber slashes are too slow. Do you know saber techniques? Manic explosion is considered a fast saber. Use your heart to slash and feel the opponent's movement trajectory. Don't always slash at the opponent's weapon." This guy Fang Ping's saber slashes were really not fast enough. If he was fast enough, the opponent would not have time to hold a weapon to block at all. Trajectory? When fighting, the vitality fluctuations have a trajectory. Use your heart to feel. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Use my heart to feel? I forgot. My mentality can feel the fluctuations of energy particles. Just as Qin Fengqing finished speaking, Fang Ping suddenly swung his saber. The rank 4 martial artist opposite him reacted a beat too slowly and was slashed on the back of his hand. Fresh blood flowed out. I see. Sensing the opponent's vitality trajectory, I can even identify the weak points. I've learned a move. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Qin Fengqing was a little surprised at the sight. He quickly said, "Hurry up. Remember to block him. Otherwise, when my vitality is depleted, the opponent can kill me with one slash. Take it easy. If I can't block him, then I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." The two of them chatted enthusiastically. The other party would not understand anyway. Fang Ping was a little impressed by Qin Fengqing. "You trust me so much. If I can't block him and you get stabbed to death, you won't come looking for me, right?" Fang Ping took a slight breath and said quickly, "I'll slash this guy a few dozen times first. You take the opportunity and slash him to death. If I can't block him, you're on your own. If worst comes to worst, I'll give up the 5 million. 5 million? You're still concerned about 5 million or 10 million at this time. Don't be so money-grubbing." Qin Fengqing was speechless. "Forget it. Whatever you say. Coming. In the next second, Fang Ping's hand speed increased greatly. He slashed his opponent's weapon dozens of times in an instant, forcing him to retreat continuously. Qin Fengqing's speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, his Chongdao was already slashing toward his opponent's head. Behind him, a long sword was also stabbing toward the back of his head. Fang Ping did not think at all. The Chongdao in his hand slashed through the air, sweeping the long sword aside with a ding. The two of them exchanged blows once. Qin Fengqing had already slashed his opponent's head open with one slash. Then, he rolled away from Fang Ping and the others, panting. I can't do it anymore. You block him. Let me recover for a while. You can only slash twice? Fang Ping was speechless. You're too useless. Nonsense. I'm killing a rank 4. Do you really think I can kill a rank 4 like killing a dog? Block quickly. F*CK, block. He wants to kill me. Qin Fengqing rolled away again to avoid his opponent's sword attack. He was so scared that his face was pale. Looking at the people around him, he could not help but stare at Fang Ping and complain, kill him quickly. If another one comes, I'm done for. My ultimate move can't kill him. That's because your ultimate move is too weak. Defective. How did you cultivate it? If I had your vitality, I could kill a rank 4 with one slash. Useless. If you keep scolding me, I'll abandon you. Don't, Master Fang. You continue. Just play with him. But, you're really useless. Your 4 consecutive slashes are not connected at all. You said that your outburst is above 300 calories, but really, it's not that much stronger than a casual slash of mine. Can you not slash head-on? If you don't have so much vitality, I can really kill 10 of you. Then how do you suggest I slash? Predict his next move from his vitality fluctuations. He has a time to retract his sword when he attacks. Take advantage of this break and kill him with one slash. Predict? You don't know this? Not really. Brainless bore. Qin Fengqing scolded and said seriously, actually, it's also a kind of combat intuition. Your combat intuition is bad. Of course, it's related to your experience. You've seen too few catacombs martial artists fight, forget it, it doesn't make sense to you. Also, don't always have a break in your consecutive slashes. Once the 4 consecutive slashes are broken, it won't achieve the effect. Your vitality is overflowing. Learn to gather it. The Chongdao is so big. Not every part of it needs to be evenly distributed. Gather it at one point. You've been using a saber for so long, why don't you know this? I remember that you know how to poke your feet, right? When you poke your feet and kick out, don't tell me the force is distributed everywhere in your feet. Gather it at the tip of your toes and unleash the greatest power. Don't you know this? It's the same principle with a saber. Most of your vitality force is wasted. Can you slash the air? Seems like it, Fang Ping mumbled. Lu Fengru had mentioned this before, but it was easier said than done. A saber was an external object after all. It was not easy to use it as one's own arm. Don't let your mind wander. Block, block. Think of the Chongdao as your arm. Wherever you gather the force, that's where your vitality will be gathered. It's very easy for a B-class saber to direct vitality. You have such a good weapon and a strong vitality. If you can't slash a rank 4, it's a waste of your good conditions. If I had your conditions, I'd dare to slash a rank 7. Fang Ping was completely speechless. He knew how to brag too, however, what Qin Fengqing said did make sense. Fang Ping was no longer distracted. He imagined the Chongdao as his arm. In the next moment, Fang Ping's mentality moved slightly, attaching it to the Chongdao. Fang Ping could sense the energy distribution within clearly. You can do this, Fang Ping's spirit was shaken. Suddenly, he gathered all his vitality at one point on the saber's blade. Slash! With a roar, Fang Ping's saber slashed down, hitting the opponent's blade. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. The longsword broke. Slash again. Fang Ping roared again. The Chengdao was as fast as lightning, slicing through the night sky in an instant. The sound of metal slicing was heard. Fang Ping's Chengdao flashed blood red, and the opponent was slashed in half diagonally. Old Qin, good advice. I'll reduce your debt by 1 million. 4 million is enough. Qin Fengqing was at a loss. He mumbled, "You're a fast learner." Both of them had killed 3 rank 4 martial artists in a row. They were having a great time killing. However, that didn't mean that everyone could do the same. When Fang Ping was done collecting his spoils of war, he turned his head and saw that an instructor in the battle circle had his heart pierced through by a catacombs martial artist. Fang Ping froze for a moment. He was truly stunned for a moment. He thought that MCMAU's instructors would be able to kill these people successfully. He thought that when MCMAU's instructors attacked the camp, they would definitely start a massacre. Qin Fengqing said that ordinary martial artists were very weak. Although Fang Ping did not feel much, Qin Fengqing had just killed a rank 4 with 1 slash. Fang Ping subconsciously felt that if MCMAU's instructors could do this, but all these fantasies were just fantasies. When he saw an instructor killed on the spot, Fang Ping really did not come back to his senses. He had already forgotten that in every war, countless people would be sacrificed. MCMAU's instructors were not invincible. Many of them had died in battle. A few days ago, he had seen with his own eyes the corpses of some instructors being buried in the depths of MCMAU. Bai Ruoshi, the mentor he was familiar with, was also seriously injured and dying. She had no choice but to stop her teaching career. Fang Ping was in a daze, but Qin Fengqing was not. He swallowed a pill in one gulp and rushed into the fray. With great difficulty, he blocked the person who had killed an MCMAU instructor with a single slash. Fang Ping reacted immediately. Just as he was about to join the battle, an instructor roared, "Fang Ping, go and support the students at the periphery." Fang Ping turned his head to look. While they were killing the rank 4 martial artist, the students had been surrounded by many martial artists and were struggling to defend themselves. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping dashed toward the perimeter. No matter how weak the civilian martial artists were, their levels were similar to everyone else's. 1 against 2 might be possible, but it would be dangerous for 100 people to surround and attack 20 people. Fang Ping joined the battle circle. Fang Ping had never thought that he would lose to someone of the same rank. The Chengdao was no longer blood red in color. Only the blade was blood red. Fang Ping's Chengdao slashed horizontally, killing a rank 3 martial artist on the spot with 1 slash. "Come and kill me." Fang Ping's roar attracted a lot of attention. The next moment, Fang Ping charged into the rank 3 battle ring. With this saber, there were few who could rival him. As an upper stage rank 3 martial artist, their bone marrows were mostly honed, their weapons were superior, and they did not care about vitality consumption. Such upper stage rank 3 martial artists were considered a small group of extremely powerful people in the entire human society. This place was only one city in the catacombs. How could a group of civilian rank 3s be a match for Fang Ping? In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had killed 7 to 8 people, however, there were too many of them. Fang Ping was surrounded, and he could not use his speed to his advantage. He was still hit a few times, and some of the old wounds on his body opened up again. "Give me the last hit." Fang Ping was enraged. With a roar, he suddenly stopped pursuing a sure kill. Instead, he swept his Chengdao horizontally, hacking and slashing randomly. "I'll use my ultimate move. Those that can't be killed, you guys surround and kill them." The students were all dumbfounded. Almost all MCMAU students knew of Fang Ping's existence. He had also heard that Fang Ping could unleash big moves as easily as if he was eating or drinking. But at this moment, it was the first time many of them had seen it with their own eyes. Fang Ping was like a ferocious tiger that did not know fatigue. His Chengdao exuded a strong blood-red glow. He rushed into the crowd and slashed, then quickly retreated into the circle of students. "Don't give me the last hit. I've thought of a good idea. I'll continue to use my ultimate move, but let me catch my breath. You guys help me block the enemies for a while." Although Fang Ping's vitality was limitless, everyone would get tired. After charging and killing for a while, Fang Ping was also a little tired. As he spoke, Fang Ping rushed out again. After dozens of slashes, Fang Ping retreated into the battle circle. panting violently. The others did not need to be reminded. They immediately blocked Fang Ping in the middle and began to defend against the surrounding martial artists' attacks. Fang Ping rested for a moment. Then, he stepped into the air again and began to attack. Those below upper stage rank 3 were basically cut in one slash. Those above upper stage rank 3 could not be killed with one slash. Fang Ping did not care about them anymore. He retreated to rest and rushed forward to attack again. However, after a few times, he was also hit many times by the upper stage and peak rank 3 martial artists in the catacombs crowd. His clothes were already stained red. How much blood have I lost? Fang Ping also felt a little dizzy. Wealth could replenish vitality, but vitality force was not the same as blood. The loss of blood still made Fang Ping very tired. When will this end? It seemed like there was no end to the catacombs martial artists. When Fang Ping felt that there were fewer and fewer people in the outer circle, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he suddenly heard the instructor yelling from afar. Retreat! Fang Ping did not have time to think. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly thought of something and quickly searched the ground. Whether they were early stage or peak rank 3, Fang Ping touched 7 or 8 people in a row. At this time, the instructors inside retreated as they fought. Seeing that Fang Ping was still touching the corpses, one of the instructors shouted angrily, Fang Ping, retreat. Fang Ping turned his head to take a look. He saw many catacombs martial artists chasing after him. His heart quivered, and he broke into a run. His speed left the instructors dumbstruck. The crowd ran wildly for more than 20 li. Only then did the instructor behind them yell in a hoarse voice, rest for a while. As soon as the words left his mouth, many people went limp on the ground. The instructor leading the team patrolled the area and looked into the distance quietly, not saying a word. Fang Ping did not think of anything at first. Soon, he thought of something and said, Instructor, how are our casualties? And, their corpses. How can there be no deaths in war? The instructor leading the team said in a muffled voice. After a while, he said, 4 instructors and 2 students died in battle. However, we killed more than 200 people. Almost all the rank 1 and 2 martial artists were killed by us. Most of the rank 3 martial artists were killed too. More than half of the rank 4 and 5 martial artists were either killed or injured. This team is done for. With only 6 casualties, they had killed so many enemies. It could not be said that it was not a great victory. If not for everyone's vitality being depleted, the team in front might have been completely wiped out. If a group of human elite martial artists could not even kill the civilian martial artists in the catacombs, then humanity would have been extinct long ago. Even so, Fang Ping did not feel very happy. Back then, when he killed the evil sect martial artists, those who died were all people from other schools. He did not care much. However, at this moment, the instructors and students who were chatting along the way suddenly died in battle before his eyes. Fang Ping did not know if he was confused or sad. Qin Fengqing was bleeding profusely. While bandaging his wounds, he panted and said, It's nothing to die in the catacombs. Who can avoid death? Killing a few more before dying is worth it. If you don't kill the enemy, and I don't kill the enemy, we'll all just wait for death. At least they didn't ask us rank 1 and 2 to kill the enemy. Over at the military department, many rank 2 and 2 martial artists died in battle, including normal soldiers. At least we can kill a few to recoup our losses. As for the bodies of the instructors and students, they died in the catacombs. It's good that they're buried there. I just hope that one day, if I die, I'll be buried in Skygate City. No, I hope to be buried in the depths of the catacombs. Qin Fengqing grinned and murmured, killing into the depths of the catacombs. That's a real man. The instructors did not say anything. They looked into the distance. At this moment, everyone's vitality was depleted. If they went back and fought to the death for the bodies, it was not encouraged in the catacombs. Even if they were to die, they should kill a few more catacombs martial artists before dying. When the war is over, we'll look for them again, the teacher in charge said in a low voice, then said, Our mission is complete after killing this team. However, we didn't get much. We can't collect them in time. We're short on resources now. When we go back, the military department will at most give everyone some pills as compensation. No resentment. The teacher in charge said in a low voice, this time, our mission is considered easy. In fact, the military department has been taking care of us. Because many people think that martial arts university students are elites and have a chance to become grandmasters. Therefore, the military department's martial artists live frugally, using their own sacrifices and efforts to provide us with a lot of resources. Every year, the number of military department martial artists who die in battle is more than 10 times that of martial arts universities. There are also a lot of normal soldiers. Therefore, even if the military department doesn't give us anything, we're not allowed to be resentful. Fighting in the catacombs is our responsibility. As for everyone's recovery and vitality consumption, MCMAU will send a batch of pills over later. Everyone can collect them yourselves. Everyone nodded. Fong Ping felt a little awkward. He touched his bulging military backpack. The others were fighting hard and did not have time to collect them. He had obtained quite a lot of things. As if he had seen Fong Ping's action, the teacher in charge said calmly, keep them for yourself. During the battle, what you obtain will naturally belong to you. However, you're not allowed to snatch other people's loot. Share some of the loot that you took with you to the other students. In the end, Fong Ping touched 7 or 8 corpses. Some of them were martial artists who had been killed by others. Although the others did not have time to take them away, since Fong Ping had taken them away, he should share some with them. Hearing that, Fong Ping immediately took out some things from his backpack and handed them to the other students. Someone shook his head and said, forget it. You take it. If it weren't for you, half of us would have died this time. Don't. Everyone, take it. It's good for healing. There's not much, actually. We're all poor bastards. Everyone smiled and took what they were supposed to take. All right, let's go back to the city. The teacher in charge shouted. Everyone got up and walked toward Hope City. When they arrived at Hope City, the sky had just brightened. Outside the city, many martial artists had just returned. Some were carrying the injured, some were hugging the corpses. They were all very quiet. The teacher in charge sighed softly and said in a low voice, this time, the 2 cities are surrounding us. We must kill a portion of the martial artists in a thunderous manner, strike at their morale, and weaken their strength. Even if we have to sacrifice more, we must still fight. Fong Ping said in a muffled voice, can we only rely on martial artists to fight head-on? After so many years, the military department hasn't developed any weapons with high destructive power? Yes, but unfortunately, we're still lacking in energy stones. The teacher in charge replied, relying on energy weapons to kill martial artists may cost more. Current energy weapons are too simple and crude. Killing a rank 3 might require 10 grams of cultivation-aiding energy stones. As for 10 grams of cultivation-aiding energy stones, it might require a few rank 3 martial artists to fight and kill to obtain them. Think about it. Would the military department dare to use them? They might as well produce more pills and weapons for everyone to use for cultivation. You've advanced from rank 3 to rank 4. Killing a rank 3 will be much easier. At the end of the day, the quality-price ratio was not high enough. Energy stones were also too scarce. Fong Ping sighed and did not say anything else. Here, they had to get used to death. Lu Fengru had told them a long time ago that when martial artists died, they should not cry or grieve. If they had the ability, they should kill a few more catacombs martial artists to avenge them. If they did not have the ability, then they should endure and hold it in. They returned to the conference room again. Tang Feng had just returned, the bloodstains still on his body. Glancing at everyone, Tang Feng said tiredly, did you bring them back? No, the situation at the time didn't allow it. Tang Feng was silent for a moment. Then we'll search after we've defeated the enemy. Also, the military department allowed us to bring those rank 2 martial artists back. Fong Ping, you can go back too. Me? Yes, you can go back. Instructor, go back. Tang Feng said tiredly, you're all newbies. It's your first time entering. That's enough. Fong Ping frowned. Qin Fengqing said casually, I'm not slandering the military department. Why did the military department let them leave at this time? Could it be that they really can't defend it anymore? Shut up. Tang Feng scolded. After some thought, he said, the vice-chancellor has decided to enter the catacombs. 3 MCMAU grandmasters have entered the catacombs. Old Lu has gone to Nanjiang. No matter what, we have to leave some seeds for MCMAU. The vice-chancellor has entered the catacombs. Many instructors exclaimed. Someone could not help but say, the vice-chancellor, didn't he say? The vice-chancellor said that it's the same whether he goes to Nanjiang or Magic City. This time, the situation is critical, so he won't wait. It's the same here. Alright, let's not talk about this. Those who should go back, go back. Including Qin Fengqing and the rest of you. After blocking the first wave of attack, go back too. Qin Fengqing curled his lips. I'm not going back. If I go back, where will the resources come from? I'll kill as many as I can. Tang Feng glared at him and scolded, stop talking nonsense. Students, get out. The students looked at each other and left one after another. As soon as they left, the instructor who led the team earlier frowned and said, the vice-chancellor is here. Is it really that critical? Yes. Actually, a battle between high ranks happened last night. Skygate City's 14 high ranks came out in full force. This time, the vice-chancellor has decided to kill Skygate City's Tiger Battalion's commander-in-chief. The 3 commander-in-chiefs of the Tiger Battalion, Leopard Battalion, and Wolf Battalion are all rank 8. If the vice-chancellor can kill the commander-in-chief of the Tiger Battalion and a few other rank 7s, Skygate City will retreat without attacking. Then Skygate City's lord, on his side, Elder Fan will take action. However, a rank 9 is difficult to kill. He can only be restrained. On East Sunflower City's side, the Southern Guardian is here. He will appear to stop the enemy. A few old grandmasters have decided to kill some rank 7 and 8 martial artists this time. In addition, 2 rank 9s are rushing over to prevent people from the depths of the catacombs. This time, the vice-chancellor and the others want to at least cripple 2 cities in Magic City's catacombs. The powerhouses from the depths of the catacombs usually won't participate in the same rank battle. Many instructors clenched their fists. We're too weak. We can only kill them with same ranks. Otherwise, it's just 2 cities. Someone growled. Tang Feng fell silent again. After a while, he said, it's useless to say all this now. This time, Vice-Chancellor. Vice-Chancellor Wu wants to participate in the rank 8 battle. The military department wants all our students to return at this critical moment. Among you, those who are below 50 years old will also go back with you. I'm not going back. Stop talking nonsense. Tang Feng frowned and shouted, it's not up to you to decide whether to go back or not. MCMAU has lost a lot of instructors now. This year, we're recruiting more new students. Don't tell me you want these students to become self-taught? Alright, that's it. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. As for the students, send the new batch away. If they're not willing, a bunch of rank 2 and 3 greenhorns. What's the use of keeping them here? If it was a small-scale battle, I would be the first to stop them from leaving. But this time, the high-rank battle is the priority. It's useless for them to stay. Outside the conference room, some of Fang Ping's students went to treat their injuries, while others went back to recover their vitality. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, was in no hurry to leave. Seeing that Fang Ping was still deep in thought, Qin Fengqing grinned. What are you thinking about? No. You don't want to go back? I don't know. Fang Ping shook his head. He really did not know. I'm worried that I'll die here, but I'm also afraid that when I go back, people will call me a coward. After all, I'm also a person who cares about my reputation. Teacher Wu and the others had gone to do a mission with us, but they didn't come back. They didn't even manage to get their bodies back. I should at least wait for the enemies to retreat and go look for them. Then, I thought to myself, since none of you have left, I'm leaving. I'm stronger than you, right? Isn't it said that with great power comes great responsibility? Also, Fang Ping shook his head slightly. Sometimes, I feel that human nature is so complicated that even I don't understand it. I really don't want to die here. I'm too afraid of death. I still have too many things that I haven't done. If I die, how sad will my parents be? How sad will my sister be? But now, middle-ranked martial artists were everywhere, and high-ranked ones were not uncommon either. What use was a rank 3 martial artist like him here? Sometimes, I even think that when I reach the Grandmaster level, I can come back. Wouldn't that be even more effective? If I die, I won't have another chance. But you're right. If you don't fight and I don't fight, will there still be hope for humanity when the Grandmasters arrive? Tell me, why are people so complicated? Qin Fengqing thought nothing of it and chuckled. What's there to be conflicted about? Why think so much? If you want to stay, you can stay. If you want to leave, you can leave. It's not like you haven't fought or killed anyone. Whether you leave or stay, no one will say anything. As for Teacher Wu and the others, they had sacrificed themselves here. They had to give them a thumbs up and say they didn't live their lives in vain. How do you know they'll regret it? This was not the first time they had gone on a mission. The moment they walked into the catacombs, who would not be prepared to die? Did they really think that they were here to go sightseeing and kill monsters to level up? But it was understandable. It was his first time, after all. It's fine. In the future, when your friends and family die. Scram. Fang Ping cursed and said angrily, "You're cursing me." Qin Fengqing said lazily, "Curse you? I'm not cursing you, I'm just stating the facts." Among the martial artists who had been in the catacombs for a long time, to be honest, who had not lost a friend, take me for example. I used to have a few friends, but now, most of my missions are solo. Where did he go? Dead. This is the first time I went down to the catacombs. At the time, I came down with a team, and the team leader was a level higher than me. Now that I'm not dead, it's about time I graduated. At that time, that fellow beat and scolded me, saying that I was as stupid as a pig, Motherf ****. At that time, I was thinking, if you weren't one level higher than me, I wouldn't be able to kill you. In the end, great, he was really hacked to death. Before he died, he was still scolding me. Of course, I was also scolding him. Not long after, he died. At that time, I was also stunned. I also felt uncomfortable. I also didn't dare to believe it. I hadn't even killed this guy to take revenge. How could he die? Anyway, at that time, she felt terrible. One moment, she wanted to avenge him, the next moment, she wanted to kill all the creatures in the catacombs, and the next moment, she wanted to never enter the catacombs again. Then, he got used to it. In the end, you just have to get used to it. Fang Ping's expression darkened. He said impatiently, "Are you comforting me?" Bullsh *T, why should I comfort you? Qin Fengqing snorted. You're AF King rank 3 martial artist, not a child. It's not like you haven't killed people before. What's there to comfort? Overcome it yourself. I've said so much to you. Humans are indifferent to life and death. Don't think so much. I wouldn't be surprised if you die in the next moment. So, before that, shouldn't we split the benefits? Fang Ping's expression was frighteningly dark. Qin Fengqing patted his shoulder heavily, his gaze dangerous. You're not thinking of taking everything for yourself, are you? Kid, don't go too far. Even that bastard Wang Jinyang didn't go as far as you did. Get lost. Don't talk nonsense. Let's split the benefits. After that, you can leave or stay if you want. At most, you'll die. If I'm still alive, I'll acknowledge your parents as my godfather and godmother. That's not bad for you. Am I good enough? If you want to split it 50-50 with me, I'll marry your sister. Get lost. Fang Ping scolded with a dark expression. He humphed. You'll die, but I won't. I've calculated it. Every time you go down to the catacombs, the death rate is about 80%. I only have 20%. So, the probability of you dying first is higher. Pfft. The probability of you encountering that 20% is higher than mine. Do you believe me? I don't. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I die before you, I'll lose 1 billion to you. If you're dead, who am I going to collect the debt from? Is that so? Qin Fengqing fell into deep thought. He said thoughtfully, you can renege on the debt when you're dead. I can't believe I forgot. Both of them had talked about dying and dying too many times. They had become more indifferent to it. Fang Ping's mood gradually recovered. As he walked, he said, if you want to split the benefits with me, you might not get more than what you're getting now. What do you mean? Idiot. I'm too lazy to argue with you about splitting the benefits. You've taken 3 energy hearts. They're worth 900 credits, right? According to your 370 split, I have to get at least 2,100 credits. Do you think 3 poor commoners who didn't even get their hands on weapons have anything worth 2,100 credits? Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. Did he, on average, a rank 4 would get 700 credits? Did he, 700 credits? The other party would have to bring at least 23 grams of cultivation-aiding energy stones. Qin Fengqing suddenly thought of something. He looked up at the sky and said, the sun is so bright. Fang Ping, I'll say goodbye now. I won't see you again. After saying that, the fellow left in a hurry. Fang Ping stood where he was and shouted, you're the one who didn't want to split with me. Don't regret it. The next moment, Qin Fengqing returned to where he was. He said with a conflicted expression, how much exactly? Also, I was joking about splitting the benefits. Did you take it seriously? Think about it. If it weren't for me, could you have killed 3 rank 4s? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to kill 3 rank 4s. Fang Ping did not bother him anymore. He took out his gains from his military backpack. There were 7 basic energy stones, some big and some small. A portion of them were looted by Fang Ping from the corpses. Qin Fengqing held them and judged. He said, they can be exchanged for about 100 credits. Fang Ping took out a few smaller cultivation-aiding energy stones. Qin Fengqing picked them up and looked at them carefully, quickly estimating the price. About 40 grams. 1,200 credits. Plus the 100 credits just now, 1,300 credits. As soon as he calculated this, Qin Fengqing disappeared in the next second. Let's go. Let's split it like this. Your brother Qin isn't a calculated person. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. I knew you were going to run. It's fine. I'll keep the tab. According to the 3-7 split, I'll get at least 1,500 credits. You owe me 200 credits. That's 6 million. Plus the 4 million from before, Qin Fengqing, that's 10 million. I'll remember this clearly. It's whatever you say. Qin Fengqing did not care at all. Did he have to pay his debts? What a joke, if he died, the debt would disappear. Who knew when he would die? Who cared how much Fang Ping said? He would not pay him back as long as he was alive. Also, where did that 4 million come from? When did he borrow money from Fang Ping? He remembered that he owed Zhang Yu millions, but he did not plan to pay it back. If Zhang Yu dared to ask for millions, he would fight him to the death. How much had the Martial Arts Society deducted from him? That bastard Zhang Yu did not seem to have given him a salary, but Fang Ping's millions. Qin Fengqing racked his brains. When did I borrow it? As soon as Qin Fengqing left, he tacitly agreed to the allocation principle. After he got the items, the system calculated his wealth. In the end, his wealth had only increased by 28 million. Before the mission, Fang Ping's wealth was slightly more than 40 million. After the increase of 28 million, it was only slightly more than 45 million. The consumption is too high. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. Although the battle had only lasted about 15 minutes, Fang Ping had not stopped to rest at all. He had used his big moves more than once or twice. He had been using them since he entered the arena until the end. This was more exhausting than killing 3 rank 4 martial artists. Fang Ping did not use his big moves all the time to kill rank 4 martial artists. However, before this, the situation was not so good. He had been besieged by so many people. Fang Ping had no choice but to maintain his big moves. After calculating, he had used up close to 23 million wealth. It was equivalent to Fang Ping replenishing 23,000 calories of vitality during the battle. It was comparable to the total consumption of all the other rank 3 martial artists. But it's about the same. I've achieved the same effect as all of them combined. After that, he had killed so many martial artists of the 3 lower ranks. Although Fang Ping did not claim credit, everyone had seen that Fang Ping had killed about half of them alone. It's a waste to keep the energy stones now. I'll see if I can sell them for something good. Thinking of this, Fang Ping turned and walked toward the military camp. The military department had a logistics department here. Besides, he was carrying out the military department's mission this time. The military department had subsidies too. At this time, the more wealth he had, the better. The military department's logistics department. Fang Ping handed over his martial arts license. Soon, the middle-aged soldier in charge of logistics smiled and said, "Just now, your team leader, Teacher Chen, came over to give a briefing about MCMAU's mission. He specifically mentioned you. You performed very well. In terms of resources, the military department is preparing for war now. They can't provide you with much, but they gave you 500 military points. Also, before this, you brought back news about East Sunflower City. The military department also rewarded you with 3,000 military points." Fang Ping was stunned. He could not help but ask, "So, I have 3,500 military points now? Then, if I join the military department now, won't I at least be a commander-in-chief?" Fang Ping understood the military department's points. In the eyes of martial arts university students, martial arts university credits represented money. The military department's points represented honor and military positions. The division of military positions in the military department was actually a little complicated. However, under normal circumstances, martial arts university students would take up positions at most of the 3 levels: commander-in-chief, and general. A commander-in-chief's rank was not considered low. The lowest rank was usually held by a rank 4 martial artist. Rank 5 martial artists were not rare either. When one entered rank 6 and achieved enough battle merits, there was hope of becoming a general and overseeing a region. Above that, there were actually some ranks, but most of them were nominal. When one entered the Grandmaster realm, they were mostly fighting against the other party's powerhouses. Commanding the military was usually a high-ranked or lower mission. A Grandmaster powerhouse alone was comparable to an army. Rather than being held back by the military, it was better to fight alone. Nanjiang's Zhang Dingnan had promised Fang Ping that he could return to Nanjiang to be a commander-in-chief after graduation. Right now, however, Fang Ping was only a freshman. Moreover, 3,500 military points was already very high. 3,000 points and above meant that once he joined the military department, he could become a commander-in-chief directly. Yao Qingjun from before was also a commander-in-chief. If he accumulated more than 10,000 military points and had enough strength, it would mean that Fang Ping could also become a general overseeing a region. Of course, it was not easy to accumulate military points. East Sunflower City was an accident. Fang Ping had actually only accumulated 500 points. These 500 points were obtained by him and Qin Fengqing working together to kill 3 rank 4 martial artists and dozens of rank 3 martial artists. If it were another rank 4 martial artist, they might not be able to do it. To accumulate 10,000 points, Fang Ping would have to kill close to 100 middle-ranked martial artists. Hearing Fang Ping's words, the officer from the logistics department laughed and said, "Of course, the military department also welcomes powerhouses like you to join the military department." If student Fang has this thought, Fang Ping coughed dryly and said, "Forget it. I don't have this thought for now. I'll think about it after I graduate." The officers from the military department were stationed in the catacombs all year round. Fang Ping was impressed, but he would definitely not be used to staying in the catacombs all year round and being restricted by military rules. Many powerhouses from the military department would also break away from the restrictions of the military in the later stages and go solo in the catacombs. Regarding this, the military department did not impose too many restrictions. Seeing that Fang Ping did not agree, the other party was not surprised. He smiled and allocated Fang Ping this time's allowance. It was really not much. 3 rank 3 vitality pills were worth 120 credits in MCMAU. However, at this juncture, the military department's resources were limited. Moreover, what they seized belonged to them. This was different from when the military department martial artists carried out missions. Fang Ping did not say anything. He had already expected this. The 3 rank 3 vitality pills had also increased his wealth by more than 2.5 million, pushing Fang Ping's wealth close to 50 million again. After some thought, Fang Ping took out all the energy stones he had, including the 3 vitality pills in his hand. He said, "Uncle, I have so many things. Can I exchange them for a soft armor made from the fur of a rank 6 creature?" The value of these things added together was close to 40 million. However, the officer in front of him glanced at them and smiled bitterly. "Student Fang Ping, actually, we did not kill many rank 6 creatures. Also, we really can't exchange them. According to MCMAU's exchange requirements, a rank 6 creature's leather armor is worth between 50,000 to 10,000 credits. What about a rank 5? Last time I exchanged for a rank 4 leather armor, 500 credits. A rank 5 one shouldn't be that expensive, right?" Fang Ping understood the price of a rank 6. According to the human situation, rank 6 creatures were almost golden. A rank 5 usually costs around 1,000 to 3,000 credits. Glancing at the things Fang Ping had placed on the table, the middle-aged officer thought for a moment and said, "I can only exchange you for an early-stage rank 5 creature's leather armor." Fang Ping was a little hesitant. He gritted his teeth and suddenly took off his tattered jacket and the inner armor that was slightly damaged inside. He put them on the table together and said, "Can I exchange for a middle-stage rank 5 one? This inner armor is a little damaged, but it can still be used after some repairs." After saying that, Fang Ping thought of something again. He took out a pair of gloves from his military backpack and said, "These are the boxing gloves made from C-grade alloy and the fur of a catacombs creature. I haven't used them before. I'm about to enter peak rank 3, so I'm not used to using these. All of them added together can be exchanged for a middle stage rank 5 creature's leather armor. Isn't that enough?" The officer looked at them for a while and calculated for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, "Yes, but the energy stones are actually very helpful for your cultivation." "Student Fang Ping, are you sure you want to exchange for the leather armor?" "Yes, I'm sure." Fang Ping nodded. He now had a lot of old wounds on his body. Many of them were caused by his leather armor being pierced. This made Fang Ping very sad. Scars were the embodiment of a man's battle achievements. However, these scars were very difficult to remove before reaching peak rank 6. It would affect the feel of the armor. Seeing that Fang Ping was determined to exchange, the officer no longer had any objections. At this juncture, exchanging the energy stones and pills used for cultivation in exchange for leather armor. It had to be said that Fang Ping was in the minority among the minority. Actually, very few martial artists would do this. A few minutes later, Fang Ping received a soft armor. It was more like a military vest. It had no sleeves. A martial artist's arms were not usually vital points. Penetrating injuries to the internal organs were. Fang Ping was quite satisfied. He tested the feel of it. He wanted to stab it with a knife to test it out, but he was afraid that it would pierce through, so he could not bring himself to do so. With the soft armor in hand, Fang Ping's wealth actually increased a little, officially reaching 50 million. According to the officer, this soft armor would cost close to 2,000 credits to exchange for at MCMAU. After a simple calculation, Fang Ping felt that he was really quite extravagant now. Other things aside, a saber and a soft armor were worth more than 100 million. Among rank 3 martial artists, there were probably not many who were more extravagant than him. Quickly putting on the soft armor, Fang Ping walked out of the logistics department, muttering, "This time, I've gained a lot from entering the catacombs." His wealth had decreased a little, from 80 million to 50 million. However, his bone marrow was mostly honed, and his equipment had been upgraded. In terms of combat techniques, there was still a lot of improvement. Fang Ping felt that his manic explosion's 5 consecutive slashes should be completed soon. Even now, his familiarity with combat techniques was much stronger than before. It was very difficult to improve combat techniques purely by relying on pointers. Only through actual combat could he discover his shortcomings. Peak rank 3 should be soon. The difference between upper stage rank 3 and peak rank 3 was in physique, vitality, and integration. Fang Ping's physique and vitality had actually reached the standard a long time ago. Now, as long as he melted them into one, he would be a peak rank 3 martial artist. This is still a matter of gathering strength. What Qin Fengqing said before was also the situation of peak rank 3. Now, I've roughly understood this. Peak rank 3 should be about there. When he walked back to the residential area, he saw someone packing things. Fang Ping's footsteps slowed slightly. Should I go back? Fang Ping, you're back. Pack your things. Teacher Jing asked us to meet at the passageway later. Seeing that Fang Ping had returned, Fu Changding immediately said. Fang Ping did not say anything. He leaned on the bed, causing the bed to creak. When the others had packed their things and were ready to go out, Fu Changding saw that Fang Ping was still leaning on the bed. He whispered, "Are your injuries serious?" "No, they're all superficial wounds." Fang Ping shook his head and exhaled. "You guys go first. Then you, I'll rest for a while." "Then hurry up, Fang Ping. Actually, I know what you're thinking, but we're really too weak now. We can't even go down the city wall. If these rank 2 martial artists fought and went down the city wall, they would die." "Yes, I know. You guys go first. Then come over early." After everyone left, Fang Ping muttered, "I'm an upper stage rank 3 martial artist. I'm much stronger than the average peak rank 3. Even rank 4 martial artists might not be my match. You guys can leave, but what about me?" Upper stage rank 3 and martial artists below were two different concepts. If I were rank 2, I'd go too. I'll just die here for nothing. But I'm not. Fang Ping lay on the bed, staring at the old ceiling in a daze. Half an hour later. The passageway square. Zheng Longjiang counted the people and frowned slightly. Fang Ping isn't back yet? He's back. He's at the dormitory. Where is he? Didn't we say to gather here? Fu Changding shook his head and thought for a while. He probably doesn't want to go back. Doesn't want to go back? Zheng Longjiang was slightly stunned. Was that kid Fang Ping so brave? After thinking for a while, Zheng Longjiang said, "You guys wait here for a while." After saying this, Zheng Longjiang turned and walked toward the district. In the dormitory. Lu Fengre looked down at Fang Ping, who was lying on the bed, and said calmly, "Why aren't you leaving?" "I'm short of money." Lu Fengre frowned. Fang Ping sighed. "I'll take a gamble. Otherwise, I won't have money to break through rank 4. It's not that easy to break through rank 4 outside. Now that the war has started, I'll take advantage of it and get some benefits first." "You will die. If I'm stuck at rank 3, I'll die sooner or later. Why don't you give me 18 billion, instructor? Or you can entrust me with all your belongings. I'll go out and help you look after your family business. Are you cursing me to die?" Fang Ping put on a long face and shook his head. "Teacher, I didn't say that. What are you thinking? I'll help you take care of your family business. What are you thinking? Just focus on breaking through to Grandmaster. Don't worry about these trivial matters, it's up to you. Be careful." After saying this, Lu Fengru turned around and left. She had just left when Zheng Longjiang arrived. Fang Ping saw him and said, "My instructor asked me to stay behind to gain experience and break through to rank 4 in preparation for taking charge of MCMAU." Zheng Longjiang suddenly stopped in his tracks. After a while, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Then you'll have to wait until we're all dead." Fang Ping laughed dryly. "That won't do. If they're all dead, wouldn't MCMAU be an empty shell? Why would I still be in charge of MCMAU then? You brat, be careful." Zheng Longjiang did not try to persuade her. He had seen Lu Fengru too. More than an hour later, Fang Ping ate some half-cooked meat in the cafeteria and walked out. At this moment, the army could be seen everywhere in Hope City. Martial artists were also in a hurry. Some went to the North Gate, while others went to the East Gate. In the sky above Hope City, a powerhouse flew in the air and shouted, non-military department martial artists, middle-ranked, report to the operations department and get assigned missions, lower-ranked martial artists, report to each city gate and get assigned missions. Fang Ping thought for a while and went to the north gate. At this moment, the north gate was overcrowded. On both sides of the city gate, military officers shouted, "Line up and wait for the assignment." Martial artists were very efficient. Fang Ping lined up on one side and it was his turn very soon. "Do you have your martial arts license?" "Yes." Fang Ping handed over his martial arts license. The other party glanced at it and asked, "What's the level of rank 3? Fang Ping, that sounds familiar," the military officer in charge of assigning missions murmured. However, there were still many people, so he did not think too much and asked immediately, "What's the level of rank 3? "Upper stage." "Then you go to the east gate to participate in defense, not fighting in the field?" "Right now, only middle-ranked martial artists go out of the city to fight." "Go, don't waste time." Fang Ping did not ask any more questions and walked toward the east gate. Half an hour later, Fang Ping was arranged to go to the east gate's city wall. He was not alone. There were more than 10 people here, all rank 3 martial artists. The one in charge of leading them was also a military officer. Judging by his rank, he was a master commandant, and his strength was at peak rank 3. Leading the assigned manpower, the military officer led a few people forward. When they walked to a place that looked like a fort, Fang Ping saw Hope City's defensive weapon for the first time. It was a large ballista forged from alloy. The leading master commandant said loudly, "Everyone, we only have one mission. Guard this ballista and attach vitality to the bolts." Although upper stage rank 3 martial artists can't release their vitality from their bodies, they can attach vitality to their weapons. "All of you take turns to attach vitality to the ballista. I'll be responsible for shooting the martial artists who fly in the air outside the city." Fang Ping heard that and asked quickly, "Can it be done?" Martial artists who fly in the air are usually rank 5. Can they shoot a rank 5? Yes. Of course, the probability is very low, but it's possible to kill a rank 4. The prerequisite is that you have enough vitality. We're all rank 3. One person's ability is limited, but 10 rank 3s, divided into 2 shifts, attach vitality to the bolts. With 5 people working together, we can still kill them. Fang Ping looked around and saw that there was a ballista on the city wall every few dozen meters. Other than the ballista, there was also a launcher similar to a rocket launcher. "What's that?" "Energy cannon." The master commandant saw him looking over and explained, "Energy ores can explode, but it's best not to count on that." The master commandant smiled bitterly. "The consumption is too high. We can't afford to fight a battle like this. Everyone knows how precious energy ores are. One shot will consume millions. Unless it's the last resort, Sino Nation can't afford to fight a war of attrition like this. Also, martial artists are in charge. We have to be careful that the enemy powerhouses receive the projectile and reflect it back. The explosive power of this thing is not small, but it's not as practical as the ballista." Fang Ping nodded slightly. Someone in the team chuckled. "Little brother, is this your first time seeing this?" "Yes. When the enemy comes, we'll show you how a rank 3 kills a rank 4. Does Skygate City really think they can take down Hope City? In terms of powerhouses, we don't have enough manpower, so we may not have the upper hand. In terms of equipment, we're still better than them," the master commandant laughed. "We're more likely to face the East Sunflower military." As he said that, the master commandant continued, "This time, the military department's goal is to cripple the enemy's army, to make East Sunflower City afraid and regret. To let them know that attacking Hope City was their biggest mistake. At all costs. The enemy is still 60 li away from us. If they're quick, they'll arrive this afternoon. If they're slow, they'll arrive tomorrow. Although we rank 3 martial artists can't participate in the battle between powerhouses, we can't embarrass humanity." Fang Ping nodded absent-mindedly. The situation had deteriorated to the point that rank 3 martial artists could not participate in the battle outside the city. Clearly, it was not as easy as the master commandant said. Meanwhile, the military department's war room. A few elderly people were either standing or sitting. MCMAU's old vice-chancellor was among them. In the middle of the crowd, a middle-aged man in a military uniform said after a long silence, "Seniors, the situation hasn't deteriorated to this point yet." Before he finished speaking, a white-haired old man frowned and said, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Do we need you to remind us? Now, does the government mean to attack one city first, or to fight both cities? If you ask me, we should attack one city with all our might. Skygate City, and our hatred is as deep as the sea. This time, the few of us should focus on attacking Skygate City. Old Bai and Old Zhang are rank 8. Both of you are responsible for killing 2 of the 3 chief commanders. The few of us will kill the other rank 7s. Kill as many as we can, and destroy Skygate City completely." An emaciated old man sitting next to him shook his head and said, "My opinion is to kill those guys from East Sunflower City. Skygate City has been fighting us for so many years, we know them inside out. Leaving Skygate City behind is beneficial to us. On the other hand, if we really destroy Skygate City, then I'm afraid we'll have to face the unfamiliar East Sunflower City next. Are we supposed to let go of all these years of hatred? Before I die, I just want to kill a few Skygate City bastards." "Who are you talking to? Your old man isn't even as old as I am. Young people nowadays." The white-haired old man with a sturdy build looked embarrassed. "I'm almost 100 years old. Is it appropriate for you to call me a young person?" The few old men talked for a while. Finally, the old vice-chancellor, who had been silent all this while, said, "Kill Skygate City's high ranks. We don't know much about East Sunflower City, so we don't have much confidence. Can we kill them in our first encounter? As for Skygate City, we know them inside out. We're still confident in killing them." The emaciated old man shook his head and said, "It's precisely because we don't know them inside out that we're confident. Skygate City has been fighting us for so many years that they're now on their guard." The few of them talked back and forth, but for the time being, they could not come to a consensus. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man with a square face and thick eyebrows came in from outside the door. As soon as he entered, the middle-aged man in military uniform said hurriedly, "Guardian Wu." The square-faced man nodded slightly. He looked at the few old men and bowed deeply without saying a word. The few old men smiled and returned the greeting. "Old Bai, Old Wang," the square-faced man stood up and greeted the few old men one by one. Finally, he looked at MCMAU's vice-chancellor, his glasses slightly red. "Instructor." The old vice-chancellor chuckled. "You're already a rank 9 high grandmaster. Why, do you still want to cry?" "No, and I won't. 30 years ago, I told myself that I'll only bleed and not cry in this lifetime." Although the square-faced man said this, his eyes were filled with tears. The government and the military department mean to kill the Skygate City powerhouses. Even if we're facing East Sunflower City next, we have to lengthen the battle line. Now, the 2 cities are too close. Seniors, it's our incompetence. The square-faced man bowed again, his eyes filled with tears. "Have a safe journey. In this lifetime, I'll level the catacombs." The old vice-chancellor chuckled. He stood up and said, "That's enough. You're making me feel uncomfortable. A bunch of old men won't live long. Sooner or later, they'll all die. If we don't make a move now, in 2 years, I'm afraid we won't be able to fight anymore." "Instructor, all right, go and do your thing. Since we've decided on the target, it'll be Skygate City. Let's discuss this. Remember to stop that guy. If a rank 9 comes, us old men won't be able to stop him." "Definitely. Go then." Soon, it was afternoon. Before the energy sun disappeared, in Fangping and the rest's line of sight, an army appeared majestically. At the same time, at the north gate, Skygate City's army was approaching. "Woo woo woo," a hurried and loud bugle call rang out. Fangping and the rest perked up immediately, looking at the army in the distance. They were less than 5 li away from Hope City. The leading master commandant took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Prepare for battle." Fangping and the other 4 immediately touched the alloy crossbow bolts, ready to apply vitality. However, the army opposite them quickly stopped and did not move forward. At this moment, a powerhouse opposite them floated in the air, emitting strong energy waves. A high-ranked powerhouse. Meanwhile, in Hope City, more than 10 powerful energy particle waves rose up instantly. Then, Fong Ping saw powerhouses hovering in midair. In the air. The few old men were no longer hunched. They stood ramrod straight. The old vice-chancellor was all smiles. He looked at the other old men and chuckled. Old buddies, don't drop the ball. Just mind your own business. Someone snorted. The old vice-chancellor did not refute. He smiled and said, "Shall we go then? You talk too much." In the next moment, the few old men flew toward the north. Many silhouettes flew out from Skygate City in the north. Both sides avoided the army and flew into the distance. Before the two armies started fighting, they heard a deafening roar coming from afar. Waves of extremely strong energy waves came from afar. The battle in the catacombs was much faster than Fong Ping had imagined. In the next moment, Fong Ping saw almost 1,000 silhouettes flying down from the city wall. He saw Tang Feng, Lu Fengru, and many familiar instructors. Kill. A series of roars could be heard. Fong Ping saw that these middle-ranked powerhouses were soon engaged in battle with the middle-ranked powerhouses who had also charged out from the opposite side. Both sides deliberately deviated from the main battlefield, killing to the side. Seeing Fong Ping staring ahead, the leading master commandant said in a low voice, "The middle-ranked and high-ranked powerhouses have their own battlefield. We need to face a large number of ordinary soldiers and martial artists in the 3 lower ranks, as well as some middle-ranked martial artists. Of course, we also have middle-ranked martial artists on guard here." As soon as he finished speaking, outside the city, countless catacombs martial artists pushed metal shield cars that shone with a dim light toward the city wall. This was the first time Fong Ping knew that the other party had a shield car. Other than the metal shield cars, Fong Ping also saw the rush cars and the scaling ladders. Under the martial artists' push, the catacombs army was extremely efficient. Fong Ping was ready to make a move. The master commandant said calmly, "Our target is not them. Middle-ranked martial artists will appear soon. Our target is them. Remember, when we reach the city wall, there will be some middle-ranked martial artists mixed in with the army. They will jump over the wall and attack. Don't worry about them. There will be people to face the enemy." Fong Ping nodded quickly. The others did not panic. One of them even took out a cigarette and held an energy stone in his hand. It released a flame-like glow and lit the cigarette. Fong Ping only saw smoke. He did not see any sparks. He was dumbfounded. "Let's be extravagant and enjoy for a while. Smoking gives me energy. Even my vitality is strong. Charge." On the city wall, following the master commandant's shout, Fong Ping and the others began to condense their vitality, imbuing the crossbow with vitality force. After waiting for a moment, the master commandant roared. The blood-colored crossbow shot out instantly, piercing through an officer in full armor. Huff, the people around Fong Ping panted heavily. The master commandant shook his head. Not a middle-ranked. At this moment, the enemy was already at the city wall. Everyone imbued their vitality dozens of times, but they only managed to kill one powerhouse who was hovering in the air. The East Sunflower Army was prepared. The powerhouses hovered in the air, carrying their giant shields. After many rounds of shooting, they did not kill many people. Fong Ping frowned. A middle-ranked martial artist was fighting the enemy powerhouse who had jumped over the wall just a few meters in front of him. Fong Ping looked at the master commandant, eager to make a move. The master commandant shook his head. "Our mission is to be in charge of the bed crossbows, but, do you still have vitality?" The master commandant smiled bitterly. It was not that he did not want to help, but most of the people who had jumped over the wall were middle-ranked martial artists. Their vitality had been depleted. If they went up now, they would only add to the chaos and die. Fong Ping nodded seriously. "Yes. Also, I've killed many middle-ranked martial artists. I can kill them." Everyone looked at him. Fong Ping took a deep breath. "I won't disturb you if I kill the enemy now, will I?" Little brother, the middle-aged martial artist who lit the cigarette earlier frowned slightly. "Don't go to your death. Even if you die, make it worthwhile, it's true. I'm Fang Ping. Do you know Fang Ping? I've killed a rank 5 genius. Fang Ping grinned. He mumbled to himself, I'm afraid of death, but when I see the martial artists in front of me risking their lives and splattering their blood on the wall, I don't think I have the right to be afraid of death. Fang Ping, only then did everyone know his name. The Master Commandant's eyes lit up. MCMAU's Fang Ping? That's me. Fang Ping smiled. Then I'll go? He said so much because he had to obey military orders during wartime. If the Master Commandant did not say anything, he would be going against military orders if he left. The Master Commandant did not hesitate. He said immediately, you go. Our vitality has recovered. We'll go help you immediately. All right. Fang Ping moved his feet. In the next moment, he appeared in front of an upper stage rank 3 martial artist who had just jumped onto the city wall. With a roar, a blood-red glow flashed on his saber, and he cleaved his opponent in half. Among the people behind him, the middle-aged cultivator panted and laughed, damn it, genius cultivators are indeed different. We are still old. However, when my chi and blood recover a little, I will also kill them with one saber strike. Shut up. You can kill a rank 1 with one slash. The few of them, who had exhausted most of their vitality, chatted cheerfully, not minding the battle that was taking place right in front of them. Looking out of the city, the Master Commandant sighed softly. The East Sunflower Army's morale is high. It's going to be tough this time. What's there to be afraid of? Just kill them, I'm scared? I'm not afraid, I'm just worried about Hope City. The Commandant shook his head. What am I afraid of? In his heart, however, he was puzzled. Why hadn't the general started deploying his troops, North Gate? Sumafu did not say a word. He kept staring in the northwest direction. There, waves of extremely powerful energy were overflowing. Definitely, he muttered in his heart. Beside him, another powerhouse was also staring in the northwest direction, murmuring, when will the seniors return? Return, Sumafu murmured. He stared at the northwest direction for a long time before saying slowly, they will return, northwest. The Grandmasters were fighting the Sky Gate City powerhouses alone. The old Vice-Chancellor was panting violently. His body was covered in blood. More than 10 meters away, a Sky Gate City powerhouse was floating in the air with a cold expression, looking down at the old man in front of him who he had almost killed many years ago. %#yen*. No one knew if the old Vice-Chancellor understood. He panted and laughed, you're saying that I'm not as good as you, that I was almost killed by you back then? Little bastard, if you didn't gang up on me back then, do you think you'd be my match? The old Vice-Chancellor swore, panting. Wait a little longer. Don't worry, don't run this time. The Sky Gate City powerhouse who was floating in the air did not say another word. In a flash, he appeared above the old man's head. The next moment, a ferocious tiger monster materialized in the air, opening its mouth to bite the old Vice-Chancellor. I've been waiting for you. The old Vice-Chancellor's eyes were bright, and his body suddenly emitted a rich blood-red glow. Above his head, a blood-red blade appeared instantly. The blood-red blade seemed to be absorbing energy. The old Vice-Chancellor's already damaged golden body suddenly collapsed, and waves of rich energy particles were absorbed by the blood-red blade. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Sky Gate City powerhouse's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily. What golden body? Killing you is good stuff. The old Vice-Chancellor laughed loudly. Then, the blood-red blade instantly pierced through the air, slicing the ferocious tiger in half. The next moment, the blood-red blade slashed down from above the Sky Gate City powerhouse's head. His opponent's spirit had left his body, and his golden body could be destroyed. The blood-red blade condensed all of the old Vice-Chancellor's essence, spirit, including the imperishable substance. At that moment, its speed was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Roar! The Sky Gate City powerhouse roared like a wild beast, raising his fist and punching the blood-red blade. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated between heaven and earth. Go to hell! The illusory golden body of the old Vice-Chancellor also roared, and the blood-red blade instantly exploded. Rumble! An explosion 10 times stronger than before rang out. The land within a radius of thousands of meters instantly disappeared, turning into nothingness. A large black crater formed in the ground. I really want to go back and take a look. A murmur rang out in the air. No one could be seen in midair. On the other side, the gaunt old man chuckled. He left faster than me. Little fellow, you're really anxious. The Skygate City powerhouse opposite him sensed that his Tiger Army's commander's spirit had been obliterated. His expression changed instantly, and he turned to flee. Why are you running? The gaunt old man laughed loudly. The next moment, just like the old vice-chancellor, his physical body began to collapse, and all the energy was absorbed by the blood-red blade above his head. In an instant, the blood-red blade split a giant golden beast in the air. The blood-red blade instantly descended on the other party's head, and without any hesitation, an intense blood-red light erupted the next moment. If you don't die from this, consider yourself lucky. The gaunt old man's body continued to collapse. When the deafening sound rang out, the entire world fell silent. A few seconds later, a subtle spiritual wave shook the air. I'll be leaving first. Ha ha ha, old Bai died just like that? He didn't live as long as I did. At the same time, on the other side, an old man laughed out loud. He laughed as if there was no one else around, and he was extremely happy. I thought that a rank 8 could live longer than me. Now it seems that there's no hope for him to surpass me. As for the little fellow from MCMAU, he lived for 80 years. How weak. I'm coming too. The old man laughed maniacally. His mentality condensed into a blood-red blade as well, but it was no longer to obliterate the other party's body. Instead, it swiftly slashed a giant beast in the air. Mother asterisk Kerr, a rank 7 is weak. I don't have a golden body to explode. The old man roared. Suddenly, he hammered his body violently. His internal organs vaporized instantly, turning into streams of pure energy that shot into the blood-red blade. The blood-red color on the blood-red blade intensified. The old man laughed again, but no more sounds came out. The blood-red blade exploded instantly, blasting the giant beast into nothingness. Boom! A series of deafening sounds came from the northwest. Fong Ping and the East Sunflower City martial artists who were fighting were stunned for a moment. The strong energy waves that they could sense earlier were disappearing one by one. As if they knew something, the East Sunflower City martial artists' expressions changed drastically. Fong Ping's expression changed too. The energy waves had disappeared. What did this mean? Even if he was not a grandmaster, he knew that if the other party had not suddenly restrained all his energy, he would have died in battle. However, in a great battle, who would restrain their energy and wait for death? Vice-Chancellor, Fong Ping gritted his teeth. He could not care less about these things. With a roar, his saber slashed continuously. 5 slashes were unleashed simultaneously. Boom! The rank 4 martial artist opposite him was instantly killed on the spot. Manic explosion had finally broken through to 5 consecutive slashes. However, Fong Ping was not overjoyed. The next moment, Su Mafu's voice came from the north gate. Get out of the city. Kill. Before this, the city still had a large number of active forces. At this moment, the city gate suddenly opened. A group of heavily armored cavalry charged at the front. Behind them, countless ordinary soldiers and military martial artists rushed out of the city gate and began to attack the besieging troops. In the catacombs, the commander-in-chief of Hope City was not a grandmaster. However, in the catacomb cities, a high rank was the commander-in-chief of the army. When some powerhouses sensed the disappearance of the energy waves, some of the generals of the Skygate Army and the East Sunflower City Army turned pale. Then, they roared madly and shouted the evacuation signal, East Gate. When Su Mafu's voice came, Fong Ping jumped off the city wall and began to chase after the retreating East Sunflower City martial artists. Under the outburst of 5 consecutive slashes, even rank 4 martial artists could be killed with 1 slash. Among the pursuing crowd, Fong Ping vaguely saw Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing was bathed in blood, roaring in grief and anger. Fong Ping was not familiar with MCMAU's old vice-chancellor. He had only seen him a few times. However, Qin Fengqing had seen him many times. Not only had he seen him before, When he sensed the disappearance of the powerful energy waves, Qin Fengqing instantly knew what had happened. Some of the grandmasters who had participated in the battle had died in battle. Kill. At the east gate, the battle was not that intense. At the north gate, the heavily armored cavalry charged and broke through the enemy lines, disrupting the Sky Gate army's formation. At this moment, no high-ranked powerhouses returned to help. The middle-ranked powerhouses were also pinned down in the distance. A large number of ordinary soldiers and low-ranked martial artists were killed by the troops at the back. A large number of high-ranked powerhouses had died in battle. Clearly, it was beyond everyone's expectations. East Sunflower City and Skygate City kept retreating. A large number of middle-ranked martial artists had also returned to the camp and began to cover the army's retreat. In the distance, an even more intense energy wave was transmitted. It was so intense that everyone felt the pressure. Rank 9 powerhouses were fighting in a frenzy. At Skygate City's side, Fang Ping could even clearly feel an extremely frenzied wave of anger. It was coming from the Skygate City Lord. Deafening noises could be heard continuously from the void. The human powerhouses were also fighting, blocking the enemy, not giving the other party a chance to return to help. The chase went on for more than an hour. Fang Ping could not remember how many people he had killed. There were ordinary people, martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, and rank 4 martial artists. He had even encountered a rank 5 martial artist, but he was intercepted by his own rank 5 powerhouses. After chasing for 20 li outside the city, a powerhouse levitated in the air and roared, "Clean up the battlefield and return to the city quickly." The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield one after another, moving their comrades' corpses. The martial artists stood guard outside the perimeter. No one went to fight. Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping panted and found Qin Fengqing, whose chest was still bleeding profusely. Qin Fengqing said nothing. Just now, at this moment, Qin Fengqing turned his head to look at Fang Ping. His voice was hoarse. "You didn't leave?" "Yes." Fang Ping's expression changed. He asked again, "Just now, was it?" "I don't know." Qin Fengqing replied impatiently. Then, he ignored Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not ask any more. After waiting for a while, the team began to retreat. The ground was full of the enemy's corpses. After chasing for more than an hour, they walked for more than 2 hours to return to the city. At this moment, the sky was already dark. At the city gate, it was bright. The huge energy lamp illuminated Hope City. Fang Ping and the other non-military department martial artists were ordered to go back and rest. The military department martial artists continued to stand guard. Fang Ping did not return to the dormitory. There was no one there now. He walked with Qin Fengqing, saying as he walked, "Take care of your injuries. You're so annoying." Qin Fengqing's face was pale. He roared impatiently. Fang Ping fell silent again. When they returned to Qin Fengqing's residence, a few students had returned. As for those who did not return, it meant that they could not return. Everyone looked at each other. No one said anything. They found a place to sit down and catch their breath. It was exceptionally quiet. North City Gate. Square-faced Guardian Wu fell from the sky and staggered. Sumafu, who had been standing still, suddenly came to his senses. He asked hurriedly, "Guardian Wu, where are Old Bai and the others?" Square-faced shook his head slightly. Then, he said in a low voice, "Go do what you need to do. Even if East Sunflower City retreated, Skygate City will not let it go. We killed 7 of them in this battle and lost half of their high ranks. Skygate City will not let this go." Sumafu gritted his teeth. "Then we'll destroy them completely." "No, I can feel it. There are powerhouses in the other 11 cities demonstrating their might." "Bastard!" Sumafu cursed. Square-faced ignored him. He turned to look at the others on the city wall. After a while, he said, "You will get what you ask for. In this life of the instructors, their greatest regret is not being able to pacify the catacombs. Everyone, let's work together." Lu Fengru suddenly sneered. She turned and walked away. Her sobbing voice was heard. "It's good that the old man is dead. When he's alive, he only knows how to persuade me to look on the bright side." When he's dead, he can't even look on the bright side. What right does he have to persuade me? He died in the catacombs without a corpse left. What kind of bullsh** T golden body powerhouse is he? So what if he's a rank 8? So what if he's a rank 9, he's still dead? Her voice gradually faded away. Everyone was silent. Pack up. We're going back. In the middle of the night, Tang Feng's face was as white as snow. He stepped into the house and saw Fang Ping, but he did not say anything. Qin Fengqing jumped up suddenly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Vice-Chancellor is dead?" "Yes." "Bastard." Qin Fengqing punched the wall and roared, "Why did the Vice-Chancellor and the others have to risk their lives? Are all the rank 9 martial artists dead?" "Shut up. I'm not convinced." "What about more than 30 rank 9 martial artists?" "They're all dead." Qin Fengqing roared, "The Vice-Chancellor was already heavily injured. Why did he have to fight?" Tang Feng's expression was ice cold. He said coldly, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you." Qin Fengqing glared at him hatefully. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. He lowered his head and said nothing. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Tang Feng said softly, "Pack up. We're going back." "I'll say it one more time. Pack up. We're going back." Seeing that everyone was not moving, Tang Feng roared angrily and kicked the bed in front of him into pieces. Among the crowd, some people started to get up and pack up. Fang Ping had brought some clothes with him when he came to the catacombs. He threw them aside and was not in the mood to pack up. After everyone had packed up, Tang Feng led everyone out. Qin Fengqing followed quietly. When they reached the passageway entrance, Tang Feng suddenly said, "Go back and cultivate well. You're not allowed to enter the catacombs for the next few months." Fang Ping turned his head to look at him. He asked, "What about you guys?" "It's none of your business." Tang Feng chided. He frowned and said, "Go in." The moment he walked out of the energy channel, many people in the team choked silently. The principal had died in battle, many instructors had also died in battle in the catacombs. Some of their classmates and companions had also remained in the catacombs forever. Initially, there were close to 20 upper stage rank 3 students and above. After one mission and one city defense mission, only 15 of them returned. Outside the alloy house, the 2 guards at the door became one, and Scarface disappeared. That day, the person who said that he would demolish the alloy house with Fang Ping when the catacombs were pacified was no longer around. Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the other gatekeeper who was distracted and said softly, "Uncle Scar, he said he's going to catch some catacombs girls." The somewhat lonely gatekeeper chuckled and said, "That fellow is always thinking about capturing a catacombs girl to train. Now he's finally satisfied." Fang Ping did not know if Scarface had entered the catacombs or if he had died in the catacombs, but he did not ask further. Too many people had died in the past few days. Everyone made way for the passageway. Outside, there was still an endless stream of martial artists entering. However, there were no longer inferior grade martial artists, they were all medial grade martial artists. The moment he walked out of the ground, an expert in the air chanted loudly, "Let's go." Last year, on this day in this sect, the human face and peach blossoms reflected each other. The human face was nowhere to be seen, but the peach blossoms were still smiling in the spring breeze. Fang Ping did not know who the powerhouse was mourning for. Relatives, lover, they were the grandmasters who had died in battle. When those old, frail, and injured grandmasters stepped into the catacombs, everyone knew that they would not be able to return. "Grandmaster," stepping out of the military camp, Fang Ping mumbled to himself. Was this what a grandmaster was like? MCMAU. The moment Fang Ping and the others stepped into MCMAU, dozens of instructors and students from the special training classes were waiting at the entrance. A silent martial arts salute was given to Fang Ping and the others with the highest form of courtesy. Everyone straightened their backs and returned the greeting. The leader was the dean of the School of Social Sciences. Of the 4 high grandmasters, 3 were in the catacombs, and 1 was in Nanjiang. At the moment, MCMAU had no grandmasters. Out of the 4 deans, 3 of them had entered the catacombs. Only Dean Xianxia from the School of Social Sciences was left behind to guard the place. The principal and the others, in the group, the students silently shed tears. Someone said with tears in his eyes, the principal has died in battle. Instructor Wu Jiangping, Instructor Lan Yuru, Instructor Zhou Heron, all died in the catacombs. Chen Zhenhua's face seemed to have paled a lot. In the crowd, someone choked with sobs. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back," Chen Zhenhua murmured. He turned around and said, "Go back and have a good rest. Take good care of your wounds. Be well, be well." The moment he stepped away, the old man's tears fell like rain. He already knew it and should have been mentally prepared. However, 60 years, the old vice-chancellor who had taken good care of MCMAU for 60 years had left without a trace. How could he bear to see him go? The downfall of the demon warriors, the downfall of mankind. On this day, the entire MCMAU was shrouded in sorrow. On this day, when the news spread from the catacombs, everyone who knew the truth was grieving. 7 high grandmasters had died in the catacombs. He had killed the 7 powerhouses of Skygate City, but not even their bones remained. He had fought in the catacombs, died in the catacombs, and was buried in the catacombs. Fang Ping refused to go to the infirmary. He had only suffered superficial wounds. The moment he came out of the catacombs, all he wanted was a good sleep. He wanted to forget about the catacombs, forget about the humans who were still fighting there, forget about his compatriots who had died in battle. He could not wait until the war was over to retrieve the corpses of his instructors and classmates. He did not even have the right to participate in the final battle. There was no other reason. He was too weak. Even if he could kill a rank 4, he was still too weak. In the catacombs, even grandmasters would die in battle. He was just a small rank 3. What right did he have to say that he wanted to stay? In less than 10 days, Fang Ping felt that he had gone through the longest period of his life. The MCMAU students could leave because many people thought that these martial arts students were the seeds of grandmasters among mankind. That was why they left these seeds for MCMAU. What about the martial artists from the military department? What about the normal people? Fang Ping did not cultivate. He fell asleep immediately, not caring about the sourness and smell of blood all over his body. He had forgotten about the catacombs. Sadness was the right of the weak. He did not need to be sad. In the future, he would become stronger and pacify the catacombs. That would be the best sacrifice. When Fang Ping woke up, he did not feel refreshed. Instead, he felt sore all over. The morning sun shone into the room. For the first time, Fang Ping felt that the sun was so beautiful. He sat up on the bed and walked to the window. Outside the window, birds sang and flowers bloomed. It was like a paradise. "It's like a dream," Fang Ping mumbled to himself. Downstairs, there were students doing their morning exercises. When Fang Ping stood by the window, someone saw him and quickly shouted, "President! Good morning, President! President is back." These people from the Pingyuan Club were not strong. They did not know about the catacombs. They only knew that many people from the university were out on missions. They did not know that in a place they did not know, 7 grandmaster powerhouses had died in battle in a day. The government did not announce this to the public, at least not at this time. When ordinary people found out that 7 grandmasters had died in battle in Sino Nation, how terrified would they be? In many people's eyes, grandmasters were like God, the symbol of invincibility. Only when the next day, when everyone knew about the catacombs, would the people who had died in battle in the catacombs be known. However, when that time came, other than the names of unfamiliar people, what else would be left behind? The pitiful bones by the unfixed river were like the dreams of a young lady. The humans who guarded the catacombs were the noblest, but also the lowliest. Fang Ping was slightly absent-minded. He nodded lightly toward the downstairs. After washing up, he changed into a new set of clothes. He cleaned up neatly and walked out of the dormitory. Fang Ping was slightly at a loss. What should he do now? After thinking about it, Fang Ping strode toward the logistics department. In the huge MCMAU, it seemed like the only instructor he was familiar with was Old Manly. The logistics department was getting more and more deserted. The seniors had graduated, and the new students had not arrived yet. Most of the instructors had gone to the catacombs. The rank 3 students were either recuperating or cultivating. The rank 1 and 2 martial artists were on summer break, and some of them had already left. In the huge MCMAU, there were not many people in school at this time. Old Manly was still there. The old man did not smoke his tobacco. He had gotten a pot of peanuts from somewhere and was drinking it. When he saw Fong Ping, Old Manly raised his head and glanced at him. He chuckled. "Want a drink?" "Instructor," Old Manly did not wait for him to finish. He said self-deprecatingly, "They all went to the catacombs, but I didn't. TSK, the Vice-Chancellor really thinks highly of me, letting me break through to Grandmaster first. Ha ha ha, if I could break through, I would have done it a long time ago. Vice-Chancellor is afraid that I'll die in the catacombs? Old man, you're already dead, yet you're still concerned about whether others will die or not. You worry too much." Old Manly shook his head and laughed. "Sit down. Why are you standing? Don't tell me you're looking down on me too?" "No." Fong Ping sat down. Old Manly suddenly downed the wine in his hand and sighed. "Did you know? In MCMAU, out of 10 instructors, 8 are the Vice-Chancellor's students." Fong Ping was a little surprised. Can the MCMAU instructors compare to the local officials? Can they compare to the governors? Can they compare to the generals in the military department? Old Manly laughed and shook his head. They can't compare. MCMAU instructors, to put it bluntly, are much stronger than some of the local officials in terms of strength and ability. If you stay in MCMAU, you won't get as much as them. But why does everyone stay? Because of the Vice-Chancellor. 60 years ago, MCMAU was founded. At that time, MCMAU had nothing. Not to mention CCMAU, it couldn't even compare to the other martial arts universities. At that time, the Vice-Chancellor was only from the first batch of students recruited by MCMAU. However, at that time, there was no 4-year system like it is now. He attended for a year and became MCMAU's assistant instructor. In his second year, he started working as an instructor in MCMAU. The Vice-Chancellor's teacher was MCMAU's first Vice-Chancellor. However, the first Vice-Chancellor died very early. He was not very strong either. At that time, he was only a rank 5. A few years after MCMAU was founded, the first Vice-Chancellor died in battle. At that time, there were still very few powerhouses. Not many powerhouses were willing to become the Vice-Chancellor of a martial arts university, especially one that had only been founded for a few years. Then, somehow, the Vice-Chancellor who had just achieved rank 4 was appointed as MCMAU's acting Vice-Chancellor in the face of danger. At that time, he was only 25 years old. A 25-year-old Vice-Chancellor of a martial arts university. Seriously, the other martial arts universities did not treat MCMAU as a martial arts university. The Vice-Chancellor was very talented. At that time, the Magic City catacombs had already appeared. His biggest dream was to nurture MCMAU into a powerful martial arts school that could compete with the catacombs. You entered the catacombs and knew how strong the catacombs were. You also knew how ridiculous the Vice-Chancellor's dream was. But he took it seriously. After that, he spent the next few decades fighting for this dream. He taught many students. You don't know this, but the Vice-Chancellor is very cunning. Every day, he would instill in you the nobility of being an instructor. A smile appeared on Old Manly's face. He chuckled softly and said, "I remember that time, he brainwashed us every day. Being an instructor is better than being a government official. Instructors are mentors who guide our lives. As a teacher, we are more admired than those government officials. Think about it, we were all a bunch of young people in our 20s. We were hot-blooded. How could we withstand his brainwashing every day? We despised the government officials and despised the businessmen. Our only thought was to stay in school after graduation and become an MCMAU instructor. When I graduated, I actually didn't want to be an instructor. In the end, that dirty old man went to my parents and told them how noble the instructors of martial arts universities were, how good the treatment was. Then he beat me up. He said that if I dared to leave, he would break my legs. In the end, I was half forced and half tricked by him. Then, I stayed in MCMAU to be an instructor. This was the first time Fang Ping knew that Old Man Li was actually the vice-chancellor's student. At this moment, Fang Ping did not interrupt. Old Man Li was also speaking incoherently. He was lost in his memories. He smiled and said, all these years, he used all kinds of means to retain a large number of students to be MCMAU's instructors. That's why MCMAU is prosperous today and has the status of one of the big two. Unfortunately, it's still very far away from his dream of a school going against a catacomb. He himself was also seriously injured because he went to battle many times. His indestructible body was almost obliterated. Not only his physical injuries, but also his psychological ones. After 60 years of ups and downs, most of the students he taught died in battle in the catacombs. Don't be fooled by his silence. Before this, he was prepared to wait for Nanjiang's catacombs to open. He and some seniors went to Nanjiang to fight to the death. I thought we could still wait for a while more. But the situation in Magic City's catacombs worsened. The old guy could not wait any longer. He went in hurriedly to die. Old Man Li drank another glass of wine. He shook his head and said with a mixture of joy and sorrow, he's finally dead. Actually, I knew this day would come. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. His death is really satisfying. But he didn't think about it. If he died, what would happen to his dream? One school to destroy a catacomb. Ha ha ha, he can't even destroy a city. The old guy is good at bragging. He bragged from 60 years ago until now. In the end, he only managed to kill a rank 8. How embarrassing. We're also embarrassing. We couldn't help him fulfill his wish. Old Man Li laughed, tears streaming down his face. 40 years. He had stayed in MCMAU for 40 years. He had been with that old pervert for 40 years. He really could not bear to let him go. I thought I would die first. Anyway, you've had enough students die. You should be used to it. But you died earlier than me. I only have one master. I'm a master, not an instructor. Fang Ping did not speak. He poured a glass of wine for Old Man Li. Old Man Li drained it in one gulp. His expression gradually returned to normal. He chuckled. So be it. I'm already so old. It's time to get over it. It's embarrassing to talk so much to you, kid. I can't believe I even pissed on you. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death. Yes. Tell me. What's the situation in the catacombs? When we came out, we had already defeated the 2 cities' encirclement. We killed and injured a large number of catacombs martial artists and ordinary troops. Fang Ping briefly explained the situation. Old Man Li nodded slightly. The situation isn't too bad. We should be able to stop them. It's only 2 cities. Sino Nation has the strength to suppress them. Unlike Tiannan, Sino Nation has never built a military stronghold similar to Hope City. The passageway is also too close to the other city. That's why it was breached. If Magic City wants to breach Hope City, it'll only stand a chance if more than 5 cities join forces. However, there will be a lot of casualties too. This time, we've killed Skygate City's 2 commanders-in-chief and 5 high-ranked generals. Skygate City is no longer a concern. As for East Sunflower City, they've only dispatched 4 high-ranked people. Unless they turn out in full force, the upcoming battles will mainly focus on the middle and low-ranked ones. As he said that, Old Man Li suddenly said, "Kid, your generation is even more troublesome." Fang Ping looked doubtful. Old Man Li shook his head lightly. Our generation is mainly fighting against Skygate City. Now that Skygate City has lost more than half of their high-ranked people, the 2 cities will likely merge or form a united front. In other words, the next time you enter the catacombs, you won't be facing the Skygate City martial artists that you're familiar with, but East Sunflower City. The battlefield is no longer within a 100-mile radius of Hope City. Instead, it is spread to a 500-mile radius. This means that the danger is higher. As for you guys, you might be the main force fighting against them in the future. That's why the pressure will be greater than ours. Fang Ping said in a low voice, sooner or later, the catacombs will be destroyed. It's the same whether it's sooner or later. I also hope that the catacombs threat will be solved in our generation. I don't want our descendants to continue fighting against the catacombs with no regard for their own safety. That's right. We thought so too back then. Old Manly laughed self-deprecatingly. They all thought so, but in the end, it was not what they wanted. After decades of war, not only did they not eliminate the enemy, but there were more and more of them. It was getting more and more dangerous. Could humans really defeat the other party? Right now, many people were at a loss. Old Manly did not say anything else. He drank his wine gloomily. The older generation of martial artists were almost all dead. Rank 7, Rank 8, Rank 9. None of these people died of old age. The funny thing was, until now, Old Manly and the rest did not know how old these powerhouses could live. Immortality was originally the ultimate pursuit of ancient martial artists. However, in the modern era, this had never happened. Most of the Rank 9 powerhouses were injured because of the years of fighting. Once they felt that they were not in their best condition, they would go deep into the catacombs and never return. What kind of scene was it in the depths of the catacombs? For a peak Rank 6 like him, he had no hope of becoming a grandmaster. He would not just sit around and wait for death. Peak Rank 6 martial artists either broke through or died in battle. There were no cases of them dying of old age or illness. After drinking for a while, Old Manly suddenly said, "Peak Rank 3 now?" Fong Ping shook his head, but he quickly said, "Just a little bit more. My physique and vitality have caught up, and Manic Explosion can also slash 5 times in a row. Right now, I just feel like I'm missing that little bit. It's not perfect." Old Manly pondered for a moment, then said, "Go to the combat technique room and cultivate Vajra Punch. Once your fist force is all over your body, you'll be at peak Rank 3. As he said that, Old Manly continued, "Don't be too hasty if you want to break through to Rank 4 at peak Rank 3. Hone your skills first. Also, take advantage of the summer holidays to find martial artists to spar with." Fong Ping was slightly stunned. Why? Whether a martial artist is breaking through from a lower rank to a middle rank, or from a middle rank to a high rank, they all require the unity of essence, spirit, and soul to forge an invincible momentum. I'm referring to the experts among them. Your teacher calls herself Wu Wudi because of this. She wants to break through her shackles and become a grandmaster. But she was still a little bit lacking. She didn't create an invincible momentum among those at the peak of level 6. If one wanted to be invincible among peak Rank 3 martial artists and become a powerhouse among Rank 4 martial artists, then go ahead and challenge them. I know that you've killed a Rank 4 martial artist in the catacombs. As for a Rank 5, I've heard someone mention it once. Kid, you don't have that kind of ability. But Rank 4 in the catacombs, Old Manly thought for a moment and said, the catacombs Rank 4 martial artists are actually not weak. However, don't compare the catacombs Rank 4 martial artists with human Rank 4 martial artists. Why? Because we are under pressure. It was that simple. Old Manly sighed and said, our middle-ranked martial artists all fought their way out of the catacombs. Very few, or I should say, almost none of the Rank 4 martial artists advanced steadily. The catacombs Rank 4 martial artists were different. Some of their Rank 4 martial artists were only successful because they had enough energy stones. Therefore, who among the truly middle-ranked powerhouses did not have a few catacombs same rank lives on their hands? The martial artists in the catacombs outnumber us by a lot. The reason we can defend ourselves is partly because they did not join forces, and partly because our martial artists are stronger than theirs. Haven't you noticed this? There were many kinds of human martial artists. There were those who had never entered the catacombs, those who had entered the catacombs, those who had killed people of the same rank in the catacombs, those who had killed enemies of a higher rank. If you want to break through, then become the strongest among them. Don't pursue it before Rank 3. If you want to break through Rank 4 from Rank 3, you still have to forge an invincible belief in yourself. Fong Ping thought about Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang challenged the northern lands because of this? Old Manly shook his head. Yes and no. There were many reasons why he went to the north to challenge. It had something to do with the martial arts championship at that time, and it also had something to do with his desire to wield power in NMAU. Therefore, the opponents he challenged, how to put it, were rank 3 powerhouses, but they were all weaker than him. His invincible aura had yet to reach its peak, because his challenge was impure. If you want to challenge, don't avoid strong opponents. There are still powerhouses among peak rank 3. The rank 3 ranking list has not been updated yet. However, it should be updated tomorrow. Even if you've killed many rank 4 martial artists in the catacombs, or even rumored to have rank 5 martial artists, the ranking list may not put you first. You can challenge those who are in the top 10. Don't pick the weak ones. Also, establish MCMAU's prestige. Old Man Li's gaze sharpened suddenly. The Vice-Chancellor died in battle. MCMAU's days will be difficult, especially now that Vice-Chancellor Wu and Dean Huang are not in school. Old Lu has also gone to Nanjiang. MCMAU has no grandmasters. Although everyone is fighting against the catacombs, ask yourselves honestly. Is there really no one who has selfish motives? If you have 10 million, would you give it to your family or to an outsider? Even if that outsider wants to go to the catacombs to fight to the death with the enemy? It's not right or wrong. The 7 high grandmasters died in battle. What we grieve the most is the Vice-Chancellor's death. The other grandmasters' relatives, friends, and disciples think of the other grandmasters who died in battle. However, did these 7 grandmasters not die for humanity? Do you understand what I'm saying? Fang Ping nodded. The difference between everyone and a small family is that I can fight for humanity, but I also have to take care of my family. This is my nature. If it were me, I would do the same. Between the life and death of my family and an outsider, of course, I would choose to let my family live. You're not stupid after all. Old Manly laughed. Therefore, there must be outsiders who are plotting against MCMAU now, including some snatching of students, the distribution of resources. Of course, everyone won't do anything in the open. The Vice-Chancellor has just died in battle. Unless they don't care about their dignity anymore. However, a large number of MCMAU instructors have died in battle, students have died in battle, and the seniors have graduated. Now, our strength is at its lowest point. Even among all the students in MCMAU, your strength is among the best. You can establish MCMAU's prestige and display the strength of the students. This is a good thing for MCMAU. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Kill them? Old Manly glared at him and said exasperatedly, who asked you to kill them? Peak rank 3 elites are the hope of humanity. What I mean is, make a big commotion. Don't spar in secret. For example, learn from your friend Wang Jinyang and block the door and make a scene. It's normal to get hurt. As long as you're not dead, it's not a big problem. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, I don't think anyone at peak rank 3 is a match for me. Old Manly looked at him without saying a word. It's true, instructor. My bone marrow is like mercury now. Haven't you noticed? Old Manly still did not say a word. He continued to look at him. Instructor, why are you looking at me like that? This time, if you really want to challenge them, don't use your vitality advantage to defeat the enemy. Fang Ping said in distress, this. What's this for, idiot? Your vitality is unlimited. You'll only think that you win by relying on your vitality advantage. Have you really considered that you can defeat your opponents of the same rank and rank? You don't even have confidence in yourself. What invincible momentum. Bullsh T. When you become a grandmaster, as long as you have enough energy, everyone will have unlimited vitality. It won't even be about vitality anymore, but about the control of energy. Do you really think you can defeat your opponents of the same rank? Fang Ping blinked. That seemed to be the case. When I become a grandmaster, vitality is no longer the deciding factor. What should I do then? So, you have to try from now on. Don't rely too much on your vitality advantage to defeat your opponents. But you don't have confidence. Old Manly reprimanded, a powerful rank 9 grandmaster, like Commander Li, can fight 1 against 3, and even kill the opponent's rank 9 in a 1 versus 3 situation. A rank 8 powerhouse can fight a rank 9. Don't tell me you want to become a rank 9 martial artist who is defeated by a rank 8? Kid, look at the long term. Relying on your vitality advantage won't do you any good. Fang Ping exhaled. What the old man said made so much sense. He could not refute it. Although it was not necessary to become an invincible powerhouse among the same rank, it was not to the extent of being defeated by others, right? If one day, he became a rank 8 and was defeated by a rank 7, or if a rank 9 was not as good as a rank 8, then even if he became a rank 9, it would be embarrassing enough. Then try not to use it, but it doesn't mean that you can't use it. For example, when you fought Gu Xiong in NMAU, you defeated him, then recovered your vitality. This is your advantage, do you understand? You know about this too? Nonsense. Is there anything in MCMAU that I don't know? Old Man Li's emotions recovered a lot, and he smiled slightly. Fang Ping thought for a moment, muttering, if that's the case, I can't crush them, and I can't use big moves without restraint either. Yes, you have to learn to control your strength, polish your combat techniques, and defeat your opponent with the least amount of effort. Got it. Fang Ping exhaled. In the end, he was still a little surprised and asked, aren't you curious that my bone marrow is like mercury? Old Man Li's posture was that of a god, and he said lightly, what's there to be curious about? The world is big, and anything is possible. Do you think I should be shocked just because your bone marrow is like mercury? I've even seen martial artists who were born with 90% honed skulls. Do I need to be shocked? I've also seen young martial artists whose mentality is stronger than yours. Do I need to be surprised? Fang Ping was stunned. I think I can do it too. Old Man Li's expression was a little tense. If you F***King strengthen your mentality and skull again, I'll really dismantle your bones for research. Fang Ping did not care about this. He mumbled, learning Vajra Punch, combining my fist force, and stepping into peak rank 3. Then, I'll challenge martial artists of the same rank and forge an invincible momentum. So, this is my next mission? Yes. Then, once I've achieved rank 4, will I be stronger than Wang Jinyang? As long as you rely on yourself and defeat those powerhouses with the same vitality, you'll be stronger than him. Although he's strong, he's not invincible among the same rank. Old Man Li said with certainty. He added, with your vitality advantage, both of you will be of the same rank and rank. He won't be your opponent. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. If that was the case, perhaps he could beat Old Wan up after a while and collect his debts. His mind was running wild. Then, Fang Ping remembered something, and asked in a strange tone, Instructor, what does Nyagukali mean? Old Man Li thought hard. After a while, he finally remembered. He said uncertainly, it means to kill me, right? What do you mean by that question? Fang Ping's expression changed. I knew something was wrong. Old Man Li said nonchalantly, who cares what it means? As long as it's useful. Alright, you should go. This old man has something to do later, you still have something to do? Nonsense. There's no grandmaster in the university. More than half of the instructors have left. If I'm not busy, why would you? I'm fine with it, get lost. Old Man Li scolded him with a smile. He felt better after talking to this kid. The dirty old man had left, but the younger generation had performed very well. MCMAU had a successor, so he was not afraid that MCMAU, which the dirty old man valued the most, would decline. Seeing that he was really busy, Fang Ping could only leave. However, he was thinking, what did Old Man Li teach me to say? He made a trip to the combat technique library and borrowed the cultivation materials for the Vajra fist. After reading for a while, Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He had always wanted to find a combat technique that allowed him to unleash a powerful burst of power. Vajra Punch was one such combat technique. Too bad it's not a saber technique, but if you master one technique, you'll be able to master all techniques. Fists and sabers are only different in form. Back then, my mentality was attached to the saber, and I could wield the saber like my arm. Fist and saber techniques are interchangeable. Combat techniques were created by people. People like Zhang Dingnan were creating combat techniques when they were in the middle ranks. Fang Ping was lacking in many things, so naturally, he could not create one. However, if he could fuse a known fist technique with a saber technique, there was still hope for him to apply the fist technique to the saber. I've seen too little and experienced too little. Otherwise, I might not even need to learn Vajra Punch to achieve unity in my fists. After reading the materials for a while, Fong Ping looked at his wealth and vitality, frowning slightly. Wealth, 25. 5 million vitality, 954 calories, 1,219 calories plus, mentality, 520 Hz, 549 Hz plus, bones honed, 126 bones, 100%, 51 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus. I only have about 20 million wealth left. Before the defense battle, he still had 50 million wealth. After the defense battle, he had used up a lot of wealth. This time, he did not bring back any spoils from the catacombs. All the energy stones and other things were used to replace his equipment. B-class guandao and leather armor made from the skin of a middle-stage rank 5 creature were the two things that were used up the most. As for his cash, he had used all of it before he went to the catacombs. The remaining 2 million was still in his card at home, with Fang Yuan. Right, my phone was taken away by the military department. It's been in the shielded area. It's time to call home. This time, Fong Ping had stayed in the catacombs for 9 days. When he came back, he slept for the whole day. It was already the 30th, looking at the time, he was engrossed in Vajra Punch. It was already late at night. I'll call again tomorrow. Fong Ping continued to have a headache as he said that. Cultivating combat techniques required wealth, and honing the bone marrow of the torso required wealth. He wanted to try honing his skull, but that would also require wealth. Where could he get wealth, though? The torso bone still needs 51 million wealth. This is a must. The wealth I have now is enough to cultivate combat techniques. Achieving peak rank 3 won't be a problem. At the end of the day, I still need to earn at least 50 million. Fong Ping sighed. His days were not going to be easy. As for the military department, he had killed many martial artists while defending the city. He had spoils, but he had to wait until the military department's war was over. At this stage, the catacombs only allowed entry, not exit. It's summer break now, right? Do you want to go home? Fong Ping was a little absent-minded. He had almost forgotten about the summer break. No wonder Qin Fengqin told martial artists not to think about holidays when he first saw him. Also, about the MCMAU platform, Fong Ping mumbled. A few students had died in battle this time. The reimbursement rate given by the school should be enough, but the platform had only been operating for a short time. This is difficult. Sighs kept coming. Fong Ping wanted to go back to the catacombs now. There was no need to think so much. If he ran out of money, he could just go out and kill a few catacombs martial artists. The instructors and the others are still in the catacombs. I don't know when they'll come back. The instructors and students' corpses haven't been transported back either. So many people died in battle this time. Vajra Punch was a middle-ranked combat technique, but it was not created by modern martial artists. It was an ancient fist technique. Rumor had it that it had been passed down from a Buddhist sect thousands of years ago. It was created by a Buddha. Of course, rumors were just rumors. In modern people's eyes, a Buddha was a powerhouse who had entered the Grandmaster realm. Vajra Punch emphasized the unity of body, mouth, and mind. In Taoist terms, it could be understood as the unity of essence, spirit, and soul. This was a middle-ranked combat technique that many upper-stage rank 3 martial artists would learn. It was very helpful for breaking through to peak rank 3. Glaring Vajra, even Buddha is angry. Fong Ping looked at the information. Vajra Punch emphasized strength and ferocity. The entire set of fist techniques emphasized ruthlessness and decisiveness. Fists were like Vajra, with irresistible force. Fong Ping looked at it for a while and compared Vajra Punch and Manic Explosion. The strength depended on the individual's performance. Manic Explosion was not a pure strength and ferocity technique. There were more techniques in it. Stacking consecutive slashes and outbursts was also a difficult technique to master. Vajra Punch, on the other hand, did not have many techniques to master. It was more about a kind of momentum. Invincible momentum. No matter how strong you are, I will break it with one punch. Fong Ping muttered. He suddenly stood up and took a stance. His expression was ferocious. With a roar, he punched, boom, the air exploded, and the room seemed to shake slightly. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. I still can't combine my fists. If I could, the power would be more than this. Of course, it was also because he had not understood the combat technique formula. It was his first time cultivating, so he had many flaws. The instructor isn't here. I'll ask Old Manly later. In the blink of an eye, the sky was bright. It was officially July. The other students went to class and had their holidays as usual. By the 1st of July, many had already packed their bags and were ready to go home. Unknowingly, Fang Ping's freshman year had officially come to an end. In the morning, Fang Ping turned on his fully charged phone. As soon as he turned it on, messages kept ringing. They came from many people. His sister, Fang Yuan, sent the most messages. Fang Ping first opened Fang Yuan's message. He could not help but smile when he read it. Fang Ping, call me when you see it. Fang Ping, where have you been? Where are you? If you don't return my call, I'll go to Shanghai to look for you. Fang Ping, where have you been? Mom and Dad are so worried. I'm also worried about you. Bro, if you don't call me back, I'm really going to Shanghai. I've starved myself so thin that you won't be able to pinch my face. I went to Shanghai after the exams. Dad said that you must be busy, but you haven't been heard from for 10 days, brother. I booked the ticket. When he saw the last message, it was from the previous night. Fang Ping immediately called Fang Yuan. That girl was really coming to Magic City. Brother? Fang Yuan's uncertain voice came from the other side of the phone. Fang Ping smiled. It's me. You, bastard. 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 Fang Ping, where the hell have you been? Why aren't you picking up the phone? You're not even in the service area. You're pissing me off. There was a smile on Fang Ping's face. He said softly, didn't I say that I have to go out for a while? It's only been a few days. Why are you in such a hurry? Who's in a hurry? Fang Yuan sniffled and snorted. It's Mom and Dad who are in a hurry. I wouldn't care about you otherwise. Are Mom and Dad here? No, I'm outside. Outside? You're on the bus? What bus? Only an idiot would get on the bus. Do you really think I'll go and look for you? In your dreams. I'm playing at my classmate's house. The girl was very stubborn. Fang Ping could already hear the noise and the station announcement from the train station. Fang Ping did not expose her. He laughed. That's fun. I still have to stay in Magic City for a few more days. I'll go back in a few days. Also, you're not allowed to become thin. You even starved yourself to become thin. That's not good, you have to be thin. I'll beat you up if you become thin. Don't you dare. The siblings chatted childishly for a while. Fang Ping did not explain much. He hung up and called his father. Fang Mingrong, on the other hand, was much calmer. He asked a few simple questions about his health and did not ask anything else. During the few days when Fang Ping could not be contacted, Fang Yuan made a big fuss. Fang Mingrong was also worried. Later, Bai Jinshan came to visit and said that it was normal for Fang Ping to be uncontactable because he was on a mission. Fang Mingrong was relieved. In Sun City, there was no one who did not believe Commander Bai's words. After contacting his family, Fang Ping continued to read the messages. There were from Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian and the others, and Li Qingze. They were all simple inquiries. Not showing up for 10 days was not too long for martial artists. However, Fang Ping saw a message from Wang Jinyang. Return to Nanjiang. Give me a call. Wang Jinyang knew about Fang Ping entering the catacombs. The higher-ups of the martial arts universities knew about MCMAU's large-scale expedition. After some thought, Fang Ping did not call him. He would think about it later. He was still reading the messages when the door rang. Fang Ping opened the door and saw Fu Chongding and the others outside. Fang Ping, how's your injury? Fang Ping came back on the 29th, but he slept all the way until the 30th. No one came to disturb him, and they only came looking for him now. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Fang Ping smiled. You guys didn't go back? Fu Chongding said worriedly, the instructors and the others haven't come back yet. We still don't know how the situation is. We can't sit still even if we go back now. Fang Ping, you're the last one to come back. The vice-chancellor really. Fang Ping's expression was calm. He nodded slightly. That day, dozens of grandmasters and high ranks fought. The two cities besieged Hope City. The vice-chancellor and the others lured the enemy's high ranks away and didn't come back after that. Sigh. The few of them sighed. They were too weak. They were so weak that they could not even help with the defense in a battle of this level. They had no choice but to leave the catacombs in advance. This time, only a portion of the people in the special training classes were injured. None of them died. Instead, there were many casualties among the instructors and peak upper stage rank 3 martial artists. Even a golden body powerhouse like the vice-chancellor had fallen. Then the vice-chancellor and the others. Fang Ping shook his head. I don't know. I'm only a rank 3 student. We don't know the whereabouts of these grandmaster powerhouses. But they should be fine. Otherwise, they would definitely know. MCMAU only had a few grandmasters. If 2 of them fell at once, the situation would be much worse than it was now. I hope everyone is safe and sound. Fu Chongding prayed. Fang Ping did not say anything. He could not guarantee anything like this. He invited them into the house to sit down. Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable as soon as she sat down. Suddenly, she whispered, I'll clean up for you. Is that okay? Fang Ping was stunned. Then, he felt a little awkward. He said sheepishly, You're a neat freak. Don't tell me? The room was indeed quite dirty. They had not been back for 10 days. In addition, they had fallen asleep as soon as they fell into bed stinking of blood. There was a strange smell in the room now. Fang Ping was also tired. He was not in the mood to clean, so he did not do it. He was used to it. However, the moment they entered the door, they smelled a sour stench. No. It's just, Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Fang Ping laughed. Do you know how to clean? Forget it. I'll do it myself later. As he said that, he changed the topic. Is there something you need from me? Seeing that he had rejected her, Xianxia did not say anything else. Fu Chongding did not care about their business. He said, It's like this. The Martial Arts Society wants to hold a meeting. The university's peak rank 2 and rank 3 martial artists are invited. You're not a member of the Martial Arts Society, so President Zhang asked us to pass on a message to you. Zhang Yu? Fang Ping frowned. Did he say something? He didn't. Fu Chongding shook his head. It might have something to do with the catacombs incident. A few seniors died in the catacombs this time. Actually, it's not just the ones you saw. A few rank 4 seniors died in the battle. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Ever since MCMAU students graduated from their senior year, there were very few rank 3 and 4 martial artists. He thought that only a few rank 3 students had died in the battle. He did not expect that a few rank 4 students had died as well. In this way, the strength of MCMAU students had really dropped a lot. I'm not a member of the Martial Arts Society. President Zhang said that right now, there's no distinction between the Martial Arts Society and the Pingyuan Club. The Pingyuan Club's strength was average, but after graduating from their senior year, the members of the Pingyuan Club were about to enter their sophomore year. Now, among the 108 people, Fang Ping was an upper stage rank 3. Fu Chongding, Zhao Lei, and Xianxia were 3 peak rank 2. Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Xueme, and a few others were also close to achieving peak rank 2. At this time, the Pingyuan Club was not a dispensable existence. Alright then. When is the meeting? Right now. Right now? So urgent. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He stood up and said, Let's go. Didn't Zhang Yu go to the catacombs? He just came back from the catacombs a few days ago. Then, a big battle broke out. He's the president of the Martial Arts Society, so he didn't go in after that. The few of them walked and chatted. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society occupied a huge area. At this moment, people were rushing over one after another. When they saw Fang Ping and the others, some of them greeted Fang Ping warmly. These were the martial artists who were above rank 3 who had gone on the mission with him previously. After rank 5 graduates, rank 4 was rare, and a few rank 5 had died in battle. In MCMAU, martial artists above rank 3 were the best in the school. Fang Ping also saw a familiar face, Lu Yongwen. When he saw Lu Yongwen avoided Fang Ping's gaze. Fang Ping sneered and did not look at him anymore. Last year, when school started, this guy had instigated some senior students to cause trouble for him. In the end, he had killed 2 of them. After old Wang came to scare him a little, he had completely given up. These days, Fang Ping had not seen him. He did not expect to bump into him this time. Fang Ping was not a martial artist yet, and the other was a rank 3. Now, Fang Ping had become an upper stage rank 3. After probing just now, Lu Yongwen was only a middle stage rank 3. Fang Ping did not know if it was because he could not break through, or because he was afraid that he would die if he did. He would really die, most of the time. If an upper stage rank 3 martial artist did not go to the catacombs, they would definitely be despised by others, including the instructors. When Fang Ping was an upper stage rank 3, Tang Feng despised him for not daring to go deep into the catacombs. If a senior like Lu Yongwen, an upper stage rank 3, did not dare to go to the catacombs, then it was not a matter of despise. MCMAU would treat such students as a disgrace. Ignoring Lu Yongwen, Fang Ping saw a few people and quickly shouted, "Brother Yi, Sister Lu." From the side, Lu Mengyao and Yiqing strode over. Yiqing nodded slightly, his hair still standing straight. Lu Mengyao was much more enthusiastic. When she saw Fang Ping and the others, she immediately smiled and said, "Brother Fang, Yunqi, you're here too." Chen Yunqi quickly greeted them too. Zhao Xueme had not reached peak rank 2 yet, so she could not attend the meeting. Fang Ping and Lu Mengyao chatted for a while, then asked, "The 2 Liang brothers didn't come?" Feng Hua is preparing to break through to rank 4. Hua Bao is also preparing to break through to upper stage rank 3. He went out to do missions. Because Lu Fengru had warned them not to go to the catacombs for now, they did not go this time. Yiqing had already broken through to peak rank 3. In addition to peak rank 3 Liang Fenghua, who was preparing to break through to rank 4, and Liang Huabao, who was preparing to break through to upper stage, Fang Ping suddenly realized that Lu Fengru's students did not seem to be weak at the moment. There were 2 peak rank 3. Currently, only Fang Ping was at upper stage, Liang Huabao and Lu Mengyao were at middle stage, Chen Yunqi was at peak rank 2, and Zhao Xueme was at upper stage. Among the 7 students, Zhao Xueme, the weakest, was almost at peak rank 2. When the next semester started, Chen Yunqi would have no problem entering rank 3 if nothing went wrong. Zhao Xueme would also have no problem entering peak rank 2. Rank 3 would not be a problem either. When that time came, 7 rank 3s or even rank 4s would be extremely strong. The few of them walked and talked, walking toward the Martial Arts Society's big conference room. As for what Zhang Yu wanted to say, no one was too sure. Martial Arts Society. In the big conference room. At this moment, as peak rank 2 students and rank 3 and 4 students arrived one after another, there were about 100 people in the conference room. Zhang Yu, who was standing at the front, felt a little sad. At its peak, there were only a few rank 5 students in MCMAU, 2 digits of rank 4s, more than 100 rank 3s, and hundreds of peak rank 2. Now, there were less than half of them. Most of the seniors graduated, but there were also many who died in the catacombs. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, almost everyone had arrived. "Is everyone here?" Zhang Yu asked. Zhou Yan answered immediately, "Other than some people who are not in school, everyone is here." "Alright, let's start the meeting." Zhang Yu sat down, looked at everyone, and said, "I think everyone knows about everything that has happened in MCMAU recently. There are 3 reasons for gathering everyone here. First, to send the instructors and students home." Zhang Yu's tone was solemn. "Tomorrow, the entrance to the catacombs will open. The bodies of the first batch of people who died in battle will be sent out. The instructors will be buried in MCMAU South Park, but the news of their deaths must be told to their families. The instructors are busy now and can't handle these matters. The others don't know about the catacombs, so we can only send them home. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. The bodies of the students will also be cremated. The compensation and ashes will be sent back. I hope that everyone can help. Also, we need to comfort the families and contact the local government. This is something that only we can do. Everyone nodded again. They were too weak to contact the government. There might be some trouble if they went. At the very least, it would be difficult to meet the local leaders. Second, at the end of the year, the second martial arts championship will start. This time, it won't be looking at new students, but the martial arts clubs of each school. Fang Ping, I want to invite you to be the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. What do you think? In the crowd, Fang Ping glanced at Zhang Yu. He was not familiar with Zhang Yu, but he did not seem to be annoying. After some thought, Fang Ping shook his head. I won't be the vice president. Before school starts, I will challenge you. Giving me the president position is more like it. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Xiaolei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly humphed. You talk big. Fang Ping, do you really think that you can disregard the martial arts society just because you killed a few martial artists in the catacombs? Fang Ping shook his head. President Xia, don't be so agitated. I didn't say that. Don't overthink it. I don't want to be the vice president because I don't want to clash with everyone. You have to understand what I mean, Xiaolei frowned. Letting you be the vice president is just a title to participate in the championship at the end of the year. MCMAU is in a lot of trouble now. We can't lose the championship. With your speed, you should be able to achieve rank 4 by the end of the year. Without the strength of rank 4, it'll be difficult to win the championship. Fang Ping shook his head again. We'll talk about it when the time comes. There's no hurry now. President Zhang, continue. Zhang Yu looked at him deeply. Then, he said, third, I hope that distance platform will close the loan system. Or rather, not close it, but collect all the credits. Gather the credits, gather the resources, and lend them to all the peak rank 2 martial artists here, so that they can achieve rank 3 as soon as possible. This includes some middle stage rank 3 martial artists, so that they can achieve upper stage rank 3 as soon as possible. Fang Ping, I'm not targeting you. I hope you can understand what I'm thinking. MCMAU's resources are limited. In order to gather 100,000 credits for all of you, the school is no longer able to subsidize everyone. But as you can see now, there are less than 100 rank 3 students in MCMAU. This is also the lowest number in years. For MCMAU's dignity, status, and reputation, we need to let some people achieve rank 3 in advance. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He said, President Zhang gathered all the peak rank 2 and rank 3 martial artists this time. Is it to pressure me? Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Zhang Yu explained, right now, 100,000 credits of resources are distributed among a large number of aspiring martial artists and rank 1 martial artists. Everyone is a student. If it were any other time, I would be happy if the students improved. However, things are different now. We should concentrate the resources on the students who have a higher chance of achieving rank 3, not distribute them. This is the school's purpose. Fang Ping, the school's purpose is to nurture more powerhouses. Since they are powerhouses, then they should fight for it on their own. Can I take it that you want to take away my authority now? Xiaolei interrupted, Fang Ping, the distribution of resources is the Martial Arts Society's authority. Fang Ping said nonchalantly, then you guys can go and create a platform. You. Xiaolei was slightly annoyed. We're not talking about a platform now. We're talking about concentrating the resources to nurture rank 3 martial artists, not spreading them out to allow aspiring martial artists to achieve rank 1 and rank 1 martial artists to achieve rank 2. Even 100 rank 2 martial artists can't compare to an upper stage rank 3 martial artist. You also entered rank 3 from rank 1 and rank 2. Don't try to change the topic and pester me endlessly. CLA said again, the president and I both said that this is a special period. Nowadays, more and more rank 3 and 4 students are dying in battle. Since the beginning of the year, there have been 20. We must maintain the number of rank 3 students. The number of rank 3 students is also an affirmation of a martial arts university's teaching results. Having said that, CLA looked at the crowd and said, everyone, you can also talk about your opinions. The Martial Arts Society is a student organization. This is also for MCMAU, for the students. Fong Ping interrupted him directly, saying, I'm sorry. The platform is mine. I fought for the 100,000 credits myself. If you think that these credits are taking up everyone's resources, that's just your imagination. In reality, these resources were saved by the instructors so that a large number of normal students could benefit from them. Now that they're directly distributed to everyone here, the nature of this system has changed. In MCMAU, in any martial arts university, the pursuit of individual strength is not for the sake of individual strength, but for the sake of overall strength. If an individual wants to become strong, then rely on themselves. Go to the catacombs to fight and complete missions, not force the school to provide for them. This is not the style of martial arts universities. CLA, I won't question whether you and President Zhang are wholeheartedly working for the public or have selfish motives. I'm more willing to believe that you are working for the public. After all, the two of you have the ability to fight for your own opportunities. However, I still want to say this. Don't stand on the side of righteousness and moral high ground to criticize and deny anything. If you take out your own resources and distribute them to everyone, then I won't have any opinions, and I won't question anything. But this is not yours, and it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to all MCMAU students. The school's goal is to conduct a pilot program to see if it can promote everyone's collective improvement. Now that you want me to take it back, I'm sorry, but I can't do it. Zhang Yu lightly knocked on the table. CLA was also a little annoyed. Everyone's thinking was different. They were in different positions, and they looked at the problem from different angles. 100,000 credits, close to 3 billion pills and weapons, and resources. It was inevitable that they could cultivate more than 10 rank 3 students. Now that these resources were allocated by the school, they were earmarked for special use. No one could use them. Now that Fong Ping had distributed these resources to thousands of students, they thought that Fong Ping was messing around. Concentrating on cultivating a group of elites was what they wanted. None of them could convince the other. 2 of Zhang Yu's 3 goals had been refuted. For a moment, some of the people in the martial arts society did not look too good. Seeing that, Fong Ping did not beat around the bush. He stood up and said, I have something to do. I'll leave first. When the bodies of the instructors and students return, inform me. It's my duty to send them home. As for the rest, I'm sorry. After Fong Ping left, Zhang Yu rubbed his forehead. CLA said angrily, Fong Ping is messing around. Yi Qing said lightly, Fong Ping did not embezzle any resources. He's also thinking of all the students. Why would President Xia say something like that? Yi Qing, don't be blinded by your blindness. Let me ask you, rank 3 students or rank 1 or 2, which is more important? I don't think there's any difference. In the catacombs, rank 3 students are just cannon fodder. Yi Qing stood up immediately and said, I only think the first suggestion must be done. The rest are nonsense. You still have the mind to fight for power at this time. How bold of you. CLA said angrily, are we fighting for power? Don't we want MCMAU to be stronger? Don't we want MCMAU students to be safer? Do you think it's common for us to want to die in battle? The distribution of resources should, of course, be concentrated on the martial artists who enter the catacombs, and not those who don't. They'll enter sooner or later. At least not now. Stronger now, safer in the future. At the end of the argument, everyone parted on bad terms. At this moment, Fong Ping was thinking about what Old Manly had said earlier. Everyone had their own selfish motives. This was the difference between everyone and everyone else. CLA and the others might really be doing it for MCMAU, but their family was the Martial Arts Society. Fong Ping was the same. His family was himself. The old vice-chancellor's family was MCMAU. Zhang Dingnan's family was Nanjiang. What about Wang Jinyang, and MAU or Nanjiang? Or maybe just his instructor, their ultimate goal was the same, to pacify the catacombs. However, the paths in between were different. I have my thoughts. You guys have yours. In the end, it still depends on the strength of one's strength. If logic can't convince them, then it'll depend on fists. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. Maybe this was the school's goal. Forget it. Let's not care about this for now. In a few days, after I've settled the things at hand, I should also prepare for rank 3 to break through to rank 4. At least I have to be faster than old Wang. While Fang Ping was consulting Old Manly on the details of cultivating Vajra Punch, the Martial Arts University combat ranking list was updated once again. On July 1st, the ranking list was updated. It had only been a month since the last time, but the rankings had undergone a huge change. In the Martial Arts University's rank 3 combat strength ranking list, Fang Ping had made it to the top of the list with the fastest speed possible. Ling Yi, CCMAU sophomore, 20 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking, number 1 inch peak battle record, single-handedly fought a peak rank 4 martial artist and beheaded an upper stage rank 4 martial artist. Qin Fengqing, MCMAU junior student, 21 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking, 2nd. Peak battle record, killed an upper stage rank 4 martial artist amidst an army of 10,000. Fang Ping, MCMAU freshman, 19 years old, upper stage rank 3 martial artist. Rank, 3rd peak battle record, escaped from a rank 6 powerhouse, killed a rank 5 powerhouse, beheaded a middle stage rank 4 martial artist, and several early stage rank 4 martial artists. Based on the results of the top 3, Fang Ping's battle record was actually the strongest. He had killed a rank 5. Of course, this was Fang Ping's own statement. He later said that he had used a trick to kill the rank 5, and everyone agreed tacitly. However, the rank 4 martial artists that Fang Ping had killed were mostly early stage. The only middle stage martial artist that he had killed by himself was a middle stage rank 4 martial artist that he had killed during the mission period. He had killed an extremely fast martial artist that was a middle stage rank 4. CCMAU's Ling Yi was fighting a peak rank 4 martial artist alone. This was a battle, not Fang Ping's escape. In the battle to defend the city, Qin Fengqing's final outburst had single-handedly beheaded an upper stage rank 4 martial artist. As for who was stronger between Qin Fengqing and Ling Yi, it was hard to judge who was first and second. However, Ling Yi was a sophomore while Qin Fengqing was a junior. Moreover, he was 1 year older than her, so he was ranked second. As for the previous few, they had either broken through to rank 4 or graduated and were no longer on the list. Fang Ping fought his way into the top 3 ranks at a frightening pace. MCMAU Xiao Lei was currently ranked 18th, a notch below Fang Ping. In addition, Liang Fenghua was also on the list, ranked 12th, and so was Yi Qing, ranked 44th. This was the Martial Arts University's combat strength ranking. From Old Manly, Fang Ping saw the entire rank 3 ranking list. You're ranked 9th. Fang Ping shook his head. My battle record is the best, okay? Even a rank 6 couldn't kill me, are you sure? I heard that if it weren't for Tang Feng, you would have been killed. Fang Ping said sheepishly, but I've also killed a rank 5 before. Old Manly looked at him strangely, as if to say, try saying that again. Fang Ping was unconcerned. He continued, I've really killed a rank 5 before. You were almost killed by a middle stage rank 4 martial artist. T, didn't I still kill him in the end? Then, he said, on the ranking list, there are 3 rank 3s in the military department ahead of me. Including the 2 from martial arts universities, there are actually 2 sect martial artists and 1 casual martial artist. What's going on? Old Manly sneered. That's normal. The sects are also guarding the catacombs. Casual martial artists also enter the catacombs to fight. Why can you guys become stronger, but they can't? Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, so the ones I want to challenge are them? You can start from 10th place, or even the top 20. The gap between everyone isn't that big. As he said that, Old Manly added, you don't have the advantage of vitality. you're probably not their match. That's not necessarily true. They're not much older than me. My combat techniques aren't that profound, but they might not be much better than me. You can defeat Qin Fengqing? He's about to achieve rank 4. Fang Ping said, then suddenly said, Qin Fengqing didn't show up today. He's quite a lively person. This time, the vice-chancellor, Old Manly sighed softly. Don't bother about him. Qin Fengqing's father was actually the vice-chancellor's student. He was my junior, but he died in the catacombs. His father was very talented, and the vice-chancellor valued him. After he died, the vice-chancellor was very sad and regretful. After Qin Fengqing applied for MCMAU, although the instructor was someone else, the vice-chancellor took extra care of him and taught him some of the combat techniques that he had taught his father back then. Strictly speaking, the vice-chancellor is not only his grandmaster, but also half a teacher to him. I see. Fang Ping understood now. No wonder Qin Fengqing's tone was so intense after the vice-chancellor died. Old Manly sighed again, shaking his head. I hope this kid can overcome this hurdle, but I believe it won't be a big problem. Qin Fengqing will only get stronger the more he fights when he encounters setbacks. After he was defeated by Wang Jinyang, he worked hard and quickly became one of the best among the students. Moreover, in the rank 3 stage, he has actually accumulated to a limit. This time, he killed an upper stage rank 4 martial artist, which proved all this. If nothing goes wrong, he will probably choose to break through. As for the accumulation of invincible momentum, when he killed the upper stage rank 4 martial artist, he's more or less done it. Then, aren't those people before him the same? It depends on the individual. Some people think that the catacombs martial artists are not enough to measure their combat strength, so they choose to continue accumulating. They all want to be geniuses who can kill people above their ranks. Speaking of which, are there no geniuses like this in the catacombs? There are. Old Manly said seriously, and there are quite a few, but these people won't appear in the military. They mainly appear in the grinder area, including the depths of the catacombs. Actually, the area you've entered now is the outermost area of the catacombs. Fang Ping did not say anything else. Old Manly did not say anything else either. He began to give him some pointers about the cultivation of Vajra Punch. The cultivation of combat techniques is not an armchair strategy. The key is still in actual combat. The cultivation of your Vajra Punch mainly depends on combat to improve it. Also, it's best if you can cultivate Manic Explosion to the stage of 7 collective slashes. If you can really reach this stage, you'll undoubtedly be the first among rank 3. I know. I've learned a lot in the catacombs this time. My combat techniques have also broken through to the stage of 5 consecutive slashes. It's good that you understand. For the whole day, Fang Ping holed up in the logistics department, diligently cultivating Vajra Punch. Meanwhile, in the outside world, there was another uproar. Escaping from a rank 6 powerhouse, scheming to kill a rank 5, and killing a middle stage rank 4, Fang Ping, the rank 1 martial artist that most people were still stuck in the martial arts university championship stage, had already achieved killing a middle stage. As for the first and second place, both of them had killed an upper stage rank 4, which was also shocking. Each time was stronger than the last. In the previous rank 3 ranking list, killing an early stage rank 4 was enough to be in the top 10. Now, the top 3 were no longer satisfied with killing early stage rank 4 martial artists, but upper stage rank 4 martial artists. Nanjiang. Wang Jinyang saw the ranking list too and sighed. He remembered the first time he met Fang Ping. He was a rash young man who mistakenly took a pill and his vitality skyrocketed. That was why he paid attention to him. After that, the incident with Huang Bin made him remember Fang Ping. Now, in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping was already famous. He's growing very fast. If this goes on, he'll catch up to him soon. Wang Jinyang smiled. A young girl beside him ate and said vaguely, aren't you already upper stage rank 4? It's still early for him. He's improving very fast. Peak rank 3 should be near. Once he enters peak rank 3, rank 4 will be just around the corner. At that time, I'll probably only enter peak rank 4. I'll be at the same rank. He was peak rank 3 when Fang Ping became a martial artist. Now, he was peak rank 4 when Fang Ping had probably entered rank 4. It had to be said that if this went on, he might really be caught up to. The young girl said vaguely, he's still not your match. That might not be true. They're all growing. I'm not the only one. I told you last year, you should have pulled him to NMAU, then there might not be Fang Ping now. Wang Jinyang laughed and stretched. I should work harder. If this guy really catches up to me, it'll be embarrassing. But, there's no need to rush now. Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open. When that time comes, entering for the first time will be dangerous but also an opportunity. I'll strive to break through rank 5 or even rank 6. I believe your senior will become a grandmaster soon. Then, I'll go look for the instructor. The young girl pursed her lips and lowered her head. My dad, it's too dangerous. Don't go. He might, Wang Jinyang smiled and murmured, no matter what, I have to go and see, even if, both of them fell into silence. Wang Jinyang's thoughts also drifted far away. The catacombs door was sealed, the Tiannan catacombs army was sweeping everywhere, and the grandmasters had retreated. Was the instructor still there? Perhaps, but what if he was still there? Perhaps the instructor was currently being hunted by countless people and needed his help. If he gave up now, would he not be harming the instructor's life for nothing? Nanjiang's catacombs, Wang Jinyang exhaled softly. Danger also meant opportunity. The first time entering the catacombs, the rewards would not be small. Sun City. Fang Mingrong had been promoted again. Somehow, he was transferred from the Ministry of Education to the municipal government as the deputy director of the municipal government office. They were all deputy directors, but they were not on the same level. Fang Mingrong was speechless. Faced with countless people's congratulations, he could not describe how he felt. My son escaped from a rank 6 powerhouse in a life-and-death battle. Others see glory, but he only sees danger. A rank 3 against a rank 6. What are they facing? Fang Mingrong was extremely puzzled. This doubt was also echoing in many people's minds. Why did such a battle result appear? Qin Fengqing killed an upper stage rank 4 in the midst of a 10,000 army. Was this 10,000 army an exaggeration? Was it just a figment of the imagination? Fang Ping escaped from a rank 6 powerhouse. Why would a rank 6 be chasing after him? Sino Nation still had a legal system. A rank 6 was chasing after a rank 3 martial artist. Did he really think those powerhouses were useless? Who's their enemy? Where is it? Who are they fighting with, exactly? A foreign force? Or an unknown force? Why did they send a group of low-ranked martial artists to fight with middle-ranked martial artists? Sino Nation is so powerful. They have so many grandmasters. Where are the grandmasters? Questions arose in everyone's minds. On the internet, countless people were discussing it. What were Sino Nation's martial artists hiding? On the internet, some news gradually spread. Evil sect martial artists, not the catacombs, but evil sect martial artists. A group of martial artists whose goal was to destroy the world and destroy mankind. Many people were extremely shocked. Many people only just found out that there was actually a group of evil sect martial artists active in Sino Nation. For a moment, evil sect martial artists became the target of everyone's hatred. When Fang Ping saw these news, he knew that Sino Nation was guiding public opinion. First, they threw out the idea of evil sect martial artists so that the people would have a target to vent their anger on. Gradually, they would also accept that the world of martial artists was not peaceful. They were protecting mankind, protecting everyone, and fighting against evil sect martial artists. Joining a martial arts university meant that they would have to fight against these people. It was not like what everyone imagined. Martial arts university students were just a privileged class. On the 2nd of July, the catacombs passageway opened. The first batch of human corpses that died in battle were transported out. Mekmao. The main gate opened, the national flag and the school flag at the gate were lowered slowly. Salute! Chen Zhenhua's old eyes were filled with tears. He roared. The instructors and students behind him saluted one after another. Outside the school gate, many people had gathered. Magic City's business martial artists, political martial artists, military martial artists, civilian martial artists. These people did not enter the school. Outside the school, many people bowed and saluted, tears streaming down their faces. Some of them had graduated from MCMAU. They had worked hard for 60 years. MCMAU students were all over the world. 60 years of protection had finally come to an end today. Their golden bodies were shattered. Not even their bones remained. None of the human powerhouses had a good ending. Who was the hero? Only this generation, not for immortality, not to bully the weak, not to monopolize power. Dare to fight, fight to the death, never be afraid to fight, not only martial artists, but also the soldiers who quietly guarded the catacombs. These people were the true heroes. In the southern area, the instructors' corpses were buried one by one. The students' corpses began to be cremated too. Some people did not even have a corpse. They died in the catacombs and were buried in the catacombs, leaving behind only an insignificant name that no one would remember after a few years. Even the old vice-chancellor only had a cenotaph. In the southern area, some strangers came. Fang Ping actually recognized many of them. In the past, he might have approached them and tried to get close to them. Right now, however, he was not in the mood. He stood in front of the tombstone, dazed. He was not the only one who was dazed. Many people were even more dazed. A rank 8 golden body could die just like that. What about them? Would they be left with nothing but a pile of dirt in the near future? On the afternoon of the 2nd of July, Fang Ping and a group of students started running around to be the mourners. Some could not accept it. Some broke down and lost their voices. Some were grief-stricken. Some were speechless. Looking at this scene, Fang Ping muttered in his heart, I don't want someone to bring my ashes back to my family one day. I can only become stronger. Stronger. So strong that no one can kill me. I don't want my parents to cry in despair. I don't want my sister's eyes to be filled with hatred. In the past, I lacked motivation. Now, I don't lack it. After leaving the last house, Fang Ping's mind was clear. He had a clear goal. Become stronger. I, Fang Ping, am here. I am invincible in rank 3, rank 4, all the way to rank 9. One day, I will be so strong that no one can kill me. No one can kill me. Only I can kill. One day, everyone's hatred will come to an end. There will be an end. On this day, Fang Ping drove back to Sun City. It was July, and the weather was scorching hot. When he got out of the car, there were no uncles or aunties in the neighborhood. It was not the time for them to come out and chat on such a hot day. A small city like Sun City was as peaceful as ever. Martial artists, cults, the catacombs, these things had nothing to do with the residents, unless their children were preparing for the martial sciences exams. Click. Fang Yuan was talking to someone on the phone in the living room when he opened the door. When she saw Fang Ping, she said hurriedly, my brother's back. You guys handle it yourselves. I'm hanging up now. She had the demeanor of a big boss. Her handle it yourselves showed the demeanor of a boss of 3,000 people. Fang Ping's lips curled up. My home is here, family, country, and the world. In my heart, family comes before country. Be it selfishness or self-interest, it all comes from different perspectives. Brother. Fang Yuan hung up. She was elated at first, but her expression turned serious. Fang Ping, how dare you come back? Fang Ping put down his backpack and put aside the Chongdao that he could not keep. He stretched out his hands and smiled. Come, pinch my face. Your brother can't even satisfy this little bit of enjoyment. No way. Fang Yuan refused. Did she not care about her pride, only at home? If she pinched her face outside, how could she be the big sister? You still dare to refuse? Fang Ping laughed. He moved his feet and appeared in front of Fang Yuan. He pinched her cheeks with both hands and started pulling them apart. Fang Ping. Fang Yuan was furious. Her face was pulled apart again. Fang Ping pulled her cheeks up and down like he was playing with plasticine. Satisfied, he let go of Fang Yuan and leaned back on the sofa lazily. You're on vacation? Yes. Fang Yuan was still sulking. She got a small mirror from somewhere and looked at her cheeks. She felt sad when she saw her flushed cheeks. Fang Ping was too much. Have you achieved firm stance in your stance? No. Fang Ping frowned and scolded, it's been a year. I started teaching you last June. You've been standing for a year. How have you been practicing? Fang Yuan pouted and explained, almost there. Just a little bit more. I'll be there soon. Fang Ping glared at her and said, have you cultivated your basic combat techniques? Yes, I did. Last time, I broke a sandbag with one kick. It was amazing. Fang Yuan was a little smug. Fang Ping was speechless. What was there to be smug about? Without another word, he tossed a bottle of vitality pills to Fang Yuan and said again, cultivate well and become a martial artist as soon as possible. He was so poor that he was practically penniless. He had to borrow credits to buy these pills. They were only a few dozen credits, so he did not care about them at all. Fang Yuan did not look at the pill. She suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly, Fang Ping, where have you been these past few days? Doing quests. What mission? Why do you care so much? But you killed someone again. Fang Yuan pouted. You even met a rank 6 martial artist. You're only a freshman. Why did you go on such a dangerous mission? Of course, geniuses are different. You don't understand. Your brother might become a rank 4 martial artist soon. Do you think I'm the same as others? Fang Ping boasted and smiled. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. Although I said I met a rank 6 martial artist, I have a rank 6 martial artist with me too. Otherwise, why would I be talking to you here? Girl, cultivate well. There will be more missions like this in the future. This time, it's considered a short one. It's only 10 days. Next time, it might be a month, 3 months, half a year. I'm not home, so you don't have to worry about me. Take good care of mom and dad. Don't cause trouble for them. Fang Yuan nodded and did not say anything. The siblings chatted for a while before Li Yueying came back from grocery shopping. Li Yueying's eyes reddened when she saw Fang Ping. She put down the groceries and went forward to search Fang Ping's body. Fang Ping laughed and said helplessly, Mom, what are you doing? Li Yueying did not say anything. When she pulled up his sleeve and saw the puncture wounds on Fang Ping's left arm, she suddenly sobbed. It had only been a few days since Fang Ping's left arm had been punctured multiple times. Although the wounds had healed, the scars did not disappear so easily. Fang Yuan saw it too. She went forward to pull off Fang Ping's shirt. Fang Ping quickly pushed her away. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you guys doing? I'm a martial artist. It's normal for martial artists to have some scars on their bodies. Which martial artist doesn't have a few scars on their body? Don't make a fuss. Mom, don't cry. Those who don't know better might think that something happened to me. You bastard. Li Yueying gave Fang Ping a good beating. As she hit him, she sobbed, why are you still on the ranking list? Why are you fighting a rank 6? You're not the only martial artist. Why are you showing off? Why didn't Director Tan and the others go? How old are you? Why did you go? Your dad kept it from me. Did he really think that I didn't know anything? When I went out, everyone was talking about how Sun City has a powerhouse. A rank 3 fighting a rank 6. You're so capable. You're so capable. Have you ever thought about, what if something happened? What would happen to me and your dad? Fang Ping grinned cheekily. Mom, I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, Director Tan is nothing. He's only rank 1. How old is he? Your son is almost rank 4. How can we be the same? In a few years, when your son graduates, forget about Sun City's commander, he can even be Nanjiang's governor. How can we be the same? When that time comes, you'll be the Grand Governor. In Nanjiang, you can do whatever you want, so what if I'm the governor? Can a governor make a living? The governor still eats that much in one meal. Li Yueying did not buy it. She said angrily, next time, you're not allowed to fight with others. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did she think that normal people fought? However, in Li Yueying's eyes, she probably did not realize how big the difference between a rank 3 and a rank 6 was. In the vast Sun City, the only rank 3 martial artist that was known was by Xianxia. People like Li Yueying had never seen a rank 3 martial artist fight in their entire lives. Regarding her son becoming a rank 3 martial artist, she only had this concept. How strong a rank 3 martial artist was, how strong a rank 6 was, they were probably all blank. As for the murder, Li Yueying did not mention it. She was panicking, but she was more afraid that her son would panic. She was afraid that mentioning it in front of her son would bring up bad memories. In her eyes, her son was a good child, a refined person, and a good student. If he was not forced, her son would not kill. The government had also said that those were evil sect martial artists. People from evil sects were naturally bad people. Fang Ping did not mind being lectured by his mother. However, Fang Yuan also lectured him with her hands on her hips. Fang Ping did not say anything. He pinched her still red cheeks and continued to pull. This girl was out of control. Who gave her the confidence to teach her brother a lesson? Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. Fang Ping, this bastard, was too much, at night. In the gym. Fang Yuan practiced a set of basic boxing techniques. Fang Ping gave a few pointers. He thought for a while and said, next time, don't cultivate combat techniques in front of outsiders. Don't tell anyone what level you've cultivated it to. Keep a low profile. Your brother is high profile, so you have to keep a low profile. In front of outsiders, it's good to be a little spoiled brat. If you meet a bad guy, don't be soft-hearted. If you can kill him, don't hold back. There are more evil sect martial artists in Nanjiang these days. Be smart. Nanjiang was about to open the catacombs. Although they had been surrounded and killed a large number of evil sect martial artists, it did not mean that there were no more of them now. Now, these people were scattered and active in Nanjiang. The old grandmaster who was in charge of MCMAU's southern area was also staying in Nanjiang to eliminate the remaining evil sect members. Fang Ping and the others were famous now and had a certain social status, but it also meant that they were in greater danger. They were fine if they were alone, but they were afraid that something would happen to their families. Martial arts university students were also a main force in eliminating the evil sect members. Fang Ping had killed the peak rank 3 grand missionary before, so it was possible that news had spread. Although the battle record would not reveal information about the opponent killed. If these evil sect members did not find Fang Ping, they would be in danger if they found their families. Evil sect martial artists? Fang Yuan was not afraid. Instead, she said angrily, if I meet them, I'll kill them. Right now, the news outside was saying that the martial artists Fang Ping and the others killed were all evil sect members. In the eyes of the little girl, if those people dared to bully her big brother, she would kill them if she met them. Fang Ping smacked her head and said exasperatedly, you're so weak. Don't even think about it. If you meet them, they'll kill you with one slap. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly kicked the dumbbell on the ground into the air. He caught it and squeezed it with all his might. With a crunch, the iron rod in the middle was snapped in half by Fang Ping's grip. Fang Yuan's mouth fell open, her face full of shock. Did you see that? Fang Ping tossed the broken dumbbell aside and laughed. Don't think that just because you know some lousy combat techniques, you're good. A real martial artist can break metal and stone with ease. With your strength, you won't even be able to withstand a slap from them. Do you want to use your big face to block it? That's why when you meet a real martial artist, escaping is the first task. Cultivate your pole standing to the firm stance as soon as possible and focus on basic leg techniques so that you can fight and run. Fang Yuan immediately nodded. She nodded very quickly. How scary, it was iron, and her brother had broken it in an instant. She was not as strong as iron. Seeing that the girl had memorized it, Fang Ping continued with a smile, you're going to be a high school student soon. I heard that Sun City No. 1 High School will start a professional martial arts training class this year. Once you're in the class, learn from the teacher. I don't have the time to explain the basics of martial arts to you bit by bit. The notice hasn't come yet. Before Fang Yuan could finish, Fang Ping said disapprovingly, I'm just telling you that the notice will come sooner or later. Fang Ping's sister was in Sun City. If she could not even get into a martial arts training class in Sun City, that would be looking down on him. Fang Ping did not even have to go through the front door. Fang Yuan's cultural studies were not bad, and her vitality was not weak either. How could she not get in? Fang Ping was not in a hurry to leave this time. He stayed at home for a few days. He taught his sister combat techniques, familiarized himself with the Vajra punch, and chatted with his mother. Halfway through, he met up with Wu Zhihao and the others who had just returned home. He received a lot of envious looks and was forced to drink. Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and the others were also preparing to break through as martial artists after the summer break. Although they were not twice honed, they felt that they had reached their limit and could no longer suppress it. During that time, they briefly talked about the expansion of distance, but it would have to wait until the next semester, so they did not say much. On the 10th of July, Fang Ping put on his backpack, grabbed his Chongdao, and drove to River City. Old Wang had asked him to call him when he got back, but Fang Ping did not bother to call him now. It just so happened that he was going to head north along River City. It was not that he wanted to copy Old Wang's route. The point was that there were more powerhouses in the north than in the south. There was CCMAU, SNMAU, and SCMAU in the north. If he went south, he would have to return to MCMAU. Fang Ping could not imitate Wang Jinyang and block MCMAU's entrance. Moreover, there were a few big sects in the north that had powerhouses too. This time, he wanted to challenge peak rank 3 powerhouses, as well as sect powerhouses. Fang Ping was looking forward to it. River City. Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang when he reached River City. Both of them met at NMAU. When he saw Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang took a few more glances and suddenly asked, "Do you want to spar?" Fang Ping shook his head. "No, not now." Right now, his aura had not reached its peak, and his combat techniques had not been cultivated to a high level. Even if Wang Jinyang used rank 3 strength to fight him, he would not have a chance of winning without using his vitality advantage. When he returned from this challenge, he might win, but he would only win against the rank 3 Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang had always been his target, but Fang Ping did not do it to defeat him when he suppressed his strength. When he entered rank 4 or rank 5, he would be at the same rank and level as Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang would then be his target. Fang Ping smiled as he walked. The spar will happen sooner or later. In MCMAU, there's still a mission for you. The credits are not low. A long time ago, I thought that I would get these credits. In the blink of an eye, almost a year has passed. Since I've waited for a year, I don't mind waiting for another year. Wang Jinyang clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Seems like you're very confident that you'll surpass me soon? Martial artists should have at least this bit of confidence. Didn't you tell me that martial artists must fight? It's necessary to fight. Then I'll wait for you. Wang Jinyang smiled and said, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to catch up. I will. Brother Wang, don't slack off. Ever since I started learning martial arts, you're the one who had the biggest impact on my martial arts. You're the first person I've come into contact with, and you're also the first person of my age that I find it difficult to surpass. I've slowly left the others behind. On the path of martial arts, I still need a benchmark like Brother Wang to stimulate me. Very arrogant, but you, who have achieved rank 3 in a year, have the right to be a little arrogant. Wang Jinyang chuckled. Since you see me as your target, then continue to work hard. On the path of martial arts, it's because there are people like us that it's more exciting. Wang Jinyang said that Fang Ping was arrogant, but he was not weak himself. Both of them laughed. After a while, Wang Jinyang returned to the topic at hand. I'm looking for you this time to check on your progress. Although we haven't fought, it seems like you're doing well. Secondly, I want to remind you to hurry up. If everything goes smoothly, the Nanjiang catacombs will open at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. The opening of the catacombs for the first time is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. The other catacombs have been open for many years. Actually, the good stuff in the periphery has already been collected by human martial artists. You didn't find anything good in the Magic City catacombs, did you? You didn't see any valuable herbs, animals, or plants that are worth killing, did you? The Magic City catacombs have been open for decades. Even a useful blade of grass in the periphery has been uprooted by humans. The newly opened catacombs won't be like that. However, the newly opened catacombs are also the most dangerous places. You don't know if you'll meet a high-ranked martial artist in the next moment. So, if you want to reap the benefits, you need to be strong. In the outside world, it's very difficult for us to rely on ourselves to advance. The higher the rank, the harder it is to advance. As for the other catacombs, you have to go deeper, deeper, deeper into places that no one has gone before to reap the benefits. The new entrance. That's completely different. Fang Ping's expression gradually turned serious. He asked, "It's confirmed that Nanjiang's catacombs are going to open soon. What's the specific location?" "It's hard to tell for now, but it'll be soon. Actually, when the catacombs entrance opens, you can feel it. When the passageway opens and the energy passageway is successfully built, it will gradually release a large amount of energy particles. Right now, we're investigating. Where the energy particles are increasing in intensity, there's a high chance that the catacombs entrance will open. In fact, you didn't realize that the overall energy particles in Nanjiang are slightly more active now. This is also an important basis for determining that the catacombs entrance is in Nanjiang. The construction of the energy passageway isn't something that can be done overnight. I hope it's not in Sun City," Fang Ping sighed softly. Wang Jinyang said nonchalantly, "It's the same wherever it is. The catacombs entrances are increasing. If it's not in Sun City today, maybe another entrance will be opened in Sun City tomorrow." "That's true. This time, you're going all the way north to prepare for a breakthrough to rank 4? Uh-huh. Have you chosen your opponent?" "I've decided. Yunming Military School will be the first one." Wang Jinyang glanced at him. After a while, he said, "There are many powerhouses in military schools. None of the 3 big military schools is weaker than the famous schools. Moreover, martial artists from military schools have more opportunities to participate in the catacombs battles. Don't fail at the first one. It's okay to fail. I'm not afraid of failure. It's enough that I've discovered my own shortcomings. Then, I wish you a safe journey." As he said that, Wang Jinyang added, "You can go to military schools and martial arts universities alone. If you go to the sects, it's best if an MCMAU instructor goes with you." Fang Ping frowned slightly. Wang Jinyang explained, "It's not that they'll harm you, but the sects, martial arts universities, and military schools are 2 different systems. You might not even be able to enter. Moreover, in the sects, there are also a group of conservative martial artists. If you bully them, they'll feel that it's the greatest humiliation. There might even be a few radical martial artists." "I understand. It's okay. Actually, even if I didn't remind you, if you really went, MCMAU would probably send someone to help." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. That might not be the case. Most of MCMAU's instructors were not in school now. It seemed like he could only ask Old Manly to hold the fort when the time came. The 2 of them chatted for a while. On NMAU's campus, some people saw them. However, after recognizing Fang Ping, the passers-by's expression did not look too good. Although it was not good, Fang Ping was ranked 3rd in the Rank 3 Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking. In NMAU, no one was a match for him, except for this student, Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping did not care about the others. He met Gu Xiong on the way, and the 2 of them chatted for a while. Beihu Province. Yunmeng Swamp. When the car entered Beihu, Fang Ping suddenly mumbled, "Is it really appropriate to choose Beihu as the first stop?" He gently caressed the crescent moon saber beside him. Guanyu II had died in battle here. However, the place where Guanyu II had died was still some distance away from Yunming Military School. "I'm not Guanyu II. It has nothing to do with me. There are many people who use sabers." Fang Ping exhaled and drove forward until the car arrived outside Yunming Military School. Although Yunming Military School was not well known in the outside world, it was one of the 3 big military schools in the military department. If it was considered a martial arts university, it would have a very high status among martial arts universities, comparable to the big 2. Of course, it was only comparable. Although there were many powerhouses in military schools, there were fewer grandmaster-level powerhouses than the big two. After getting off the car, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to challenge. He walked to the gate of Yunming Military School. The school was much smaller than MCMAU, and much simpler. The only ones who felt a little imposing were the soldiers standing guard outside with guns. This was one of the advantages of military schools. In the eyes of ordinary people, they looked more dignified. This was something that martial arts universities could not compare to. Most people would not be able to recognize martial artists. Fang Ping walked to the front of the sentry box, looked around, and said, "Hello, comrade. Can I have a look at the school?" The soldier on duty said meticulously, "Non-military school students are not allowed in. If you need to find someone, you can register at the sentry box. We will send someone to pass the message for you." "Then please help me find someone." Fang Ping thought for a while and suddenly scratched his head. Was it appropriate for him to find someone like this? If he found someone and they came out, he would tell them that he was here to challenge them. That was not dignified at all. After some thought, Fang Ping said suddenly, "Forget it. I'll come back later." Fang Ping strode away, taking out his phone to call Wang Jinyang as he walked. "Brother Wang, how should I go about this challenge?" Wang Jinyang was stunned for a moment. After a while, he said, "It's up to you. If you want to challenge Yunming Military Academy formally, you should submit your letter of challenge to Yunming Military Academy according to the rules of the martial arts world and wait for their arrangement. However, this method might be very slow. The military school might need to communicate with MCMAU before making a decision. And considering some circumstances, the challenge might be rejected. If you want to proceed quickly, it's very simple. You carry your saber and stand at the gate of the military academy and shout, 'There's no one in Yunming Military Academy. Do you dare to fight?' There's a high chance that a fight will break out very quickly." Fang Ping laughed dryly. "So barbaric? You're so barbaric. Otherwise, why would I accept your challenge? If you wanted to break through and accumulate momentum, they might not think the same way. If you wanted to achieve the reputation of being invincible among rank 3 martial artists, the military school martial artists might not want that. They had to keep a lower profile. So, I think you should go with the second plan. It's simple, and it won't take up too much time. Moreover, I won't be perfunctory or fooling you. I'll definitely fight as hard as I can. That's the only way to challenge you. Otherwise, the formal challenge arrangement might fool you. Do you understand?" "Is that so?" Fang Ping muttered, "I understand." After thanking him, Fang Ping hung up. He turned his head to look at Yunming Military School and took a deep breath. "Fine, let's do it savagely then." If he really wanted to wait for the review, who knew how many days the process would take? He had a lot of plans this summer. No wonder Old Manly had said that blocking the gate was fine. Blocking the gate of a martial arts university and a military school was the greatest humiliation. Their powerhouses would never shy away from a fight. Even if they thought it was not worth it, they would not avoid it. Looks like I'm the same as old Wang. I'll be hated by everyone in the future. Yunming Military School, the strongest rank 3 martial artist, ranked 14th in the national rank 3 ranking, 5 places lower than me. But he's also very strong. My goal for this trip is to break through to peak rank 3 first, then accumulate momentum for rank 4. In that case, it's best if I don't use my Yanuideo. After thinking things through, Fang Ping saw that it was getting late. He did not choose to challenge today. He would find a place to rest for the night and adjust his condition. Soon, Fang Ping drove away. July 11th. Early in the morning. In front of Yunming Military School's gate. Fang Ping held his saber and stood proudly, saying loudly, "Magic City Martial Arts University freshman Fang Ping is here to challenge Yunming rank 3 students. No one will be rejected. Please advise me." Magic City Martial Arts University freshman Fang Ping, his voice reverberated in the school. Inside Yunming Military School. Suddenly, someone said angrily, "Do you really think that Yunming has no one? You've gone too far. Every year, you use Yunming Military School as a target to show off your power. Every year, people come to challenge you. Beat this bastard to death. The angry roar was very loud. Fang Ping, who was at the school gate, suddenly felt that something was wrong. This anger was exceptionally strong. Did people come to challenge him every year? Thinking about it, it did not seem wrong. Fang Ping was not the only one who wanted to accumulate momentum. In the next moment, more than 10 young people in military singlets gathered at the school gate. There were both men and women. Their eyes were extremely unfriendly. One of them shouted, "Fang Ping, how dare you block Yunming's gate? Do you think that there's no one in Yunming?" Fang Ping did not waver. He said lightly, "No one in the lower 3 ranks can defeat Yunming. Fight or hide, Yunming decides for itself. Bastard, I'll fight you." In the next moment, a tall man in military uniform walked out of the school. His vitality was turbulent, and his body was full of killing intent. With a sullen expression, he said, "Yunming Military School junior student, Yao Zhengyu." Fang Ping looked at him and said calmly, "You're too weak. Are you sure you want to fight? Cut the crap." As soon as Yao Zhengyu's voice fell, his military boots stomped on the ground. In the next moment, he clenched his fists and smashed them toward Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping held the saber in his right hand, but he did not move. His left hand formed a seal, and with a roar, his left fist punched out. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yao Zhengyu, who had just closed in on Fang Ping, was hit by the punch. He flew backward and rolled on the ground. "Those below upper stage rank 3 are no match for my punch. Don't embarrass yourself." Fang Ping shouted, "Is there no one in Yunming?" Yao Zhengyu, who had fallen to the ground, was flushed. A few people behind him hurried forward to help him up. One of them shouted, "Wait a moment. We're just normal students in Yunming. Yao Zhengyu is only representing himself." Yao Zhengyu had been defeated in one move. Yunming had lost some face. These people were not upper stage rank 3 martial artists. If they went up, it would be Yunming who lost face. There was no need to wait any longer. Soon, another group of people walked out of the school. There were men and women, but they were no longer young people. Some of them were middle-aged martial artists. They were obviously military school instructors. These people were all wearing military uniforms, but their expressions were cold and indifferent. The middle-aged martial artist who was the leader glanced at Fang Ping and said, "The challenge can be carried out according to the rules. Fang Ping, you blocked Yunming's school gate. You should be prepared for the consequences of your actions." "Of course. I'm invincible in rank 3. I have no fear." "All right." The middle-aged martial artist did not say anything else. He turned around and shouted, "Zhu Wenlong, you fight him. You can only win." In the crowd, a young man with a dark complexion walked out, holding a long spear in his hand. As he walked out of the school gate, the young man said coldly, "Zhu Wenlong, peak rank 3 martial artist." Fang Ping frowned and said calmly, "You're ranked 46th on the rank 3 ranking list. You're not the strongest among Yunming's rank 3. Are you sure you want to fight? Do you dare?" Fang Ping suddenly threw his Chongdao. It stabbed into the ground and did not move an inch. "Fine. After I defeat you, I'll fight the strongest rank 3 in Yunming." Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping stomped on the ground. The cement floor cracked instantly. Zhu Wenlong saw him throw his Chongdao. Anger flashed in his eyes. Did he really think that Fang Ping was invincible among rank 3? The moment Fang Ping stomped on the ground, Zhu Wenlong's spear whistled. The spear pierced through the air, and the sound of the explosion echoed for dozens of meters. Fang Ping's fists glowed with blood-red vitality. He did not dodge. With a roar, he punched the spearhead with his right fist. Bang! A loud sound of metal colliding was heard. Zhu Wenlong's spear trembled. In the next second, Fang Ping was already in front of Zhu Wenlong. His left fist glowed with blood-red light as he punched at Zhu Wenlong's throat. Zhu Wenlong was not afraid at all. He shouted coldly and pulled his spear back, sweeping it at Fang Ping's waist instead of stabbing. Fang Ping did not even look. His Vajra fist could not be returned. How could he avoid it? "Ha!" A roar came from his mouth, and his fist speed increased by 30%. Zhu Wenlong raised his left elbow, blocking while continuing to sweep Fang Ping with his spear. neither of them dodged or retreated. They were determined to meet force with force. Two dull thuds were heard. Fang Ping's fist landed on Zhu Wenlong's left arm, and his other hand hammered Zhu Wenlong's spear again. Zhu Wenlong stomped on the ground and retreated a few steps, cracking the ground. Wenlong's vitality isn't as strong as his, and his physique is weaker too. He's no match for him in a head-on fight. At this moment, the middle-aged man in military uniform who had spoken earlier shook his head slightly and explained, "This MCMAU kid's vitality has exceeded 1,000 calories." The expressions of the people behind him changed slightly. The middle-aged man in military uniform continued, "His bone and physical strength are also stronger than the average peak rank 3 martial artist. Look at the hardness of his fists, combined with the vitality outburst, even C-grade alloy is slightly deformed by his hammering." As he spoke, the middle-aged man in military uniform continued, "However, his Vajra punch has not been cultivated to perfection. Otherwise, Wenlong wouldn't have simply retreated with one punch. He might have suffered internal injuries. Although he's not weak among the rank 3 martial artists, he can't compare to Chen Jiawang." As he spoke, a tall boy behind him had been watching Fang Ping and Wenlong's fight. After hearing what was said, he said in a low voice, "I heard that Fang Ping is an expert in manic explosion. Now that he's given up on his saber and switched to his fists, I'm afraid he's thinking of practicing his fists. He wants to achieve unity in his fists and step into peak rank 3. The people around him nodded. The middle-aged man in military uniform shook his head. "It's not that simple. I see that his Vajra punch is overflowing with power. I'm afraid he's just a beginner. If he doesn't use a saber, he might not be Wenlong's match." The crowd did not speak anymore because the situation had changed. "You want to beat me with your fists? Do you really think you're invincible?" Zhu Wenlong was knocked back by Fang Ping's punch, but he was not injured at all. His spear was like a dragon, piercing forward. The spear seemed to have come to life, circling around Fang Ping's neck like a dragon snake. Fang Ping's fists moved quickly, hammering away at the spear, but he could not gain much of an advantage. "My vitality isn't condensed enough. My fist strength isn't clear enough either. Otherwise, I could have used Vajra punch to convulse his internal organs and injure him severely." Unity in fists, Fang Ping's mentality attached to his fists, capturing the flow of vitality and condensing it. After a while, Fang Ping's expression changed abruptly. He attached his mentality to Zhu Wenlong's long spear. This peak rank 3 martial artist had managed to achieve unity of fist force, or rather, unity of vigor. When the long spear stabbed out, the force was perfect. Fang Ping quickly observed the flow of his opponent's vitality and the distribution of his energy particles. He could not observe this unless he was fighting. His opponent was too strong and did not give Fang Ping a chance to observe. Right now, however, Zhu Wenlong's strength was equal to his, so Fang Ping could observe him clearly. His fists were still hammering away. At first, Zhu Wenlong was able to block it easily, but soon, his expression changed. The strength of Fang Ping's fists was not much different from before, but the force that had spilled out earlier was gradually condensing, and the power of each punch was greater. "Ha!" Zhu Wenlong roared again. He wielded the spear with both arms in a dazzling manner. Some martial artists below upper stage rank 3 could not even see his next move clearly. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was finding it increasingly difficult to block. His forehead was drenched in sweat. Outside, a student frowned. "Is this the standard of a martial arts university's number 3? Fang Ping was number 3 in the martial arts university ranking and number 9 in the overall ranking. Zhu Wenlong was not in the martial arts university ranking, so he was number 46 in the overall ranking. Logically speaking, there was still a gap between him and the top 10. Right now, it seemed like Zhu Wenlong had the upper hand. Fang Ping was only relying on his stronger physique to hold on. The power of his combat techniques was not that great. With this standard, he dares to say that he's invincible among rank 3. There's really no one left in martial arts universities. You can't say that. It can only be said that Fang Ping is useless. Don't forget, the martial artists who ranked high in martial arts universities were all powerhouses." As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. This was not the first time that Yunming Military School had been challenged. As one of the 3 big military schools, it was a good choice to train. In the past few years, martial arts university students from other military schools, and disciples from sects had come. There were very few who were impressive. Fang Ping. Now, it seemed like the top 50 in the overall ranking was the best he could do. He was still far from the top 10. At this time, as the two of them continued fighting, their vitality was greatly depleted. Fang Ping's vitality was overflowing, so his consumption was greater than Zhu Wenlong's. His advantage in vitality was gradually being offset. However, Fang Ping was not surprised. Now, he was constantly using his mentality to probe Zhu Wenlong's method of exerting force and the distribution of energy. Gradually, he gained something. I see. Is this the control of power? Fang Ping mumbled. The blood-red glow on his fists was diminishing. Outsiders would only think that his vitality was being depleted so much that he could not even maintain his vitality force. However, the middle-aged martial artist and the others in the military uniform had a strange look in their eyes. MCMAU's Fang Ping was really a genius. He had begun to control his energy during the battle, unlike before when he used his vitality force recklessly. Genius martial artist. The middle-aged man in the military uniform sighed. There were indeed many geniuses in martial arts universities. There were also many geniuses in military schools, but most of them had to rely on repeated battles and killings to learn these things. Fang Ping had begun to open the path to peak rank 3 just by sparring. Wenlong is going to lose, the middle-aged man in the military uniform said. In the next moment, in front of him, Fang Ping's fists had completely returned to their normal color. However, the moment they collided with Zhu Wenlong's spear, a powerful blood-red glow exploded. After this punch, Zhu Wenlong's spear trembled violently. The web between his thumb and forefinger, which was holding the spear, ruptured instantly. Fresh blood stained the spear. Fang Ping did not attack him. Instead, he seized the opportunity. His fists rotated and quickly hammered the spear. Zhu Wenlong retreated continuously, but he could not avoid Fang Ping. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 punches had landed. Zhu Wenlong's hands loosened abruptly, and the spear fell to the ground. At this moment, his arms were still trembling, and blood was dripping from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Fang Ping's face was pale, but he did not pursue. He smiled and said, "You've lost." Zhu Wenlong's tanned face was slightly flushed. After a moment, he picked up the spear and said in a muffled voice, "Next time, when I'm killing enemies in the catacombs, let me witness your might. I won't let you down." Fang Ping smiled very happily. He did not use his vitality advantage. His vitality of 1,200 calories and above was his original advantage. This was not one of them. Relying on Vajra Punch, analyzing Zhu Wenlong's method of collective energy, and the advantage of bone marrow honing, he had beaten the peak rank 3 Zhu Wenlong until he dropped his weapon. This also proved that Zhu Wenlong was no match for him. However, Fang Ping had a rough idea of the method of collective energy. He was also learning it, but he had not reached the stage where he could use it flexibly. This also meant that he had not entered peak rank 3 yet. Zhu Wenlong was not too disappointed. He picked up the spear, turned around, and retreated. At this moment, the next person stepped forward. Yunming Military School, Chen Jiaowang. Do you know Chen Jiaoshan from Donglin Martial Arts University? Fang Ping asked as he looked at the tall young man opposite him. Chen Jiaowang was very tall, and he was also holding a gun. In the military academy, the weapons they used were more of a unified standard, which made it easier for them to coordinate with each other in team battles. Hearing this, Chen Jiaowang shook his head lightly and said, "I don't know him, but I know him. Old Grandmaster Chen is also a role model for our generation of martial artists. MCMAU's Grandmasters, especially Vice-Chancellor Zhang, is also a role model for us to learn from. This is how martial artists should be." Fang Ping nodded as well. These Grandmaster powerhouses, including the martial artists and soldiers who died in the catacombs, are all role models for our generation. He did not mention role models. Fang Ping did not want to die in battle, but those people were indeed heroes among men. Without asking further, Fang Ping's vitality was fully restored in the blink of an eye. Qin Jiawang frowned slightly, and the instructors behind him were also surprised. MCMAU's Fang Ping was indeed capable. Qin Jiawang was not in a hurry. He asked, "No saber?" "There's no need for that. I want to consolidate my fist force and break through to peak rank 3. So, I'm your trial stone?" "I'm sorry, but that's what I think." "It doesn't matter. I've also used people as practice stones. However, you blocked the gate of my Yunming Military Academy. I won't go easy on you in this battle. This is also what I hope to see." The two of them stopped talking, and there was no referee. At the end of the conversation, Qin Jiawang's blood and qi on his spear were condensed to the extreme, and so was his speed. Fang Ping had wanted to use the same method he had used on Zhu Wenlong to deal with him, but when he saw the vitality force on the long spear, his expression changed and he retreated quickly. Just because he was tough didn't mean he was stupid. Just as he retreated, Qin Jiawang's spear tip appeared in front of his chest. Fang Ping's waist bent backward instantly, and he lifted his leg to kick. Qin Jiawang's arm moved, and the tip of the spear quivered. It changed from a stab to a slap, hitting Fang Ping's chest with a smack. Pooh! Blood spurted out of Fang Ping's mouth, but he managed to kick the long spear away. He was injured in one move. Some people from the Yunming Military Academy looked happy. Zhu Wenlong, who was ranked 46th in the overall ranking, had just been defeated. Everyone was still a little sad and worried. Of the 3 military academies, Yunming Military Academy was the weakest. However, no matter how weak they were still one of the 3 great military academies. No one would feel comfortable being a stepping stone for others year after year. Zhu Wenlong had been defeated, and there were still 2 people ranked higher than him. However, one of them was ranked 37th, and his strength was similar to Zhu Wenlong's. The strongest was still Qin Jiawang, ranked 14th. Everyone was worried that Qin Jiawang would be defeated, but now, Qin Jiawang had injured Fang Ping with one move. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He did not care about these minor injuries. He just didn't expect Qin Jiawang to be stronger than he had imagined. His speed was extremely fast, and his spear technique was also seamless, making it almost impossible to find any flaws. This is the kind of pressure I want. Fang Ping growled in his heart. In the next second, Fang Ping straightened his back and attacked Qin Jiawang's throat. Qin Jiawang did not block. He moved his feet and retreated a few steps, the long spear once again appearing at Fang Ping's chest. Fang Ping no longer swung his fists. His fists turned into palms, and he slapped the spear's shaft repeatedly. After 5 consecutive hits, the long spear deviated from his chest and pierced the air. Although Fang Ping used his hands to perform 5 consecutive slashes, he did not have much vitality outburst. Right now, what he needed to learn was to conserve his vitality so that he could defeat his opponent without using ultimate moves. He did not want to use every move to outburst, which would deplete his 1,000 calories vitality in just a few hits. Similarly, other martial artists did the same. Unless it was a one-on-one battle and it was a critical moment to kill, ultimate moves were rarely used in battle. Although Qin Jiawang's long spear had been slapped away and Fang Ping was close at hand, he was still calm. He swung his left fist and exchanged more than 10 blows with Fang Ping. Using the force, Qin Jiawang retreated again. His long spear was used to the point of perfection, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared outside of Fang Ping's throat. Fang Ping was slightly flustered. He leaped higher and stepped into the air. He struck a few palms from above, and only then did he block his opponent's killer move. Fang Ping is no match for Jiawang. Inside the school, the middle-aged man in military uniform waved his hand, gesturing for the crowd to retreat and make way for the 2 of them. He said softly, "Fang Ping's time in combat techniques is not as long as Jiawang's. It's almost impossible for him to defeat Jiawang purely by relying on his physical strength and powerful vitality. Of course, if he keeps using ultimate moves to suppress Jiawang, he won't be a match for Fang Ping unless Jiawang can kill him in one hit. I don't think so. I think he's here to accumulate strength. I think the MCMAU instructors have told him that if he only relies on vitality to suppress Jiawang, it won't help him improve his combat techniques and control his strength. then the challenge will be meaningless. Another instructor retorted. If Fang Ping really wanted to use his unlimited vitality to suppress Qin Jiawang, then what was the point of challenging him? It would not help him improve at all. If it was not to show off and prove that he had a lot of vitality, then Fang Ping would be wasting his time doing this. As they were talking, someone suddenly said, "There's still no explanation for his vitality. What's going on?" The middle-aged man in military uniform said softly, "It's said that his bone marrow has turned jade-like, which is caused by the mutation of his mentality. It allows him to capture energy particles at this stage and speed up the recovery of vitality in his bone marrow. Of course, we don't know the specifics." This is the answer given by MCMAU. Most of the MCMAU instructors are fighting in the catacombs now, and Vice-Chancellor Zhang has just perished together with a rank 8 enemy. Don't ask any more, understand? Everyone nodded quickly. If they were to ask again and dwell on this, they would be bullying MCMAU for having no one. If it was not for Fang Ping's provocation now, no one would dare to step in if the High Grandmasters of MCMAU returned and attacked them for an explanation. The old Vice-Chancellor had just killed a rank 8 and died in battle. Now, a genius student was being looked for. If they did not look for trouble, they would not be able to survive in MCMAU. While the instructors of Yunmeng Military School were discussing, Fang Ping was caught off guard and stabbed in the chest by Qin Jiawang. Fang Ping took a few steps back, causing the ground, which was already broken to begin with, to collapse completely. Pfft! Fang Ping spat out another mouthful of blood. His gaze was extremely solemn. Qin Jiawang was really strong. Fang Ping's combat techniques were slightly slower than his. Prediction, collective energy, Qin Jiawang was almost at the same level as Qin Fengqing, but Fang Ping was much weaker than them. I have to use Vajra Fist to fight him. His opponent's physique and vitality were not as strong as his. As long as his Vajra Fist was collective, Qin Jiawang would not be his match. When he thought of this, Fang Ping stopped retreating. He swung his fist quickly and punched the spearhead. Bang! The sound had just faded when the next one was heard. Qin Jiawang was not in a hurry. He kept waving his spear, stabbing, sweeping, stabbing, and picking. The students around him were all impressed. This was the strongest rank 3 powerhouse in Yunmeng. Fang Ping, the martial artist ranked 3rd on the Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking, could only take a beating now. His clothes were already torn, and his body was covered in wounds. Qin Jiawang, on the other hand, was almost unharmed. I'm not using big moves. I'm so aggrieved. Fang Ping punched the spear again, but his heart was full of grievance. But I keep using big moves. Maybe I'll never be able to reach peak rank 3. If he could not master collective energy, he might be stuck at upper stage rank 3 forever. This was something Fang Ping could not accept. Unless his physique and vitality were strong enough to break through to middle rank with his physique. But that was not what Fang Ping wanted. Collective energy is also a manifestation of the combination of essence, spirit, and soul. I shouldn't use my mentality to probe anymore. Instead, I should use my body and mind as one, to explode and experience. His mind was full of thoughts. In the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly roared. His left hand reached toward the void and grasped the air. At this time, Qin Jiawang's spearhead seemed to have voluntarily come to him, and Fang Ping grabbed it. Then, Fang Ping took the opportunity to close in. His right fist and Qin Jiawang's left fist exchanged more than 10 blows. This time, Fang Ping did not retreat. Neither did Qin Jiawang. Fang Ping held his spear. Unless he abandoned it, Qin Jiawang did not think he needed to do so. Both of them continued to exchange blows, sparks flying everywhere. Some students below upper stage rank 3 watched with shining eyes. Fang Ping and the others' bodies were really forged like alloys. Unity of Vajra! Fang Ping roared. The area around his fists seemed to explode. There was no sound, but the shockwave spread in all directions. Qin Jiawang did not make a sound. When Fang Ping attacked, Qin Jiawang punched back. Bang! There was a loud bang. Qin Jiawang took 3 steps back, but Fang Ping took 7 or 8 steps back. He staggered and almost fell. You're still a little lacking. You barely grasped the basics of collective energy, but compared to me, you're still a long way off. Qin Jiawang finally opened his mouth after fighting for so long. Fang Ping panted and said in a low voice, I'm a little lacking, but that doesn't mean I can't defeat you. Then you can try. Qin Jiawang suddenly stabbed his spear into the ground and shouted coldly, I'll let you see what a Vajra punch is. Qin Jiawang's face was full of anger. He roared and stomped his feet hard on the ground. The cement floor around him cracked and caved in again. In the blink of an eye, Qin Jiawang appeared in front of Fang Ping, his fists moving quickly. Fang Ping's eyes were also full of anger. His fists hammered continuously. Bang, 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 a series of bangs were heard. The sound of metal colliding became louder and more frequent. More than 10 seconds later, a figure flew out. In mid-air, Fang Ping stepped on the air, wiped the corner of his mouth, and rushed back to his original spot. This guy's really tough. The middle-aged man in military uniform sighed when he saw Fang Ping flying after being hit by Qin Jiawang and then charging in with his injuries. Zhu Wenlong, who was still recovering, exhaled and said, his physique is very strong. Qin Jiawang can't really hurt him. In terms of physical strength and bone strength, this guy seems to be stronger than us. Maybe the mercury-like bone marrow is true. The middle-aged man in military uniform was only a beginner rank 6. It was difficult for him to determine whether Fang Ping's bone marrow was really mercury-like. However, judging from Fang Ping's physique and the destructive power when he stepped on the ground after losing control of his strength, MCMAU might be telling the truth. This kid's bone marrow was really mercury-like, just like NMAU's Wang Jinyang. What's going on in Nanjiang? No, what's going on in Sun City? Can it really make people's bone marrow mutate? The middle-aged man thought for a while and felt that it was necessary to investigate. Maybe he could really take in a few students with bone marrow mutations. Bang! Fang Ping was sent flying again, but he gritted his teeth and continued charging. Just a little more, just a little more. My collective strength is still lacking. My strength is not condensed enough. Otherwise, Qin Jiawang would not be my opponent. With this thought in mind, Fang Ping was sent flying 7 to 8 times in a row. His body was covered in blood, but he still continued to fight. Soon, everyone realized that the battle between the two could be seen clearly. Qin Jiawang's face was pale, and so was Fang Ping. There were no vitality fluctuations in the battle, but a pure physical collision. In the next moment, someone was sent flying again. This time, it was not Fang Ping. Qin Jiawang spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was a little ugly. He did not say a word and continued charging. This time, Qin Jiawang was sent flying again at a very fast speed. Fang Ping roared, is there no one in Yunmeng? All rank 3s come at me together. A bunch of trash. Qin Jiawang's expression alternated between black and white. The others were also red with anger. You've been sent flying more than 10 times, and we didn't even look down on you. Now you're even provoking us. On the side, an instructor humphed. His vitality has been depleted. Qin Jiawang is not as strong as him in terms of physical strength. This kid is getting arrogant. No, he's trying to provoke us into attacking him together. He has a reason to recover his vitality and continue using his combat techniques. He's about to break through. Should we fulfill his wish? A few of the instructors were not too happy about it. This kid was very arrogant, and he was not from their school. Now that the battle had reached this stage, if Yunmeng did not continue to send rank 3s to pressure him, could he still rely on himself to hone his combat techniques? The middle-aged man in military uniform pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he said, those who are upper stage rank 3s and above, go up. As long as you don't kill him, you can beat him up however you want. As soon as he said that, the students looked at each other. Then, 4 or 5 people suddenly rushed out. They had wanted to beat this bastard up for a long time. The moment they rushed out, Fang Ping's eyes lit up. His vitality had suddenly recovered. Then, the vitality fluctuations on his fists were obvious. With one punch, he sent an upper stage rank 3 girl flying. The girl flew out and fell to the ground. She clutched her chest and said in grief and indignation, MCMAU Fang Ping, you're really shameless. I've long heard that you specialize in hitting women's chests. Kill him. This time, the boys were provoked. How many girls in our military school are there? It's bad enough that you, Fang Ping, beat up girls in MCMAU, but you came here to beat up girls. This is unforgivable. The few upper stage and peak martial artists were not weak either. Peak martial artists could achieve collective vitality and besiege Fang Ping. Fang Ping could not care less about what was in front of him. Although he had knocked some people out of the battle circle, there were also people who hit him until he swayed. Although Qin Jiawang's vitality had been depleted, his physique was not weak. Qin Jiawang was extremely annoyed that his vitality had been depleted by Fang Ping. At this moment, he did not retreat. While Fang Ping was sending someone flying, he took the opportunity to punch the right side of Fang Ping's face. The head was a fatal injury for those below Grandmaster level. However, he did not use vitality force. Fang Ping was also an upper stage rank 3 martial artist who had modified his body, so it was not that easy to kill him. As expected, Fang Ping only cried out in pain. It was not a big deal, but the right side of his face suddenly swelled up. Don't hit the face when you hit people. You've angered me. Fang Ping roared. Suddenly, a blood-red glow flashed on his fist. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had sent an upper stage rank 3 martial artist in front of him flying. The martial artist spat out blood in midair. Collective fist force. The martial artist in midair roared. Then, he said angrily, don't replenish your vitality if you have the guts. Kill him. I didn't plan to replenish my vitality in the first place. Come on, let's see who kills who. Go all out. Fang Ping had just finished shouting when the middle-aged man in military uniform suddenly roared again. More than 10 martial artists who had not reached upper stage rank 3 beside him rushed in instantly. Do you have any shame? What kind of hero is ganging up on me? Fang Ping roared angrily. Everyone's faces darkened. Didn't you say to attack together just now? Now that we've satisfied your wish, you're looking for trouble. No one paid attention to him. These people did not care if Fang Ping's punch landed on them or if they were injured. They suppressed their anger and rushed forward to either hit his face or kick his crotch. Even Zhu Wenlong, whose vitality had not fully replenished, rushed forward quickly. This kid's arrogance had no limits. I'm peak rank 3 now. Among the crowd, Fang Ping roared. His Vajra fist had also exploded with great power. Martial artists below upper stage rank 3 were killed with one punch. His attacks were 100% accurate. If they were hit, they would be sent flying, no longer able to fight. However, there were too many people. He could only focus on one side but not the other. Soon, Fang Ping's entire face was swollen. After fighting for 7 to 8 minutes, Fang Ping sent Yao Zhengyu flying with his last punch. He straightened his back and panted. I won. The middle-aged man in military uniform frowned slightly. He said mildly, there are still more than 30 rank 3 martial artists in the school who have yet to arrive. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He said sheepishly, then I'll fight after I replenish my vitality. What's the point of that? Don't you want to train yourself? I'm peak rank 3 now. I've achieved collective fist force. Humph. The middle-aged man in military uniform could not help but let out a humph. He looked at the rank 3 martial artists who had been beaten up by Fang Ping and frowned. During the battle, Fang Ping's collective fist force had depleted Qin Jiawang's vitality. No one was a match for him after that. In a situation where Fang Ping had not replenished his vitality for a second time, he had defeated everyone with his strong physique. It had to be said that Yunming Military School had indeed embarrassed themselves this time. Moreover, Fang Ping had achieved collective fist force now. Even if Qin Jiawang had replenished his vitality, he might not be a match for him. After sweeping a glance at Fang Ping, the middle-aged man in military uniform humphed. Get lost. If anyone from MCMAU dares to come to Yunming again, we won't show any mercy. Fang Ping laughed dryly. He did not say anything. He walked to the side, pulled out his Chongdao, and walked out. The middle-aged man in military uniform said that he had shown mercy, but that was an exaggeration. However, it had indeed helped Fang Ping in the end. At that time, both Qin Jiawang and he had depleted their vitality. The two of them had fought hand-to-hand, which did not help much with collective fist force. Yunming Military School's encirclement had also created an opportunity for Fang Ping. After he had replenished his vitality and used his combat technique, Fang Ping had seized the opportunity to complete collective fist force. Because of that, Fang Ping did not want to embarrass the other party. If he said that he had shown mercy, then that was it. After all, he was not coming. It was none of Fang Ping's business who would come next from MCMAU. Fang Ping could not be bothered to care if they were beaten up by these infuriated Yunming students. I'm peak rank 3 now. After leaving Yunming Military School for a few hundred meters, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. His first stop had accomplished half of his goal. Next, with the strength of peak rank 3, it would be easier for him to challenge the martial artists who were ranked higher. After all, Qin Jiawang was only ranked 14th. Apart from Fang Ping, the others in the top 10 were not to be trifled with. Just as Fang Ping was feeling proud of himself, a passerby, a small child suddenly leaned against his mother and whispered, "Mommy, pig head." The child's mother glanced at Fang Ping. Seeing the saber in his hand, her face showed fear. She hurriedly picked up the child and ran back. Fang Ping was stunned. He raised his Chongdao and looked at it with the reflection of the blade. He suddenly humphed. Yunming Military School. I'll come back when I'm rank 4. On the 11th of July, Fang Ping battled a rank 3 martial artist from Yunming Military School and broke through to peak rank 3. In the next 2 days, Fang Ping did not show up again. However, the martial arts world paid attention to these genius martial artists. Soon, some news spread. While Fang Ping was accumulating his invincible momentum on his journey north, on the 12th of July, Qin Fengqing, who had not appeared for many days, appeared in MCMAU as a rank 4. However, he soon disappeared from MCMAU. CCMAU's Ling Yi was not well known before. In July, she had climbed to the top of the Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking. Now that she was testing her sword in the capital region, it was highly possible that she would bump into Fang Ping. After Yaoqingjun, CCMAU's Li Hansong quickly achieved peak rank 4 and officially took over CCMAU's Martial Arts Society. He was known as the top student in martial arts universities. According to sources, MCMAU's Zhang Yu had achieved middle stage rank 4. However, after Li Hansong achieved peak rank 4 and MCMAU's old vice-chancellor died in battle, MCMAU's Martial Arts Society seemed too weak. Rumor had it that Zhang Yu intended to step down as the president of the Martial Arts Society, but it was not Xiao Lei or Qin Fengqing who the outside world had speculated. According to the grapevine, Zhang Yu had recently invited Chen Wenlong, who had been training in the military, to return to the school to be the president of the Martial Arts Society. Chen Wenlong was also a third-year student in MCMAU. However, he spent most of his time training in the military. He was a rank 3 martial artist from the same batch as Yao Qingjun, Li Hansong, and Wang Jinyang. Now that he had achieved upper stage rank 4, he was extremely powerful. Sino-Nation Martial Arts University's Liu Shiji had entered upper stage rank 4 and was now in charge of the Sino-Nation Martial Arts University Martial Arts Society. South Capital Martial Arts University's Chen Haoran entered middle stage rank 4 and took charge of the South Capital Martial Arts Society. According to sources, Nanjiang's Martial King Jin Yang had already entered upper stage rank 4 for many days. These were the current students of martial arts universities. They were either rank 4 or true elite students who were about to achieve rank 4. However, ever since the last batch of graduates, martial arts universities had yet to produce a rank 5 student. There was a temporary gap in the number of rank 5 students. Who would become the first rank 5 student in a martial arts university was also the focus of many people's attention. Li Hansong? Wang Jinyang? Liu Shiji? Or would the latecomers catch up? As for Yao Qingjun, he belonged to the military school system, which was not considered the same system as martial arts universities, so he was not included. Among them, MCMAU, which was one of the 2 elite universities, appeared to be in an extremely awkward position. The students who graduated from MCMAU this year were extremely strong, with a few rank 5 students holding the fort. Even CCMAU was only on par with MCMAU. However, following the deaths of many rank 3 and 4 students in MCMAU in the past 2 years, the strongest student, Chen Wenlong, had only recently stepped into upper stage rank 4. However, after entering MCMAU for a year, Fang Ping had consecutively broken through ranks. At this moment, he had achieved peak rank 3. Many people were paying attention to him. Could Fang Ping, who had achieved 3 ranks in a year, reverse MCMAU's declining situation? The news of the martial arts world only circulated in their own circle and did not spread out. At this moment, Fang Ping, who had just achieved peak rank 3, did not continue north. Instead, he was consolidating himself and digesting his gains. Of course, it was also to reduce the swelling. Fang Ping did not want to go out and challenge people with a pig's head. He could not afford to lose face. After breaking through to peak rank 3, Fang Ping's ability improved again. Wealth, 22. 5 million vitality, 1,150 calories, 1,259 calories plus, mentality, 530 Hz, 559 Hz plus, bones honed, 126 bones, 100%, 51 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus. Manic Explosion had reached the stage of 5 consecutive slashes. Vajra Punch had achieved collective punching force. Cloud Step was the first middle-ranked combat technique to achieve great success. Other than that, Fang Ping had also mastered the blood arrow method. However, it was not very suitable for sparring. Blood arrow method was more suitable for life and death battles in the catacombs. On the 13th of July, Fang Ping practiced repeatedly until he had truly mastered collective punching force. Only then did he continue his journey north. Next stop, Zhongzhou Province. Yunming Military School was in Beihu, one of the 3 big military schools. Zhongzhou Province did not have a military school, nor did it have a famous martial arts university. However, it had famous sects, not just one. Zhongzhou was the province with the strongest sections. Following the decline of sects, martial arts universities and the military department were now the leaders in other places. Zhongzhou was the only place where the sects were considered strong. Wangwu sect belonged to the Taoist sect, Xiaoshi Mountain, Wanshan Temple belonged to the Buddhist sect, and sects of all sizes. Zhongzhou was full of sections. Following the rise of martial arts universities in the entire Sino nation, the sects had declined. There were only 20 to 30 sects left. In Zhongzhou, there were more than 10 sects, occupying half. High Grandmaster Zhao Xingwu, ranked 8th on the Grandmaster ranking, was appointed as the leader of the sects alliance. High Grandmaster Zhao was from the Wanwu sect. Zhongzhou also had an entrance to the catacombs. Zhongzhou's catacombs entrance was mainly guarded by the major sections. It served the same purpose as martial arts universities. Fang Ping was most curious about the sections. Since he started practicing martial arts, he was no stranger to martial artists from martial arts universities. He was no stranger to martial artists from the military department. He had also met martial artists from the Department of Investigation Services and other departments in the political world. This included martial artists from the business world and martial artists who specialized in scientific research. He had met all of these people before. However, Fang Ping had not met a single sect martial artist. In Magic City, there was no space for sects to survive. Hence, there were no sects in Magic City. Among the rank 3 powerhouses he was going to challenge, there were 2 sect martial artists who were ranked ahead of Fang Ping. One of them was from the Buddhist sect, Wanshan Temple. On the contrary, the Wangwu sect, where High Grandmaster Zhao was from, and the extremely famous Xiaoshi Mountain, did not have any well-known rank 3 powerhouses. The other sect rank 3 powerhouse came from Capital City. Capital City had sects, which were different from Magic City. The rank 3 powerhouse from Wanshan Temple was ranked 7th on the rank 3 overall ranking. Fang Ping dared not underestimate him. He did not head straight for Wanshan Temple. The first thing Fang Ping did when he stepped into Zhongzhou's territory was to go to Eternal Sun Village. In Zhongzhou, although there were many sects, some sects were just a few insignificant people with weak abilities. Eternal Sun Village sounded like a village, rustic and unsophisticated. However, this village was a sect, and one that was not weak at all. Eternal Sun Village had no grandmasters, but they had a rank 6 powerhouse holding the fort. Among the sects, they were considered second to none. In the rank 3 overall ranking, there was someone from Eternal Sun Village who was ranked 15th after Fang Ping, one rank lower than Chen Jiawang. However, between the top 20 and top 10, these people's abilities were almost the same. The order of their rankings did not mean that they had fought each other before, nor did it mean that the person ranked 15th was really weaker than the person ranked 14th. Fang Ping could not be considered to have defeated Chen Jiawang. He and Chen Jiawang fought until both of their vitalities were depleted. In the early stages, Fang Ping had been lagging behind. In the later stages, he relied on his strong physique to slightly salvage the situation. By the time his vitality had recovered, Chen Jiawang's vitality had been depleted. Fang Ping did not have the chance to fight Chen Jiawang again after breaking through to peak rank 3. Fang Ping planned to use this person from Eternal Sun Village as a test subject. After that, he would go to Wanshan Temple to challenge the person ranked 7th. After driving for half a day, Fang Ping finally arrived at Eternal Sun Village on the afternoon of the 13th. Although Eternal Sun Village was called a village, it was actually a small town with an antique atmosphere. People who practiced martial arts generally did not lack money. Their social status was also high. Eternal Sun Village had been passed down for many years. Even if they did not care about enjoying themselves, they would not really find a rundown little mountain village to live in seclusion. Eternal Sun Village was divided into two parts. In front, there were some newly built ancient buildings that were open to the public. Eternal Sun Village could also be considered a small tourist attraction. Although it was already summer, there was still no lack of tourists. Entering the boundary of Eternal Sun Village, the first thing that came into view was a huge gatehouse. 3 large words were carved in flamboyant calligraphy, Eternal Sun Village. When Fang Ping got out of the car, holding a chengdao in his hand, he attracted the attention of many tourists. Is that a martial artist? I think so. Look at that saber. It doesn't look fake. I heard that there are many people who practice martial arts in the unopened area behind Eternal Sun Village. Is it a martial artist from Eternal Sun Village? I'm not too sure, but he looks a little familiar. Among the tourists, there were some who discussed in low voices. However, no one dared to go near Fang Ping. In the eyes of ordinary people, martial artists, no matter how strong or weak they were, belonged to a privileged class. Especially in recent years, the government was still constantly elevating the status of martial artists. Nowadays, the polarization was getting more and more serious. However, there were very few interactions between ordinary people and martial artists. In addition, the threat of the evil sect martial artists had been made public. Some ordinary people who were previously dissatisfied with the current situation were now venting their resentment on these evil sect martial artists. Fang Ping was not in the mood to communicate with these people. He walked into the gatehouse and stepped onto the bluestone paved street. On both sides of the street, there were shops selling specialty snacks and tourist souvenirs. It was extraordinarily lively. Is such a noisy environment really suitable for practicing martial arts? Fang Ping was doubtful. Whether it was martial arts universities or military schools, they were actually all opened in quiet areas. Usually, they were not open to the public. MCMAU was so big. Most of the time, one might not even see a single person after walking for half a day. When practicing martial arts, one was afraid of being distracted easily. MCMAU was located in a metropolis like Magic City. Its interior was also quiet and peaceful. However, this sect from Eternal Sun Village actually opened their sect in a tourist attraction. Moreover, they took the initiative to open it to the public. This was slightly out of Fang Ping's expectations. In his imagination, the sect should be opened in the deep mountains and forests. In reality, Fang Ping was wrong. Martial artists also needed to eat, drink, and poop. Unlike martial arts universities, which had government funding, sects could actually receive some subsidies from the government, though it was very little. These sect martial artists were not many in number, but they also needed to eat, drink, and poop. These things were rarely done by martial artists themselves. There were also some daily necessities and cultivation consumptions. They could not rely entirely on harvesting from the catacombs. Some martial artists lacked a source of funds. Eternal Sun Village opening up to the tourist industry was also a way out. It was not just the tourist industry. In Eternal Sun Village, Fang Ping also saw recruitment advertisements for martial arts training classes. Here, martial arts training classes were also set up. This was also a good business to earn money. A rank 4 martial artist was enough to oversee it. The tuition fees ranged from a few $100,000 to a few million. However, there was still no shortage of students. A large number of ordinary people could not enter martial arts universities when they were young. After they had earned money, they would also pursue to become martial artists. Eternal Sun Village relied on the peripheral tourism industry to attract people, letting more people know that there were martial arts training classes here. This, in turn, attracted more people from the society to sign up. This was the main source of daily cultivation consumption in Eternal Sun Village. Fang Ping walked on the street, holding a guandao in his hand. He also attracted a lot of attention. After walking for a short while, Fang Ping stopped in front of a small building with a signboard that said Eternal Sun Martial Arts Training Hall. He stopped walking. After a while, a middle-aged man dressed in black martial arts training clothes walked out. The middle-aged man had a mustache. He looked dignified. When he looked at Fang Ping, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Little brother, are you passing by or are you here to challenge the hall?" As soon as he said that, many people in the hall on the first floor of the small building turned their heads to look at him. On the street, there were also some tourists watching from a distance. Fang Ping sized up the middle-aged man for a moment. He shook his head and said, "I'm not challenging the hall. I'm not passing by either. I want to enter Eternal Sun Village." He was already in Eternal Sun Village now. Yet, he said he wanted to enter Eternal Sun Village. The middle-aged mustache man did not find it strange. He frowned and said, "You want to enter the village to look for someone? I'm MCMAU's Fang Ping. I'm from MCMAU. I want to spar with Senior Zhang Zhenhua." MCMAU's Fang Ping. The middle-aged mustache man immediately knew who the other party was. He also knew the other party's purpose. However, the middle-aged man was immediately enraged. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our Eternal Sun Village doesn't fight for fame and wealth with others. The sects are weak, and the martial arts universities are strong. We retreat again and again, but you guys come knocking on our door again and again. Last year, NMAU's King Jin Yang heavily injured Zhenhua. Until now, Zhenhua has been stuck at peak rank 3, unable to step into rank 4. Now, you're here to challenge us again. Do you really think our Eternal Sun Village is a pushover?" Fang Ping was dumbfounded. "I didn't know. Are you venting your anger on me? I'm being wrong too. Is Old Manly here?" Before he left, he had given Old Manly a call. If he did not come, would the people of Eternal Sun Village use him as a sacrifice, also? Old Wang had challenged Zhang Zhenhua before. This guy had reminded him before to bring an MCMAU instructor with him before he came to the sect. Could it be that he knew something like this would happen? It was highly possible. He, Wang Jinyang, had also followed this road all the way north. Although he did not challenge too many powerhouses on the ranking list, it was not like he did not challenge any of them. The others were peak rank 3 previously. Now that it had not even been a year, it was normal for them to still be peak rank 3. He would not be implicated by Old Wang on his way north, would he? For a moment, Fang Ping did not know what to do. However, very quickly, Fang Ping took a breath and said, "I'm only here to challenge. I have no intention of bullying. Martial artists should fight for fame and wealth. Zhang Zhenhua is ranked at the top of the rank 3 combat strength ranking list. It's not surprising that I'm here to challenge him. Uncle, why didn't you inform me that Zhang Zhenhua is a peak rank 3 martial artist who is about to enter rank 4? Does he not even have the guts to fight?" "Humph." The mustache man snorted heavily. He glanced at Fang Ping and said coldly, "Fine. Since you insist on challenging him, our Eternal Sun Village is not afraid of trouble. However, you took the initiative to challenge him. In the sect, it's different from your martial arts universities. If you lose, leave some prizes. Leave your guandao." Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The mustache man said mildly, "What? You don't dare? If you don't dare, then leave. Eternal Sun Village has no obligation to be your opponent. Since you want to challenge us, naturally, you must pay the price. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, what if I win? If you win, you'll have achieved your goal. What else do you want? The mustache man sneered and continued, if you have no chance of winning, I advise you to leave. If you lose your weapon in a martial arts competition, even if your MCMAU grandmasters come knocking, you won't be able to get it back. Fang Ping did not hesitate for long. He said in a low voice, sure. The reason he came north this time was to become stronger. If he cowered before the battle, then he should not challenge the top 10 martial artists. As for losing, Fang Ping snorted. How was that possible? If it really came to that, then he could not blame him for cheating. Although this was not in line with his original intention, a B-class crescent saber was worth 50 to 60 million. Fang Ping could not afford to lose it. Hearing Fang Ping's agreement, the mustache man laughed and said, all right then. Follow me. Having said that, the mustache man turned around and looked at the people in the martial arts dojo, saying, you're in luck this time. Follow me too. I'll let you witness a real battle between martial artists. As soon as he said that, the students in the martial arts dojo beamed with joy. In the martial arts training dojo, everyone's goal was to become a martial artist. At the aspiring martial artist stage, there were not many martial artists they had seen, let alone spectating martial artists' fights. Many of their instructors were actually aspiring martial artists too. Only when you were breaking through would middle-ranked martial artists come out from Eternal Sun Village to protect you. Now, to be able to witness a battle between rank 3 martial artists was an opportunity that was hard to come by. Fang Ping wanted to say something but hesitated. Are you using me as a free advertisement? Have you paid me the endorsement fee? As Fang Ping followed the mustached man into the depths of the town, the students from the martial arts dojo who followed behind were also discussing Fang Ping in whispers. He just said he's MCMAU Fang Ping, the Fang Ping who ranks 3rd on the rank 3 ranking? It's him. I've seen the Martial Arts University Championship video before. He's already a rank 3 martial artist. Sigh, no wonder these people can enter martial arts universities. It's understandable that we couldn't get into martial arts universities back then. Even becoming a martial artist is so difficult. I heard that there are many powerhouses in Eternal Sun Village, but this is the first time I've seen their martial artists fight. Do you think they can win? I don't know. Also, is there anyone from Eternal Sun Village on the rank 3 ranking? I didn't notice. I'm not sure. Besides, that's the Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking. Eternal Sun Village isn't a martial arts university. We don't know much about their martial artists. After all, we're not martial artists. We don't know much about martial artists. We'll only know when we become martial artists. Fang Ping heard this but did not say anything. He could only say that these people were overthinking. Most of the martial artists in the martial arts training class stopped at rank 1 or 2, and almost all of them were vitality martial artists. Although it was now required everywhere that martial artists must cultivate combat techniques and be checked every year. Even if these people cultivated combat techniques, they would not know about the catacombs unless it was really critical and they were required to enter. Otherwise, the matters of the martial arts circle would have nothing to do with them. As they entered the depths from the noisy periphery, the noise seemed to stop abruptly. After crossing a courtyard wall, the first thing that came into view was a large square. On the square, there were many people practicing punches. One of them, a skinny old man, was guiding a few 15 or 16-year-old children in their punches. When these children punched, each of them was vigorous and full of vigor. However, Fang Ping glanced at them. Their vitality was not strong, just slightly higher than the average person. He did not know whether it was because they lacked pills or because they were building their foundation first and then consolidating it later. Before the age of 18, if they had a good foundation and cultivated pole standing to a certain level, even if their vitality was not too high, their progress in the later stages would not be slow, but extremely fast. Many people did not have strong abilities when they entered martial arts universities. Most of them had around 120 calories vitality. However, in just a few years, there were many who had entered rank 3 and 4. On the contrary, before the age of 18, he had consumed a large amount of resources, but his progress was not fast. Feng Yuan's progress was not fast. In fact, she had consumed quite a lot of pills. This had to do with the fact that her bones had yet to develop and her qi and blood had yet to reach their peak. Therefore, when it came to the cultivation of second-generation martial artists, some of them who came from well-off families would cultivate earlier, not caring about the consumption of resources. Those from poorer families would have to wait until they were 18 years old or enter a martial arts university before they started cultivating. However, these people had a solid foundation and improved quickly. The mustached man brought people in. The skinny old man who was teaching fist techniques turned his head to look at them and frowned slightly. The mustached man shouted from a distance, "Third uncle, someone wants to challenge Zhenhua." "Nonsense!" the skinny old man shouted. Suddenly, his eyes lit up frighteningly. He swept a glance at Fang Ping and shouted coldly, "I don't have the time to accept the challenge. Get out." "Third uncle," the mustached man shouted. He jogged over and whispered a few words. Fang Ping noticed that the old man had been staring at his Chengdao for a while. He was speechless. It seemed like Eternal Sun Village was not rich. This old man was at least a rank 5 and above martial artist. However, when he saw Fang Ping's guandao, his eyes lit up. Was he going to rob him? In reality, most rank 6 powerhouses used B-class alloy weapons. Rank 5 martial artists did not use many of them. Rank 4 and 5 martial artists mostly used C-class alloy weapons. The weaker ones, the poorer ones, used D-class weapons too. Fang Ping was using a B-class weapon. For a rank 3 martial artist, it was really a waste. The old man seemed to know about the agreement between the mustached man and Fang Ping. A smile appeared on his face suddenly, and he said loudly, "Go, get Zhenhua here." In the square, a few teenagers who were practicing fist techniques glanced at Fang Ping and the others curiously. Then, someone ran deeper into the village. Fang Ping did not care about this. He looked around. The square should be the martial arts field. The martial artists in Eternal Sun Village were almost all related. It could be said that they were from a sect, but it could also be said that it was a family martial arts inheritance. As for the attire and the like, it was no different from the outside world. There were no robes or coats as he had imagined. However, Eternal Sun Village was probably quite poor. Most of the weapon racks in the martial arts field were made of wood. Some were made of iron. Looking at the luster, they were just ordinary steel, iron, and alloy weapons with the luster of alloy weapons. As the teenagers entered the residential area at the back, Fang Ping saw someone running toward them at high speed. "Who wants to challenge Zhenhua? He's got some guts. He's looking for death." Zhenhua is about to enter rank 4. Rank 3 martial artists, who is Zhenhua's match? A group of middle-aged men and women, some fast, some slow, walked out from the depths of the village. There were not too many people, but there were quite a lot of martial artists. Fang Ping observed for a while. Eternal Sun Village could leave a name in the sect world and pass it down to this day. They still had the ability. Fang Ping saw that there were no less than 5 middle-ranked martial artists. After all, this was just a village. Even if the village was not small, judging from the buildings at the back, there were at least 100 families. Even if there were 5 people in a family, there were only about 500 people. With such a small population, even if there were no powerhouses who came out, 1% of the people were middle-ranked martial artists. That was enough to shock people. In the huge Sun City, there were hundreds of thousands of people. Almost no middle-ranked martial artists could be seen, except for martial arts university students like Wang Jinyang. In a small Eternal Sun Village, there were quite a few middle-ranked martial artists. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks were not rare either. Such a ratio was indeed scary. Where do they get the resources to nurture so many martial artists? Or could it be that the sects have their own unique secrets? If they could produce martial artists in large quantities, the government would have done it long ago. However, Fang Ping gradually saw something. Among the martial artists, there were also many who were disabled. Resources obtained from entering the catacombs? Fang Ping had a rough idea. The catacombs was extremely dangerous. From the looks of it, for the sake of resources, the martial artists of the sects might be more hardworking than martial arts university students like him, and they cared more about actual combat. In martial arts universities, rank 1 and 2 martial artists almost never participated in actual combat. There were rank 2 martial artists, but very few rank 1 martial artists. The school would also constantly subsidize them. The sects did not have such benefits. The more it is like this, the more it means that they are willing to pay more for resources. I have to be careful this time. Right now, it seemed like his B-class glaive was a huge temptation to them. Zhang Zhenhua, who was going to fight later, might use his ultimate move. In Yunming Military School, it was actually a real spar. Here, however, it might not necessarily be a spar. Once in the arena, it will also be a battle of life and death. Fang Ping thought of his instructor's words again and took a deep breath. This was also what he wanted. Although they were all human martial artists, and the martial artists on the ranking list were also human elite martial artists, it was not really worth it to fight to the death here. However, survival of the fittest and breeding goo was also a very common phenomenon in the martial arts world. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, a few youths walked out from inside. When Fang Ping saw one of them, he was slightly stunned. The other party also saw Fang Ping and was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded at Fang Ping and said, "Fang Ping, so it's you. I was wondering who it was. Why are you here?" Fang Ping blurted out. Zhang Zhenguang laughed. "I'm from Eternal Sun Village. Isn't it normal for me to be here?" The newcomer was CCMAU's Zhang Zhenguang. Fang Ping had met him a few times during the championship. Zhang Zhenguang's fighting style seemed soft and powerless, but when it was time to be tough, it was tough and fierce. During the championship, he had defeated Qin Jiaxing as a rank 1 against a rank 2. Of course, Qin Jiaxing had also fought once at that time. However, Zhang Zhenguang defeated a rank 2 as a rank 1, which proved his strength. At this moment, Zhang Zhenguang was already a rank 2 martial artist. From January until now, half a year had passed. It would be strange if Zhang Zhenguang and the others had not entered rank 2. Han Su had already entered rank 3, and the others would soon follow. "Are you from Eternal Sun Village?" Fang Ping asked suspiciously, then at CCMAU, Fang Ping did not finish his sentence. Compared to the cultivation resources provided by his family, entering CCMAU was, of course, an excellent choice. The sects were no longer complacent. Their members would also join martial arts universities, the military department, and the Department of Investigation Services. Those who got into martial arts universities would go to martial arts universities. Those who could not get into martial arts universities would stay behind in their sects or families. This was probably the current situation of the sections. Integration was a trend. However, there were still a group of sect martial artists who were unwilling to let their disciples enter martial arts universities. This would cause their sect imprint to gradually disappear, and in the end, they would be assimilated. Sects that had been passed down for many years might disappear very soon. Because Eternal Sun Village was a family-style sect, they did not reject the family disciples entering martial arts universities. This was expected. Beside Zhang Zhenguang were a few young men and women. Seeing Zhang Zhenguang greet Fang Ping, someone whispered, "Is this the MCMAU student who defeated Third Brother's team last time?" "I think so, but I don't think he fought with Third Brother." Fang Ping and Zhang Zhenguang had not fought before. CCMAU and MCMAU had fought twice. The first time, Zhang Zhenguang did not go on stage because he was injured. The second time, he went on stage and punched Qin Yunqi at the risk of being injured. Qin Yunqi was injured and angry. In the end, Zhang Zhenguang fell. Qin Yunqi vented her anger on Han Su, who went on stage next, beating Han Su until he was stunned. Speaking of which, there were still many grudges between CCMAU and MCMAU. However, both of them did not have much hatred. When they met, Fang Ping and Zhang Zhenguang did not show any hatred on their faces. There was no need for that. Third Brother is only upper stage rank 2, and he's already peak rank 3? He's so powerful, even more powerful than Third Brother. Among the young men and women, there were also a few young girls who looked at Fang Ping with admiration. Zhang Zhenguang, who was admitted to CCMAU, was already a genius among geniuses in everyone's hearts. Now that they saw Fang Ping, who was stronger than Zhang Zhenguang, it was only natural for them to admire him. Zhang Zhenguang was not angry. Instead, he whispered, "Admiration is admiration, but don't get any ideas. I heard that this guy is not interested in women. When he meets beautiful women, he will beat them up. You guys, don't get too close to him." A young girl who looked not much older than Fang Yuan said in surprise, "Why? Could it be that he is?" Zhang Zhenguang shrugged. "I'm not familiar with him, so I don't know what's going on." However, he had heard the rumor that MCMAU Fang Ping liked to beat up female martial artists. Speaking of which, it was quite a long time ago. Not long after he entered CCMAU, a few girls from CCMAU had already mentioned this. It was news from MCMAU. It was said that when MCMAU started school, Fang Ping beat up a few female martial artists from MCMAU half to death. The freshman girls were all boycotting Fang Ping. This should be true. Anyway, Zhang Zhenguang felt that the possibility was very high. Otherwise, how could it have spread from MCMAU to CCMAU? As a peak rank 3 martial artist, Fang Ping had sharp ears and eyes. Zhang Zhenguang spoke softly, but Fang Ping heard him clearly. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was dark. He had felt that this was not right when he was in Yunming Military School. He was not familiar with the people in Yunming Military School, but the female martial artist in Yunming Military School knew him and even said that he beat up women. Now, even CCMAU's Zhang Zhenguang knew about it. "Yang Xiaoman." Fang Ping let out a muffled humph. This news was most likely spread by her. Back when school started, this woman had joined forces with the girls in his class to boycott him. Now, it had spread everywhere. He would deal with her sooner or later. While Zhang Zhenguang and the others were discussing, the young man who looked more mature next to him was sizing Fang Ping up. After a while, the young man said with a smile, "MCMAU's Fang Ping is much more famous than me now. Why did you think of challenging me?" "Accumulating strength." Zhang Zhenhua's eyebrows twitched, and he chuckled. "So, you want to create an invincible rank 3 aura? Forgive me for being blunt, but it's difficult. This kind of accumulation can't be stopped or defeated." "What is invincible?" "In the rank 3 stage, no matter how strong you are, I can still defeat you. Qin Fengqing seems to have broken through rank 4, but there are many rank 3 powerhouses above you. CCMAU's Ling Yi is close to breaking through rank 4 and has killed upper stage rank 4 martial artists. She, on the other hand, is only ranked 3rd in the rank 3 ranking. However, I heard from my brother that Ling Yi is very strong, at least much stronger than me. Are you sure you can defeat her? When you accumulate strength to the peak, if you lose to someone else, you'll be helping them accumulate strength. Many peak rank 3 martial artists are waiting for people like you to challenge them. They don't have to waste too much time. Defeating you will be enough to improve their vitality." Ling Yi aside, "This time you came to Chengzhou, I'm afraid you're going to challenge that little monk from Wanshan Temple. But, in my opinion, you might not be his match. I've fought with him a few times and seen him a few times. Your aura isn't as strong as his. A martial artist's aura could not be used as combat strength. However, at the same rank, the same level, and the same age, Fang Ping's aura was not as strong, and he was at a disadvantage first." Fang Ping said in a low voice. "Who knows who will win if we don't fight? Even if I really lose, I'll just start all over again. The title of Invincible Rank 3 will be mine." Zhang Zhenhua could not help but laugh. "You're very confident. Last year, when Wang Jinyang came here, he didn't dare to say that. After that, he didn't continue to challenge me. Although I lost to Wang Jinyang last year, he was also injured quite badly. Now, a year has passed. He's rank 4, and I'm rank 3. However, I'm not the same as last year. Fang Ping, you might not be able to pass me. You've lost your weapon. It won't be easy for you to take it back. There's no point in talking so much. You'll know after the battle." "Fine. Looks like you won't turn back until you hit the wall." Zhang Zhenhua did not continue. The skinny old man shouted, "Disperse, all of you. People from the martial arts training class, stay away. Don't make any noise." The students from the martial arts training class felt like their eardrums were about to burst. One by one, their faces turned pale, and they retreated hurriedly. The people from Eternal Sun Village, the teenagers and young adults also retreated a lot. The middle-aged martial artists, on the other hand, did not go far. One by one, they looked curious, standing at the side and waiting to watch the battle. Zhang Zhenhua was the most outstanding person among the younger generation of Eternal Sun Village. As for Zhang Zhenguang, he had not achieved rank 3 yet. He was even weaker than his brother. However, Zhang Zhenguang was a few years younger, and he was also studying at CCMAU. In the future, he might not be inferior to Zhang Zhenhua. Fang Ping's age was about the same as Zhang Zhenguang's. He had achieved rank 3 not long ago. Although his ranking was higher than Zhang Zhenhua's, martial artists would not admit that they were weaker unless they fought. In many people's eyes, Fang Ping was only basking in MCMAU's glory, ranking ahead of Zhang Zhenhua with his ability to kill middle-stage rank 4 martial artists. If they really fought, that might not be the case. As everyone retreated, Zhang Zhenhua took the weapons handed to him by the others. Dual maces. This was Fang Ping's first time seeing someone using such a weapon. In the outside world, Eternal Sun Village thinks of Tai Chi the most, but they don't know that we're better at weapon fighting. Zhang Zhenhua explained with a smile. He waved the dual maces in his hands casually, stirring the air. Fang Ping's expression turned slightly solemn. Maces had no blades. Strictly speaking, they were considered whips. However, maces were very heavy, heavier than most sabers and swords. In terms of technique, they were more about smashing. Of course, they could stab, flick, sweep, cover, and press. Martial artists who used maces preferred to smash people. Martial artists who used maces were also very confident. They also had a certain specialty in terms of strength. Many martial artists who were born with great strength or martial artists with abundant vitality liked to use maces. Please enlighten me. Fang Ping stabbed his Chongdao to the side. He did not pick it up. He, who had achieved collective fist force, needed a deeper understanding of Vajra punch now. As for saber techniques, he would put that aside for now. Zhang Zhenhua did not care whether he used a weapon or not. He returned the salute and said with a smile, although there's no life and death involved in sparring in the arena, don't blame me for not holding back if you're hurt. Then we'll talk after you've hurt me. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhenhua leaped into the air. Wielding the dual maces in his hands, he smashed them down. Fang Ping wanted to test his limits, so he did not retreat. His spine straightened instantly, emitting a muffled rumble. His entire body's vitality was mobilized instantly. Although there was no vitality glow on his fists, the vitality force was restrained to the extreme, exploding with full force. Boom, a loud bang. Fang Ping took a few steps back. His fists felt numb. When he focused, his fists were already stained with blood. Zhang Zhenhua did not chase after him. He shook his head slightly and said, if that's all you've got, you're no match for me. There's no need to continue fighting. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, born with great strength? You could say that. Zhang Zhenhua laughed. Seeing that Fang Ping had no intention of giving up, he was not surprised. He leaped and attacked Fang Ping again. This time, Fang Ping did not take the attack head-on. He dodged to the side and reached out with both hands, quickly grabbing his left arm and flinging him backward. Zhang Zhenhua stomped his feet hard on the ground. 2 deep footprints instantly appeared on the granite floor. That's not enough. Zhang Zhenhua growled. His body did not move an inch, but the dual maces flew toward Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping did not manage to fling him away in one go. He did not want to tangle with him. He quickly moved his feet and took a few steps back, dodging the attack. Your physique is strong, and your strength is great. Boom. Loud noises were heard continuously. The martial arts dojo students at the periphery all paled and retreated hastily. This was the first time they had seen rank 3 martial artists fight. Fang Ping's Vajra punch had not reached full mastery yet, but his combined punches and his vitality were strong, so his attacks were extremely powerful. His combat technique's cultivation progress was not deep, but his mentality was strong, and his reaction speed was faster than the average person. Zhang Zhenhua's strength was strong, but compared to Fang Ping, he did not have an advantage. Fang Ping dodged Zhang Zhenhua's attacks a few times, using his advantage in speed to attack his vitals. Zhang Zhenhua was even busier than him. You think I'm still the same as before? Now that he had achieved peak rank 3, his physique and vitality were far stronger than the average peak rank 3 martial artists. The honing of his bone marrow had increased the strength of his bones by 30%. His combat technique outburst was also more powerful than others of the same level. Zhang Zhenhua's natural strength was a big advantage to others, but it was useless against Fang Ping. Fang Ping's only shortcoming now was that he had not cultivated combat techniques for long. His proficiency was lacking, and the power of his big moves was lacking. Other than that, no martial artist of the same rank was stronger than him. Against Zhang Zhenhua, Fang Ping still focused on familiarizing himself with combat techniques. Zhang Zhenhua's speed was slightly slower than Fang Ping's. As he fought, he grew impatient and unwilling. Just as Fang Ping was about to throw another punch, Zhang Zhenhua suddenly let out a roar and swung his maces at Fang Ping's shoulders with a loud whistling sound. Fang Ping's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but he felt a strong force pressing down on him. You think I've never killed before? Fang Ping's body also exuded traces of vitality. His mentality erupted instantly, pressing down on his opponent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Ping condensed all the vitality in his body into a single point and exploded in an instant. Outsiders only saw Fang Ping's toes stepping on the ground, shattering the stone floor beneath his feet. Then, Fang Ping rose from the ground and flew fiercely. Opposite him, Zhang Zhenhua growled fiercely, his maces pressing down hard, smashing down violently. Just when everyone thought the two were about to collide, Fang Ping suddenly stepped in the air, his body rising a lot. This time, he avoided Zhang Zhenhua's maces. Outside. The withered old man frowned and said in a low voice, "What's going on with Zhenhua?" Even if Zhang Zhenhua's speed was slower than Fang Ping's, it was not to the extent where he could not react to Fang Ping's midair step. Continuing to unleash a big move, was he not looking for death? Right at this moment, an old man with white hair and beard stepped through the air and said with a light smile, "Mental interference." The skinny old man was stunned. The white-haired old man explained, "Mental energy." Him? Yes. The skinny old man's expression changed. As a peak rank 5, he was still far from that stage. The white-haired old man was the strongest expert in Eternal Sun Village. If he said that, then there shouldn't be any surprises. While the two of them were talking, Fang Ping took a step into the air and straightened his body, evading his opponent's big move. Zhang Zhenhua's move had a huge vitality outburst. Before the twin truncheons landed, the crushed stones on the ground were already flying everywhere. The martial artists in the periphery quickly blocked the stones to prevent them from injuring others. Fang Ping, who was in midair, took advantage of the moment when Zhang Zhenhua's attack missed and his vitality could not be stabilized. He clasped his fists together and smashed them down from above. Boom! A loud, muffled sound was like hitting a cowhide drum. Fang Ping's fist smashed into Zhang Zhenhua's back. Zhang Zhenhua roared furiously. The muscles and bones in his back creaked. Both his feet sank deep into the ground. His entire body was almost smashed into the ground by Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not stop after one punch. With a boom, he punched again. Pfft! Zhang Zhenhua spat out blood from his mouth. He knelt on the ground and could not stand up. A beast-like roar came from his mouth. When martial artists fought, one move could determine life and death. He unleashed his big move, wanting to decide the outcome with one move. However, Fang Ping suddenly had an idea. He used mentality and his aura to suppress him. At the same time, he also interfered with him for a moment. In that moment, Fang Ping found an opportunity. With 2 punches, he knelt on the ground and could not stand up. Zhenhua! Bastard! Some of the middle-aged and elderly martial artists in the periphery were furious. No one expected that after the two of them fought for a while, when Zhang Zhenhua unleashed his big move, Fang Ping would seize the opportunity and land 2 punches on his back. He knelt on the ground and could not get up. Shut up! The white-haired old man shouted coldly. The sparring ends here. Young friend, you can stop now. At this moment, Fang Ping was pretentiously preparing for his third punch. He aimed it at Zhang Zhenhua's head. When he heard that, Fang Ping stopped. He took a step back in the air and landed on the ground. He was extremely elegant. He smiled and said, "I was lucky. Seniors, please don't blame me." At this moment, Fang Ping was still a little excited. He had learned another move, only grandmasters knew how to use mentality. Even Lu Fengre did not know much about it. Actually, Fang Ping did not expect that when he unleashed his aura and suppressed Zhang Zhenhua with his mentality, he could suppress Zhang Zhenhua to the point that Zhang Zhenhua's mind stopped for a moment. Fang Ping saw him pause for a moment. How could he not know that his chance had come? If not for the fact that he did not want to kill, he could have smashed Zhang Zhenhua's head with one punch. Even so, Zhang Zhenhua's injuries were not light. A few young men hurried forward to check on him. Zhang Zhenhuang looked at Fang Ping with a complicated expression. He carefully pulled out Zhang Zhenhua, whose feet were stuck in the pit. He looked at Fang Ping, wanting to say something but hesitating. Fang Ping's victory over Zhang Zhenhua was exceptionally easy. However, Zhang Zhenhuang knew that his big brother was not that weak. Was Fang Ping really that strong? Before Zhang Zhenhuang could say anything, the white-haired old man who had just rushed over said with a faint smile, "Martial arts universities like MCMAU and CCMAU have a much easier time finding geniuses than us. Young friend, you've exceeded my expectations." A rank 3 martial artist had used mentality to intimidate. Although it was not too strong, it was still considered a grandmaster's method. Of course, Fang Ping could only do some slight disturbances at this moment. It was not like the Jiao he had seen before, which could directly suppress rank 4 and 5 martial artists into minced meat. That was the real suppression of mentality. Even so, Fang Ping was still very satisfied. Mentality was something he had. It was not purely an external force like unlimited vitality. A rank 3 using mentality to suppress an opponent was also a manifestation of his strength. As for why his mentality was stronger than others, Fang Ping did not admit that it was the system's contribution. He did not use the system to forcibly increase his mentality. He could only say that he was gifted. Even without wealth, Fang Ping could still use mentality. He just had to wait for his mentality to recover on its own. "You flatter me, master. I was just lucky," Fang Ping said humbly. He had no choice but to be humble. The other party had felt his mentality. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he was a peak rank 6 martial artist. He could not afford to offend this kind of martial artist. He had just beaten up Zhang Zhenhua. He did not want to be beaten up. Lucky? The white-haired old man shook his head lightly. If a rank 3 martial artist could use mentality, it would be a huge stroke of luck. He might not be able to find a second one. This matter could not be reasoned with. However, the white-haired old man still kindly reminded him, overexertion of mentality will cause mental exhaustion. You might not even be able to wake up. Young friend, you still have to be careful. Fang Ping nodded quickly. No wonder Lu Fengru always looked like she could not wake up. She must be training her mentality. But for him, there was no need to remind him. At most, he could just spend some wealth to replenish it. Thank you for the reminder, master. Fang Ping had just thanked him when the kind-looking old man suddenly said, "Young friend, you can leave now." Fang Ping's expression froze. He was chasing him away too quickly. However, it was good enough that he did not fly into a rage after hitting his precious baby. Fang Ping did not dare to stay for long. He pulled out the Chongdao beside him and left quickly. Fang Ping walked for a while. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the white-haired old man's body. He let out a low humph and said, "Get out. If you come to my Eternal Sun village again, I'll kill you. TSK, do you think I'm afraid of you?" In midair, a figure appeared and disappeared. Someone could vaguely be heard sneering. "Don't die so soon. I'll fight you sooner or later. Get lost." The white-haired old man's aura was violent. Some of the martial artists nearby retreated one after another, their eyes filled with fear. "Boring, stingy. I only hit your grandson, not you. Are you going to get lost or not?" The white-haired old man was furious. He suddenly shot up into the sky. Then, everyone heard a thunderous roar. After a while, the white-haired old man landed on the ground. With a stomp, the ground cracked into pieces. Cracks spread all over the square. The skinny old man beside him focused and asked, "Who is it?" "MCMAU's longevity sword." The white-haired old man let out a soft humph and said in a muffled voice, "Arrogant bastard. He used flight stance to peep without permission. If not for the fact that I don't want to make a big fuss, I'll teach him a lesson." Longevity swordsman Xianxia. The skinny old man sucked in a breath of cold air. "Why is this old guy out of MCMAU?" "MCMAU Vice-Chancellor Zhang died in battle. The 3 high grandmasters are not here. The others are guarding the catacombs. MCMAU's geniuses are training. Other than him, no one else can hold the fort." Longevity sword. What a pity. The skinny old man suddenly shook his head and sighed softly. Today, among the peak rank 6 powerhouses in MCMAU, Lu Fengru called herself Invincible Marshal. She was known to be invincible among those below Grandmaster. Mad Lion Tangfeng was also famous. He was known as one of the top 3 below Grandmaster. Of course, there was an element of flattery in this. However, before these 2 people rose, MCMAU's longevity swordsman was the top powerhouse with the highest chance of becoming a Grandmaster. With a longevity sword, he defeated a rank 6 as a rank 5 and stepped into rank 6. Everyone thought that he was close to becoming a Grandmaster. However, after the trip to the catacombs that year, the name longevity sword completely disappeared from the martial arts world. The white-haired old man let out a soft humph. What's there to feel pity about? All these years, everyone has died in battle. More than one Grandmaster died in battle. Li Chongqing's mentality was only severely damaged. It's luck that he didn't die. The skinny old man still said regretfully, "One less Grandmaster." No, maybe 2. After that battle, MCMAU Lu Fengru almost went crazy. Longevity sword couldn't recover from that setback. Otherwise, MCMAU might have 6 high grandmasters now, firmly occupying the position of the top elite school. Things wouldn't have turned out this way. Grandmaster Zhang had to fight repeatedly. He was seriously injured, and in the end, his golden body was destroyed. The white-haired old man said no more. No matter how strong longevity swordsman was, that was in the past. Today, Li Chongqing was only a normal peak rank 6. His mentality was severely damaged and could not be healed. He had no hope of becoming a grandmaster. Sooner or later, he would make a trip to the catacombs. Longevity sword would no longer exist in this world. Fang Ping, who had left in a hurry, naturally did not know about this scene. After defeating Zhang Zhenhua, Fang Ping was in a very good mood. He did not stay long in Eternal Sun Village. Fang Ping drove overnight to Wanshan Temple. This was also the strongest opponent he had faced during this trip. 7th on the rank 3 ranking, rumor had it that Wanshan Temple was guarded by a grandmaster. Fang Ping did not know whether it was true or not. This was because Wanshan Temple's grandmaster had not entered the grandmaster ranking. Fang Ping had asked Old Manly about it. The explanation Old Manly gave him was that Wanshan Temple's old monk had entered Xianxia's catacombs for 6 years. He had not returned for 6 years. The probability of him dying was extremely high. However, if a grandmaster fought or died in Xianxia's catacombs, High Grandmaster Zhao Xingwu, who was guarding Chengzhou, should be able to sense it. Right now, there was no sign of a grandmaster dying. That Wanshan Temple's old monk might not have died. He might have gone deep into the catacombs. However, he had not come out for 6 years. The chances of him surviving were really not high. The grandmaster ranking no longer recorded this old monk's name. Whether he was alive or not would depend on the future. On the night of the 13th, Fang Ping arrived at Yuntai Mountain where Wanshan Temple was located. On the 14th, Fang Ping had just entered the mountain. At the entrance of the mountain, a young, bald monk dressed in a monk's robe put his palms together and bowed, smiling like Maitreya. Almsgiver Fang, this little monk has been waiting for a long time. Flowery monk? The little monk's expression stiffened. He smiled faintly and said, "Almsgiver, you seem to have some misunderstanding about this little monk?" Fang Ping gripped his glaive and teased, "I'm not the one who said this. When the rank 3 ranking list was released, no one else had a nickname except you. Flowery Monk Xianxia. You're the first martial artist whose name on the ranking list was leaked. I heard that you often go down the mountain to seek pleasure. Monk Xianxia's fair cheeks reddened slightly. He chuckled and said, Almsgiver, you've misunderstood. Rumors can't be taken seriously. For example, Almsgiver Feng is rumored to hit women's breasts. Can this be taken seriously? Feng Ping smiled and said, I've done it before. So the rumors are true. Monk Xianxia's expression stiffened. After a while, he said, we can't get along. Even if you didn't come, I was prepared to challenge you. Since you're here, let's do it. This? Feng Ping glanced around. There were quite a number of tourists around. This is it. The country is in danger. Everyone has a responsibility. Everyone should respect martial arts. You shouldn't be a monk. You should be a monk instead. As soon as Monk Xianxia finished speaking, the monk's robe on his body burst into pieces, revealing his muscular upper body. He laughed and said, You're a hindrance. Zhang Zhenhua was defeated by you. No rank 3 in Chengzhou can defeat me. It's good that you're here. Flowery Monk's figure is not bad. This time, Feng Ping did not abandon his saber. There were many tourists around. He had to fight handsomely and win decisively. As soon as they finished speaking, they had already leaped into the air. The monk staff and the glaive collided instantly. The booming sound reverberated in the mountains. Halfway up the mountain, Old Manly pursed his lips. An old monk in a kasaya beside him also revealed a smile. He smiled faintly and said, It's good to be young. Are these two little bastards fighting an exhibition match? Old Manly cursed. Two rank 3 martial artists. Instead of fighting on the ground, they fought in the air. They must be out of their minds, however, fighting in the air did look much more handsome. They're young people. The old monk's face was blooming with smiles. He did not know why he was so happy. At the foot of the mountain, midair, Feng Ping's glaive was waved in an airtight manner. Occasionally, the slashes would cause explosions in the air. Monk Xianxia's expression was solemn. However, he was ranked 7th among rank 3 martial artists. His reputation was not undeserved. The monk staff was only for show. Monk Xianxia tossed it casually. The monk staff pierced straight into a stone wall. In the next moment, the muscles all over Monk Xianxia's body bulged. His fair skin instantly glowed golden. Amidst the exclamations of the spectators from afar, Monk Xianxia's palms turned into palms. He put on a show of snatching the white saber with his bare hands. Feng Ping's B-class glaive unleashed 5 consecutive slashes. The momentum was astonishing. Monk Xianxia, on the other hand, put his palms together and clamped the blade between them. In midair, Feng Ping's hair stood on end. His arms bulged, causing his jacket to explode. Holding the glaive, he pushed the little monk all the way to the stone wall not far away. I'm not playing with you anymore. Monk Xianxia laughed loudly all of a sudden. He let go of the glaive and dropped straight down. Feng Ping was not surprised. Fighting in the air was cool, but it was difficult to exert force. It consumed a lot of vitality. If the monk did not go down, he would. Looking down from above, Feng Ping held the glaive with both hands. The blood-red glow on the blade flashed and disappeared. He slashed downward instantly. Monk Xianxia stepped on the ground with his toes. His figure flashed, disappearing in front of the stone wall. Feng Ping's glaive did not slow down, still slashing toward the stone wall. Boom! After a loud crash, a saber mark a few meters long and tens of centimeters deep was left on the stone wall. Feng Ping did not stop. He turned around and slashed at Monk Xianxia, who was attacking him. Halfway up the mountain, someone growled in a low voice, tearing down the mountain? You two bastards. The next time I see you, I'll slap you to death. As he said that, he looked at the silently Chongqing duo with a fearful expression. He let out a humph and left with the midair step. Wanshan Temple did not own such a huge mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the place where Feng Ping and Monk Xianxia battled was already a mess. In the past, Feng Ping had seen the battlefield left behind by 2 rank 8 grandmasters. At that time, Fang Ping thought that rank 8 grandmasters were very strong, inhuman. Until today, Fang Ping had long understood that when human rank 8 powerhouses battled, it was just to measure the other party's strength. It was more of a battle of mentality, not reality. The battlefield left behind that day was probably just damage caused by mentality overflowing. Brother Ma and Grandmaster Tem might not have fought with their golden bodies before. At this moment, he and the little monk were completely unscrupulous. The battlefield left behind by the battle might not be any weaker than the one left behind by a rank 8 that day. Inhuman. They were considered inhuman now. If breaking steel easily was not considered inhuman, then what was considered inhuman? Peak rank 3 martial artists fighting with all their might without any scruples. The destructive power was beyond imagination. There were many onlookers watching this battle. Many ordinary people were shocked to the extreme, walking in the midair, splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Was this a martial artist? What rank? Grandmaster? They did not dare to think too low. Grandmaster, was that possible? Both of them were so young. Now that both of them were fighting, no one dared to watch closely. However, when the monk was waiting at the foot of the mountain and Fang Ping went up the mountain with his saber, many people saw it. Both young people, very young. Martial artist, this is a martial artist. No matter how many times they said it, they did not feel the shock of what was happening. In the crowd, a man with a cunning smile was holding a video camera with one hand. He danced with joy, spittle flying everywhere, saying, "Do you see this? This is just a battle between rank 3 martial artists. I'm also a rank 3. Didn't you all doubt the authenticity of me, Lu Dali, breaking steel bars with my bare hands? Do you still doubt it now? I, Lu Dali, just don't care to explain." Bang, with a dull thud, Monk Jiasa's palm landed on Fang Ping's chest. Fang Ping was unmoved. He puffed out his chest, causing Jiasa's palms to go numb. "I knew you were a pervert." "I'm not a pervert." Monk Jiasa sneered. He turned his palm into a finger and stabbed at Fang Ping's eyes. He was playing dirty, so Fang Ping did not go easy on him. Before his fingers could attack, Fang Ping's throat bulged, and a mouthful of blood shot out. Monk Jiasa's expression changed slightly as he raised his hand to block. Pooh! The blood arrow pierced through his skin and hit his bones, producing a metallic creaking sound. Jiasa the monk's expression changed again. What a powerful force! If he was shot in the head, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. It's just a spar. Why are you so cruel? Not as savage as you. Fang Ping sneered. The two of them provoked each other as they fought. Watch my 6 consecutive slashes. Fang Ping let out a sudden roar. The monk acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy, but Fang Ping's 6 consecutive slashes did not come. Instead, a puncture kick was aimed directly at his genitals. Bastard! Monk Jiasa was enraged. He aimed a punch at Fang Ping's toes. Their fists and legs collided, and both of them took a step back. Watch my 6 consecutive slashes. Kill your grandfather. Jiasa cursed, but in the next moment, he stomped on the ground and retreated hastily. On the other hand, Fang Ping's expression was solemn, his face flushed. Execute 6 consecutive slashes. Huh! With a loud roar, Fang Ping moved his feet and caught up to Jiasa in an instant. Jiasa was about to use the midair step to evade when Fang Ping released his mentality abruptly. Jiasa's footsteps faltered. He had no choice but to stay where he was. He let out a roar, his voice like a great bell. Then, a thick blood-red glow erupted from his fists. Unaffected by the counterattack, he hammered Fang Ping's Chongdao rapidly. Boom, a loud sound rang out. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The first 3 strikes were blocked by Monk Jiasa's fists, using his offense as a form of defense. The 4th saber slashed down, but blood splattered from his right hand. On the 5th strike, the scar on his left hand was deep into the bone. Jiasa bellowed, "Try to execute the 6th slash. If you can't, you can just wait for death." Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ping had already unleashed the 6th slash. As soon as the slash was unleashed, Fang Ping's face paled instantly. The monk opposite him also paled. He let out an angry roar and was about to take the attack head-on, he was disrupted by Fang Ping's mentality and had no choice but to stay where he was. He could either take it or be killed. Fang Ping's saber had already slashed out, even producing a sonic boom. His expression changed slightly. Halfway up the mountain, Li Chongqing frowned and said, "The monk is about to die." The old monk's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "He can block it." "Idiot, you'll die if you can't block it." "You're really confident." "Yes, Xianxia can do it." The old monk seemed to be comforting himself. He stared at the foot of the mountain and kept turning the prayer beads with his right hand. Just as the old monk was about to make a move, Xianxia, who was at the foot of the mountain, let out a wild roar. It was as if all the vital energy and blood in his body had been depleted in an instant. His arms glowed with a golden yellow hue, revealing a tinge of blood. In the blink of an eye, an explosion resounded. Xianxia the monk flew backward. While he was in midair, blood splattered all over the ground. Fang Ping also knelt on one knee, panting heavily as he stared at the monk opposite him. Xianxia the monk flew backward and crashed into the stone wall, causing a loud rumble. After a while, Xianxia the monk crawled out from the human-shaped hole in the stone wall. Blood flowed from his mouth. He panted and said, "You tricked me. No one said you could execute 6 consecutive slashes." Fang Ping saw that he was only injured and not dead. He breathed a sigh of relief and said mockingly, "Do I have to report my ultimate moves to you?" "Bastard!" Xianxia the monk cursed. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Fang Ping had given it his all in that slash. He had taken it passively but was still slashed by the Bclash Chongdao. He was already heavily injured and his internal organs were injured badly. Right now, he had no combat strength left. "Fine, cough cough, you win." Xianxia the monk cursed. He did not even want his staff anymore. He crawled up and walked up the mountain. It was too embarrassing. He was severely injured and bathed in blood right at his doorstep. How could he face anyone? Fang Ping suddenly laughed out loud. "I was just kidding. I was F***king scaring you. God knows how I managed to execute 6 consecutive slashes. It might have something to do with collective strength. He really did it. If not for that, he would have almost lost to Xianxia the monk even if he used all his combat skills and even his mentality. But now, he had won." Fang Ping laughed out loud, as if there was no one else around. Sure enough, actual combat is the best way to cultivate combat techniques. I did not recover my vitality. I defeated the flowery monk who was ranked 7th with my true strength. After laughing for a while, Fang Ping felt lost. My bone marrow is like mercury. My mentality can almost be released externally. Yet, I almost lost when I met Xianxia who was ranked 7th. These people were also young and rank 3 martial artists. Why were they so strong? Am I that weak? Fang Ping scolded himself in a low voice. Then, he said confidently, "But I still won. When I execute 7 consecutive slashes, or even the final collective strength, combining 7 consecutive slashes into one, I will be invincible among the rank 3 martial artists." Old Manly said that he would be invincible with 7 consecutive slashes. But Fang Ping felt that he had to combine 7 slashes into one. His opponents were not only the current rank 3 martial artists, but also those in the past and in the future. The rank 3 martial artists in Fang Ping's batch might not be able to compare to the rank 3 martial artists in the previous batch. Wang Jinyang, Yao Qingjun, Li Hansong, and the others had already stepped into upper stage and peak rank 4. They were all ridiculously powerful. He was invincible among the rank 3 martial artists now. What about the previous batch? If I continue heading north, I think I will become stronger and stronger. When I return north, I will be invincible among the rank 3 martial artists. Fang Ping propped up his Chongdao, recovered his vitality, and strode out of the mountain. After walking for a while, Fang Ping suddenly turned around and looked at the stone wall. The Zen staff was still there. After touching it, Fang Ping cursed out loud. The flowery monk was too much. Fang Ping thought that the shiny golden Zen staff was made of alloy. Only after touching it did he realize that it was made of iron, plated with copper. No wonder this guy did not even want the Zen staff and ran away. Even if he gave it to Fang Ping, he would find it troublesome. Bah, poor monk. After cursing, Fang Ping left quickly. July 13, Fang Ping battled Zhang Zhenhua, ranked 15th on the rank 3 ranking list. He won. July 14, Fang Ping battled monk Xianxia, ranked 7th on the rank 3 ranking list. He won. In just a few days, Fang Ping entered peak rank 3. Manic Explosion had 6 consecutive slashes. The news that he was suspected to have a mentality intimidation secret skill spread quickly. In 2008, Wang Jinyang went north. He only challenged rank 3 martial artists who were not on the ranking list. Even if there were martial artists who were on the ranking list, they were very few. As for Fang Ping, he went north all the way, challenging powerhouses at the top of the rank 3 ranking list. He won each and every one of them. In an instant, he became famous. At the same time, on the internet, a video was circulating. A battle between peak rank 3 martial artists, 2 peak rank 3 martial artists fighting in the air, splitting mountains and splitting rocks, shattering the earth with their feet. Was this peak rank 3? Many people saw it and found it hard to believe. Some people recognized Fang Ping. He was ranked 3rd on the Martial Arts University rank 3 ranking list. If the 3rd was this strong, what about the 1st and 2nd? Where did that monk come from? July 15, Sino-Nation Martial Arts Association announced a comprehensive ranking list. Sino-Nation Martial Arts rank 3 ranking list. Chen Xiaofeng, peak rank 3, martial artists directly under the military department, ranked 1st. Guoxian, peak rank 3, martial artists directly under the military department, ranked 2nd. Ling Yi, peak rank 3, CCMAU student, ranked 3rd. Su Xiaobing, peak rank 3, true martial sect disciple, ranked 4th. Yu Chen, peak rank 3, deputy general manager of Hope Group's subsidiary group, ranked 5th. Fang Ping, peak rank 3, MCMAU student, ranked 6th. Xianxia, Dharma name, peak rank 3, Wanshan Temple disciple, ranked 7th. The ranking list was updated again. Qin Fengqing broke through to rank 4 and disappeared from the ranking list. Fang Ping defeated Xianxia and replaced his original position of 6th place. In a short half a month, Fang Ping went from 9th to 6th. This ranking list did not announce the results anymore. Some of the information was not convenient to be disclosed to the public. However, this ranking list still caused a huge uproar. What's going on with Wanshan Temple? Isn't it a temple? There are martial artists too? True martial sect too. Is this considered a sect? Does the military department train martial artists too? I always thought that the military department is full of normal people. The martial artists in the military department are all so strong. Are you stupid? If the military department doesn't have martial artists, how can they manage these martial artists? Won't they turn the world upside down? The monk who fought with Fang Ping was monk Xianxia. There are sects in Sino-Nation. This is unbelievable. Countless people were shocked and dumbfounded. This was the first time they knew that there were sects in Sino-Nation. This was the first time they knew that other than martial arts universities, there were many other places that trained martial artists too. Similarly, this was the first time many people knew that rank 3 martial artists were so strong. Were Fang Ping and Xianxia strong? In their opinion, they were too strong. Fang Ping's previous results were killing a middle stage rank 4 and escaping from a rank 6. What about now? He was now ranked 6th, he was so strong, and there were still 5 people riding on his head. Rank 3 was so strong. What about rank 4? Rank 5, Grandmasters. Before this, everyone thought that Grandmasters were equivalent to humanoid RPGs. Could they still think that way now? After the video of the rank 3 Fang Ping and Xianxia's fight was released, everyone dared not think that way anymore. If Grandmasters were only this strong, then there was no need to differentiate between rank 4 and rank 5. Fang Ping went all the way north, challenging powerhouses on the ranking list. It looks like he wants to be number 1. In the video that was released, Lu Dali said happily, Lu Dali, will continue to follow up. According to the schedule, Fang Ping's next stop is Beha Province, where the Hope Group is located. Chairman Yu of the Hope Group is also the only rank 3 martial artist from the business world who is ranked in the top 10. It is not surprising that powerhouses from the military department, the sects, and the martial arts universities produce powerhouses. Yuchen of the Hope Group is not from a martial arts university, nor is he from the military department or the sections. He is also young, just 30 years old. All this while, no one has a clear concept of the combat strength of martial artists from the business world. This time, maybe we can see the combat strength of martial artists from the business world. Maybe we can see the clash between CCMAU and MCMAU, the clash between martial arts university students and military department martial artists. I'm looking forward to it. However, in order to raise travel expenses, I hope that everyone can go to Kudu and watch some of my previous videos. Back then, I risked my life to film the Rank 8 Grandmasters battle, but you don't have to watch it on demand. In order to benefit everyone, I have already authorized the website to let everyone watch it for free. It's a pity that I didn't get to watch the Rank 8 Grandmasters battle up close. But don't worry, if there is another Grandmaster battle, I, Lu Dali, will definitely risk my life to film it. Just saying, those who were ignorant had no fear. When he saw the scene of a peak rank 3 martial artist fighting like this, Lu Dali was scared out of his wits. I didn't die back then? Outsiders did not know the difference between Grandmasters and rank 3. How could he not know? However, he had never seen a Grandmaster fight. The last time, he heard someone mention it, so he was curious and went to film it. In the end, he realized, it seemed to be acceptable. Now that Lu Dali knew, he got his life back. As a middle stage rank 3 martial artist, Lu Dali came from a martial arts training class and was also a weirdo among martial arts training classes. It was rare to achieve rank 3 in 10 years. If a rank 3 martial artist like him went to the military department or other places now, he could also live comfortably. However, Lu Dali had no intention of doing so. He kept doing his old business. As for the catacombs, he had not reached upper stage rank 3. Not many people looked for him, so he really did not know much about it. That was why he had never seen a Grandmaster fight. Now that he thought about what happened last time, Lu Dali felt a lingering fear. He did not succeed in courting death. God bless him. As for a peak rank 3 martial artist like Fang Ping, although he was much stronger than him, it was still acceptable. He would not die as long as he was not hit directly. He could film it secretly and earn some money for pills. Fang Ping did not read the news online. However, he still knew about some things. When Fang Yuan called, her tone was extremely dissatisfied. Fang Ping, didn't you say you had something to do? Why did you go looking for people to fight again? This time, he was not killing evil sect martial artists. He finally had a summer break and a few days of rest, but Fang Ping actually went out to fight monks again, in the hotel. Fang Ping maintained his Chongdao while laughing. Didn't your brother fight for first place for you? Now I'm in 3rd place, you're in 6th place. 6th place? The new ranking list said. Fang Ping only knew that the new ranking list had been announced after Fang Yuan finished speaking. He laughed. Yeah, I'm only in 6th place. Do you think I, your brother, am someone who would submit to others? I must get 1st place. When I get 1st place, I'll go back. Don't worry, it won't be long. If everything goes well, I'll be back by the end of the month. There were still 5 people in front of him. He did not have to challenge them one by one. It would depend on his improvement. Fang Ping felt that once he achieved 7 consecutive slashes, he would directly challenge 1st place. Is it dangerous? I saw you beat up the monk until he vomited blood. There's a video on the internet? Fang Ping was a little slow to realize. Yeah, it's really popular. Many people are watching it. My classmates saw it too. They were all shocked. Only now did they know how powerful you are. Fang Yuan was a little proud. Usually, everyone only knew that her brother was powerful. They did not know how powerful he was. Now they knew, cutting a mountain with 1 slash. There's no danger. I was just fighting for fun. It's nothing to vomit blood. Your brother, I, vomit blood every day when I cultivate. Fang Ping gave a perfunctory reply. He then asked, is the online video popular? Is there a fee? There's a fee. 10 cents per view. Fang Ping understood. He cursed in his heart. Damn it. Did they pay me a copyright fee? He would definitely look into this matter. 10 cents was so expensive. Everyone was curious about martial artists now. There were more than 1 billion people. Even if there were 100 million people watching, it would still be 10 million. This matter would not end without 8 million, Fong Ping made a mental note of this. He was not in a hurry. He was a peak rank 3 martial artist who was about to enter rank 4. He would wait until their videos became more popular and earned more money. He would then scam them. If they did not pay up, he would call a bunch of martial artists to block the door. He chatted with Fang Yuan for a while and comforted her for a while. The girl did not say much. At least, she only saw Fong Ping beating people up. She did not see Fong Ping being beaten up. Although Fong Ping had won by defeating Xianxia, he had also expended some of his wealth. In the hotel, Fong Ping frowned. The path of challenge was to accumulate strength and make himself stronger. It was imperative. However, blindly spending his wealth was not what he had expected. How do I gain both fame and fortune? Fong Ping thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone and called Xianxia. As soon as the call went through, Fong Ping said, "Get someone to prepare a martial arts uniform for me with the Distance Company's promotional uniform printed on it. Also, start promoting the fact that Distance Company is my company on a large scale." With the new Martial Fund's cooperation, they could seize the opportunity to thoroughly spread Distance's fame. Now is the best opportunity. The government has only released the rank 3 ranking list. Rank 3s like us are at our peak now. This is a rare opportunity. A grandmaster was too far away from them. He also wouldn't fight in public for no reason. It would be too embarrassing. Rank 3 martial artists like Fong Ping did not have to worry about this. Now, the government was slowly promoting the commoners to deepen their understanding of martial arts. Fong Ping had just defeated Xianxia, so he was the center of attention. At this time, almost everyone was concerned about his path of challenge. Everyone was looking forward to Fong Ping's journey north and challenging powerhouses more than the rank 8 grandmaster battle. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. After a while, he said, "Wouldn't this be, I don't care." "Why do you care?" "Oh, right." Fong Ping paused and said suddenly, "Look at the situation and contact all the scenic spots and tourist resorts. See if anyone is willing to sponsor us. I can choose the location of the challenge to be near the scenic spots or resorts. Also, I can extend the time and wait for the reporters and the public to gather." Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. "Is that even possible?" After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia said dryly, "Isn't it a little too utilitarian?" In everyone's eyes, martial artists did not have the stench of money. Although there were also martial artists among those celebrities and businessmen, in the eyes of many, they were martial artists and not considered martial artists. Martial artists in business were often forgotten by others. Fong Ping's journey of challenges was more in line with the image of a martial artist in everyone's mind. Fong Ping explained, "Martial artists need to cultivate too. They need to eat and drink too. How can they cultivate without money?" This was an opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. It doesn't matter if you're taking a loan or something, it's the best time to start expanding quickly. Alright, as long as you don't have any objections. Xianxia was also afraid that Fong Ping would feel that it was inappropriate. In reality, Fong Ping was the one who suggested it. If that was the case, of course, he would be happy to do it. Now, everyone was paying close attention to Fong Ping's path of challenge. Could Fong Ping reach the top of rank 3? These were all things that everyone cared about. Moreover, Fong Ping was very young. He was a martial arts university student. All these made everyone feel that if Fong Ping could do it, even if they could not, their own children could. After chatting with Xianxia, Fong Ping suddenly thought of someone. After tidying up, Fong Ping hurried downstairs. As he descended the stairs, he sensed that someone was following him. Fong Ping stopped abruptly and shouted, "Come out." Behind him, it was empty. After a while, Lu Dolly walked out with a sheepish smile, still holding a camera in his hand. He laughed dryly and said, "Hello, student Fong." Fong Ping stared at him for a while. He had planned to settle the score with him later, but it would be the same to settle the score with him now. "Were you the one who leaked the video of Xianxia and me?" "That 91, I'll take 9 and you take 10. Lu Dali's expression was blank. Was it appropriate to talk about splitting the score the first time they met? Fang Ping saw that he did not answer and immediately said, "What, you're not willing? You followed me, filmed me, and uploaded the video without my permission. According to the rules of the martial arts world, you have to accept even if I challenge you to a death match. Are you sure you want me to do this?" Lu Dali was dumbfounded. "I don't fight. Mr. Fang, of course, I'm not the kind of person to haggle over every ounce. We'll talk about splitting the score later. If you help me with something, I won't challenge you anymore." Lu Dali said immediately, Go ahead, go ahead." Fang Ping looked around. He went forward and grabbed his shoulder, pulling him toward his room. Lu Dali's expression changed. He said in a small voice with a long face, Mr. Fang, I think that between men, actually." Fang Ping glared at him. This guy had a wretched look on his face. What was he thinking? When they returned to his room, Fang Ping asked him to sit down. Seeing that he was uneasy, Fang Ping ignored him and said directly, "Do you want to record a video of me fighting someone else?" "Yes. That's good enough. I'll give you this chance, a fair chance. Of course, if you want to make a profit from the video, you have to split the money with me. Also, find some fake reviewers and hype it up online. For example, no matter who I challenge next, hype it up to the highest point. For example, if I challenge Ling Yi, focus on the main point. Say that Ling Yi is known as the #1 beauty in the martial arts world and is as beautiful as a flower. Or add something else, say that she and Han Su have a story that must be told. When CCMAU was defeated by MCMAU, Ling Yi wanted to avenge Han Su. You can even add oil to the fire and say that Han Su and I are rivals in love because of Ling Yi. You can even do that." Lu Dali was dumbfounded. Was that even possible? Then what if she gives me trouble? Are you stupid? Can you let others know that you did it? They won't waste their energy to investigate. It's just gossip. Who knows if it's true or not? Anyway, just hype it up, then upload the video. Also, help me promote my company, Distance Company. It's a reliable company that I opened. Don't be too special. When I was competing, I wore a distance publicity uniform with small words on it. Your eyes are sharp, so you noticed the words, and then you mentioned it unintentionally." Lu Dali listened with a dumbfounded expression. He could do that? Also, when you're filming, talk about me more. You have to say a few words about the opponent. Mainly say that the opponent is strong, very, very strong, and highlight that I'm stronger. Don't do this and that. Otherwise, wait for me to challenge you. Don't forget, you were the one who provoked me first. Lu Dali wanted to cry but had no tears. I only filmed a video. Do you have to do this? In his eyes, Fang Ping was a super powerhouse among the rank 3 martial artists. This kind of person should not be involved in worldly affairs, a martial arts fanatic. But now he had been captured to do hard labor to cooperate with Fang Ping to promote himself and his company. He even asked him to hire fake reviewers to build momentum, gossip, and promote. Was this still the martial arts powerhouse that he had imagined? Mr. Fang, isn't this a little too, cut the crap? Why don't you take a punch from me now? If I don't kill you, then you can say this. Of course, I won't kill you, but I can still break a few of your bones. Who asked you to stalk and film me? Lu Dali wanted to cry but had no tears. He said sheepishly, then how do you think we should split the profits from the video? 9-1. Seeing Lu Dali's unhappy face, Fang Ping coughed dryly. 8-2. You're only filming a video. If I don't look for you, I can look for someone else. Do you think you're unique? I'm the one risking my life when I fight with others. You're just watching from the side. I'm giving you 20%. Isn't that fair? That's true, but if other people film as well, if they dare to upload without my permission, I'll sue them until they go bankrupt. Don't worry about this. Of course, if we earn a sum, we can publicize the video for free and expand our influence again. Alright. Lu Dali accepted the conditions, but he still could not wrap his head around it. How did he suddenly become working for Fang Ping? Fang Ping pondered for a moment and said, see if you can contact some scenic spots. After you've contacted them, help them advertise it. For example, say that this is the battlefield of future grandmasters, so that more people can come and watch. Previously, when we were at Wanshan Temple, Yuntai Mountain was already a famous scenic spot. Changing it to a less famous one would be a great help to them. Lu Dali was completely convinced. Fang Ping was even more greedy than he was. The two of them discussed the matter. Soon, Xianxia had someone deliver Fang Ping's custom-made martial arts uniform. There was an inconspicuous name distance embroidered on the arm. The contact with the scenic spots was completed in no time. Right now, Fang Ping happened to be the center of attention. A newly built tourist resort in Beha had offered 5 million, inviting Fang Ping to choose their location as the battlefield. Fang Ping was actually not very satisfied with 5 million. However, it was only the beginning. No one had seen the results yet, so he could not ask for too much. However, Fang Ping was not satisfied with the price. After entering the Beha area, he did not challenge Yu Chen directly. Instead, he found a rank 3 martial artist ranked in the 40s to test his skills. If he wanted to challenge Yu Chen, he would have to see if anyone else offered a higher price. He would have to change the location. Moreover, Yu Chen was a peak rank 3 powerhouse, so it was not easy to ask him out. Fang Ping had to think of something else. On July 17, Fang Ping challenged the president of the Beha Martial Arts University Martial Arts Society, ranked 41st in the rank 3 ranking, at the Beha Tourist Resort. This time, Fang Ping sent a challenge invitation, and the other party readily agreed. Martial Arts University students were still young and hot-blooded. Fang Ping took the initiative to challenge, so there was no reason not to accept. Beha Martial Arts University was much weaker than MCMAU, so there was no shame in losing. The two of them battled in the Beha Tourist Resort. There were many onlookers. Fang Ping and his opponent fought for 15 minutes before he defeated him. For martial artists, such a long time was actually unexpected. Fang Ping and Jiasa's battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Fang Ping took 15 minutes to defeat the 41st ranked martial artist. This surprised many. Soon, a video was uploaded on the internet. It was very clear, exceptionally clear. Lu Dali was the only reporter who was authorized to enter the battle zone. In the video, he talked until his mouth went dry. He praised the strength of the NMAU Martial Arts Society president who fought Fang Ping. Of course, he was defeated by Fang Ping in the end. As for the distance logo that Fang Ping inadvertently revealed, it was also seen by the sharp-eyed Lu Dali. Soon, Lu Dali remembered the famous Distance Company in Magic City. Now, many people in Magic City knew that Distance Company was actually Fang Ping's company. As for why Lu Dali, who was not from Magic City, knew so much, there were not many people who cared. On July 19, Fang Ping challenged Hope Corporation's Yu Chen. The venue was set to be at Hope Tourist Hotel's Plaza. Yes, Hope Hotel. As a business martial artist, Yu Chen was not lacking in business acumen even though he was a powerhouse. When Fang Ping set the time and venue, Yu Chen knew what he was thinking. Without another word, Yu Chen discussed with Fang Ping and changed the venue. Of course, Hope Corporation would pay extra. This had nothing to do with sparring. Business was business, sparring was sparring. Yu Chen would not go easy on Fang Ping. If he defeated Fang Ping, not only would he have more momentum, but he could also use this reputation to attract more attention to Hope Corporation. When Fang Ping and Yu Chen were sparring in the plaza outside Hope Hotel, there was a sea of people outside. In the air. Old Man Li's face was dark. He cursed for a long time. He was crazy about money. Was this little bastard here to build up momentum or to advertise? There were no good martial artists in the business world. Fang Ping was wearing Distance's publicity uniform, while Yu Chen was wearing Hope Corporation's work uniform. Did these two bastards usually wear this when they practiced martial arts? To be able to reach the 5th rank among casual martial artists, Yu Chen's strength was naturally not to be belittled. And he was very strong. Yu Chen usually did not spar with martial artists. He mainly trained in the catacombs. He looked gentle, but his killing intent was much stronger than Fang Ping's. But the more it was so, the angrier Old Man Li became. These two fellows were also elites in the martial arts world. In the end, they were so obsessed with money that they did not forget to advertise even when they fought. On the 19th, Fang Ping and Yu Chen's battle ended with both sides suffering heavy injuries. Fang Ping won by a small margin, dragging out the fight to win against Yu Chen. However, Fang Ping's injuries were not light. He had no choice but to stay in Beihai to recuperate. At the same time, news of Fang Ping and Ling Yi's battle was also spreading like wildfire. MCMAU fights CCMAU again. Grudges are hard to resolve. CCMAU's Ling Yi is known as the #1 beauty in the martial arts world. Is it true? In the Martial Arts University Championship, Han Su suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Chen Yunqi. Rumor has it that Han Su and Ling Yi are boyfriend and girlfriend. MCMAU's Fang Ping and Chen Yunqi also have an ambiguous relationship. A battle of revenge? The entanglement of love and hate is all in this battle. Ling Yi tested her sword in CCMAU and defeated Su Xiaobing of the True Martial Sect. Can Fang Ping win? Everything is on Kudu Video. Please look forward to Lu Dali's exclusive report. The news of the battle between the two had not been confirmed yet, but it was already spreading like wildfire on the internet. Gossip was always the focus of the people. While Fang Ping was still recovering from his injuries and preparing to rush to capital city, Old Manly could not stand it anymore. He appeared at the hotel where Fang Ping was staying with a dark expression. At the hotel. The moment Fang Ping opened the door, Old Manly grabbed Fang Ping like he was grabbing a chicken. He said angrily, "You bastard, what are you doing? Do you think sparring is a game?" Fang Ping stared blankly for a while before explaining with a bitter face, "Instructor, I need to cultivate too. I don't have money. These two things don't conflict, right? Bullsh*t. Old Manly was so angry that he cursed. His face was dark as he said angrily, "How embarrassing. If word gets out, MCMAU will lose its reputation." Fang Ping tried every possible way to appease the old man. In the end, Old Manly's anger had not subsided. He said, "You can mess around, but when you're fighting with CCMAU's Ling Yi, you have to be careful. Don't think that you can beat up all these people. She has killed an upper stage rank 4 catacombs martial artist. Even if it's a catacombs civilian martial artist, it means that her strength has reached a peak." Fang Ping's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, "I know. When I fought Yu Chen, I knew that my strength is still lacking. But the more it is, the more important it is to me. If they're not as strong as me, then this challenge is meaningless. My foundation is actually better than theirs. I'm not boasting, but my physique, vitality, and mentality are all stronger than theirs. The key is that I don't know how to use them, or should I say that I haven't used them well. Fighting with these same-ranked powerhouses is more beneficial for me to grasp control. My foundation is here. I'll become stronger when I meet someone strong. If Ling Yi can give me enough pressure, I think I can become stronger." Old Manly did not deny his words. Fang Ping's foundation was indeed good. It was precisely because of this that Fang Ping was able to become stronger after a few battles. Even so, Old Manly still warned him. "You have a strong foundation, but the others are not weak either. If you are defeated before you can integrate, absorb, and digest, then there's no point in talking about this." If Ling Yi defeated Fang Ping, she might break through soon. Capital City. Capital City Martial Arts University. Ling Yi was not old. She was only 20 years old. She was not tall and looked petite. She looked even younger. At this moment, Ling Yi's expression was cold. The phone in her hand was crushed into pieces. "I'm related to Han Su? Battle of revenge?" Ling Yi gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. "How dare you ruin my reputation? Don't let me find out who started the rumor. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat him up." After crushing the phone, Ling Yi looked at Han Su, who was looking around, and asked suspiciously, "Han Su, did you say it yourself?" Han Su felt wronged. "I'm stupid. Ling Yi, you're a violent maniac. I'd look for Li Ran instead of you. Senior Ling, do you think that's possible?" Han Su was helpless. Ling Yi suddenly became furious. She slammed the table and said angrily, "Are you looking down on me? Am I ugly? I'm known as the #1 beauty in the martial arts world. Didn't you see that? Hansu rolled his eyes. What the F***ck? You actually took it seriously. Also, I'm just explaining that I didn't do it. Why are you so agitated? Hansu was helpless. His strength was not as good as hers. He could only lower his head and count the ants. Li Hansong saw this and felt a headache. MCMAU had Qin Fengqing, looking for trouble every day. MCMAU's Zhang Yu was a headache. CCMAU also had a thorn in their side. Ling Yi was a thorn in their side. Without giving her a chance to make a fuss, Li Hansong knocked on the table and said, Are you confident? Ling Yi said nonchalantly, You think Fang Ping is my opponent? Even Qin Fengqing would not be my opponent before he broke through. Qin Fengqing knew this, that's why he chose to break through and did not dare to challenge me. Fang Ping is nothing. He was injured when he defeated Yu Chen. I've seen the video. His fighting style is weak and weak. He relied on his vitality to drag it out and win. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't even bother with him. Chen Xiaofeng and Guoxian are coming back. They're coming back. Defeating them is the battle I want. The older generation of the military department martial artists may not be as strong as the martial arts university powerhouses, but the younger generation has experienced more and killed more than us. They are the real opponents. Li Hansong thought for a while and said, We can't be careless. Fang Ping is MCMAU's next leader. Once Zhang Yu and Qin Fengqing graduated, CLA and the others might not be able to suppress him. MCMAU's old Grandmaster Zhang has fallen in the catacombs. Now, MCMAU is probably looking for someone to establish their dominance. You are the most suitable candidate. The school mainly depended on the students' performance. People like us are about to enter our senior year. How long can we stay in school? Moreover, middle-ranked students are not enough to represent all students. Instead, the 3 lower ranks are more representative. Do you understand what I mean? Most of the students in martial arts universities graduate from the lower 3 ranks. So, although your defeat doesn't mean that CCMAU's lower 3 ranks martial artists are inferior to MCMAU's, if you keep losing, we won't be able to explain it to the school. The previous martial arts university championship. Beside them, Hansu looked slightly embarrassed. He was the one who led the team in the martial arts university championship. In the end, they lost to MCMAU twice. Fang Ping did not even put in much effort. It was a huge embarrassment. Moreover, from next semester onwards, CCMAU would have to hand over 10% of the school's annual allocation to MCMAU. This was not a small number, although no one said anything about losing so badly, it did not mean that they did not have any opinions. Ling Yi was slightly dissatisfied. She pursed her lips and said, I definitely won't lose. Also, just you watch. I'll beat that guy up. I heard that guy likes to hit women. This time, I'll let him know that women are not to be trifled with. As she said that, Ling Yi said again, When is he coming? As they were talking, someone came in. President, MCMAU's Fang Ping's challenge invitation is here. Challenge invitation? Li Hansong raised his eyebrows slightly. There are some rules. I heard that he fought his way to Yunming Military School and Eternal Sun Village. He's scared. Ling Yi sneered. He's afraid that CCMAU will attack him. CCMAU is not like other places. Would Fang Ping dare to do that? Li Hansong did not think much of it. This was the truth. CCMAU had many powerhouses. If Fang Ping dared to block the door, CCMAU had close to 20 peak rank 3 martial artists. There were 7 or 8 of them in the top 100 of the combat strength ranking, which was more than MCMAU. If Fang Ping defeated them one by one, it would be enough to make him suffer. If he met Ling Yi again, she would not be able to kill him. While Li Hansong was thinking, Ling Yi had already taken the challenge invitation. She glanced at it, wrinkled her nose, and snorted. Coward. He doesn't dare to come to CCMAU. How dare he ask me to go to Happy Valley to fight? Hansu heard that and asked curiously, Happy Valley? People come and go there. It's not convenient, is it? Who knows what he's thinking? It's a public place. If people see it, he'll regret it when I beat him until he can't get up. Ling Yi did not think too much about it. It was the same no matter where she went. She did not need to have the geographical advantage. Everyone did not understand why Fang Ping wanted to go to Happy Valley. There were many places in Capital City that were suitable for fighting. Happy Valley was not very suitable for fighting. When did he say that? On the morning of the 25th, Ling Yi glanced at it. Li Hansong thought for a while and said, "We'll all go then. We'll call a few instructors to prevent MCMAU from cheating. It can't be that bad, right? Be careful. MCMAU needs to prove itself now. Defeating CCMAU's prodigy is the best way to prove it. You should know what an invincible rank 3 student from MCMAU means. The new students haven't registered yet. If the outside world thinks that CCMAU students are not as good as MCMAU's, it's not impossible for some geniuses to switch to MCMAU. MCMAU will definitely accept them all. Then we have to be careful. The people from CCMAU thought too much. Fang Ping chose Happy Valley because the other party had offered a sky-high price of 15 million. Of course, they also made a small request. When Fang Ping and the others fought, could they arrange for some employees to hold up a Happy Valley banner to watch the fight? It was fine if they were far away, but they did not need to be too close. Fang Ping did not reject this request. As long as it did not affect the fight, he still had to fulfill the customer's request. At Beha Tourist Resort, the other party offered 5 million. At Hope Hotel, Fang Ping called out a price of 8 million. The Hope Group did not reject it. Here, Happy Valley offered a sky-high price of 15 million. In total, it was 28 million. Fang Ping was even considering whether he should not start a company anymore. The challenge came with some advertisements. It was much faster than starting a company. On the 24th of July, Fang Ping arrived in Capital City. He had just checked into the hotel when someone came looking for him. Fu Chongding and Tang Songting. Both of them were from Capital City. In the room, Fu Chongding sighed. You can already challenge Ling Yi. That's too fast. Ling Yi is extremely strong. Even my grandfather said that rank 3 martial artists, even the 2 from the military department, might not be her match. Your grandfather? Fang Ping only remembered then that Fu Chongding's grandfather was an instructor at CCMAU. He was even the leader of some department. Fu Chongding laughed. Don't think that the instructors from both schools didn't make any moves during your fight this time. They are actually paying close attention. My grandfather will also be there to watch the fight from CCMAU. Peak rank 3 martial artists are already peak powerhouses in normal martial arts universities. It's almost the same in the 8-school alliance. Even in MCMAU and CCMAU, peak martial artists like you who are at the top of the ranking list are no weaker than average rank 4 martial artists. They are even more valued. Tell me, how can the instructors not pay attention? As he said that, Fu Chongding asked, if you defeat Ling Yi this time, will you break through to rank 4? Fang Ping thought for a while. Not necessarily. It depends. If Ling Yi can't make me combine 7 consecutive slashes, then I won't choose to break through. I'll continue to challenge. The 2 from the military department haven't challenged me yet. If I can combine 7 consecutive slashes, then it doesn't matter if the 2 from the military department challenge me or not. At least I know that they won't be my match. The so-called invincibility doesn't mean that you have to bully the weak or defeat them. If I defeat Ling Yi, I'm afraid the ranking list will be rewritten. If I combine 7 consecutive slashes, the first place will be mine. Tang Songting asked curiously, you can use 7 consecutive slashes now? No. Then you, Tang Songting was stunned. Why were you so confident that you could combine 7 consecutive slashes after a fight? Fang Ping did not mind. He smiled. If I believe I can, then I can. If I don't believe in myself, then I can't achieve this goal. You're really confident. Fu Chongding laughed. He continued, oh right, Xianxia is coming tomorrow too. We'll cheer for you together. Don't let MCMAU's name down. She's coming? Fang Ping was slightly stunned. Fu Chongding explained, her home is in South Capital, not far from capital city. You're fighting in an away game, so of course she'll cheer for you. Also, I don't know who spread the news that this is a battle of revenge. Xianxia said that her grandfather knows about it. Vice-Chancellor Chen only has one granddaughter, so he's furious now. Maybe he's here to see if anyone is gossiping. I heard that the previous news was spread by a reporter. Vice-Chancellor Chen couldn't go looking for him. If he meets him this time, he'll probably teach him a lesson. Fang Ping gulped. I didn't spread the news. Lu Dali added fuel to the fire. I don't know how he spread it. Now that the Grandmaster had come looking for him, should he inform Lu Dali and ask him to run? If he did not encounter such a small matter, then forget it. Grandmasters were all busy. They did not have time to go around the world looking for you to settle scores. But if he did, Fang Ping dared not imagine what would happen to Lu Dali. By the way, if that fellow betrayed him, would he be crippled by this Grandmaster who was so protective of his children? I need to inform Lu Dali to run, or disguise myself and hide. Fang Ping chatted with the two for a while as he thought about these things. Fu Chongding and the other two did not stay for long. Fang Ping was going to fight Ling Yi tomorrow. It was better to conserve his energy and be ready. At the same time, the location of Fang Ping and Ling Yi's battle was announced on the internet. The battle for the first place among rank 3 martial arts universities. This time, although it was not a battle for the first place among all rank 3 martial arts universities, Ling Yi was first and Fang Ping third in the previous ranking list. Now that Qin Fengqing had a breakthrough, Fang Ping was second. The battle between first and second would always be the most attractive. In addition, there were many versions of love and hate, and entanglement, including the entanglement between MCMAU and CCMAU. The battle between two rank 3 students was also given more meaning. Before the battle, there was already a war of words on the internet. The battle between the North and the South, the battle between male and female martial artists, the battle between CCMAU, the two rank 3 martial artists seemed to represent the entire martial arts world at this moment. The matter was also becoming more and more heated. Incidentally, Fang Ping and Ling Yi were both furious. Although Fang Ping did not forget to earn money, he also understood that the treatment of the winner and the loser was very different. He had always maintained the spotlight because he had defeated those people. As for the people who had lost to him, like Jiesa and Yu Chen, although there were still people paying attention to them now, there were very few of them and they quickly became a hot topic. His defeat to Ling Yi this time was not only a personal blow to him, but it would also cause Fang Ping to lose his gathering point and his money. Following his victories in battles and publicity, these few days, Distance was stepping up their plans and expanding everywhere. If Fang Ping lost, not only would his reputation fall, but his business expansion would also be affected. At that time, he would not only lose his reputation, but also his wealth. Wealth represented strength. In other words, if he lost, his progress in strength would suffer a double blow. In the room. After Fu Chongding and the others left, Fang Ping calmed his mind and looked at his situation. Wealth, 47 million vitality, 1,250 calories, 1,279 calories plus, mentality, 540 Hz, 565 Hz plus, bones honed, 126 bones, 100%, 51 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus. Right now, I've only mastered 6 consecutive chops. I might not be Ling Yi's match. Looks like I have to improve further. Honing the bone marrow of 51 torso bones required another 51 million wealth. As for tomorrow's battle, I don't plan to recover my vitality, but just in case, I have to at least have a chance to recover all my vitality. I have to reserve at least 2 million wealth. 53 million, 6 million short. At this thought, Fang Ping suddenly thought of someone and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Lu Dali, what about the video website share? Ah? Stop pretending. Where's the money? I saw the videos online before. A few videos added together, the views are already a few hundred million, tens of millions. Bro, the settlement won't be that fast. The website needs to split the money too. Also, the data might not be real. Do you understand? They say there are a few 100 million views, but part of it was added by the website itself. Now they want to split the money. The website doesn't want to split the money, and the video is taken down. Also, tell me, how much money can we get? The website will split some, and I'll split some more. If you get it. 5 million at most, give me 10 million. Don't lie to me. How much more can the website get? They didn't even charge advertising fees for increasing their traffic. I really don't have that much. Lu Dali complained incessantly. Why did he have to meet this person? Fang Ping threatened, don't lie to me. Let me tell you, a few grandmasters want to settle the score with you. I'm the one who stopped them. If you don't want to be beaten to a pulp by the grandmasters, think carefully. Grandmasters? Lu Dali was confused. Why were there grandmasters looking for him? He did not provoke any grandmasters. Xianxia's grandfather is a grandmaster. I didn't ask you to gossip about her. How dare you add fuel to the fire? You'll have to bear the consequences. Also, I asked you to focus on promoting the students' grudges, but you had to involve the North-South war. There are a few hundred grandmasters on both sides. Think about it, how far are you digging your own grave? No one is looking for you now because they can't be bothered. But think about it, if I leak some information, Boss Fang. Lu Dali was aggrieved. He cried, I'm doing this for you. If I die, I'll be fine. My instructor is almost a grandmaster. There are a few grandmasters in his family. I have a background. Of course they won't look for me. Tell me, who should they look for? Those with a background or those without? Who do you think will die? Lu Dali broke down completely. He howled, I don't want to split the money. I'll give it all to you. It's only 8 million. Uncle Fang, please don't torture me. Fang Ping laughed after hearing that. Forget it. I'm not that kind of person. I promised to give you some benefits, so how can I not? I'll take 6. 5 million, and you take 1. 5 million. Don't be shy with me. Thank you. Lu Dali said through gritted teeth. Hearing that Fang Ping wanted him to transfer the money immediately, Lu Dali did not waste any time. Not long after he hung up, he transferred 5 million to him. At this time, Fang Ping's wealth finally reached the requirements. At the same time, Lu Dali, who was in the hotel downstairs, snorted. Do you really think you can scare me? Grandmasters want to settle the score with me? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think grandmasters have the time to settle the score with a rank 3 martial artist like me? I've earned 15 million. Giving you 6 million is already fair to you. Do you really think I, Lu Dali, can be scared? After saying that, Lu Dali's face was full of joy. There was still the most important battle tomorrow. The video this time should be able to earn a lot more. No matter how sly that young Fang Ping was, he did not sign a contract with him or check his accounts. Did he really think that he would tell him everything? 25th of July. Saturday. Capital City's Happy Valley. It was a Saturday during the summer holidays. Coupled with the announcement of the battle location, Capital City's Happy Valley was packed with people. The person in charge of Happy Valley was smiling so hard that his face was swollen. 15 million was not a loss for Fang Ping to choose this location for the battle. 15 million was only enough to place some outdoor advertisements in the capital city area. It was not as popular as it was now. The whole country was paying attention. The person in charge of Happy Valley was happy. Fang Ping was happy. The people from CCMAU were unhappy. When they saw the crowded Happy Valley, Li Hansong and the others frowned. So many people. Ling Yi looked dissatisfied. She said angrily, are they watching a monkey show? Han Su had tagged along too. Hearing that, he said, maybe it's a form of training. Fighting under pressure in public is also a form of training for one's martial arts heart. Fang Ping has improved so fast, maybe it's because he's fearless toward martial arts. Li Hansong was not satisfied at first, but now he said thoughtfully, you're right, E. This is a form of training. Martial artists need to be fearless. Fighting in front of so many people is a test. Martial artists are fearless. They can perform to their best in any environment. That's a powerhouse. Ling Yi's eyes lit up when she heard this. No wonder he always chose these scenic spots. So that's why. They looked at each other. Ling Yi became serious. If that's the case, we can't underestimate him. Fang Ping was fearless. He was confident that he could perform to his best in front of so many people. He even considered the impact of losing the battle. Maybe Fang Ping chose the crowded Happy Valley with the intention of cutting off all means of retreat. At the same time, in midair, an old man with black hair straightened his back and pulled Xianxia, who was looking down, with his left hand. He smiled faintly and said, "This kid from MCMAU is not bad. Martial artists should be fearless." Old Manly blurted out vaguely, "If I said he received tens of millions in advertising fees, would you still think so? Fearless? You guys are really good at imagining things." Old Manly did not say much. It would be even more embarrassing. The old man did not continue. Instead, his expression turned slightly solemn as he asked, "How's the situation in Magic City's catacombs?" "They're still in a stalemate. Skygate City has clashed with Hope City more than 10 times over the past few days, resulting in countless casualties. Our side has also suffered heavy losses. I'm not sure how the military department is doing, but MCMAU has lost another 6 instructors. Altogether, 42 MCMAU instructors have died in battle this year." Old Man Li's gaze turned exceptionally cold. He said darkly, "After 60 years of accumulation, there were 428 middle-ranked instructors in MCMAU at the beginning of the year. In less than a year, we've lost 1/10 of our instructors. If this goes on, we won't even have enough instructors. By the time the new students enrolled, there would be close to 7,000 students. Excluding those who were stationed in the catacombs and those who were out on missions, each instructor would need to bring more than 20 students to be enough. Tianmen City. Sooner or later, they'll be wiped out." There were many instructors in MCMAU, but some of the social sciences instructors were in the 3 lower ranks. More than 400 middle-ranked instructors. This was a formidable force. The entire Nanjiang might not be able to gather so many middle-ranked powerhouses. MCMAU alone was comparable to Nanjiang. Now, however, a large number of middle-ranked instructors had died in battle. In less than a year, they had lost 10% of their instructors. This was already affecting MCMAU's teaching. The students were the future. In martial arts teaching, a large class system was extremely flawed. Only with a small class system could they teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Under normal circumstances, an instructor should be able to teach 10 students. Any more would definitely affect the teaching. Previously, MCMAU had many middle-ranked instructors. However, in recent years, they had died in battle one after another. After they died in battle, it was difficult to replace them. There were only a few dozen middle-ranked martial artists graduating from MCMAU every year. It was impossible for all of them to stay in MCMAU. It was already good enough that some of them stayed. In addition to some rank 3 instructors who had achieved breakthroughs, in the past, it was still possible to maintain a balance between breakthroughs and battle losses. Now, this ratio had been broken. The battle loss rate was twice that of the newly promoted middle-ranked instructors. In addition to the expansion of new students, if this continued, MCMAU could only continue to reduce the scale of enrollment. The black-haired old man sighed softly. These are troubled times. Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open. A year ago, Tiannan's catacombs also caused a lot of damage. Other catacombs are also constantly moving. Now, on one hand, we need to increase the number of martial artists. On the other hand, we're facing the problem of a shortage of instructors. We also need to increase the number of martial artists invested in the catacombs. If this continues, we'll be in big trouble. After sighing, the old man looked at Old Man Li and said, Do you really have no hope at all?" Old Man Li's back suddenly became a little hunched. He said in a muffled voice, "There's no hope. If I could succeed, I would have done it long ago. Why would I need to wait until now? As for Lu Fengru, her chances of becoming a grandmaster are quite high." The old man frowned slightly. "There's hope for her to become a grandmaster. However, once Lu Fengru becomes a grandmaster, she'll definitely go to Skygate City's city lord. It's practically suicide. High grandmasters won't always block rank 9 powerhouses for her. If she's not careful, she'll die. Rather than letting her die, it's better not to break through. Xianxia, who was looking down, suddenly whispered, "Grandpa, can't we kill Skygate City's city lord?" The old man smiled bitterly. It's not impossible. If Commander Li and the others make a move, they're still confident that they can kill the other party. However, if a rank 9 war breaks out, and someone like Commander Li makes a move, there will definitely be rank 9 powerhouses in the depths of the catacombs. When that time comes, it won't just be about killing Skygate City's city lord. If Commander Li and the others join the battle, it means that the catacombs rank 9 powerhouses will all come out. It might be more than 10, maybe more than 20. This is still a catacombs. If all of Sino Nation's grandmasters join the battle, they'll naturally win, but it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. How are we going to defend the remaining catacombs passageways? Then, are their rank 9 powerhouses immortal? Xianxia was a little angry. The old man laughed and shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. Commander Li and the others are too strong. Once they enter the catacombs, their aura will shake the heavens and the earth. That's why the catacombs powerhouses will retaliate. However, if ordinary rank 9 grandmasters enter, fight, and kill the other party, the catacombs won't become chaotic. However, rank 9 powerhouses won't be killed so easily. Everyone is evenly matched. Even Southern Guardian Wu, one of the 4 main guardians, didn't gain the upper hand when he fought East Sunflower City's city lord. Guardian Wu is also one of the top 10 rank 9 high grandmasters. If he can't kill the other party, how do you think the others can do it? Xianxia said dejectedly, Sino Nation's high grandmasters can't beat them? The old man sighed. How many top-notch powerhouses like Commander Li were there? In reality, the catacombs powerhouses dared not kill humans and scrupulously also had something to do with these top-notch rank 9s. The military department's Commander Li, one of the 4 main guardians, the Northern Guardian, the Minister of Education, and some top-notch powerhouses from the central government who had not fought for many years. These people were the real super combat strength that deterred the catacombs. There was also a difference between rank 9 powerhouses. Commander Li fought 1 against 3 and killed the other party's rank 9 powerhouses. Could the others do it? Unfortunately, Commander Li would not act rashly now. If he killed the other party's rank 9 powerhouses, the catacombs would riot immediately and kill the human powerhouses. When that time came, it would be the moment of national annihilation. These powerhouses could only be used as a deterrent force. They could not be used as a regular force to fight. Unless the decisive battle started now. Then, these powerhouses would all attack. A Skygate City's city lord was not considered strong among the rank 9 powerhouses. In a chaotic battle, no one would care if he was killed. The old man thought about this, narrowed his eyes, and said, that's why humans cultivate these top-notch middle and lower-ranked martial artists. Why do they want to make them stronger among the strong? These people are our future. They are invincible in rank 3, rank 4, all the way to rank 7 and 8. When they reach rank 9, once they enter rank 9, they are top-notch existences. The first time they attack, they might be able to kill some rank 9 powerhouses before the powerhouses deep in the catacombs react. At this time, even if they react, we don't have to be afraid of them. It's them who did not react in time. They can't blame others. If they really want to fight, then fight. It's not like we killed their top-notch powerhouses. If we fight to that extent, humans aren't afraid of death. This is also one of the unspoken rules between humans and the catacombs. When Xianxia heard this, she said softly, then I want to be a powerhouse like this too. The old man chuckled, not saying anything. It was just a saying. How many people could actually do it? If there were more people like this, humans would not be afraid of the catacombs anymore. They might as well go to war directly and kill until the world was turned upside down. Xianxia asked again, why could Skygate City's city lord kill the instructor's daughter? The old man sighed and said, powerhouses don't kill the weak wantonly, but it doesn't mean that they can't kill the weak. It's like this for us, and it's the same for the other party. When some of our Grandmaster powerhouses pass by the other party's territory and kill some middle and lower-ranked martial artists casually, as long as it's not too much, no one will say anything. Moreover, Grandmasters don't die so easily. Even if a rank 7 is encountered by a rank 9, they will not be killed instantly. At this time, the rank 9s on both sides will react, so when a rank 9 powerhouse kills a rank 7 or 8 powerhouse, they will be stopped. However, when a rank 9 powerhouse kills a few middle and lower-ranked martial artists casually, they will not be able to react at all. Back then, Vice-Chancellor Wu was a Grandmaster, but he was also unlucky to encounter the other party. Strictly speaking, Vice-Chancellor Wu's daughter did not die in battle, but the aftermath of the battle caused her death. Old Manly snorted at the side. That bastard did it on purpose. He wanted to kill Vice-Chancellor Wu, so he deliberately ambushed us. He said it was caused by the aftermath, but in fact, it was also on purpose. He wanted to kill us and affect Vice-Chancellor Wu's emotions. Back then, Vice-Chancellor Wu had just become a Grandmaster not long ago, so he could only force himself to fight. He could not care less about us at all. Although middle-ranked martial artists like us were injured, we would not be killed immediately. It's a pity that duo, Old Man Li's face was gloomy. They could not protect others. The only one who could protect her was Wu Quishan. However, Wu Quishan himself could not hold on much longer. No matter how much a rank 7 martial artist went berserk, he was still no match for a rank 9. The battle only lasted for a moment before Hope City's rank 9s came to the rescue. However, this short moment changed many people's lives. Duo died, Lu Fengru broke down, he, Li Chongqing, was crippled, and some low-ranked martial artists died too. Some middle-ranked martial artists were seriously injured, and most of them suffered serious mental damage. Lu Fengru blamed Wu Quishan. In fact, in the eyes of many, Wu Quishan was not to be blamed. He was a rank 7 martial artist. It was already not easy for him to barely block the other party. At that time, he could not be distracted at all. Unfortunately, Lu Fengru did not think about these things. Perhaps she did not want to think, or perhaps she thought that if Wu Quishan really wanted to fight to the death and drag the other party away from the battlefield where these people were, her daughter could live. In Lu Fengru's eyes, Wu Quishan dying in battle was better than her daughter dying in battle. Perhaps she only blamed Wu Quishan for not wanting to risk his life. As for whether it was because Wu Quishan was unwilling to risk his life or because he could not get away, no one could tell now. However, it was a fact that their daughter had died in the catacombs. Old Manly sighed softly. Now that he thought about it again, other than anger and hatred, there was only helplessness and unwillingness left. If she did not become a rank 9, how could she have any hope of revenge? Lu Fengru only wanted revenge. Even if she became a Grandmaster, was she a match for the other party? If she went once, a human powerhouse could save her. If she went twice, they could also save her. For 3 or 4 times, she kept provoking the other party's rank 9. Did she need a rank 9 protector every time? Grandmaster-level combat strength was more of a deterrent force. If a rank 9 battle broke out frequently, then an all-out war would happen soon. No matter what, Lu Fengru's death in battle was also a loss, including her father and even Vice-Chancellor Wu. Regarding Lu Fengru, everyone had complicated feelings. On one hand, they hoped that she could break through, and humanity would have another Grandmaster-level powerhouse. On the other hand, they were worried that she would break through. No one could simply restrict a Grandmaster-level powerhouse's actions. The 3 of them did not speak anymore. On the ground, there was a burst of cheers. Fong Ping held a Chengdao in his hand, wearing a jacket with the words Distance Company printed on it, and strode forward. The crowd automatically made way for him. No one dared to push forward. On the other side, Ling Yi held a Chengdao in her hand. The axe was no smaller than her head. In fact, it was even bigger. Han Su called her a violent maniac because of her weapon. The crowd automatically made way for her. Ling Yi glanced at Fong Ping. When she saw Fong Ping turn around, she suddenly puffed out her chest in a provocative manner. Hit here. She knew about MCMAU's Fong Ping's bad reputation. It was obvious that he was not a good person. The corner of Fong Ping's eye twitched. He opened his mouth. He did not make too much noise, but Ling Yi was furious. martial artists still had this little bit of hearing. It's too small. I can't hit it. This was what Fang Ping said. Fang Ping. Ling Yi gritted her teeth and glared at Fang Ping. Based on this sentence alone, she would not rest until she beat Fang Ping to the ground and make him beg for mercy. Han Su, who was beside her, subconsciously glanced at her chest. Smack. A muffled sound. Ling Yi slapped his head and snorted. I'll only be a junior next semester. There are still 2 years left. If you don't have the confidence to beat me, then behave. Han Su almost vomited blood. Did I say that? I just wanted to take a look. Moreover, it's indeed small. Did you have to confess without being hit? Li Hansong felt a headache coming on. He scolded softly, all of you, shut up. Han Su vomited blood again. He said angrily, I didn't say anything. Which ear of yours heard what I said? Ling Yi hit me, why didn't you say anything? CCMAU is getting harder and harder. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to MCMAU. That guy Fu Chongding could do well in MCMAU, no way. There are many troublemakers in MCMAU. I heard that Qin Fengqing slashed people every day. Fang Ping was not a kind soul either. And those crazy girls who hit me before. Should honest people be bullied? Should I be a troublemaker too? Han Su began to doubt his life. Honest people did not have a good time these days. He, a thrice-honed martial artist, was getting more and more cowardly in CCMAU. Maybe he had to change his style. That guy Fang Ping was doing well in beating up girls. Should I give it a try too? In front of him, Fang Ping had also walked to the space he had reserved earlier. He said loudly, Ling Yi, come and fight me if you're here. What are you hiding for? I'm hiding? Ling Yi was furious. She stepped into the air and slammed her axe on the ground. The ground cracked instantly. Fang Ping, you're not worthy of my challenge. You're not my opponent. However, since you came to me voluntarily, don't blame me for being merciless when I beat you to death or cripple you later. You're not big, but you talk big. You're provoking me. Ling Yi's expression turned cold instantly. I hate it when people say that I'm not big. Plus, my chest was too small before. If I do not beat Fang Ping until he calls me Grandaunt, I will not be called Ling Yi. Opposite her, Fang Ping was also exceptionally confident. Apart from his skull, all the bones in his body had been honed, and his bone marrow was honed. Happy Valley. Ling Yi was furious. There was no referee and no introduction. There was no need for introductions. As soon as the two of them finished their introductory remarks, the petite Ling Yi wielded a heavy axe and cleaved through the air with the momentum of splitting a mountain. A strong gust of wind blew over, and the surrounding onlookers retreated in fright, their faces pale. Everyone was at least 10 meters away from the two of them. Even though the wind blew past them, their faces still felt like they were being cut by knives. The power of the two peak rank 3 powerhouses fighting was no weaker than that of a rank 4 martial artist. Sino Nation was huge, with more than 1 million martial artists. How many of them could stand at the peak of rank 3? Ling Yi's attack was so powerful that even some of the level 4 and 5 experts who came to watch the battle were shocked. Fang Ping did not dare to underestimate Ling Yi at all. Ling Yi's polearm swung toward him. Fang Ping's footsteps flickered, and he appeared behind Ling Yi in the blink of an eye. His saber slashed horizontally, and the sound of an explosion rang out in the air. Courting death. Ling Yi shouted in a low voice. She didn't even swing her long axe back. Instead, she used both hands to instantly swing the axe handle backwards. Clang, there was a loud crash as the alloy axe handle hit the blade. Sparks flew everywhere. Fang Ping took a step back from the impact, and Ling Yi leaned forward a little too. Taking advantage of the moment she leaned forward, Fang Ping's arms bulged abruptly, his muscles bulging. His Chongdao was no longer swinging, but stabbing straight at her back. At this moment, Ling Yi stomped on the ground, causing it to crack. Her entire body spun in the air, and the long axe swung in a circle, instantly chopping down. It was as if Fang Ping's feet were treading on clouds. His feet treaded lightly on the ground. His speed seemed extremely slow, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared on Ling Yi's left side, his saber slashing down again. Ling Yi was hanging upside down in midair. Seeing this, she kicked sideways with her left foot, hitting the blade of the saber. Using the momentum, she flew backward. When she landed and stood firm, she looked at Fang Ping with a solemn expression. This kid's speed isn't slow. Your Cloud Steps cultivation is not bad. In the air, Grandmaster Chen nodded slightly in approval. Chen Yunqi blushed slightly. Old Manly did not say a word. You know nothing, his Cloud Steps was the first to reach Mastery Realm. Why? Because he ran so fast. Did they really think that Fang Ping escaping from a rank 6 powerhouse was a joke? Underseed explosion, even if a rank 6 was slightly careless, he would still have to be careful of Fang Ping escaping. On the other side, at the top of the Happy Valley Ferris wheel, a few CCMAU powerhouses were also watching the battle. These experts did not choose to stand in the air. Instead, they stood at the top of the Ferris wheel, their clothes fluttering in the wind, which made them look like immortals. At this moment, a strong, fair-faced, middle-aged man said in a low voice, "This kid from MCMAU is not slow. It won't be easy for Yi to defeat him. Don't worry, Director Fu. Yi will definitely win." A tall middle-aged man beside him chuckled and said unhurriedly, "Speed is an advantage, but it's also a weakness. If Fang Ping relies on speed, he'll definitely lose." Before the two of them finished speaking, Fang Ping moved like lightning in the field, attacking Ling Yi continuously, Chang Dao slashing the void. Ling Yi did not move from her spot. Although the axe was clumsy, Ling Yi could use it as if it was her own arm. Sparks flew everywhere. After attacking for more than 10 times, Ling Yi suddenly snorted and said, "Are you done playing?" Fang Ping appeared a few meters to the left. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "I'm just testing your strength. Not bad, but this isn't something you can boast about. Ling Yi, you disappoint me a little." His voice was still echoing in the air when Fang Ping appeared above Ling Yi's head. This time, there was silence. The Changdao flickered with a faint red glow, slashing downward at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Manic explosion. Among the crowd, someone recognized Fang Ping's signature combat technique. The previous slashes, presses, and covers were all single moves, not combat techniques. Manic explosion combat techniques were characterized by consecutive slashes and stacked explosions. At this moment, Fang Ping changed from his previous violent moves. His moves were silent and seemed weak, but the martial artists could feel the majestic vitality force contained in the Changdao. "I've been waiting for you." Ling Yi did not seem surprised at all. With a low roar, she planted her feet on the ground, let go of the axe handle with her right hand, and raised her fist to meet the Changdao above her head. Bang bang bang, a series of loud explosions were heard. In the next moment, the crowd saw Ling Yi, who had returned a punch with her right fist, lift the Changdao with her left hand and slash upward with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! There was another loud crash, and Fang Ping was sent flying backward. He stumbled and fell to the ground. The sleeve of his left arm was torn, and there was a clear cut on his arm that was still bleeding. As for Ling Yi, her right fist was also dripping blood, but her aura was high. Her small stature seemed enormous at this moment. "Fang Ping, is this your trump card? 6 consecutive slashes? If that's all, then you've disappointed me." Ling Yi did not chase after him. She sneered. "Your slashes are soft and powerless. In 6 slashes, you pause twice. There are too many loopholes. You want to defeat me with consecutive slashes? Are you kidding me?" Fang Ping calmed his vitality. Fang Ping, who usually talked a lot before the battle, was silent now. In the next second, Fang Ping appeared in front of Ling Yi again. His eyes were fierce, and his mentality exploded suddenly. Ling Yi's voice stopped abruptly, as if she was shocked. At this moment, Fang Ping's Changdao was already slashing toward her face, just as some of the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Ling Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. The crowd opposite her seemed to see a glaring light and quickly averted their gazes. The martial artists, on the other hand, felt that at this moment, Ling Yi had turned into a god of death, her entire body overflowing with murderous intent could not be seen or felt. However, martial artists could feel this kind of aura. The petite and cute Lingyi had turned into a demon at this moment. Her murderous intent soared to the sky, and the impact instantly shook Fang Ping's mentality. His mind seemed to have gone blank. The Chongdao that was initially slashing down stopped for a moment. Lingyi, who had not moved before, did not swing her axe. Her injured right fist punched the air, and her arm seemed to stretch a lot longer. She punched Fang Ping's chest. Crack! A muffled, crisp sound rang out. Fang Ping flew backward, his bones broken. Ah! Xianxia exclaimed and said hurriedly, Fang Ping is injured. Old Grandmaster Chen frowned slightly and nodded. Both of them are geniuses. Fang Ping, who was rank 3, used his mentality to shock his opponent. Unfortunately, Fang Ping overestimated his mentality and was a little careless. Although Lingyi had not mastered mentality, Lingyi did not fight her way to the top of the martial arts university rankings by acting cute. She had gone in and out of capital city's catacombs dozens of times, killing countless enemies, even upper stage rank 4 opponents. After killing more than 100 people, their baleful aura had long since condensed. Previously, he had been restraining himself. Now that he had suddenly unleashed it, his mentality was not stable enough, nor was it strong enough. Instead, he was hit by Lingyi's attack. Even his sternum, which had been honed, was cracked. Old Man Li's expression changed slightly. He was about to move. It was not a trivial matter for one's mental power to suffer a backlash. Once the damage was severe, the person would be ruined. He did not expect CCMAU's Lingyi to have already come up with a plan to deal with Fang Ping, inflicting heavy damage on Fang Ping in an instant. Just as Old Man Li was about to make a move, Fang Ping, who had been sent flying backward, returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Standing in the air, he roared and slashed Lingyi, who had been chasing after him, away. Shorty, you've angered me. Fang Ping's face was flushed, blood seeping out of his mouth. Lingyi, who was forced to retreat, frowned. Are you all right? I'll be fine even if you die. Fang Ping cursed. Of course I'm fine. Do you think my mentality is so easily countered? But, he was cheating. The moment his mentality was injured, he replenished it with 100 hertz. However, he only said that he would not replenish his vitality. He did not say that he would not replenish his mentality. If one's mentality was injured, it was easy to become an idiot. Lingyi was not in a hurry this time. She looked at him carefully for a moment and giggled. Now this is interesting. Don't use your half-baked mentality to intimidate me. There's no point. She was not famous before. It was only when she killed an upper stage rank 4 martial artist that she made it onto the ranking list. It was not that she was weak. It was because she had been killing people all this time. Yes, killing people. In the catacombs, she had killed at least 100 lower rank 3 martial artists, maybe even more. She had only killed lower rank 3 martial artists to hone her skills. Naturally, it was difficult for her to make it to the top of the ranking list. It was only until her outburst earlier when she killed many rank 4 martial artists in a row, including an upper stage rank 4 martial artist, that she was officially known. Fang Ping's half-baked mentality could intimidate others, but to intimidate her, he would be digging his own grave. Fang Ping took a deep breath. His chest heaved a little. His cracked bones had recovered a little. It was not that painful anymore. Don't worry. Even without mentality, I can still beat you up. Fang Ping let out a low humph. Then, he rushed out with his saber in hand. His figure was like a shadow, circling around Lingyi, slashing and slashing continuously. Clang-clang sounds were endless. Lingyi also retaliated continuously. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. In midair. Old Grandmaster Chen was a little surprised. Old Man Li was also a little surprised. He said, Fang Ping's mentality is very resilient. It is. It's a little interesting. Old Grandmaster Chen nodded. It was good enough that a rank 3 martial artist could sense mentality slightly. Not only could Fang Ping use some of his powers appropriately, but he could also recover instantly after being injured. This was much stronger than expected. Even some peak rank 6 powerhouses had very weak mentality. These people dared not use their mentality during a battle. If someone sensed it and crushed your mentality, you would definitely be severely injured instantly and suffer a backlash. Even if it was a grandmaster powerhouse, if their mentality was torn and obliterated, they could only go down the road of death. Fang Ping could recover so quickly. This was enough to shock and amaze people. Fang Ping, who was below, did not care so much. After recovering his mentality, he did not use it anymore. This was not considered as cheating, right? With a burst of energy in his heart, Fang Ping continuously circled around Ling Yi, slashing and slashing. It looked like he was doing something useless, but Fang Ping was actually trying to slash 7 times in a row. Combat techniques, combat techniques. How could there be techniques without fighting? Usually, slashing rocks or slashing the air was more suitable for cultivation than slashing people. For people like Ling Yi, Fang Ping did not have to worry about accidentally slashing her to death. Instead, he had to be careful of this woman suddenly attacking him. After slashing dozens of times in a row, although he did not use much strength or vitality, Fang Ping was already panting slightly. Ling Yi was not just blindly defending. She would take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Just when Fang Ping's breathing was a little chaotic, Ling Yi's axe slashed down instantly. Fang Ping's footsteps missed, and he retreated hurriedly. The axe force penetrated the ground, and cracks appeared on the ground. Weak. Is this the rumored Fang Ping who specializes in hitting women? Looks like he's only SOSO. Come and hit me. Ling Yi provoked him again. Fang Ping was furious at first. He wanted nothing more than to fight her to the death. Then, he calmed his thoughts and smiled. What a childish way to provoke me. Besides, are you even a woman? As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Ling Yi's toes touched the ground, and her axe slashed down violently. Fang Ping used his saber to block. This time, Ling Yi did not retreat immediately. Instead, she moved at lightning speed and slashed dozens of times in a row. Huff, Fang Ping panted violently. Opposite him, Ling Yi was also sweating profusely. Sky-splitting axe. Ling Yi suddenly roared, and the speed of her axe increased by a large margin. Both of them had been fighting for so long. Although they were not seriously injured, their vitality, energy, and stamina had been severely depleted. Ling Yi obviously did not want to drag things out with Fang Ping any longer. She unleashed a strong burst of vitality and slashed down with her axe. Fang Ping seemed to feel the aura of death from this axe. It was very similar to the aura that Qin Fengqing had used to kill those rank 4 martial artists with one slash. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. His muscles and bones kept emitting rumbling sounds. His whole body was full of vitality and arms. In the next moment, Fang Ping neither dodged nor ran. He slashed out with his saber. 7 consecutive slashes. 7 consecutive slashes. In the crowd, Fu Chongding and the others exclaimed. Fang Ping had improved so quickly. As soon as they exclaimed, Fang Ping suddenly retreated violently. He retreated a few steps and roared, "There's no point in using a big move. I don't want to kill you. Bastard, I'll kill you." Ling Yi was furious. It was not that there was no point in using a big move. Fang Ping roared and slashed 7 consecutive slashes. He probably wanted to go all out, but after the first slash, Fang Ping realized that he could not use 7 consecutive slashes, so he quickly retreated. Ling Yi quickly caught up. Fang Ping roared again. The glaive and the axe touched slightly, and Fang Ping retreated again. CCMAU's instructor hurriedly flew down and roared, "Retreat!" Fang Ping was about to retreat to the crowd. At this moment, Fang Ping could not use 7 consecutive slashes. He was no match for Ling Yi. He had to retreat after one hit. The crowd hurriedly retreated. Fang Ping kept roaring and retreating, but he still felt that he was a little short. Ling Yi did not give up. She did not drop her axe either. She chased after Fang Ping relentlessly. "If you have the guts, run out of Happy Valley, and I won't chase after you." Agreed. Shameful. Fang Ping roared in his heart. There were so many people, but they were forced to retreat by a woman. It was too shameful. Why could he not use 7 consecutive slashes? Did he not use 6 consecutive slashes when he roared the other day? At this moment, a voice came to Fang Ping's ears. Idiot. Essence, spirit, and soul as one. Mentality can't be used against the enemy, but that doesn't mean you've completely given up. I'm so angry. The familiar voice jolted Fang Ping's spirits. I was too deliberate. He had replenished his mentality. He did not want to use it against the enemy all the time, but mentality was a part of the human body. How could he treat it as a foreign object? He could not use 7 consecutive slashes. He did not even have the slightest tendency to do so. His mind cleared up. Fang Ping's aura changed. He roared again, 7 consecutive slashes. Roar my ass. Ling Yi cursed. She took the opportunity to catch up with Fang Ping in an instant, and her axe slashed down. Fang Ping's face was flushed. He growled, no longer retreating. His Chongdao slashed rapidly, and 6 consecutive sounds rang out. The ground beneath their feet had completely cracked open, and a pit more than half a meter deep appeared, trapping the two of them. When it was the 7th slash, Fang Ping frowned. Without any hesitation, he recovered some vitality and slashed down instantly. Boom, with a loud explosion, Ling Yi flew backward, blood splattering from her mouth. Fang Ping exhaled. He did not think that what he did was inappropriate. With just a little more vitality, he could have used 7 consecutive slashes. At this juncture, who cared about such things? Being too deliberate was not a good thing. Mastering 7 consecutive slashes was more important than psychological obstacles. Moreover, Fang Ping did not think that was an obstacle. Now that everyone had recovered their vitality, they could do it again. The 7 consecutive slashes had already been unleashed, which meant that he had mastered it. Ling Yi still had to take it. Ling Yi flew backward and landed on the ground. She shook her head and raised her head to look at Fang Ping. She said through gritted teeth, "You really learned it?" The original version of Manic Explosion was average among middle-ranked combat techniques. However, after Zhang Dingnan entered Grandmaster level, he made some improvements, and the improved version was extremely outstanding among middle-ranked combat techniques. Fang Ping's 7 consecutive slashes were much stronger than the average ultimate move. When the two of them fought, their vitality was equal. Fang Ping's 7 consecutive slashes replenished some vitality, so the power of Ling Yi's outburst was not as good as his. Fang Ping said lightly, "Fine, I won't bully you. Look at you, you can still fight. I won't use my vitality. Let's fight hand to hand. Bastard, you dare to take advantage of me? I'll kill you." As soon as he said that, Ling Yi suddenly flew into a rage. She leaped up and dashed toward Fang Ping, raising her fist and smashing it. A peak rank 3 martial artist, even if his vitality was depleted, was not weak with just his physique. Fang Ping saw that she had gone mad and was stunned for a moment. Then, he could not care less about what was wrong with this woman. He threw away his Chongdao and swung his fist. Booming sounds came continuously. Without using vitality to fight, the two of them fought even more fiercely than before. It was true that their combat techniques were more powerful with their vitality outbursts earlier, but to outsiders, it was not intense enough. Right now, they were fighting purely with their physiques. Both of them created a deep pit on the ground with every step they took. Their fists hit some of the surrounding buildings, and even the steel was about to break. On the contrary, the ordinary people who were watching were crying out in surprise, "E is going to lose." Among the CCMAU instructors, Fu Changdang's grandfather shook his head and sighed helplessly. The tall middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the sky, snorting softly. "Li Changxing is playing tricks." Fu Changdang's grandfather did not say anything. This was not a life-and-death battle. Li Changxing had only given Fang Ping a few pointers on the spot. It was not too much for Li Changxing to give him a few pointers when he was about to achieve a breakthrough in his combat techniques. However, because of that, Fang Ping executed 7 consecutive slashes. When his vitality was depleted, the two of them engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Fang Ping's physique was stronger, so Ling Yi could not help but be at a disadvantage. His bone marrow has been honed. Old Fu confirmed one thing and sighed. Mentality intimidation, bone marrow honing. When he reaches peak rank 6, he might surpass rank 7. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Someone said uncertainly, "His skull hasn't been honed yet." Even if rank 7 is faster, it's not possible to surpass it directly, right? The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 was the golden body. Golden body, on the other hand, was the complete honing of the bones, bone marrow, and skull bones and bone marrow. Once Fang Ping's internal organs were completed, as long as the skull bones and bone marrow were also completed honing, and his mentality reached the standard, he might achieve a golden body directly. Old Fu shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's see how it goes. It's also a good thing. Rank 7 cultivation is not difficult for him. Fang Ping could not simply be considered a quasi-grandmaster anymore. Perhaps he could even be called a quasi-golden body. In the air, old Grandmaster Chen's mentality was also greatly shaken. He murmured, other than the skull, all the bones in his body are completed. Old Manly looked at the sky. If I remember correctly, when I was about to strangle this brat to death last time, his torso bones had not been honed to the bone marrow. This brat, perhaps I really need to slice him up for research. Just as everyone was shocked, in the middle of the arena, Fang Ping landed a punch on Ling Yi's chest. He said fiercely, again. Ling Yi took a few steps back. Her face was deathly pale. Gritting her teeth, she said furiously, if you don't kill me, I won't let you off today. Having said that, she pounced on Fang Ping ferociously again. Bang, he sent Ling Yi flying with a kick. Seeing that the woman's mouth was bleeding and that she was still struggling, Fang Ping shouted, enough. Ling Yi's face was full of indignation, however, her physical strength was not as strong as Fang Ping's. If they fought head-on, she would not be Fang Ping's match at all. Fang Ping's 7 consecutive slashes had injured her quite badly. Her internal organs were shaken, and she was already at the end of her tether. But he just couldn't accept it. This bastard was such a bully. From the moment they met, the other party had scolded her for having a small chest and stature, and even wanted to engage in a physical fight with her. And now, he had even punched her chest more than 10 times. Ling Yi felt like she was about to explode. That's enough. At this moment, Li Hansong walked out. Glancing at Fang Ping, Li Hansong stopped Fang Ping, who was about to fight to the death. He smiled faintly and said, Junior Fang is very good, but if you want to fight to the level of an invincible rank 3, you're still a little lacking. Your experience in life and death battles is still a little lacking. He had the intention to clear CCMAU's name. In a battle of life and death, Fang Ping might not be Ling Yi's match. He was also speaking the truth. Compared to the people in the military department and Ling Yi, Fang Ping indeed lacked some life and death experience. Fang Ping chuckled. If it's a life and death battle, I think I can kill 10 of her. As he spoke, Fang Ping's vitality recovered instantly. His aura was extremely fierce. He said lightly, I just don't want to take advantage of them. It's not that I can't kill them. Li Hansong was instantly speechless. Ling Yi's indignant gaze gradually dimmed. In a battle of life and death, if Fang Ping's vitality recovered so quickly, how could she fight, no matter how strong she was? If her ultimate move could not kill Fang Ping, then she could only wait to be killed by Fang Ping. The only way to deal with Fang Ping was to kill him forcefully so that his vitality recovery ability could not be displayed. Fang Ping did not continue showing off. He smiled and said, Thank you for letting me win, Senior Ling. Humph. Ling Yi snorted and muttered, Just you wait. I won't bother you before I reach rank 7. Just you wait when I enter the Grandmaster realm. Before rank 7, Fang Ping's vitality recovery was a nightmare for the same rank. However, after reaching the Guru realm, Qi and blood were not as important as they were now. Fang Ping did not take it to heart. He kept smiling and said, Of those that I've surpassed, no one can catch up to me. If Senior Ling thinks there's hope, then I'll wait for you at the Grandmaster level. Sooner or later. Ling Yi rubbed her chest and vomited another mouthful of blood. Han Su had just looked over when he suddenly thought of something and quickly turned his head. If he continued to look, he would be blamed. At this moment, Ling Yi was staring at Han Su with a dangerous look in her eyes. When she saw him turn his head, she huffed again and looked at Fang Ping, saying, Your combat techniques have been cultivated to the ultimate stage. Manic Explosion's 7 consecutive slashes are not weak either, but your weakness is also very big. If it weren't for your vitality advantage, you might not have been able to defeat me. It's not a problem for you to kill a rank 4 martial artist now, but if you encounter a rank 4 powerhouse, your combo might be broken. Once it's broken, it'll be your death. You don't even need to use rank 4. Rank 3 Qin Qiufeng and Guoxian are both powerhouses in the military. They've been through hundreds of battles. Once they seize the opportunity, the chances of you losing are extremely high. Fang Ping nodded slightly. I know. Manic Explosion is a simplified version of an ultimate move, after all. It has flaws, such as time and explosive speed. However, as long as I achieve the 7 slashes as 1, then all problems will no longer be a problem. 7 slashes as 1? Ling Yi frowned. Are you sure you can do it? Fang Ping smiled. At the end of June, I mastered the 5 consecutive slashes. In the battle with Xianxia, I mastered the 6 consecutive slashes. In the battle with you, I mastered the 7 consecutive slashes. Now, I'm at peak rank 3 and have achieved collective energy. Actually, I already have the idea of achieving the 7 consecutive slashes as 1. If I wait a little longer, I think I can do it. If I can really do it, my speed will be faster than yours, my vitality will be higher than yours, and my physique will be stronger than yours. Senior Ling, if I meet you again, do you think we will still fight to this stage? We'll talk about it after you've achieved it. Ling Yi threw these words, hefted her great axe, and walked out, scaring the surrounding onlookers into retreating. Before this female student was petite and cute. Now, after the battle, and looking at the scene that was destroyed as if it had been bombed by a bomb, who would still dare to see this woman as a woman? The people from CCMAU left. Fang Ping picked up his Chongdao and was about to leave. At this moment, Fu Chongding and the others surrounded him. Tang Songding's tone was complicated. I can't believe you even defeated Ling Yi. Fang Ping's tone was relaxed. Is there anyone in the same rank who is a match for me? I just don't want to bully her. Otherwise, I would have used a big move and blown her up. Beside him, Fu Chongding mumbled, you almost blew her up too. Even her breasts are bigger now, cough, cough. Fang Ping coughed softly. How could you say that? Did I do it on purpose? While they were chatting, Chen Yunqi and an old man appeared in front of them. Fang Ping did not notice them at all. When he saw them, Fang Ping quickly bowed to show his respect. Fu Chongding and the old man did the same. Some of the CCMAU instructors nearby also bowed to show their respect. South Capital Martial Arts University's Vice-Chancellor, Grandmaster Chen Yaoting, was no ordinary person. He was a peak rank 7 Grandmaster, one step away from rank 8. Chen Yaoting smiled slightly, saying nothing. Chen Yunqi, on the other hand, walked over with a smile and said, Fang Ping, congratulations. Thank you, but there's nothing worth congratulating. Fang Ping stole a glance at Chen Yaoting and shook his head. Just as Ling Yi said, I'm still lacking something. I'm not perfected rank 3 yet. When I achieve 7 collective slashes, only then can I be considered truly invincible among rank 3. Then, you still want to continue challenging? Fang Ping pondered as he walked, I'm not planning to challenge Guoxian anymore. I want to challenge Qin Qiufeng once. Honestly, I've never fought against martial artists from the military department before. Maybe they'll be helpful to me. Combat techniques and combat experience need to be honed in battle. In other places, other than killing the weak, I'm hiding from powerhouses. There are very few opportunities for me to analyze and digest. An opponent who's on par with me will be very helpful to me. At this moment, Old Manly appeared out of nowhere and lifted Fang Ping up with one hand. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Then, his face flushed red and he said in extreme embarrassment, Instructor, this is a scenic area. They haven't left yet, there might be tens of thousands of people, so many people are filming, Old Manly is too much. Fang Ping hated himself for not being a rank 6 martial artist. Otherwise, he would definitely beat Old Manly until his eyes turned into panda eyes. Old Manly ignored him and muttered, I've really honed my torso bones. I've grown heavier again, instructor, put me down. Fang Ping was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Lu Dali, who was beside him, hurriedly squeezed his way over and quickly aimed his camera at Fang Ping's face. This material was too good. Fang Ping glared at Lu Dali dangerously and said suddenly, Lu Dali, next time, don't randomly spread rumors online about who has an ambiguous relationship with who. Before Lu Dali could react, Chen Yaoting, who had been smiling without saying a word, suddenly waved his hand. Lu Dali appeared beside Chen Yaoting while he was still in a daze. Chen Yaoting smiled warmly and patted his shoulder lightly. He said gently, young friend, as a media reporter, don't simply report unverified news. It's unfair. Remember this next time. The old man did not fly into a rage, nor did he say anything. He only patted him lightly a few times. Lu Dali, on the other hand, was like a wooden stake that was nailed directly into the ground. By the time Chen Yaoting finished speaking, half of Lu Dali's body was buried underground. He could not pull himself out no matter what. At this moment, Lu Dali was still in a state of confusion. What was going on? What was going on? I was just taking a video and organizing the material. What was going on now? The people around him were so tall, they were all so much taller than him, even the curious little kid beside him seemed to be taller than him. Lu Dali was in a daze. He completely lost his ability to think. At this moment, Fang Ping had also freed himself from Old Man Li's grasp. He glanced at Lu Dali. This guy was asking for it. Fang Ping had originally planned to save his life, but he insisted on squeezing forward and even wanted to take a close-up of his face. If he did not die, who would? Fang Ping saw that he had begun to struggle but could not pull his leg out. He said softly, Yunqi, Vice-Chancellor Chen, isn't planning to fix him here for the rest of his life, is he? Chen Yaoting, who was at the side, smiled without saying a word. Old Man Li, on the other hand, did not care. He said, it'll be pulled out by nightfall. Stop talking nonsense. Come with me to the research institute later. Fang Ping swallowed and shook his head hurriedly. I'm going to the military department to challenge Chen Xiufeng. That kid went on a mission. He's not here. Then I'll challenge Wu Xian. He went on a mission too. Then you have to digest what you've gained now. It's difficult to combine 7 slashes, but you're not familiar with using 7 consecutive slashes. You have to master it before you challenge him. Try to combine 7 slashes. That's the real purpose of your challenge. Don't just fight for the sake of challenges. Then I want to go home. Fang Ping refused to go to the research institute no matter what. Old Man Li harbored ill intentions. He measured his weight the moment he arrived, and now he wanted to bring him to the research institute. Fang Ping seriously suspected that he wanted to use him as a lab rat for research. Old Man Li looked at him with a smile. Chen Yaoting, who was beside him, said with a rare smile, understanding your own condition properly is still helpful to yourself. Student Fang Ping, don't hide your illness for fear of treatment. Fang Ping pulled a long face. I'm not sick. How can I not know my own condition? Old Man Li, on the other hand, curled his lips and said, go and investigate. At least give people an explanation. Many people don't look for you now because they don't have the face to do so. But when old things like us are all dead, who cares what you think? Now that we've investigated clearly, we'll shut their mouths to prevent trouble in the future. Fang Ping sighed and said softly, are you going to cut me up? What are you thinking? Old Man Li said exasperatedly, at most, we'll cut some bones and extract some bone marrow. It'll be fine as long as we have a sample. Do you think we'll really extract your brain? The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. The more you say that, the more scared I am. I've defeated Ling Yi. I'm happy. Don't you know how to share your joy with me? Old Man Li seemed to know what he was thinking. He humped and said, keep a low profile. This is someone else's territory. A bunch of old farts are nearby. If old Chen wasn't here, there might be some shameless old fart who wants to settle scores with me. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The ground cracked. In the next moment, half of his body was buried in the ground. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Chen Yaoting could not help but laugh. He said helplessly, trouble comes from the mouth. You asked for it. You know that people are nearby, yet you still gossip. Isn't that asking for trouble? Old Man Li's face turned red. He humped and jumped up from the ground after a while. He humped and mumbled, when a tiger falls to the plains, he gets bullied by dogs. Back then, as he spoke, he was pressed into the ground again, Xianxia's head hurt. Was MCMAU like this now? Calling yourself a tiger and the other party a dog in front of a few grandmasters? Li Chongqing should be thankful that I did not beat you to death. Looking at his granddaughter again, Chen Yaoting was suddenly worried. Was it really the right choice for him to let his granddaughter go to MCMAU? Fang Ping, who was beside him, did not dare to breathe. He would be pressed to the ground. Fu Chongding and the others also looked around, pretending not to see Old Man Li's predicament. He was almost pressed into the ground. After a while, Old Man Li jumped up from the ground again. This time, he did not speak. Some of the tourists around them had not left yet. Their faces were full of confusion. What are these martial artists doing? A reporter in front had buried himself in the ground. He would not come out even if he was beaten to death. Now there was another one. As he walked, he suddenly stomped a big hole in the ground. He stomped it twice in a row. What was he doing? After leaving Happy Valley, Old Man Li suddenly mocked himself, Grandmaster. Although the Grandmasters of CCMAU did not do anything to him, he did say something infuriating. However, if he was still the longevity sword from back then, so what if he said it? The Grandmaster who suppressed him was beaten like a grandson by him back then. Now, he was arrogant. Fang Ping, when you enter rank 7 in the future, avenge me. Beat him up until his head looks like a pig's head. Strip him naked and throw him at CCMAU's main gate. Old Man Li humphed. I don't stand a chance. There are still others in MCMAU. Fang Ping was silent. Chen Yaoting chuckled. You're already old. Why bother about this? Don't look for trouble. After so many years, your temper still hasn't changed. Old Man Li said lazily, why are you afraid of them? MCMAU climbed up by stepping on CCMAU. If we don't step on them, how can we stand out? Old Chen, I don't want to criticize you, but SCMAU isn't weak either. Every year, CCMAU snatches some good seedlings away. If it were me, I would have gone to CCMAU to kick their doors down. SCMAU can't even keep the local geniuses. No wonder they're getting weaker. Chen Yaoting laughed again. He did not say much. He picked up Chen Yunqi and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the void, Chen Yunqi was still hurriedly saying goodbye. Instructor, Fang Ping, I'll go back first. Fu Chongding, who was underground, curled his lips. Have I and the Chow Chow become invisible? After they left, Fang Ping observed carefully for a while. Then, he whispered, Instructor, don't worry. When I become a Grandmaster, I'll beat all the Grandmasters in CCMAU to the ground. I'll make them go to school with pigs' heads. Slap. Old Man Li slapped him until he was dizzy. Cowardly bastard. You're still observing for a while. Don't you feel ashamed? Fang Ping complained, Grandmaster, I'm only rank 3. Old Man Li laughed. Without another word, he strode away. As he walked, he said, go back to MCMAU as soon as possible. Remember to check when you're back. I won't go to the military department's challenge. Nothing will happen in the military department. If something happens, the military department will just shut down. I'm leaving. Old Man Li was extremely fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Old Man Li left, Fang Ping muttered, hurt my pride? Old Man Li had just been pressed to the ground. He did not seem to care much, but Fang Ping felt that Old Man Li was quite disappointed. Fu Chongding, on the other hand, was slightly puzzled. Old Man Li is a rank 6 martial artist, right? Peak rank 6. Fu Chongding was even more puzzled. He whispered, a peak rank 6, facing a Grandmaster, he shouldn't be so weak. He can't even withstand the suppression of mentality. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. That was right. A peak rank 6 powerhouse, facing a Grandmaster, should not be completely helpless, right? If that was the case, when a Grandmaster met a powerhouse below Grandmaster, would they not be crushed to death? He remembered that when he slyly used mentality to suppress the rank 5 had almost broken free, although he did not succeed. Old Man Li, a peak rank 6, was suppressed just like that. Although he was puzzled, Fang Ping said, maybe they're just fooling around. A bunch of old kids. Fu Changdang did not say much. Matters involving grandmasters were not something they could meddle in. Fang Ping did not say anything either. The joy he felt earlier had dissipated quite a bit. Not becoming a grandmaster was nothing to be happy about. On the 25th of July, MCMAU Fang Ping defeated CCMAU Ling Yi. The rank 3 ranking was updated again. Fang Ping was ranked 3rd. This video caused a huge sensation when it was released. It was not just a matter of Fang Ping defeating Ling Yi. There were many videos online. There were CCMAU instructors watching the battle from the top of the Ferris wheel. In midair, the silhouettes of powerhouses in the flight step appeared. It was the first time for many ordinary people to see a true powerhouse. They flew in the flight step, like immortals. The dream of flying was a state that humans had been pursuing since ancient times. The last time Fang Ping and monk Xianxia only flew in the air, it also caused a huge sensation. Now, martial arts powerhouses showed their charm again, flying in the air to watch the battle, subverting many people's imaginations. It turned out that martial arts could already reach this level. Fang Ping defeated Ling Yi. The public was still curious about his next journey. Unfortunately, Fang Ping disappeared. Lu Dali, who did the exclusive report, also explained that even if the military department martial artists fought with Fang Ping, it involved some secrets and could not be reported. Therefore, the following videos could not be seen. This time, many people were greatly disappointed. In less than half a month, there were also some martial artists who rose to fame. MCMAU's Fang Ping, CCMAU's Ling Yi, Wanshan Temple's monk Xianxia, Hope Group Xu Chen. As for whether Fang Ping could reach the top of the rank 3 ranking, they could only wait for the ranking to be updated. At the same time, Fang Ping almost crushed his phone. His eyes were sharp. He laughed angrily. Good, very good. Hang up. Is this considered absconding with the money? Lu Dali ran. After uploading the last video, he sold the copyright and ran. Fang Ping did not realize this at first. After selling the copyright, Lu Dali did not say that it was sold out. He said that he would receive a dividend and transferred 1 million to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was quite happy. This guy finally knew how to split the money. In the end, after 1 million was transferred, there was no follow-up. When Fang Ping wanted to find him, he did not know where he was. Fang Ping was seriously short of money. He contacted someone on Kudu to see if they could transfer the dividend directly to his account. He was then told that Lu Dali offered 6 million and sold it out. In other words, Lu Dali took 5 million himself. That was not all. Fang Ping also asked about the dividends of the previous videos. The other party knew that it was Fang Ping himself and told him honestly. Almost 15 million. After all, there were quite a few videos earlier. In total, out of 21 million, Fang Ping received 7.5 million while Lu Dali swallowed 13.5 million. Don't ever run into this guy. If I do, just wait for death. Fang Ping cursed. Lu Dali had too much guts. He was so fat that he didn't even think about it. Fang Ping could not say anything even though Lu Dali had pocketed 10 million of his own money. The 280 split was a verbal agreement. Fang Ping had even written a letter of authorization to Lu Dali. It's fine. After swallowing more than 10 million, this guy is probably going to break through to upper stage rank 3. Fang Ping could roughly guess why Lu Dali wanted to run away. He had been a middle stage rank 3 for a long time. Now that he had more than 10 million, cultivating to upper stage rank 3 would not be a problem. However, at upper stage rank 3, even casual martial artists had a high probability of being recruited. Once we enter the catacombs, forget 10 million, this bastard will have to cough up 50 million. Fang Ping snorted. There were only so many catacombs in Sino Nation. If Lu Dali was recruited, he would run into him sooner or later. Fang Ping did not have to look for him. He could just wait for him to come to him. Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open. If this guy breaks through to upper stage rank 3 before then, the probability of running into him in Nanjiang is high. Wait and see. Capital City Pill Company. Lu Dali eagerly received a few bone-honing pills and vitality pills. His face lit up with joy. I'm going to become upper stage rank 3. When I become upper stage rank 3, I'll only be a little bit weaker than that guy. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Dali pursed his lips. We didn't sign a contract. Giving you a few million is already good enough. When I become upper stage rank 3, I won't have to be afraid of him. Although Fang Ping looked quite fierce, Lu Dali had heard that upper stage rank 3 was different from middle stage rank 3. The difference between upper stage and middle stage rank 3 was not too big. Thinking about it was one thing. When he remembered that Fang Ping had defeated peak rank 3 powerhouses a few times in the past, Lu Dali felt slightly guilty. Who asked you to frame me? You caused me to be nailed to the ground for half a day. That day, when he was patted a few times by that old man, he dug in the ground for half a day. Originally, it was just soil. It was too easy for a middle stage rank 3 martial artist like him to climb out. However, for some reason, he could not use his strength. He just could not climb out. He only crawled out when the sky turned dark. As for Fang Ping, who framed him, Lu Dali felt that it was reasonable for him to take more labor fees. Sino Nation is so big. If worst comes to worst, I won't go to Magic City anymore. Lu Dali kept the pills and left happily. He felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have given the 1 million to Fang Ping. It was a waste. In the hotel, Fang Ping temporarily put aside the idea of looking for Lu Dali. The urgent matter now was not this kid. He should cultivate for a period of time in preparation for rank 4. Maybe I should look for Governor General Zhang and ask for advice. I want to perform 7 collective slashes, but I can't do it now. However, Governor General Zhang was the one who created this combat technique. This is not an ancient combat technique. The creator is still alive. Only he truly understands manic explosion. After 7 collective slashes, I'll look for Qin Qiufeng to challenge him. No matter what, I still have to sit at the top of the ranking list, even if I break through to rank 4 a day later. 7 collective slashes. Fang Ping was sure that Qin Qiufeng was no match for him. However, no matter what, if he defeated the other party, he would have fulfilled one of his wishes. On this trip north, he had gained a lot. 5 consecutive slashes became 7 consecutive slashes. Other than the skull, all the bones in his body were fully formed. He even had 35 million cash on him now. The company has expanded quite a bit too. It's expanding around Magic City, and no one is looking for trouble. According to usual practice, he needed to be at least a rank 4 to expand outside of Magic City. However, Fang Ping was only a peak rank 3 now. No one said anything in the end. He was a peak rank 3. Obviously, he was not comparable to the average peak rank 3. There were also a few rank 4 martial artists. These genius martial artists, achieving rank 4 was only a matter of time. Moreover, Fang Ping's combat strength surpassed them by quite a bit. If they were to look for trouble in this aspect, they would just be waiting for revenge. Back to Nanjiang. Fang Ping made a decision. He would look for Zhang Dingnan and ask for advice. Then, he would go home and stay for a few days before preparing to challenge Qin Qiufeng. Then, he would try his best to break through to rank 4 and challenge Zhang Yu before school started. When he entered rank 4 and challenged Zhang Yu, Fang Ping felt that even if he did not use any extra tricks, he could still win. After packing up his things, Fang Ping looked at the data and sighed slightly. His improvement was not slow. His wealth was also being depleted quickly. Recently, he was often facing the crisis of bankruptcy. Wealth, 1, 55 million vitality, 1,200 calories, 1,365 calories plus, mentality, 540 Hz, 575 Hz plus, bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus, I haven't honed my skull yet. I don't know how much it will consume. Ever since the system upgraded, I haven't forcefully increased my vitality and mentality, Fang Ping thought of this. After thinking for a while, he suddenly tried to increase his vitality limit. In the past, increasing the vitality limit by 1 calorie was the same as restoring vitality. It required 1,000 wealth. At that time, there was no plus sign. Now that there was this, was there any difference? Fang Ping was thinking about this when suddenly, the data changed. Wealth, 1, 54 million vitality, 1,200 calories, 1,366 calories plus, mentality, 540 Hz, 575 Hz plus, bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus, Fang Ping's face was full of surprise as he carefully experienced it. He did not care about the 10,000 wealth consumption. Although it was 10 times more, he felt the difference. His physique was changing. Although this change was extremely subtle, peak rank 3 Fang Ping could now sense his body exceptionally clearly. Previously, when he increased his limit, his body would not be able to withstand it. There would be signs of his blood vessels bursting or even his body exploding. However, this time, his vitality limit increased by 1 calorie. His physique was also adapting and becoming stronger. Doesn't this mean? Fang Ping's face was full of shock. He thought that the plus sign was useless and that it was just materialization. Only now did he realize that he had overlooked it. He actually did not think of testing it at the first opportunity. Doesn't this mean that my vitality limit is increasing and my physique is also improving? It's equivalent to skipping the previous body honing stage, F***ck. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have bought so many bodybuilding pills and body honing pills in the past, Fang Ping mumbled, but the system hadn't upgraded at that time. I didn't expect it to be able to do this. If I knew this would happen, I would have increased my vitality. That way, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I even had to make an exception to fight Ling Yi and replenish my vitality. Is there an upper limit this time? Fang Ping was not too sure. If that was the case, he could increase his vitality limitlessly. Would that not mean that his physique would become infinitely stronger and his vitality would increase infinitely? Even if he did not hone his internal organs, he would still be able to fight a rank 3 against a rank 6. There should be an upper limit. Fang Ping deduced. If he was not mistaken, there was definitely an upper limit. He just did not know where it was. Could mentality be like this too? Fang Ping dared not increase his mentality now. The more he understood, the more cautious he became. The last time he increased it by 1 calorie, he broke through the 500 Hz barrier. Although he did not remember much afterward, he knew that he seemed to have lost his memory for a moment. It was too dangerous, but now, if he increased it now, would it automatically adapt to such a mentality? Although the consumption had increased by 10 times, this was a permanent increase. What was 10 times the consumption? The increase in vitality was not only increasing his vitality limit, but also his physique. It was completely reasonable. Let's try again. Fang Ping wasted no time and continued to increase his vitality limit. Soon, the data continued to change. Wealth, 1, 2 million vitality, 1,200 calories, 1,400 calories plus, mentality, 540 Hz, 575 Hz plus, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. Fang Ping's skin continued to shrink. Although it was not obvious, when Fang Ping flicked it, it seemed to have become more resilient. This is getting interesting. If this goes on, I'll achieve a golden body sooner or later. Fang Ping was delighted. Where's the limit? Too bad I don't have enough wealth. I can't use it recklessly. When I have enough wealth, I'll try again. In terms of mentality, Fang Ping looked at it and did not dare to try it. This was different from physique. His vitality had increased. Even if there was a situation where he could not take it, he would just burst some blood vessels. Now, Fang Ping's body would not explode so easily. However, mentality was related to the brain. Exploding the brain would not be fun. A normal peak rank 3's vitality is around 1,000 calories. Now that I'm at 1,400 calories, I should have a much bigger advantage than them. However, people like Ling Yi, whose physique and vitality are also stronger than the average person, should also have more than 1,000 calories. I wonder if I can reach the 2,000 calories limit of rank 4. If I can, there will be no difference between rank 3 and rank 4 other than the difference in internal organs. The increase in the upper limit of vitality not only represented the amount of vitality, but also the strength of the physique and the power unleashed by the same vitality. The power unleashed by a rank 6 powerhouse with 1 calorie vitality was much stronger than that of a rank 3. Just like the difference between upper stage and middle stage rank 3, Fang Ping's 50 calories vitality move could destroy a middle stage rank 3 martial artist's 100 calories outburst move. Invincible rank 3. So it's already destined. At this moment, Fang Ping's confidence and momentum increased. It was not just invincible rank 3. Fang Ping felt that he could really be invincible until the end of martial arts. That day, Fang Ping left Capital City. When he left Capital City, an instructor from CCMAU followed him secretly. It was not to harm him, but to send Fang Ping out of the country, to prevent the kid from dying in Capital City and the people from MCMAU from causing trouble for CCMAU. In the end, when the instructor in the dark saw Fang Ping, he was shocked. This kid, what was up with him? Previously when he defeated Ling Yi, he did not show that kind of momentum. Everyone thought that Fang Ping was still not too confident and was not sure that he could defeat the two from the military department. However, when they met again, Fang Ping's momentum was high. He truly felt an invincible momentum. The instructor behind him looked surprised. What was going on? Did he think that he was invincible after a nap, or could it be that this kid had mastered 7 collective slashes and really felt that he did not need to worry about any rank 3? Even Chen Qiufeng was not as confident as he was, right? The instructor muttered to himself, completely confused about the situation. Invincible rank 3 was achieved through fighting. It was only when they fought to a point where no one dared to question them. Why was Fang Ping like this? His path to invincibility had not been completed yet. It was not just CCMAU's instructors who were surprised. When Wang Jinyang saw Fang Ping striding forward with his head held high in front of him, his face full of confidence, he was slightly surprised and said, "You secretly fought with the people from the military department?" "No." "Then you've mastered 7 collective slashes?" "No." Then what's up with you?" Fang Ping did not think much of it. He smiled and said, "I'm invincible. The strong heart makes me strong." "There's nothing strange about that, is there?" "Strong heart," Wang Jinyang mumbled and said in his sleep, "I'm invincible rank 4. "I'm invincible rank 4? "Yes, I'm invincible rank 4. The next moment, Wang Jinyang's aura skyrocketed. His eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself, "This works too? Is it self-deception or self-hypnosis?" Fang Ping's mouth was already wide open. "You're invincible rank 4 my ass. You're only upper stage rank 4. What's up with you?" Wang Jinyang could not be bothered with him anymore. He was still talking to himself. "No, it's just the change in aura. It's not a factor of strength. It's just that my essence, spirit, and spirit are more abundant. I'm not really invincible." "That's not right either. There should be benefits." "That's not right either. Why can self-hypnosis reach this stage? The aura is a little superficial, not real enough. But this way, I won't be afraid when facing peak rank 4 prodigies. At least, I have the confidence to defeat them." Fang Ping listened to him talking to himself and suddenly felt a little tired. "I really think I'm invincible, that's why I have this aura. What the F***ck is going on with you? You can even pretend to deceive me?" "I'm going to the House of Governors," Fang Ping sighed, appearing a little desolate. He had lied to himself. To be able to deceive himself into believing him, old Wang was godly. It's all fake. It's a bubble that will burst as soon as it's poked. I hope old Wang can recognize reality and recognize himself. Otherwise, if he's beaten to death, he won't even know how he died. Nanjiang's House of Governors. Although Zhang Dingnan was extremely busy, knowing that Fang Ping was visiting, he still took some time out to meet Fang Ping. Governor's office. Zhang Dingnan raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "Interesting. Essence, spirit, and soul have become one." To Zhang Dingnan, the momentum of rank 3 was nothing. The so-called invincible momentum was what grandmasters like to call the state of essence, spirit, and soul. Rank 3 martial artists like Fang Ping could not control their own essence, spirit, and soul. Even rank 6 powerhouses found it difficult. That was why they had to fight, rely on everyone's approval, rely on their own beliefs, and finally achieve this state. Fight to the point where everyone in the same rank thinks you are number one. Fight to the point where everyone acknowledges you, then you are invincible in the same rank. Fang Ping did it after defeating Ling Yi. Fang Ping, the path to Grandmaster is open to you. Zhang Dingnan laughed, a little mischievously. Fang Ping did not look at him directly, nor did he see his mischievous smile. Instead, he asked doubtfully, Invincible in rank 3, the path to Grandmaster is open? Invincible in rank 3 doesn't mean anything. What's the purpose of invincibility? For the unity of essence, spirit, and soul. Do you understand? The pursuit of the invincible state is the pursuit of self-perfection. Your instructor is also pursuing this state. She wants to defeat all rank 6, truly be invincible, and overcome the obstacles in her heart. She has a psychological obstacle, a very big one. That's why she relies on herself to achieve unity. It's difficult, extremely difficult. Only when everyone acknowledges her, including herself, can she take the shortcut, reach this peak, and become a Grandmaster. Of course, there are thousands of paths. This is not the only path. Not all Grandmasters have to walk the path of invincibility. Your instructor wants to be invincible in rank 6, but I'm afraid it's impossible. It depends on whether she can overcome the obstacles, get rid of distracting thoughts, and achieve unity with herself and enter the Grandmaster state. As for you, it's not certain that you can do it as a Grandmaster. However, if you maintain this momentum all the way to peak rank 6, you can naturally enter the Grandmaster state. This is also why rank 3 martial artists walk the path of challenge, and why everywhere cooperates. You know very well that no matter who you challenge, almost no one will set obstacles for you. Because it wasn't just you who wanted to be invincible. Other people also wanted to be invincible. Once you completed the path of invincibility, it would be much easier for you to become a Grandmaster. The others are the same. The top 10 martial artists on the rank 3 ranking list all want to take this shortcut, but only 1 or 2 of them can actually take it. Fang Ping said hurriedly, I'm already invincible. How can they leave? Zhang Dingnan laughed and said, You say you're invincible? Then have you fought those 2 from the army? I don't think so. They haven't fought with you, they haven't been defeated by you, they already consider themselves invincible, so why can't they leave? Moreover, even if I lose, as long as I have enough faith, I can maintain this state. Oh, self-hypnosis, I understand. Fang Ping understood. I understand this. I just saw a guy, only upper stage rank 4, and he's already hypnotizing himself that he's invincible among rank 4. Zhang Dingnan laughed and didn't say much. Are you kidding me? Self-hypnosis works, without absolute strength, without the belief of invincibility, you have no proof. Do you really think you are invincible just because you say you are invincible? The little fellow was still too inexperienced. Naturally, Fang Ping did not know what he was thinking. Otherwise, he might have risked his life to mock him a little. How ignorant! Without dwelling on this, Fang Ping asked, Governor, does my teacher have any hope of breaking through to Grandmaster? Fang Ping knew about Lu Fengru's psychological barrier. However, overcoming it was difficult. Zhang Dingnan muttered, There's still hope, and it's not small. Actually, some people support your teacher's breakthrough to Grandmaster, some don't. Of course, there are neutral people. However, some people in MCMAU actually hope that she can break through. For example, Zhang Dingnan said playfully, Huang Jing. Fang Ping was curious. Huang Jing hoped that Lu Fengru could break through. However, Lu Fengru had told him that MCMAU's Grandmasters did not want her to break through, right? Does Bairuashi know? Yes. Do you know why she sent Vice-Chancellor Chen's granddaughter to Lu Fengru? Zhang Dingnan seemed to know MCMAU's situation very well. He chuckled and said, because Chen Yunqi and Lu Fengru's daughter are very similar, including personality, family background, and so on. Bairuashi sent Chen Yunqi there because she hoped that Lu Fengru could face the truth of her daughter's death and overcome her psychological barrier. Chen Yunqi was Chen Yating's granddaughter. Would Bairuashi dare to arrange such a thing? Unsurprisingly, Huang Jing did it. Fang Ping, you come from Nanjiang. That's why I'm telling you so much. It's good for you to understand more about MCMAU's situation. Among the 4 high grandmasters in MCMAU, old Zhang has fallen. Only Wu Quishan, Huang Jing, and senior Lu Polu who stayed behind in Nanjiang are left. Old Lu has always been neutral in MCMAU. Wu Quishan and Huang Jing are actually 2 different factions. Don't be fooled by the fact that everyone is united against the outside world. There are still internal disputes and different ideologies. As for how different, I won't say. Anyway, it's very complicated. You don't have to understand it. If you want to do better in MCMAU, like a fish in water, then don't reveal any tendencies or problems too early. Don't think that Wu Quishan is Lu Fengru's husband and you have to stand on his side. Don't think that Huang Jing is your dean and you have to stand on his side. As for you, you might not be much before, but when you're invincible among rank 3 and about to enter rank 4, your vitality is limitless and your bone marrow is like mercury. To be honest, the door to Grandmaster is open to you. At this time, you're no longer dispensable. Some people will also bet on you. Peak rank 6 powerhouses like Lu Fengru and Li Chongqing, as well as some rank 4 and 5 instructors and even grandmasters will bet on you. Fang Ping suddenly asked, Governor, what about you? Are you betting too? Zhang Dingnan suddenly laughed. You can say that. I hope that you can live a better life in MCMAU and obtain a higher status and power. For example, if you're in charge of MCMAU's martial arts society, then it'll be different. Being in charge of a school's martial arts society means a lot. In the martial arts society, the student representatives, including some instructors from the martial arts society, will also lean toward the martial arts society. If a war breaks out in Nanjiang, others won't help Nanjiang. What about you? You can use your authority to summon some powerhouses to support Nanjiang. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Governor, I think it's better to become the vice-chancellor directly. When I become a grandmaster, do you think it'll be better if I take charge of MCMAU? Zhang Dingnan could not help but laugh. How long would that take? 10 years at most, 3 to 5 years at least. Zhang Dingnan laughed again. It's not that easy to become a vice-chancellor. You have to be able to convince the masses, have the ability, and lead MCMAU to greater heights. Actually, it's not just about power, but also duty and responsibility. Old Grandmaster Zhang dedicated his whole life to MCMAU until he died in a foreign land. Since we're at this point, I'll say a few more words. The battle of MCMAU's routes is actually related to these things. Wu Quishan's philosophy is to raise venomous insects. Fang Ping was slightly shocked. He hurriedly said, raise venomous insects? Yes, recruit a lot of students, 5 to 6,000 or even 10,000 in one batch. Train them to rank 1, then throw them into the catacombs to fight, hone, and fight. The powerhouses survive. Those who come out alive are powerhouses, and they're the hope of the future. Huang Jing's philosophy is considered to have inherited your vice-chancellor's philosophy. The powerhouses fight first, and the weak grow slowly at the back. He wanted Lu Fengru to break through to Grandmaster because he held the philosophy of the powerhouses fighting first. However, Lu Fengru is a double-edged sword. I'm afraid Huang Jing is also hesitating. In short, this is MCMAU's own internal affairs. The government is also in a dilemma now. Is Wu Quishan wrong? Not necessarily. Huang Jing is wrong? That's not it either. All in all, you're still too inexperienced if you want to take charge of MCMAU. You'd better think about how the dispute between Huang Jing and Wu Quishan will affect you. Of course, from your point of view, you, who are about to reach rank 4, should actually support Wu Quishan. After all, you're not the one who was thrown into the catacombs. Zhang Dingnan said it casually, but Fang Ping was speechless. Then what about my sister's university studies in the future? Zhang Dingnan almost laughed out loud. This kid was really thinking too much. It's up to you what you think and what you choose. I'm just informing you so that you can have a clearer understanding of MCMAU. When the Magic City Catacombs incident is over, there will be some disputes in MCMAU. It might even affect the students. The powerhouses among the students might be forced to take sides. Fang Ping said disapprovingly, we'll see how it goes. They won't force us. If not, Fang Ping suddenly stopped talking. He coughed dryly and did not continue. If not, he would switch to another school. He almost spilled the beans. It was better to keep a low profile. If Zhang Dingnan had exposed his thoughts, people like Lu Fengru and Old Man Li would hunt Fang Ping down all over the world. Even if he wanted to switch to another school, he had to stand on the moral high ground, such as being forced, helpless, unwilling, and having no choice but to leave. Zhang Dingnan looked at him deeply. He did not dwell on this and said, after graduation, there's actually not much point in staying in school. Fang Ping, if you're interested, you should return to Nanjiang. If you can become a rank 5 or even a rank 6 martial artist after graduation, it's not impossible for Nanjiang's deputy governor. Fang Ping smiled hurriedly. Governor, you think too highly of me. I'm only a rank 3 now and a freshman. I won't think about the long term for now. Governor, the reason I came here this time is to ask you about the cultivation of manic explosion. Zhang Dingnan was not surprised. He did not mind Fang Ping's evasions either. He smiled and said, the cultivation of combat techniques is not something that can be explained in a few words. I'll tell you a little, mainly to give you a way of thinking. Zhang Dingnan gave a simple explanation, but Fang Ping felt that he had learned a lot. The creator of combat techniques naturally understood combat techniques the best. After he finished speaking, Zhang Dingnan did not draw his saber. He suddenly stretched out his hand and slashed at Fang Ping. At that moment, Fang Ping felt that he had nowhere to run. He would definitely die. This is the unity technique. Zhang Dingnan pulled his hand back and smiled faintly. How do you feel? There's nowhere to run. That's right. What's an ultimate move? An ultimate move is an ultimate move. If someone escapes, how can it be called an ultimate move? The ultimate moves that you, the 3 lower rank 3 martial artists, cultivate are very flawed. The real 3 middle rank 3 powerhouses, and I'm talking about powerhouses, cultivate their ultimate moves. That's different. Under one move, it's either death or life. Including the lockdown of force and the convergence of energy, they've all reached a limit. The current you has killed middle stage rank 4 catacombs martial artists. You might even be able to kill upper stage ones, however, those are all weaklings. The weaklings of the catacombs are similar to the casual martial artists here. When you meet a real catacombs powerhouse, you'll understand that the so-called cross-rank killing is too difficult. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven. When a rank 3 martial artist meets a top-notch rank 4 powerhouse, his force will lock on you. Once the ultimate move is used, you'll be killed in one move. No matter how many tricks you have, it's useless if you can't use them. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, this kind of powerhouse is rare, right? He had almost never met this kind in the catacombs. If he did, he would have died long ago. That included the rank 6 martial artist from back then. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that the other party would not bother to use this kind of move on Fang Ping, but the probability was not high. It's rare. Zhang Dingnan chuckled. Also, they're rarely in the periphery. Actually, the catacombs powerhouses are also training. They go deeper into the wilderness to train in uninhabited places. For them, human strongholds lack this kind of opportunity. When you go deeper into the catacombs one day, you might meet them. Be more careful. Thank you for the reminder, Governor. You're welcome. MCMAU's instructors know this. They'll also remind you when you go deeper. Go deeper into the catacombs, Fang Ping murmured. The current him was only at the Jiao's forest, which was less than 100 li away from Hope City. How big was Magic City's catacombs? 5,000 kilometers from east to west, 10,000 li away, 2,000 kilometers from north to south, and this was only the location of the 13 cities. It was half the size of Huaxia. Fang Ping was only active in one city now. He was still very far away from going deeper. In such a small place, he had already met a rank 9 powerhouse, and he had met the Jiao. After saying that, Fang Ping should bid farewell. However, Fang Ping thought of something and asked suddenly, Governor, in the catacombs language, what does Nyagukali mean? Zhang Dingnan chuckled. You met it? Fang Ping was confused. What did he meet? The general meaning is, I'm very weak. The strong don't kill the weak. Please don't kill me. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He swallowed and whispered, actually, it means to beg for mercy? Zhang Dingnan smiled and nodded. You can understand it that way. However, under normal circumstances, people of the same rank won't say it unless you meet a rank 1 or 2 catacombs martial artist. They might say it because, in the catacombs martial artist's philosophy, it's not shameful to admit defeat to a powerhouse. Although the catacombs martial artists fought to the death with human martial artists when they met, it was not that they were completely unafraid of death. When a rank 3 met a rank 7, was it useful to be unafraid of death? According to the ancient rules, they would also beg for mercy. The strong did not kill the weak. Fang Ping's expression was stiff. Can you understand it as I'm just a fart, please let me go? Zhang Dingnan laughed. If you want to think that way, you can understand it that way. However, you don't have to worry about it. Just kill them. You can kill any catacombs martial artist. As for grandmasters, it depends on their mood. Sometimes, grandmaster powerhouses won't purposely kill some catacomb civilians. Fang Ping did not say anything else. Old Manly, you're good, no wonder he was looked down on so many times. However, the ones he met were all rank 4 or 5 martial artists. Cough, cough, it was not too shameful. Moreover, no one saw or heard it. The catacombs martial artists who heard it were all dead. Destroying the corpses, no one will know. Fang Ping felt somewhat comforted. Otherwise, he would not be able to wash away this shame. Before he left, Zhang Dingnan told Fang Ping that the military department and the Language Research Institute had made some breakthroughs. When he was free, he could go and learn some common catacombs expressions. MCMAU would probably start learning in this area soon. Fang Ping thanked him. Speaking of which, human martial artists were still very lucky. Or rather, geniuses were very lucky. He came to ask for guidance from grandmasters. Grandmasters did not hide anything and answered almost every question. His own instructor was also a peak rank 6 powerhouse who was about to become a grandmaster. Old Manly was also a peak rank 6. Big Lion, including, would answer any questions he had about martial arts. It was the same for MCMAU's Dean Huangjing. Compared to some catacombs martial artists, human martial artists were much luckier. As for the only catacombs expression that Old Manly had taught him, Fang Ping knew what Old Manly meant, but he still felt ashamed. I've killed all the catacombs people to keep their mouths shut. As for Old Manly's side, even if you beat him to death, he can't say that I said this. Otherwise, he can't afford to lose face. Fang Ping could not remember if he had told Old Manly that he had said this to the catacombs people. However, he would pretend that he had not said it. Fang Ping stayed in River City for 2 days. Distance's expansion had already begun in Rivertown. The FNB platform had been launched, and offline express delivery stores had been set up. Fang Ping briefly mentioned it to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang was not surprised that Fang Ping had started a company. Wang Jinyang also knew about it when the internet was abuzz. He did not say much. In the eyes of many martial artists, starting a company was not a proper occupation. Wang Jinyang did not think so, but he did not care too much about Fang Ping's small company. Middle-ranked martial artists could easily spend tens or hundreds of millions on cultivation. Most of the time, they still had to rely on the catacombs resources. If Fang Ping opened a small company, how long would it take for him to earn enough wealth for his cultivation? Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang's discussion about the company was not important. With Fang Ping's current fame and ability, he did not need old Wang's protection. In Nanjiang, there were not many people who would really cause trouble. After talking about the company for a while, Fang Ping smiled. Brother Wang, do you know about MCWU's e-commerce platform? Wang Jinyang nodded slightly. The platform that allows students to order pills and weapons online, is in charge of delivery, and gets credits in advance? Yes. Fang Ping hummed in response, then said, Brother Wang, does NMAU have such an idea? There were still many advantages. It saved the students' time and reduced the school's workload. The loan system was not reaping without sowing. Instead, it was reaping the rewards of hard work. This was also in line with the definition of a martial artist: fight, only by daring to invest will there be returns. Blindly waiting for the school to assign tasks and resources will make martial artists lazy. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, NMAU can't be compared to MCMAU. We're already short on resources. If we give them an advance, it'll only make us more nervous, then let's not open the lending system for now. Fang Ping chuckled. What I mean is, we should set up the platform first. Don't you think that this is an unnecessary move? It won't be of much use for now, Wang Jinyang nodded. It was just an extra distance to travel. Martial artists were too lazy to even run. In his opinion, this was not a good thing. My goal is not to have a single school as a platform. Fang Ping said in a low voice, I'm thinking of creating an open platform for all universities in the country in the future. NMAU might not have some of MCMAU's weapons. Some of MCMAU's pills might not even be available in NMAU. This included the energy room, the vitality pool, and the combat techniques room. NMAU should have a combat techniques room too, but it was not in use now. Moreover, to put it bluntly, did NMAU have as many combat techniques as MCMAU did? These were only 2 schools. Now that the situation had worsened, the martial arts universities in the country should be inclusive and not limited to just one school or one place. Some of MCMAU's grandmasters and instructors would only provide their own combat techniques to MCMAU, not NMAU. It was the same for everyone else. Our experts are actually very tolerant. They made their battle techniques public, didn't charge any fees, and tried their best to give pointers, but sometimes, there are still limitations. Just like what I said to one of my teachers before, there is a difference between a big family and a small family. Nowadays, the experts serve the country as a big family, but at the same time, they guard their own small family. Wang Jinyang's eyes were frighteningly bright. He said seriously, Fang Ping, are you sure you're not joking? Some of MCMAU's resources and places can be open to NMAU? In NMAU, there was no energy room or vitality pool. Not to mention the cost of building an energy room, the key was the consumption of energy stones. NMAU was not located above the catacombs, so it was difficult to obtain them. They could not afford it. As for the vitality pool, it was mainly built for middle-ranked martial artists. How many middle-ranked martial artists had graduated from NMAU in recent years? Even among the instructors, there were not many middle-ranked ones. If MCMAU was really open to the public, as Wang Jinyang said this, he suddenly shook his head and said, that's impossible. You can't make this decision yet. Although we're facing external enemies now, people are selfish. MCMAU can maintain its reputation as a famous school because of these things. This includes some secret combat techniques that MCMAU will not open to the public. This is the reason why MCMAU can be ranked as a famous school. Once it's really open to the public, then MCMAU, Fang Ping, on the other hand, was unconcerned. He said, the key to cultivation methods like combat techniques is the cultivation of the person. If the cultivation is not deep enough, no matter how good the cultivation method is, it will be a waste. As for the cultivation places, as long as you're willing to pay the price, MCMAU can also be open to the public. Maintaining the prestige and status of a famous school is not about making the opponents weaker, but about making the strong stronger. Of course, Fang Ping chuckled and said, right now, I don't have the right to open up these things, but I believe that this day will not be too far away. If rank 4 isn't enough, rank 5 isn't enough, then rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9. The improvement of strength and the expansion of influence will give me a greater right to speak, not just in MCMAU, but in the whole of Sino Nation. Now, I built this foundation first. With the foundation, when the day comes to implement it, it will be easy. Even in the later stages, we can carry out instructors' exchanges. MCMAU instructors will come to NMAU to teach for a period of time, and NMAU instructors will go to MCMAU to see the world. Under the premise that we have the catacombs as our enemy, we need to take bigger steps, faster steps. Back then, the sects dominated the martial arts world. How many sects are there now? Back then, how many powerhouses were there in the sects? In recent years, martial arts universities have become the orthodox, leading the people toward martial arts, embracing everything. How many powerhouses are there? But this is not enough. The government may think that we can't take too big a step, but in reality, we don't have much time to wait and slowly eliminate this barrier. Forget about the ordinary people. They can slowly digest it and wait for the day the truth is revealed. As martial artists, as the frontline existence against the catacombs invasion, we should no longer be so conservative. Wang Jingyang stood up and paced for a moment. As the current president of NMAU Martial Arts Society and the only upper stage rank 4 student, his strength surpassed many instructors. Once he entered rank 5, his position in NMAU would be even higher. Wang Jinyang's promotion of these things was not a big deal. But, could everything that Fang Ping said really be realized? Right now, he was only talking about MCMAU and NMAU, but Fang Ping was talking about the National University Alliance. In the future, would martial arts universities like CCMAU also join in 99 martial arts universities to communicate with each other and share resources? There were many reasons why it was 99 martial arts universities and not one martial arts university, including geographical division, maintaining competitiveness, distribution of educational resources, preventing martial arts universities from centralizing power, and so on. However, Fang Ping only wanted to use the platform to integrate, so it was not impossible. After thinking for a moment, Wang Jinyang said, "The platform can be built, but how do we operate it? Who will run it? Who will lead the platform? Distance will be responsible for building this platform. It will be beneficial for future integration." Wang Jinyang chuckled and shook his head. NMAU will not let outsiders control this platform. Fang Ping smiled and said, "That's why I came to look for Brother Wang, and not other schools. The platform is actually an intermediary platform, it's different. All of our students' information, including their cultivation progress, will be displayed in front of MCMAU. I am me, distance is distance, and MCMAU is MCMAU." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "These are not related." "That's just what you think." "Then what do you mean, Brother Wang?" "NMAU will build the platform itself. In the future, if you have this ability and influence and need to integrate, you can be the main body to carry out the integration, or the government can step in and let the government control it." Fang Ping pursed his lips. Why would he bother with this? "Brother Wang, the government will not take the initiative to promote this. If the government steps in, it will be biased. Will MCMAU take the lead, CCMAU, or other universities? When that time comes, it will be troublesome and cause dissatisfaction among the high grandmasters. No one will care about a student's making small fuss." Fang Ping said at the end, "The platform will be operated by distance, but NMAU's platform, or the platforms of each school, will remain independent for now. As for the students' information, I don't think it's necessary to keep it a secret." "Don't tell me you're still hiding dozens of rank 4 and 5 students?" Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh. He pondered again and said after a while, "I'll give it a try, but I don't have high hopes." Relying on a small, independent platform to integrate 99 martial arts universities was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, there was still hope for cooperation between individual universities. For example, NMAU and MCMAU. Both he and Fang Ping had some authority in the school, so this could still be done. After talking about this, Wang Jinyang said, "Are you ready to break through to rank 4? Fang Ping shook his head. He thought for a while and said, "I'll have to wait a little longer. After I achieve 7 collective slashes and become the first in rank 3, I'll break through." "Is there a need?" "Yes." Fang Ping smiled and said, "You have to finish what you started. Moreover, first and third are different. If I'm the first in rank 3, the publicly recognized first, then I'll be able to maintain the attention and make everyone pay more attention to me. Only then can I gain a greater reputation and have an advantage in the competition in the future." "Brother Wang, think about it. Are you as famous as I am now? Maybe you're famous in the martial arts world, but in this society, most people are normal people. Among the new generation of martial artists, how many of them know about you? When I return to MCMAU and the new students start school, maybe my club will be able to recruit more than half of the new students because I, Fang Ping, have this reputation. If this goes on for a few years, MCMAU students will only know me and not the martial arts club. I'll easily replace the martial arts club's position, and it's a club founded by me. This is different from the martial arts club. After that, when these members graduate, I'll be their first and only president. Then, I'll have more influence on them. My connections, circle, and influence will expand. Maybe when I'm still a student, I'll be able to influence the whole of MCMAU. Wang Jingyang looked at him deeply. After a while, he said, "You're very ambitious." "I'm not ambitious." Fang Ping smiled and said, "I'm just protecting myself. Under the premise of the catacomb's existence, I can only work hard to make myself stronger so that I can master more power. I can't just passively accept everything. I need to master more information and obtain more resources. I can't wait for others to guide and inform me little by little. Do we really understand some of the catacomb's deeper secrets? Do we have the right to know some of the government's decisions and strategies in advance? Not only do I need to know, but I also need to understand clearly and participate in it. You might say that martial artists don't care about power, but without power, can you change NMAU according to your ideas? Strength and power must be there. That's what a martial artist is, not a martial artist." Wang Jingyang did not say anything else. It was unknown whether he agreed or felt that there was no need to probe further. Both of them did not talk about this anymore. If word got out that two rank 3 and 4 martial artists were talking about these topics, people might laugh at them. In a situation where there were hundreds of grandmasters, what right did two middle-ranked martial artists have to change everything? However, both of them were very confident and did not take it too seriously. Grandmasters would happen sooner or later. At the end of July, Fang Ping returned to Sun City. At this time, Fang Ping began to live in seclusion and did not show his face anymore. Some of the higher-ups in Sun City did not know that Fang Ping had returned to Sun City. During the time he was home, Fang Ping had to rely on himself to polish and recover because of his lack of wealth. Vitality could be recovered by sleeping and eating. It could also be recovered by using mentality to move energy particles. Mentality, on the other hand, could be recovered through sleep and rest. Although the progress was slow, Fang Ping realized that under these circumstances, the use of mentality was more flexible, and the circulation of vitality was much smoother. Fang Ping had been trying to figure out and train the 7 collective slashes. When he calmed his heart and threw away the complicated things, his progress was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, it was August. 5th of August. A small-scale flood disaster broke out in Nanjiang. The area of effect was not large, but it was very close to Sun City, in Auspicious Peace City, which was adjacent to Auspicious Sunday. The flood caused a small-scale mudslide in the White Mountains outside the suburbs. Although the mountain collapsed, it did not cause too much economic or human loss. However, on that day, many people did not realize that there were a few powerhouses in the air, patrolling the area nervously. As for Fang Ping, since his mentality had broken through the 500 Hz threshold, he could also sense the changes in the energy particles. This was something he could not do before. On 5th of August, Fang Ping clearly sensed that the energy particle density in Sun City had increased slightly. The energy overflowing from the opening of the passageway. Fang Ping thought of this immediately. When he sensed the increase in the energy particles, Fang Ping immediately rushed out of his room and went to the rooftop, searching around in the wind and rain. Very soon, Fang Ping confirmed that his senses were not wrong. The energy particle density in Sun City has increased. Where was the passageway opened? Sun City? No, if it was in Sun City, it should not have increased by this much. However, I can clearly see the phenomenon of energy particles overflowing in Sun City, which means that the passageway is not far from Sun City. Fang Ping hurried home, ignoring his family's questions, and immediately made some calls. Very soon, he found out about the changes in Auspicious Peace. Fang Ping's last call was to Old Manly. Old Manly sighed and said, "The Magic City Catacombs is coming to an end soon. The university's teachers should be returning soon, but after this, MCMAU's pressure will increase when they face both East Sunflower City and Skygate City. Nanjiang Catacombs. Since there is an energy overflow, the passageway will definitely open in 3 months at least, half a year at most." Fang Ping was silent for a moment, then asked, "Then MCMAU will not be able to support Nanjiang anymore? Old Lu should be there, but I'm afraid the others won't be able to." Fang Ping did not say anything else. On Nanjiang's side, the passageway had been opened. Even if they could not spare manpower, the government would not sit idly by. However, the more powerhouses that came to help, the safer Nanjiang would be. This was also a fact. If there were fewer, and the catacombs army broke through the passageway, exited the passageway, and entered the human world, perhaps auspicious peace would be wiped off the map. Sun City was less than 80 kilometers away from auspicious peace. It could be reached in an hour's drive. It was too close. Maybe it's time to move. Fang Ping mumbled. It was so close, he was really worried. If the passageway was broken through, then it would be a big problem. Move to Magic City? Fang Ping, who had always wanted to buy a house in Magic City, did not buy one because he needed to spend money. Now, however, it was time to prepare. The situation in Magic City's catacombs is not too good now. In Sino Nation, only Capital City's catacombs has built the first big human city. Not only can it defend, but it also has a certain degree of offensive ability. As for other places where the catacombs entrances did not appear, Fang Ping did not think about it. The entrances to the catacombs were increasing, not staying the same. Those places might appear soon. If he moved there now, he would have to move sooner or later. Capital City. I'm not familiar with it, and I'm not there. Either I don't move, or I can only move to Magic City. Magic City, Fang Ping murmured. Did he really have to move? Could Nanjiang's catacombs be defended? What's more, could he move away now? His father had become the deputy director of the city government office, and his sister was studying here. He was now the pride of Sun City. Whether it was Zhang Dingnan's suggestion or by Jin Shan's own initiative, everyone in Sun City knew that Fang Ping was from Sun City, and his parents and family were here. Now that he suddenly moved, normal people would not know the situation, but middle and high-ranked martial artists would definitely know what he meant. Before the catacombs opened, Fang Ping took his family away. Was such a person qualified to become one of the future leaders of the martial arts world? Fang Ping thought for a while and finally made up his mind. He would go to Magic City to buy a house first. When the catacombs opened, he would come to Nanjiang's catacombs and see the situation for himself. Once he felt that it was dangerous, he would bring his family back to Magic City. As for what others would think, he would not care. If they could defend against it and humans established a stronghold in the catacombs, it would be fine not to move for now. Nowadays, there was no place on Earth that was not dangerous. If he moved to Magic City, it was hard to say when Magic City's catacombs would be broken through. Moreover, newly opened passageways could still be sealed when necessary, and would not be as stable as the passageways in Magic City. The reason why Nanjiang did not consider sealing it was mainly because the number of catacombs passageways was still increasing. Once it was sealed this time, it would be stable the next time. Coincidentally, there was another opening, and that would be 2 or 3 passageways opening at the same time, which would be even more troublesome. Taking advantage of the opening of the next entrance to lay a foundation at the previous entrance and gain a firm foothold, it would be more meaningful. Some passageways that had been opened for a long time were now stable, and could not be sealed even if they wanted to. What a disaster! Scenic Lake Gardens. It was still raining outside the house. Fang Ping packed his luggage. Fang Yuan said reluctantly, "You're leaving again?" Fang Ping had only been back for a few days during the summer break. Now that he was leaving, he did not know when he would return. "I'm going to get first place this time. There's no reason to give up halfway. If I don't get first place, what's the difference between me and a salted fish?" Fang Ping joked casually. Fang Yuan mumbled, "You almost lost to that petite girl." Fang Ping glared at her. "I can't beat Ling Yi. You didn't see when your brother cheated. If he cheated, he could kill her in 2 or 3 moves. However, when Fang Ping and Ling Yi fought in the video last time, he did not have an absolute advantage. It was not until they used their ultimate move that they exhausted their vitality. Fang Ping relied on his stronger body to beat Ling Yi until she could not fight back. "Do you really think it's that hard for me to beat her?" Fang Ping snorted. "I went easy on her because she's a girl. Otherwise, she'd be defeated in 3 moves." Fang Yuan looked doubtful. She did not believe him. "Don't look at me like that." Fang Ping rubbed her head and messed up her hair. He smiled. I'm almost at the 149 calories limit. Many people are stuck at this stage. Don't get stuck. Here. It'll be embarrassing. Your brother started cultivating in April 2008. I was tested in May. My vitality was at 149 calories in less than a month. From 149 calories to 200 calories and above, it only took me 3 to 4 months to hone my bones. Although your bones haven't grown, you've taken a lot of pills. The environment for cultivating the methods of honing is actually better than before. The methods of honing was a comprehensive cultivation method. It opened up meridians, opened minor vessels, and honed vitality. Fang Ping said the environment was better because the Nanjiang catacombs was about to open. The energy density would increase. Martial artists below Grandmaster might not be able to sense energy particles. However, when everyone cultivated, they would realize that vitality would recover faster in places with abundant energy. It was easier for the methods of honing to hone bones and vitality. This was the same principle as in MCMAU's energy room. Nanjiang's energy density had been increasing for the past year. Although the increase was small, it was an undeniable fact that cultivation was speeding up. Every year, martial arts universities raised the bar for admission. It was related to the standard of living, but it was also related to having higher energy levels. Fang Yuan pouted as she listened to Fang Ping's words. Seeing this, Fang Ping felt his hands itch. He reached out and pinched it, smiling. Work hard and try to complete one's honing as soon as possible. There's still some time before school starts. If you work hard, there's hope for you to complete one's honing before school starts. Your brother, I, should be rank 4 by then. Fang Ping, are you really going to achieve rank 4? Fang Yuan was not completely clueless about martial arts, but he was still rather shocked. That's fast. When Fang Ping was not a martial artist, she had already been cultivating pole standing. By the time Fang Ping became a martial artist, he was already at peak rank 3. She had not even reached 150 calories for her first bone honing, and Fang Ping was already at rank 4. More or less. After this challenge, I should enter rank 4. Fang Ping continued. Next month, the rank 4 and rank 5 ranking lists might be released. Take this opportunity to stay on the rank 3 ranking list for a few days. Otherwise, I'll have to wait a few months before I can make a name for myself again. Fang Ping made it sound like it was a pity and that it would take a long time. Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to it, but she did not know that other people would probably be pissed to death if they heard it. From achieving rank 4 to making a name for himself as a rank 4, Fang Ping's intention was clear. A few months would be enough. After a few months, he would also be invincible among rank 4 martial artists. Fang Yuan was also curious about the ranking list. She widened her eyes and asked, "Are there a lot of rank 4 martial artists in Sino Nation?" Fang Ping shook his head and smiled. "I'm not sure. I don't know the exact number, but the number of middle-ranked martial artists is about 100,000. There should be 80,000 to 90,000 rank 4s. There were more and more martial artists in Sino Nation now. As long as the number of people who died in battle did not exceed the number of people who appeared, the number would keep increasing. With the government's push, the number of martial artists as a group had already increased rapidly. The number of millions of lower-ranked martial artists was gradually increasing. There were still 100,000 middle-ranked martial artists. In terms of numbers, the military department had the most middle-ranked martial artists, but almost all of them were in the catacombs. There were also some middle-ranked martial artists in the various houses of governors and houses of commanders. The House of Guardians also had a group. As for the central government, although there was no movement, there were not many grandmasters on the grandmaster ranking list. However, the number of middle-ranked martial artists directly under the central government was not small. Even though the military department was so powerful, they still could not make Sino Nation a true military-run country. This also had something to do with the central government's strength. In addition to a group of martial artists in society, 100,000 middle-ranked martial artists was Fang Ping's judgment. There were many rank 4 martial artists. Fang Ping had just entered rank 4. Even if he was invincible among all rank 3 martial artists, it would be difficult for him to enter the rank 4 ranking list quickly. That's a lot. Fang Yuan said curiously, then why haven't we heard of any middle-ranked martial artists in Sun City? Also, there are very few grandmasters. There are only 106 in total. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, don't believe those rankings. The current grandmaster ranking is only a part of it. There are many grandmasters in Sino Nation. Also, grandmasters are much stronger than you think. Your brother is strong enough now, right? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded hurriedly. Fang Ping was very powerful. Everyone said that Fang Ping was powerful. But if I meet a grandmaster, they can kill me with a glare. I can actually carry people and midair tread now, but I can only do it for a short while because of my strong physique and pole standing. I fall quickly. When I reach grandmaster level, I can soar in the sky. I can really fly in the sky and ride on the clouds. Grandmasters are the real immortals. Girl, if you want to fly in the sky, work hard. You can do it too if you become a grandmaster. Feng Yuan's face was full of yearning. Isn't this the world of immortals? It's just like on TV. If Yuan Ping Club can have 3,000 grandmasters, brother, can we build a celestial palace in the sky? They can all be listed as immortals. Fang Ping's expression froze. 3,000 grandmasters? Are you kidding me? Sino Nation has been accumulating for countless years. How many grandmasters do they have? You little girl, you're always dreaming. If there were really 3,000 grandmasters, Fang Ping had no doubt that Sino Nation would attack the catacombs immediately and destroy at least half of the catacombs' entrances. They would not hesitate even if they suffered heavy losses. Ignoring the girl, Fang Ping packed his things, picked up his Chongdao, and strode down the stairs. I'm leaving. Take care of mom and dad. Also, don't go to Auspicious Peace City. Remember. There are tens of thousands of evil sect martial artists in Auspicious Peace City now. No one will save you if you go. Fang Ping scared his sister. Fang Yuan was terrified. Tens of thousands of evil sect martial artists in Auspicious Peace City? Brother, you're going to Auspicious Peace City? I'm not going. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. If your classmates or friends want to go, don't worry. There are people watching over them. Just don't go. Yes, I'm definitely not going. Fang Yuan nodded hurriedly. Only a fool would go. Tens of thousands of martial artists were too scary. I'm leaving. After saying goodbye to Fang Yuan, Fang Ping drove away quickly. His destination, Beijiang Province, the two rank 3 powerhouses in the military department were both from the Beijiang military region. There were no famous schools in Beijiang, but there were military schools. Beijiang Military School. Other than Beijiang Military School, there was also a professional martial arts university here, Beijiang Martial Arts University. Fang Ping did not know much about Beijiang Martial Arts University, but he knew a few of its students. Sun Mingyu, the team leader of the Martial Arts University Alliance that day, was a rank 2 martial artist. In the end, during the championship, his left hand was chopped off by Han Su. Liang Weiyao was also from Beijiang Martial Arts University. To say that Fang Ping was brutal when it came to female martial artists was to forget about Liang Weiyao. This person had almost collapsed CCMAU's Li Ran's chest with one punch. He was also very strong. Fang Ping felt that his reputation was bad because he was too strong. Others envied him. Why did no one say that Liang Weiyao was brutal? The two martial artists from Beijiang Martial Arts University had brutal fighting styles. They were cruel to their enemies and to themselves. Beijiang martial artists might not be very strong. There were not many grandmasters either. However, Beijiang martial artists' combat strength was very strong because they went to the catacombs all year round. Beijiang's catacombs entrances were almost always guarded by Beijiang's own people. The rank 1 Liang Weiyao and the rank 2 Sun Mingyu were both martial artists who had entered the catacombs before. If it were any other place, it would be impossible for these rank 1 and 2 martial artists to go to the catacombs to die. In the northern borderline, however, the more talented one was, the earlier they would go down. They would never give you a chance to slack off. That was why the Beijiang military department had produced 2 rank 3 top-notch powerhouses. This had something to do with the influence of this environment. Beijiang was not close to Nanjing. Fang Ping did not rest while driving. After one day and one night, he had driven nearly 1,500 kilometers before he arrived at Beijiang province. On the 7th of August, Fang Ping arrived at Beijiang Martial Arts University's entrance. He had just gotten out of the car when someone yelled at the school gate, "Fang Ping is here. Inform the peak rank 3 students to fight." Fight. Peak rank 3 students, fight. Where is Fang Ping? I'll fight him first. Don't fight with me. Beijiang Martial Arts University was practically in an uproar in an instant. Batches of students, armed with weapons, quickly rushed to the school gate. Some of the instructors walked in the air and shouted, "Go all out. There are no cowards in the northern borderline. Defeat Fang Ping and you'll be rewarded handsomely." Fang Ping's jaw dropped. "I didn't say I wanted to challenge him. I'm just here to take a look and ask how to get to the Beijiang military department." In the end, before he could say anything, almost 1,000 people rushed out of the Beijiang campus. What were they doing? At this moment, at the school gate, a large number of students were eager to try. In the front row, a female martial artist shouted, "Fang Ping, Ling Yi's chest is small. She can't fight to her heart's content. How about we spar?" After saying that, the girl even puffed out her chest. Her breasts were surging. Fang Ping's expression changed. "I'm just here to ask for directions. I also want to see how Sun Mingyu's broken arm is doing. Who wants to fight you?" Now that his wealth was replenished, who would waste their vitality to fight others for no reason? Seeing that more and more people were coming, and that the Beijiang instructors were still encouraging others to come out to watch the fight, Fang Ping suddenly turned around and ran toward the car without another word. In less than 30 seconds, the car roared, and Fang Ping drove away. As soon as he left, the entire Beijiang Martial Arts University fell silent. At the school gate, a group of students looked at each other. Suddenly, someone complained, "Lu Lin must have scared him away. Why did you puff out your chest for no reason? He won't dare to hit you if you're too big. F***ck off." The female martial artist who provoked Fang Ping earlier scolded and said angrily, "What's wrong with this guy? He came and ran away. He's not manly at all. I was thinking that since he could hit a woman, he'd be a good opponent. I didn't expect him to be just for show." "That's right. Why did he run? Do you think we'll eat him up? Really, it's so boring." "It's still Lu Lin's fault. She scared him. He's probably never seen such a big guy before. He's afraid that he won't be able to hold back and will explode." Everyone was engaged in a heated discussion, but Fang Ping had long disappeared without a trace. "The Beijiang martial artists are all crazy." In the car, Fang Ping scolded. He was just passing by. He did not even say a word, and thousands of people rushed out. What were they trying to do? As he scolded, Fang Ping called Fu Chongding and the others. After asking a few people, he finally got Sun Mingyu's number. Half an hour later, in a restaurant outside Beijiang Martial Arts University, Sun Mingyu and Liang Weiyao strode over. As soon as he saw Fang Ping, Sun Mingyu laughed and said, "Fang Ping, long time no see." The two of them were not familiar with each other at all, but Sun Mingyu was extremely enthusiastic. When they saw each other, he went forward and gave Fang Ping a hug, patting him heavily. Liang Weiyao was a big guy. After Sun Mingyu greeted him enthusiastically, Liang Weiyao also went forward and gave him a passionate hug. Fang Ping was almost out of breath from the two of them. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You two are really passionate. Us Beijiang people are all passionate." Sun Mingyu laughed and said, "I heard that you came to our university just now. Why did you leave so suddenly?" "Too passionate. I couldn't handle it." Fang Ping smiled bitterly and gestured for the two of them to sit down. He glanced at Sun Mingyu's left hand and asked, "How's your hand?" "It's fine. I just spent a few more bone honing pills. It's connected." Sun Mingyu did not mind. Liang Weiyao sighed softly and said, "He was originally rank 2. He should have achieved rank 3 by now. However, because of his hand, he wasted a lot of time. Now he's only upper stage rank 2. Liang Weiyao had already achieved peak rank 2. Those who participated in the martial arts university championship that day were all geniuses. Among them, the once-honed ones like Zhao Xuemei had just achieved peak rank 2. Han Su was about to achieve middle stage rank 3. As for the others like Fu Chanding and the others, they had not heard from them for the past few days. If everything went according to plan, they would probably be rank 3 coming to school before school started. Sun Mingyu was early stage rank 2 back then. Now he was only upper stage rank 2. Obviously, his broken hand was not as easy to solve as he said. It had taken up a lot of his cultivation time. However, it was a blessing in disguise that the bones in his hand were connected. Both of them were very passionate. Sun Mingyu was not angry about his broken hand. In the championship, everyone was fighting for their own families. If they lost, they lost. Even if they died, it was worth it. They did not continue talking about this. Very soon, Sun Mingyu turned from guest to host and took the initiative to order some dishes and wine. Wine was the main thing. Seeing that Fang Ping was not used to it, Sun Mingyu smiled and said, "It's okay. Although drinking too much wine will affect your reaction speed, it's good to drink less." Fang Ping smiled and did not refuse. Sun Mingyu took the initiative to start the conversation. "You came to Beijiang this time because of Qin Qiufeng and Guoxian?" "Yes, but I don't know much about the Beijiang military department. That's why I passed by the martial arts university and wanted to ask how to find them." Sun Mingyu heard that and smiled. "This is easy. I know them. We trained in the Beijiang military department for a period of time before. Speaking of which, both of them were our instructors back then. However, Fang Ping, I've seen the video of you fighting with Ling Yi. You might not be their match. The military department's battle strategy is very simple, but it's also very fierce. If you really fight, they will definitely go all out." "Do they think you're a catacombs martial artist?" Fang Ping nodded. "I've heard of it. That's why I want to learn from the military department's martial artists. Since you insist, then there's nothing more to say. We'll bring you over later. At the same time, you can also take the opportunity to observe the battle of peak rank 3 powerhouses." Sun Mingyu did not persuade him further. After chatting for a while, he smiled again. "Did you know that Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open?" "Yes, I felt it before." Fang Ping, "Once Nanjiang's catacombs open, no one else will say anything, but we will definitely go over." Sun Mingyu smiled. "For us, the opening of the catacombs is a disaster, but it's also an opportunity. Every time a new entrance to the catacombs opens, it will produce a large number of powerhouses. When the time comes, the people who participated in the championship that day will probably have a chance to gather. I wonder how the others are doing now." Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Qin Jiaxing should be almost rank 3, or he has already broken through. Bai Yin seems to have also reached peak rank 2. Those few from CCMAU are all at peak rank 2. Han Su has broken through rank 3. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. You've been to more places than us. We haven't reached rank 3 yet. Now we've been staying in Beijiang all this time." "It's so boring," the three of them chatted. After they finished their meal, Sun Mingyu did not delay and brought Fang Ping directly to the Beijiang military department. They were also very interested in the fight for the first place in rank 3. At this moment, Fang Ping was not only representing MCMAU, but he was also the first rank 3 in martial arts universities. There were more powerhouses below Grandmaster in the military department, and they were also slightly stronger. Above Grandmaster, in terms of numbers, there were more martial arts universities. Beijiang Military Department. The people from the military department were simple and direct. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, the military department did not exchange any pleasantries. Very soon, Fang Ping saw two youths in military uniforms at the military department's training ground. Both of them were tall and big. Their facial expressions were cold as if they were carved from the same mold. Beijiang Military Department, Qin Qiufeng. Beijiang Military Department, Guoxian. Both youths stood ramrod straight. The military ranks they wore showed that both of them were commander-in-chief officers. It was still extremely difficult for a rank 3 martial artist to become a commander-in-chief officer. Fang Ping could do it now, but it was because of the East Sunflower City incident. Otherwise, he would not even be a commander-in-chief now. The two of them introduced themselves and then fell silent. Other than these two, there was another slightly older military officer in his 30s. He was also a commander-in-chief. Seeing that Fang Ping had not reacted, he chuckled. Both of them are here. You choose one. It's the same no matter who you fight. When they fight normally, the winning rate is 50-50. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. So straightforward, he glanced at the two people opposite him. Both of their faces were expressionless. Seeing Fang Ping looking over, the youth who introduced himself as Qin Qiufeng said in a low voice, "We're more willing to fight in the catacombs. However, since you want to learn from each other, we'll keep you company. However, fists and feet have no eyes. We won't hold back." Fang Ping smiled. That's for sure. As for fighting in the catacombs, to be honest, it's too difficult to meet an opponent of equal strength. That's why we have no choice but to challenge them. In the catacombs, no one would make a ranking list for you. There was no chance for you to challenge anyone. If you wanted to meet a top-notch powerhouse of the same rank, it would depend on luck. It was too difficult to meet one. The two people opposite him did not say anything. Indeed, the chances of encountering a same-rank powerhouse in the catacombs alone was not as high as encountering a high rank. Seeing that, Fang Ping did not hesitate anymore. He looked at Qin Qiufeng and said, "I challenge you." If he wanted to fight, he would naturally fight first. Since Guxian was ranked second, it meant that he was still slightly weaker than Qin Qiufeng. Qin Qiufeng did not hesitate. Very quickly, he took off his military jacket, leaving only the military vest inside. There were scars everywhere on his body. Fang Ping could see the hideous scars on his bare arms alone. Qin Qiufeng was also a martial arts practitioner who used a spear. In the military department or the military academy, there were more martial arts practitioners who used spears than sabers and swords. This was because it was easier to form a battle formation and kill martial arts practitioners who were stronger than them. There were also two types of martial artists who used spears. A type of spear with a wooden shaft. This type of spear had more variations and could be used in battle. The other was to use an alloy spear, which had fewer variations, but was more direct, straightforward, and ferocious. Qin Qiufeng used a full-body alloy spear. The spearhead glowed a faint dark red. It was the result of being stained with blood for a long period of time. The blood had seeped into the insides and was unable to be washed away. Walking onto the martial arts arena, Qin Qiufeng looked at Fang Ping. Seeing this, Fang Ping did not hesitate anymore. He wielded his Chongdao and walked forward. "MCMAU Fang Ping, please advise me." "Please." The moment Qin Qiufeng said please, his long spear attacked almost at the same time, piercing toward Fang Ping's throat instantly. Fang Ping shifted his feet lightly. Just as he dodged, the long spear smashed down, bringing with it a thick vitality and killing intent. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. This was a killing move right from the start. The vitality outburst was extremely strong. "Can your vitality be stronger than mine?" Fang Ping pulled his legs apart. Suddenly, he lowered his waist and shot up. His Chongdao slashed down with the weight of Mount Tai. He had just leaped up when Qin Qiufeng let out a low growl. His long spear changed direction, piercing his blade directly. He stabbed several times in rapid succession, causing Fang Ping's Chongdao to deviate from its center. Immediately after, Qin Qiufeng's body moved, closing in on Fang Ping rapidly. He leaped into the air, bending his knees. Both knees slammed into Fang Ping's chest forcefully and ferociously. Fang Ping did not retreat. He waved his palm and slapped his knees. Just as he slapped, Fang Ping felt a jolt in his palm. It was slightly painful. Qin Qiufeng's fighting technique was simple, but it was unforgiving when he gained the upper hand. It was not enough for his knees to slam into Fang Ping's chest. Both his hands that were holding the spear also bent, his elbows slamming into Fang Ping's head ferociously. Fang Ping let out a low growl, retreating a few steps. His Chongdao slashed down rapidly. Qin Qiufeng held his spear and stabbed again. His vitality outburst was extremely powerful. His speed was extremely fast too. He stabbed more than 10 times in a row, sparks flying everywhere. When Fang Ping's Changdao deviated again, Qin Qiufeng let out a low growl. A weak crimson blood-red glow appeared on the spearhead, pointing the spear at Fang Ping's throat. Fang Ping furrowed his brows, letting out a low growl. His saber's speed increased by another 30%. A crimson blood-red glow also erupted, slashing toward his collarbone. However, Qin Qiufeng did not seem to see it. His long spear was still stabbing toward Fang Ping's throat with unparalleled ferocity. Sullen anger flashed in Fang Ping's eyes. Was Qin Qiufeng certain that he would not kill him, or was it that the military department's fighting technique was like this? There was no time to think too much. Fang Ping's Changdao deviated rapidly, slashing toward the spear. Shaft. The explosive force was extremely great. The long spear that was slashing slanted instantly, piercing the void beside Fang Ping. Qin Qiufeng did not have the joy of surviving a disaster, nor did he have the slightest hesitation. Almost at the same time when Fang Ping slashed his long spear off course, this fellow pressed forward again. His elbows and knees attacked Fang Ping. Every move was a vital point, either the groin or the throat. For a peak rank 3 martial artist, the throat was naturally one of the vital points. As for the groin, although the physique was very strong, it was definitely a vital point too. If it was hit, even a man would not be able to withstand it. Fang Ping pulled away again. As a result, the moment he pulled away, the spear tip appeared in front of his throat or face. From the beginning to the end, Qin Qiufeng was like a robot. His speed was extremely fast and his explosive force was extremely strong. He did not give his opponent any time to catch their breath. On this side, Fang Ping was still holding back his anger. Qin Qiufeng changed his fighting technique again. When Fang Ping slashed the long spear with his saber once again, Qin Qiufeng's eyes suddenly turned red. With a furious roar, he pulled his spear back. Then, he paused for a moment after accumulating his strength. Immediately after, the long spear erupted with a buzzing sound, piercing toward Fang Ping's head like lightning. Military Department Martial Artist. This term appeared in Fang Ping's mind at this moment. In the next moment, almost without any hesitation, the Changdao seemed as if it was going to cut open the void, unleashing a powerful vitality force. As the saber slashed down, only a series of almost indiscernible continuous sounds could be heard. A rumble, the ground split open, gravel splattering everywhere. Fang Ping had just caught his breath when Qin Qiufeng flew backward for a while, but he did not stop at all. He tossed the long spear in his hand, letting out a whistling sound, heading straight for Fang Ping's face. As for Qin Qiufeng himself, he was also following behind the long spear that was tossed out. Fang Ping was just about to dodge. Seeing that, he suddenly let out a low growl. His left hand turned into a palm blade, slashing at the long spear that was flying towards him rapidly. After cleaving the long spear away, Fang Ping growled, "Have a taste of my 7-in-1 slashes." Buzz. The air held. Fang Ping held his saber single-handedly in his right hand. The Changdao trembled slightly in midair 7 times, and in the blink of an eye, it slashed downward. Qin Qiufeng's gaze was cold and fierce. His speed increased by 30%. He did not care about the Changdao slashing down. Instead, he clasped his fists together, intending to break Fang Ping's neck with one punch. At this moment, Fang Ping's Changdao slashed downwards. Qin Qiufeng's fists went straight for his throat. Whoever was faster would live, whoever was slower would die. There were not many onlookers. Other than a few soldiers, there were only Sun Mingyu and his friend who had brought Fang Ping here. The faces of Sun Mingyu and Sun Mingyu were solemn, and the faces of the surrounding soldiers were also dark. Qin Qiufeng's ability seemed to be slightly weaker than Fang Ping. However, Qin Qiufeng's fighting style was straightforward, every move was deadly. In comparison, Fang Ping was slightly less straightforward and fierce than him. However, at this moment, up until now, the winner and loser would be decided in one move. As for who would win and who would lose, if no one intervened, there might be casualties. Just as the most powerful military officer was about to intervene, Fang Ping had just slapped away the long spear. His left hand that seemed to have been forgotten by everyone suddenly appeared in a flash. His left hand was in the shape of a palm saber, unleashing a strong vitality, slashing toward Qin Qiufeng's fists. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Fang Ping's left palm slashed Chen Qiufeng's combined fists, causing blood to splatter everywhere, deviating from the direction of his throat. The Chongdao, on the other hand, had already slashed downwards, reaching the top of Chen Qiufeng's head, bringing along countless hairs that had been shredded by the force. At this moment, the top of Chen Qiufeng's head was also bleeding profusely. His face was full of traces of blood flowing down. You've lost. Fang Ping panted, his Chongdao did not move away. Chen Qiufeng wiped off the blood on his face, but he was not too disappointed. He said calmly, your vitality is very strong. You held the saber with your right hand, and you still have the strength to unleash it with your left hand. Can you tell me exactly how high your vitality is? It was not only because of his high vitality, but also because he could multitask and unleash big moves with both hands. Of course, this was related to the strength of his mentality. Fang Ping had enough spare energy to control it. Chen Qiufeng had guessed this and was not too surprised. Above 1,400 calories, Chen Qiufeng suddenly became silent. He brushed past him and bent down to pick up his spear. He said in a muffled voice, "You are not ruthless enough. If you are ruthless enough, you don't have to fight with me until now. You could catch up with me and kill me with one slash. I just want to spar, not kill. That's why I said that sparring with human martial artists is meaningless. I prefer sparring with catacombs martial artists. It's either he dies or I die." Fang Ping shrugged and said no more. Chen Qiufeng was very strong, but he might not be much stronger than Ling Yi. It could only be said that his fighting style was very fierce, and every move he made was with his life on the line. Those who were weaker or slightly stronger than him would have their hands and feet tied in a real fight. That was why it was very difficult for them to be his opponent. Ling Yi had actually killed many people too. However, Ling Yi was not purely fighting with her life on the line. She still had the thought of protecting herself. When faced with a life-threatening crisis, Ling Yi would also defend and block. Chen Qiufeng, from the start until now, had not blocked even once. When he and Ling Yi met, under the situation where their strengths were similar, Ling Yi might be killed, while Chen Qiufeng would probably end up with serious injuries. As for Fang Ping, his vitality was much stronger than his. His mentality was also much stronger, so he won quickly. Victory or defeat was actually in the blink of an eye. After both of them had finished sparring, the slightly older military officer chuckled and said, "Fang Ping, do you consider coming to the Beijiang military department to train for a period of time? Your strength is not weak, but I can see that you haven't seen much blood." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Actually, he had killed many people. However, compared to these people in the military department, it was really much less. "Thank you, but I still need to return to school." "Forget it for now." Fang Ping shook his head. If he really wanted to see blood, there would be plenty of opportunities. Magic City's catacombs was just beside the school. If he wanted to fight, he could directly enter the catacombs. At this stage, he could kill as many people as he wanted. What a pity. The older military officer felt slightly regretful. It was slightly more difficult for the military department to recruit geniuses than martial arts universities. After all, in the eyes of most people, martial arts universities were more popular. After entering a martial arts university, after graduation, there would be a variety of choices. The military department, the political world, the Department of Investigation Services, business. These were all possible. What about the military department, that was much more restrictive? The descendants of martial artists, unless they were soldiers, would also rarely choose to enter the military department. The military department's mortality rate was much higher than martial arts universities. Even rank 1 martial artists had to go to the battlefield. As for martial arts universities, at least they would cultivate you to rank 3 before going. The military department cultivated powerhouses. It was more similar to Wu Kuxian's idea. Throwing thousands or tens of thousands of rank 1 martial artists into the catacombs, they would be stronger if they survived. Regarding the military department's approach, no one questioned it. Different from martial arts universities, the military department's main mission was to guard and fight. As for why martial arts universities wanted to do so, there were many objections. After the sparring, Sun Mingyu stepped forward and smiled. I didn't expect you to win so easily. It wasn't easy. Fang Ping shook his head. I fought with others for a long time until I was covered in cuts and bruises. That's because everyone's goal is to learn from each other. Their goal is to kill. At this time, if he can't kill me, I can kill him. He didn't intend to hurt me. No matter how serious his injuries are, there's still a chance to turn the tables. It's better to kill him in one blow. No matter what, you still won. Your vitality is terrifyingly strong. Fang Ping smiled. There's no qualitative change yet. The power of vitality between 1000 calories and 1400 calories is still the same. If it's slightly stronger, once there's a qualitative change, then that's the real change. The few of them chatted for a while. Fang Ping did not continue to disturb them and was about to leave. At this time, Guixian, who had been silent all this while, walked over and said, Fang Ping, please take care of my brother. He admires you very much. Ah? Guixian. Fang Ping was stunned. This guy was that little fatty's brother? Guixian did not say much. He said briefly, actually, I don't really want him to become a martial artist. However, it's his own choice. I won't stop him. MCMAU is more suitable for him than the military department. I'm outside all year round and can't take care of him. I hope you can help me take care of him. For people like us, our only hope is for our family to be safe. Fang Ping looked at the well-proportioned, cool, and handsome young man. He then thought of little fatty Guixian. After a while, he said in confusion, biological brother? Guixian looked at him for a while and nodded slightly. He did not say anything else and walked away. Chen Xiaofeng, who was beside him, wiped the blood off his body and put on his coat. He smiled faintly. Help me take care of Chen Yunqi. Fang Ping broke down. Your sister? Yes. Biological sister? Cousin. Fang Ping was completely speechless. What should he say? Was it a reunion? Why didn't anyone tell me before? Chen Xiaofeng looked at him strangely. Why should I tell you in advance? Now he just said it casually. Whether he took care of her or not depended on his mood. No one would force him. Moreover, it might be better if he did not take care of her. Who knew when he would bring people out and be hacked to death? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Finally, he looked at the old military officer who was about to leave. He said softly, Big brother, do you have any relatives that you want me to take care of? The old military officer could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, No need. Take care of yourself. Becoming a grandmaster is more important than anything else. A grandmaster was an army, a martial artist army, an army formed by martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, with less than 10,000 people, could be slaughtered if they encountered a grandmaster. One more grandmaster meant one more hope of victory. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he nodded and said, I believe it will be very soon. Everyone in the field laughed. No one said anything. They did not want to hurt Fang Ping's confidence. If becoming a grandmaster was so easy, there would not be so few grandmasters in Sino Nation. Although a few hundred people was not a small number, this was the accumulation of hundreds of years. Among more than 300 grandmasters, more than half were over 80 years old. There were very few who were really young. There were only a few in recent years. Fang Ping, who was not even 20 years old, even if he had the hope of becoming a grandmaster, how many years would it take? The old military officer did not say anything and left with the others. Winning or losing was fine. Losing to humans was better than losing in the catacombs. In the catacombs, if they lost, only death awaited them. On the 8th of August, the Rank 3 Combat Strength ranking list was updated again. MCMAU Fang Ping, ranked first. Once the ranking list was released, the outside world knew that Fang Ping must have challenged the military department martial artists. It was a pity that they did not see the video. In reality, if they saw it, they would probably be greatly disappointed. End of chapter 277. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.